This guy is our main character. Since he'd been scraping by on nothing but air and bones this month, he went live to ask for donations. He'd do absolutely anything for money, but he never expected to accidentally poke a god. This god immediately donated him $5 million and pushed him into an ice sky. He was transported to a world overrun by demons. Now his mission is to save the world, and after 10 weary years of fighting, he finally manages to make it back to Earth. But ironically, Earth is now being invaded by creatures from other dimensions too. That same god appears here and gives him a mission. Recruit 10,000 followers, and in return, he gets to keep his overpowered abilities from the other world. Without a second thought, he immediately agrees and becomes the leader of a fanatical cult. Anyway, enough stalling, let's get started. Welcome to the Meet 2 live stream. Siwoo wondered, what kind of stream is this? Someone else chimed in, I'm just talking. Things have been so stressful lately. You too. Siwoo replied, yeah, life's tough. Even though my younger siblings probably look up to me, I really don't know how to make ends meet, especially with the current unemployment situation. I'm the eldest, so I have to be responsible for the family and take care of my siblings. My parents are gone, so I live with my grandmother and 2 younger siblings. The rent is due tomorrow, and I'm too embarrassed to ask my grandma for money. You told me to spend this time working instead of streaming. I was discharged from the military 2 months ago, and I'm looking for a job. Even though I really need the money, that's just the reality. If you don't want to hear it, just leave. I only turned on the stream because I was bored out of my mind. Hearing Siwoo say that, the woman fell silent and didn't say anything. At that moment, Jen transferred 5 million gun to Siwoo. Siwoo was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes, blurting out, huh, Jen, 5 million gun, are you crazy? Did you mistype the amount? No way, this must be a clickbait stunt for a bigger channel. Like giving some random streamer a ton of money just to film their reaction. Wait a second, I don't have any money, I can't pay this back. I still have to buy school supplies for my sibling and pay next month's rent. Seeing that, everyone in the live stream went wild. Oh, that's insane. Is this guy a tycoon? Give me 20 bucks. Siwoo still couldn't believe it. Sweat started pouring down his face and he grew increasingly tense. After a moment of thought, he spoke up. Then you state your request as long as you don't mess with my family. I'll do whatever you want. Jen replied, so will you save Eden for me? Siwoo wondered, Eden, is this a game advertisement? Fine, I'll do it, no problem. She smiled and a light emanated from her hands. Then we have made a covenant. Kim Siwoo was confused. Huh, you just agreed to save Eden. Then the scene shifted, and a blood-stained hand appeared. Kim Siwoo had become a different person, colder. No longer as naive as before. He moved to eliminate the demon Lucifer, gouging out its heart. Goodbye, Lucifer. Lucifer lost, its gaze vacant as it collapsed. Kim Siwoo wiped the blood from his face, thinking, damn it, just because of one bad donation, my life has been turned completely upside down. So that huge donation was a scam by Jen. And I, the one summoned to Eden, have to fight for my life with nothing but an umbrella in my hand. Jen suddenly said she would give me power. All I had to do was defeat the enemy in front of me. Jen touched his shoulder from behind and said, the system will help you grow, Siwoo. He silently lamented, this is all just crazy. Oh hey, did you pick the wrong person? Shouldn't you have chosen someone more suitable for this job? Jen coolly replied, you are the only one who can save Eden. If you save Eden, I will bring you back to Earth. Siwoo kept replaying those words in his head as he threw himself into the missions. Damn it, just that. Ensure my family lives well, find me a job when I return. If she keeps her word, I'll save Eden without hesitation. So I made a covenant with a goddess from another world named Jen. She said they are the enemy, so what else could I do? A promise is a promise. That way she'll keep her end of the bargain too. Then I was summoned into an organization serving Jen, becoming the Pope in that other world. But things didn't stop there. Eden was teeming with demons and enemies, and I had to destroy each of the 7 demon lords. That was the only way to save Eden. 10 years passed so slowly. I wonder how my siblings are doing now. When I return, will I be able to live a normal life? Jen suddenly spoke up. Siwoo, are you okay? Siwoo answered, yeah, why? This is nothing. Jen appeared by his side and said, I'm sorry, thank you, this is the end of our covenant. Siwoo smiled. Jen, you said I'd have a job when I got back, so I'll trust you and keep going. It's exhausting, this damn world isn't worth living in. Jen said, Siwoo, this is the world you saved. Siwoo looked around for a moment and replied, yeah, I think I might miss it a little. Then Jen vanished and Siwoo stood in silence waiting to go home. Oh, by the way, Jen, next time you scam someone, just be thick-skinned about it instead of apologizing like this. Goodbye. Jen replied, thank you, I'm truly sorry. Sewa, I'm really returning to peaceful Earth. Green, vibrant Earth, I miss Korea. Peaceful SEO. The sky when Siwoo returned was a scene of chaos. Avon. Captain, reinforcements are almost here. Just hang on a little longer. They expect us to hold the position in those damn Avon bellies? Tell the reinforcements to hurry up. Damn it. Siwoo looked at this scene in bewilderment, silently thinking how much he missed the Korean language, and the first thing he heard was cursing. I've returned after 10 years. Is this my peaceful Earth? Earth is finished. Maybe I'm still dreaming in Eden, or do I miss Korea so much that the Nightmare Queen is playing tricks on me? But that can't be it, because I cut her head off myself, my proud pope. You look so charming when you do that. Siwoo looked back at her. Jen. Jen wondered. You don't look happy. Was bringing you back useless after all? Siwoo asked. Didn't our contract end when I returned to Earth? She said sadly. I am still the goddess you served, at least show me some affection, some respect. Without me, you couldn't have returned to Earth safely and in one piece, could you? Soa replied, if you hadn't dragged me to that hellish world, I wouldn't have had to struggle like that. Hearing that, Jin just fell silent. After a while, she said, however, if you stay on Earth, you will definitely die. Siwoo panicked. How do you know that? Jen waved her hand, emitting light, and replied, Siwoo, no matter how you perceive me, I am still a god. The system appeared, warning, a god from another dimension is interfering with the principles of the Earth dimension. A powerful principle is being forced into compliance. Due to a time paradox error, your time will stop for 5 minutes. Siwoo watched the scenery around him slowly disappear, feeling extremely confused. Jen, what are you doing? She replied. These 5 minutes are likely because this is the dimension where the main event is taking place. It seems this is the limit of causality, even if I intervene as a god of the dimension. I'll be blunt, Siwoo. Do you want to form another covenant with me? Soa was indignant. You're talking about a slave-like exploitative contract again. Jen calmly explained, no, this time if you don't agree, I won't force you. You have to truly want this covenant. If you form the covenant, you will be able to use divine power like in the other world. But I don't have any followers here, so there will be some conditions. Siwoo cut her off. Wait, isn't that holy power something I can continue to use? Jen smiled, gently touching his nose and saying, no, moving between dimensions isn't that simple. It interferes with causality, so losing power is inevitable. Siwoo frowned, thinking, this woman is really driving me crazy. Siwoo thought to himself, I knew it. Obviously, forming another covenant is a bit much. You've suffered enough in Eden. Seeing Jen deep in thought, Siwoo asked, what are you doing? Jen replied blankly, huh. Siwoo urged her, sign the covenant quickly. Siwoo internally couldn't accept her intention. You want me to start over with holy power on this desolate earth? Huh, Jen still couldn't believe it. The truth was far from what she had imagined. Huh, Siwoo, unwilling to accept, thought he didn't want to be some washed-up protagonist. The system appeared, reporting, San Cassizer, covenant complete. Goddess Jen of the Eden dimension will support the human Kim Siwoo, as this is a covenant for the intervention of another dimension. The Earth dimension and the principle of causality will investigate the legitimate reasons for this. Please wait for the investigation results. No issues detected. In 1 minute the timeline will continue. Jen spoke. Siwoo. It's a pity that I don't have any infrastructure in this world, so I can't stay with you for long. I'm sure you have many things you want to ask, but first, there is something you must do. Holy power is built on faith in another entity. Without faith, that power will fade. Therefore, to maintain the power, you must convert everyone on Earth to believe in me. Simple, right? You were the Pope of the J-Men religion, weren't you? Siwoo sweated uncomfortably. J-Men religion. Jen continued, that's right, we will meet again soon. Don't cry because you miss me, my Pope. Siwoo was anxious, not ready. Wait, Jen. But Jen didn't say another word. She immediately vanished. The timeline continued. A new quest was issued. Establish a church, main type. Description: currently there are no followers of the god you serve in this world. To maintain your power, you must establish and expand a church. There is no limit to the methods. The system will connect with the dimension's main event to automatically calculate the total number of followers. Time limit: 90 days. If you fail the mission within the specified time, everything you possess will be reset. J-Men religion in Korea. You mean you want me to become the leader of some fanatical church? At this moment, suddenly a large set of teeth appeared, lunging forward, startling Siwoo. A dragon was flying toward him like a lightning bolt. He glanced at it coldly, his gaze immediately changing. He glared at it. Sparks of lightning appeared on his hand, and he touched it just as the dragon flew in to attack Siwoo. The dragon shrieked and fled from him. At this moment, the soldiers outside were extremely surprised. He tore that one apart? Siwoo, after destroying the dragon, turned around with a cold gaze and blood on his face. He stood silently watching without saying a word, just grunted once. That made the observers there confused. Siwoo, Holy One, someone asked with a smile, would you like to hear about the goddess Jen? They were dumbfounded, while Siwoo just stood there giving a corporate smile. When the system reports the follower quest completion 110000, I'm done for. Sir, I apologize, I'm required to complete 1 out of 10,000 followers. I'm truly doomed. Siwoo grabbed the creature's wing and tore it off. He acted decisively with an extremely cold gaze, without a moment's hesitation. Siwoo glared with his steel-hard eyes at the creature. Immediately, it was attacked by lightning from all sides, causing it to be restrained and completely defeated. Dong Zik and his team members were bewildered when they saw the scene before them, and they started buzzing with discussion. Did you see that? Boss, that thing is terrified. It fell from the sky because it was frozen with fear. Another soldier looked at the information on the detector and exclaimed, we didn't detect any magical energy on the detector. How can someone returning at a normal level be this strong? Usually, the rank of a returnee is determined by the amount of magical energy the detector picks up from them. But Dong Zik frowned in confusion and said, there is no way a returnee who can take down an Avon like that is only at a normal level. He looked at Sha, who was fighting the W swarm, and continued, just that alone is enough to consider him as strong as a disaster level. His face turned pale and he picked up his radio and announced, following the emergency response guidelines of the Special Investigation Bureau, I request an immediate summons of all personnel. On the other side of the radio, someone replied, is the situation at the gate that bad? He shouted back. It's not just a problem at the gate, we have confirmed the presence of an extremely powerful returnee who isn't detected by the magical detector. Looking at Siwoo in his powerful combat form, not sparing anyone, Dong Zik continued, he is definitely an anomaly, lying outside all our standards. Dong Zik quickly moved forward, still not forgetting to say his last words over the radio. I will talk to him first, send support immediately, it's a pleasure working with you. The person on the other end of the radio was startled and blurted out, hey Dong Zik, what are you planning to do? Siwoo stood still, lost in thought. Is that all there is? This fly swatter is nothing special, he wondered as he turned his head to look back. But where did those people from before go? Just as he turned his head, he caught sight of Dong Zik walking toward him. The guy spoke up, hey. Looking at Dong Zik's extremely serious expression, Siwoo worriedly thought, am I not allowed to catch that thing? Beside that, Dong Zik was confused, thinking, is he the boss? He looks tough to deal with. Suddenly, Dong Zik immediately changed his expression. He smiled gently, clasping his hands together and gently greeting Siwoo. Nice to meet you. He was extremely excited, continuing to speak, let me help you get used to the situation. But right at this moment, for Siwoo, it was an extremely awkward scene. Siwoo's gaze was so bewildered that he could only utter one word. Ha. Scene change at an apartment complex in Daong Province, what? Wanong City. Siwoo stood there vacantly in front of a door. He silently recalled what had just happened in the conversation with Dong Zik. He had asked, and what about my family? Sitting in the room, Dong Zik answered him, we've investigated. Both of your younger brothers are safe. They are living in Daong Province. As for your grandmother, she is traveling in the US. We, the Ability Management Bureau, will support Kim Siwoo in every way possible to help you settle down in CEO. Just trust us. Additionally, we have recovery programs for returnees, though I doubt they'll have any effect on your abilities. If you have any other questions, feel free to contact me at any time of the day. Siwoo smiled helplessly and awkwardly. He thought to himself, that's good, they seem very welcoming. Everything seems fine. I guess my younger brother managed okay. No matter how much the world changes, my grandma is always quite eccentric. He looked down at his 2 hands and calculated. It's been 10 years, the original body should be 27 years old now. Dong Zik leaned in, looking incredibly excited as he continued talking to him. You might be surprised, but it's actually only been 5 years here. You said you lived in Eden for 10 years, right? That's great then. Your age here isn't 32, but 27. Siwoo felt confused and thought, this guy is really strange. I don't know how Earth has changed in the last 5 years, but it seems like people treat returnees well. Siwoo put on a relieved expression, thinking it was great to hear they were all doing fine. Had Jen had a hand in this? He recalled images of his family and thought about how he missed them even while in Eden. He really wanted to see them again because he didn't even have a single photo of them. He stood in front of his house but couldn't help feeling nervous, wondering why he was so tense. This was the most nervous he had been since his return. Siwoo calmly reached out and gently rang his doorbell. He was met with an unusually strange silence. A while later, nothing had changed after he rang the bell. Siwoo felt quite annoyed, so he started pressing the doorbell repeatedly until it blared loudly. Finally, someone inside the house answered. Who is it? Siwoo felt embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, long time no see, it's really me. Right after that, joy was clearly visible on his face. Siwoo continued, how have you been lately? Responding to his words was an annoyed voice, hey, mister. These words made Siwoo's current emotions feel shattered. He stiffened his face. The original younger brother inside yelled out, "We're not religious. Why are you going door-to-door proselytizing like this in the 21st century?" Soa immediately tried to justify, "Wait, I didn't come to..." He wasn't allowed to finish his sentence. The younger brother cut him off and continued, "You should change before you leave. If you don't go, I'm going to call the police, understand?" He sighed in annoyance and continued, "I was sleeping soundly." This statement hit Siwoo like a bolt of lightning. He widened his eyes in surprise with a hint of indignation on his face. Immediately after that, Siwoo's anger reached its peak. He shouted loud enough to echo through the whole neighborhood, "Open the door, you jerk." The younger brother grabbed a baseball bat and rushed to open the door, yelling, "You crazy fanatic." He froze, eyes wide and mouth agape, upon seeing the person standing in front of him. Siwoo looked at him gently and said, "What, are you planning to hit me with that?" The younger brother remained bewildered, stood there stiffly and stammered, "Brother." It wasn't exactly a touching reunion. Siwoo kept speaking, "Go make 3 more bowls, little brother, but don't make it too watery. You know how I like it, right?" The younger brother was still busy cooking for his older brother. He sighed, "Come on." Siwoo ate the ramen with kimchi that his brother had made with gusto. But the food really moved him. Looking at the table full of ramen and pickled radish kimchi, he said, "The first bowl of ramen in 10 years, Korean food. Kimchi, I really missed this addictive taste." The younger brother couldn't believe it. He scratched his head in confusion and said, "Unbelievable." Siwoo calmly replied, "What?" The younger brother said helplessly, "Brother, you're the person I thought was dead, returning after 5 years, and you eat 10 packs of ramen in one go while dressed like a preacher." Soa remained silent, still chewing, glancing at his still confused younger brother. He watched his brother sit down next to him and then said, "Don't use that word with your older brother. Are you jealous because I ate without inviting you? Let's eat together, okay?" The younger brother replied, No, that's not it." He handed a glass of water to his older brother and asked, "So you were in some place called Eden for the last 10 years? Siwoo replied, "It's enough that I returned safely. Why are you so curious?" The younger brother stared at him in silence. He spoke up, "Everything." He remembered the room with Siwoo's computers and said, "What did you do in that other world all this time and how did you come back? That's the most important thing. Why won't you say anything about it?" Siwoo smiled and replied, "In Eden, yeah, your brother." He spoke up to that point, making him remember his fierce and bloody battles from back then. He fell silent, his eyes lowered, and couldn't say another word. Soa took a sip of water, regained his composure, and tried to change the subject. "Forget it, it's nothing." That made the younger brother extremely annoyed. He said, "Listen, just know there are 2 things people hate the most. One is when someone doesn't finish their sentence and the second is..." Siwoo interrupted his younger brother's sentence, saying, "That's not a happy story." A thing? Images of defeating huge demons and holding their hearts in his hands appeared in his head. Most stories like this weren't happy. The world being occupied by demons was horrific. The amount of blood he had to get on his hands to save that world was terrifying. Siwoo rested his chin in his hand, his face full of weariness. He thought, "Damn it. I traded everything to fight for Eden and now I've finally returned to Earth." A quest board suddenly appeared next to him, requesting completion. Followers 11000. Siwoo glanced over at his younger brother, still lost in thought. "So I'll lose all my power if I don't complete this quest? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much I went through to develop my holy power?" The younger brother then spoke up, "Are you going to stop talking? I'm going back to work, I'm up anyway." He moved toward his computer desk and sat down. Siwoo asked curiously, "What is it, little brother?" He replied, "Oh, I work as an editor for Medub. Ever since you disappeared, I've been making money this way. I'm very busy. I'm currently editing for a pretty famous Muber." Siwoo was quite surprised to hear this. He thought, that's actually impressive. This kid has liked editing videos since he was small and now he's successful at this job. After thinking for a moment, he said, "That video looks really vivid." Looking at the game character he was designing, the younger brother said, "You probably haven't seen this yet. These people are popular content now. People call them players." Siwoo asked, "Do they handle gates, monsters, and dungeons too?" He placed his hand on his chin, marveled, and continued, "Yeah, they use system windows and skills." The younger brother replied, "Oh, and you used to read web novels back in the day, so you must grasp this quickly, right?" Siwoo was motionless, his younger brother's voice ringing in his ears. "The number of subscribers keeps increasing. I think I'll always have work to do." His gaze was fixed on the Medub screen. Realizing something wonderful, Siwoo slapped the arm of his younger brother's chair and shouted, "That's it!" The younger brother jumped in surprise and barked, "You scared me." In Soa's head, a bold idea appeared. If he made content on madamada, he could promote the Church of Gen and attract followers. At that very moment, a notification appeared about activating the Church of Gen trait. This made him extremely surprised, and he spun around. Looking at the notification board, he wondered, what's this now? The board displayed Church of Gen Zeit, First Goddess Gen. Origin Dimension Eden Trait None Linked Guild None. Quest Your goal is to attract as many followers as possible. You will receive holy points when you develop the church and complete hidden missions. Holy points can be used in the shop. Shop items will become more diverse as you attract more followers. Currently available, Charity. All followers of the church will receive increased experience thanks to the blessing of the Goddess of Charity. Extremely small chance to awaken non-players. Price 10,000 holy points. Special role not applicable, unlocks at 10,000 followers. This appeared because he had just thought about setting up a Medub channel for the church later. Everything was locked, nothing useful. Suddenly his eyes scanned a line on the system notification. All followers of the church will receive 19% increased experience thanks to the blessing of the Goddess of Charity. Extremely small chance to awaken non-players. He immediately realized, wait, this could be useful. The younger brother shouted from behind to Siwoo, are you planning to start a Medub channel too? However, some things need to be resolved first. Siwoo heard what his brother said and smiled mysteriously. The younger brother on this side was extremely confident in himself. He patted his chest proudly and said, all right then, that's fair. You just returned so you don't know anything. Let me provide for you. I'm making decent money. Siwoo interrupted his younger brother, saying, hey little brother, I appreciate your generosity, but don't say such nonsense. His words made the younger brother widen his eyes with a look of confusion. He continued, you don't even know how I managed to find everyone after being gone for 5 years. A few hours earlier in front of Siwoo's apartment, Dongsik said, we've arrived at your family's residence. Thank you for cooperating with the investigation throughout the night. Siwoo replied, it's nothing, I didn't have anywhere to sleep anyway, thank you for bringing me here. Dongsik smiled and continued, so what are you planning to do here? Siwoo calmly replied, I plan to expand my church. Dongsik asked curiously about his church. He wondered, Korea is a free country and religious freedom is a given. This belief doesn't go against common rules, does it? Siwoo explained, Jen is a benevolent goddess, if people would just listen to me Dongsik interrupted, not letting him finish. Oh, all right, wait, are you the Pope? Eden, suddenly his eyes widened and his face was full of pride as he said, Pope, how amazing. Siwoo thought helplessly, just smile and let it pass. Dongsik continued, just know this, you are now a VIP of the Authority Management Bureau. If you need help, contact us first. The Bureau's team too is always ready to serve. Looking at the clear blue sky, he said, welcome back to Earth. Korea's first anomaly, Kim Siwoo. Returning to reality, the younger brother was extremely panicked. He screamed, you're an anomaly. Soa was just silent, smiling confidently. The younger brother was amazed and kept shouting, you're the guy who ate 10 packs of ramen clean, my older brother, the one who just returned from the dead. Siwoo heard this and shouted, I'll kill you. The younger brother scratched his head and asked, why didn't you say so sooner, you're an anomaly? Siwoo crossed his arms and smiled, I didn't think I could tell you that I'd lose my powers if I didn't get enough followers. The younger brother calmed down somewhat and asked, so you're a pope and you need more followers. You're planning to open a Medub channel to get followers, right? He kept talking, leaving Siwoo stunned. Dressed like that, it won't be easy, and nobody on Earth knows about Jen either. He slowly spoke, listen to me. Thinking about his image and his inherent power, he said, what if I had a power that could awaken normal people? Siwoo continued, a power that turns them into players. If I had that power, powerful nations would fight to invite me. The younger brother immediately replied, what are you saying? There's no way such a power could exist. You would make a fortune. If there was a chance, I'd be the first to sign up. Around Siwoo, a light radiated along with the gentleness of a pope. He said, Jen is the goddess of mercy and charity. The system board appeared in front of him. Available items, charity. All church followers receive 10% increased experience thanks to the blessing of the goddess of charity. Extremely small chance to awaken non-players. Price, 1,000 points. Special role not applicable, unlocks at 10,000 followers. This left the younger brother absolutely stunned. He stammered, players, I could become a player just by believing. Siwoo smiled affectionately and said, not yet, but if I gain more followers, I think I can buy this trait. When that happens, becoming a player will no longer be random but something anyone can achieve. Looking at the system board requirement, followers 110000, he looked at him and continued, why don't we promote based on this? What do you think? A moment later, the system board changed requirement, followers 21000. Siwoo said no one could refuse that. The younger brother clasped his hands together, his face full of excitement and belief. He said, brother, I'm ready. His eyes sparkled as he continued, I am ready with a burning fire of enthusiasm to spread the good news. Siwoo was quite surprised by his younger brother's erratic change. He exclaimed, huh. The younger brother shouted, echoing through the neighborhood, Goddess Jen, I believe in you. The younger brother was extremely interested, eyes sparkling as he looked at his older brother and said, take me with you. Siwoo was a bit confused and said, I remember you said before that you were an atheist. He thought to himself, to become a follower, Jen's little brother is just as I expected. He rested his chin on his hand thinking and said, currently, my plan is to create an online service through Medub. I haven't thought of the specific details yet. The younger brother cut him off, his face full of confidence. He said, Siwoo, I have a plan, don't worry. Siwoo replied, okay. Suddenly, a sound echoed continuously. Beep, 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 surprised Siwoo. He turned his head behind him in confusion. The younger brother slapped his older brother's shoulder and said, it's finally time, you know that, right? You have to take responsibility, Siwoo. Siwoo still didn't understand what was going on. He asked, what is it? Siwoo called out as his younger brother ran away. Little brother, wait, little brother. At that moment, a young girl was waiting outside the door. Looking at the girl, his eyes were stunned. He stammered, Sayan. Sayan widened her eyes in surprise. She also stammered, older brother. He stepped slowly toward her and said, Sion, you've grown up to be so beautiful, you missed me, right? He was extremely worried when he heard her trembling words. I thought you were dead. He knelt down, placed his hands on his younger sister's shoulders and gently comforted her. Sion, I did wrong. I'm sorry for leaving without saying anything, but today is a good day because you're reunited with me, right? Immediately after that, the girl burst into loud crying, making him panic and say, Sion, that's enough. Sayan cried louder and louder, echoing throughout the neighborhood. Soa immediately called out for Mr. Come, little brother, come out and help me. The younger brother ignored him. This is your karma. The next day at a certain school, Sayan hooked her finger with Soa's. She said, Soa, let's eat tteokbokki together today, okay? He replied, okay, I promise. She turned and ran away, not forgetting to turn her head back to look at her brother, waving goodbye and excitedly said, great, I know a really delicious place, so you have to eat with me right away. Then I'll be back right away. Siwoo was also happy. He smiled and waved goodbye to his sister. After a tiring day like the end of a war, the neighbors continuously interrogated his family. Why was Sion crying? And after completing a round of apologizing to the neighbors, peace finally returned. The scene was truly peaceful right now. At a government building, Siwoo spoke up. I've talked to my younger brother, but for an awakened person to operate properly on Medub, they need state authorization. Sitting in the office, a man replied to Siwoo, I understand. If that's the case, we will support you as much as necessary. He put his hand on his chest and continued, sorry for coming to find you late, returnee Kim Siwoo. He was the Minister of Authority Management, Du Seojun. Siwoo picked up a steaming glass of water, contemplating. An important figure, the mediator for the awakened, even though he isn't awakened himself. I didn't expect to meet Du Seojun. Well, that's the power of the protocols, I guess so, because the Gen cult was the first religious cult in Eden, the leaders of every species gathered. Seojun asked, is missionary activity the reason you will be active? Siwoo stammered, yes, yes. Seojun replied, ah, that's right, missionary activity is very good. He continued, ah, you can reveal that you're a returnee on Medub, but please also disclose that you're an anomaly through a press conference organized by the Authority Management Bureau. Siwoo replied, of course. A video of Soa fighting was shown. Seojun asked, have you seen this video? Siwoo looked at the video and said, so this video has already been released. Seojun replied, we've applied a ban but we couldn't block it. Siwoo watched the video. He thought, then it's definitely my younger brother, the one who's good at Medub. Already seen it. Seojun spoke up. He said you might feel unhappy about this, but we'll send some agents around you for a while. I promise you in my name that no one will harm you. He continued, because an anomaly has never appeared in Korea before, our management is still lacking. I hope you understand. Soa, after hearing that, thought, if I think about it, it makes sense. He smiled to himself. Anyway, it's fine, no problem. Back home, Siwoo was talking to his grandmother on his mobile phone. On the other end, his grandmother scolded, you brat, you returned and didn't call me right away. Siwoo rushed, sorry, I'm sorry. Yes. On the other end, his grandmother continued, it's fine, as long as you're home safe, I'll end my trip. So take care of Sion and Inwook. Siwoo replied, yes, Grandma, have a safe trip home. After that conversation, his grandmother hung up first. Siwoo remained silent for a while. He then spoke to his younger brother. Grandma said it as if she clearly knew I would return. The younger brother turned his head to answer him. Grandma said that sometimes she dreamed of you. According to his younger brother, in her dreams, she saw herself sometimes walking steadily on an endless horizon, sometimes fighting winged monsters. Was that why she was sure he would survive and return? Siwoo sat contemplating, looking at his phone screen and muttered, "That is truly interesting." His younger brother focused on his computer screen. He shouted from the back, "I thought you were dead. The feeling that you returned and are also an anomaly. It's hard to believe." Hearing that, Soa was silent and contemplative for a moment. He recalled a few memories from the old days. The three siblings had a good relationship, especially during his senior year. After their parents passed away in a car accident, if their grandmother hadn't raised them so brightly, surely all three would have faced many difficulties. Sitting with his arms crossed, he pondered again. His younger brother had waited for a long time and finally given up. Thinking he was dead, suddenly his younger brother spoke up. "Oh, that's right, brother," he said with a very smug look. "We held your funeral as a burial in the woods. There's a tree with your name on it. We were going to hold the funeral for 5 or 10 years, but in the end, we decided. Sion made it look really beautiful." Siwoo replied helplessly, "We should go get the money back right away." He glanced at his younger brother, thinking that the kid was definitely not serious. His younger brother was still focused on his computer screen. Siwoo spoke up, "Anyway, tell me about what I asked for." His younger brother turned around, spoke, and said, "All right, I have a plan." He said, "Look at this first." On the computer screen, a Player K account with 5,000 subscribers was displayed. This channel was about lessons for beginners in dungeon strategies. In the video, Miso, the channel owner of Player K, said, monsters appear most in dungeons, gate waves. Today I will talk about the weaknesses of." The younger brother explained, "A suit and a sword. The reason is that he has a lot of subscribers." Siwoo stepped closer to the screen and rubbed his chin, saying, "Because he's handsome." His younger brother replied, "You think so too, right? And he has a good personality, never had any controversies, and is a truly wonderful person. He even pays me regularly." The younger brother switched to another channel and continued, "Currently we only have one channel being set up. Creating an account usually takes more than 2 weeks, very impressive." On the computer screen, channel information was displayed. "I believe in Gen. You believe in Gen? Official channel of the Church of Gen on Medub. Official channel of the Church of Gen on Medub. We believe in the goddess Gen." He turned to look at his older brother and continued, "As you know, the easiest way for new channels to attract attention is with the help of big corporations." The younger brother continued, "And there are contents you can participate in right now in the program he is doing, which is Military Academy for Beginners. Playlist Military Academy for Beginners. In that channel there were many different videos. Rookie, why does your aisle open like that? Rookie, Military Academy by Fast Growth for Rookies. Rookie faces Rookie T, how to determine megabiddy. Rookie, Military Academy by Fast Growth for Rookies, a veteran who likes saving and a wealthy young rookie. Rookie, Military Academy by Fast Growth for Rookies, spend 1 a psychologist's perspective. Rookie, Military Academy by Fast Growth for Rookies. The food is very delicious and the rookie is also very appetizing. Rookie, Military Academy by Fast Growth for Rookies, they are very good at attracting attention. The appearance of the NFP Rookie, Military Academy by Fast Growth for Rookies. The younger brother said again, individual streams don't change much, so it'll be easier to understand. Miso creates content teaching beginners. Siwoo contemplated many views. Looking at the computer screen showing the video, his younger brother said again, there's an opportunity because one of them got hurt when hunting monsters. When I mentioned you, he said to come for an interview. Siwoo stood akimbo, smiling at his younger brother and saying, younger brother, from what you see, am I a beginner? From what I see, he's the beginner. A thought crossed his mind. The younger brother shouted, that's it. Siwoo, the main character, is hiding his power. Subtitle, this beginner is actually a powerful anomaly. Plan, Kim Young-young. Director, Kim Young-young. Script, Kim Young-young. The younger brother was extremely excited and leaned over saying, we can participate with this concept. The main character is hiding his power. What do you think? Siwoo, my perfect channel plan. We can participate with this concept. He finished speaking, sat down, clicked continuously on the keyboard and rambled on. I haven't told Miso the details yet, but if I do it like that, I think he'll think in a positive direction. Let's just do the interview. Miso likes concepts like this. Siwoo was stunned. He stood silently looking at his younger brother, watching the enthusiasm of his younger brother clearly visible. Siwoo thought to himself, have I awakened a capitalist monster? Scene change, the two brothers moved to a scheduled location. The younger brother said, the filming location is far away, we're almost there, we'll arrive in 30 minutes. Manga Mountain. Gusts of wind blew past the two brothers in the quiet mountain and forest space. Siwoo glanced around and said, this is the ideal atmosphere for smoking. Younger brother, are you sure this is the place? The younger brother had just called someone on his phone and answered, "That's right, this place, but the atmosphere is a bit strange." The younger brother's phone screen displayed that he was calling Gino, but couldn't make contact. He looked anxiously at his phone and said, "His phone is still off." Soa thought to himself, the signal isn't good, is there still a place like this in Korea? He lowered his eyes full of caution. Looking into the gloomy space around him, he thought something was not right. He spoke to his younger brother, "Let's go back, let's temporarily stop the project of the main character hiding his power." The younger brother startled and turned back, saying, No, wait." The younger brother tried to explain, "Surely he has been filming for a long time and so he can't hear the phone. Let's go up and find him first." Siwoo closed his eyes and sensed in his heart, he thought, "Oh." From the non-stop battles in Eden and the highly developed senses due to receiving Jen's blessing. This is the amount of demonic force that only monsters and demons can emit. He spoke up, "This Gino guy, is he really a good person? Is there any bad rumor about him, including things like him sacrificing people or worshipping a demon?" The younger brother immediately denied and said, "Not at all, impossible, that's ridiculous. He is a famous medUber." Siwoo cut him off, speaking seriously. "If you were just an ordinary returnee, we would have been dead a long time ago, do you understand?" Minsu's face turned pale with worry and he stammered, "No way, Minsu is a good person." Siwoo pointed a finger straight at his younger brother and blurted out, "Good person? Don't talk nonsense. You're too gullible. If you keep this up, you'll be stabbed in the back sooner or later, got it?" Minsu replied. "Why are you so angry? You sound like the victim of a contract scam." Siwoo was hit right where it hurt, thinking of Jen, and said, "Hey, there's no way that ever happened." Minsu continued, 3 years ago when Grandma was in the hospital, Minsu came and paid the entire medical bill without saying a word. I didn't have any money back then because I had just paid the rent." Hearing that, Siwoo responded, "Well, then he really is a very good person. Why didn't you say that from the beginning?" He fell into deep thought, doubting that someone would easily help others during financial trouble. If it was 3 years ago, that must have been when I wasn't here. Maybe he really is a good person. Siwoo stepped forward and told his brother, "All right, first of all, you need to head home by taxi right now. This place is too dangerous." Minsu asked in confusion, "What about you?" He brushed off his shoulders and replied, "Since your plan didn't work, I need to find another way." Immediately, the Pope's attire appeared and equipped itself onto Siwoo. He turned to look at Minsu with a majestic aura and said, "Since streaming isn't working, I'll have to try the offline approach." Witnessing this, Minsu was incredibly surprised, his jaw hitting the floor as he blurted out, "Bro, are you some kind of magical girl?" Siwoo replied, "I've already finished my military service. Do I look like a girl to you?" Kicked into the taxi by his brother, Minsu still regretfully said, "Next time, please let me record you transforming." Siwoo helplessly said, "It's dangerous here, go home quickly." Minsu didn't give up on his request and added, "I need it for the intro on our MeTube channel, promise me." Watching the car carrying his brother drive away, Siwoo thought to himself, "Minsu wasn't like this before, what happened? He must have suffered too much from a young age, it's all my fault." He slowly took each step into the gloomy forest. The system immediately sent a notification. "You have entered the Abyss area. A related quest has been created, Salvation. Subtype Abyss Cave. Description: you have accidentally entered a land filled with demonic energy. Given your holy duty, you must cleanse this land of its impurity and reclaim it from the evil forces. Reward: 50 divine points. Note, this is an optional quest, you can skip it if you wish." Heavy demonic energy blanketed the area. Standing before it, Siwoo thought, "Looking at it, this place seems like a normal mountain, but with this kind of demonic energy, it's definitely an abyss dungeon inside." He calmly walked deep into the gloomy forest, thinking to himself, "It's so quiet." The dark demonic energy grew thicker and thicker, blanketing the mountain and the forest where he stood. Suddenly, Siwoo realized something, his eyes scanning around as he spoke. "The weather is also quite nice." Suddenly, he spotted a group of people standing there. Siwoo asked, "What are you guys doing here?" The group walked out toward him. Someone spoke up, "Sorry, we didn't mean to startle you. We're just filming a video for our MedTube channel." Samyoung spoke up, "But may I ask why you're here? Staying near a dangerous dungeon like this isn't a good idea." Siwoo replied, "I came to meet Mr. Gumans." He crossed his arms and continued, "My younger brother must have contacted you. Did you receive anything?" Seyoung answered, "Oh, are you the returnee? I heard about him from Minsu. If you had called us beforehand, we would have picked you up at the gate." Siwoo responded, "My phone doesn't work." Seyoung looked at his own phone, saying, "Again, I can't believe there's a place in Korea without a signal." In the bleak forest landscape, she continued, "Anyway, it's very lucky to meet you here. We'll lead you to Minsu." A while later, while moving together, Seyoung turned to talk to Siwoo. "We've planned a big event. Since Mr. Gino's channel and his have quite a lot of viewers, I'm helping out a bit with Minsu." He looked at the outfit Siwoo was wearing and asked, Is your priest outfit part of your style? Siwoo helplessly answered, not exactly. He kept rambling, it's unique and memorable, great tactics. Siwoo seemed a bit annoyed, thinking this guy talked way too much, while Sejong was still excited. This is my first time meeting a returnee, how interesting. Suddenly, Siwoo turned his head to look at the people behind him and asked, but looking at those three behind us, they've been silent this whole time. He asked, the three people behind us have been quiet, haven't they? The guy still casually replied, oh them. Sejong's gaze looked very vacant as he continued, I don't get what you mean, they've been talking this whole time. Siwoo heard something wrong, and his brow furrowed in suspicion. Siwoo gently grabbed his own hand and asked, by the way, what's your name? The young man replied, me, I'm Su X Mayung. He heard that and said, all right, Mayung, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Right on Siwoo's hands, a pair of black gloves appeared. He spoke to Mayung, hey, you are a very lucky person. Some people have a natural resistance to demonic energy even if they haven't awakened yet. He gently walked over and patted Mayung's shoulder. Remember to thank your parents for that? The guy asked, incredibly confused. The index finger of Siwoo's hand created a current of electricity. He continued speaking to Mayung even though the guy's face was completely bewildered. If you survive today, give your parents a hug, all right? Mayung was still wondering, what are you talking about? Before he could finish, the current of electricity from Siwoo's hand rapidly fired backward, cutting through the three people behind them. Mayung's gaze was full of horror as he glanced behind him. Those three men had their heads severed, and black gas was pouring out in a terrifying manner. He screamed in terror when he saw the horrifying scene behind his back. The bodies slowly fell to the ground and Mayung backed away to dodge, blurting out, what the hell? Siwoo was still calm. Just entered and already run into something like this. He stepped forward and kicked the hands of the corpses with black gas continuously flying out. He said, the rest of them must be deeper inside, so this place should be safe. Rest here. Mayung, holding the camera, his voice shaking and his face incredibly pale, said, who are you and why are you here? I have no idea what's going on. Siwoo smiled slightly and said, me. He raised his hand to his chest, putting on an incredibly sincere face and radiating a brilliant halo. He continued, I just came here to spread the words of our goddess. Witnessing the incident just now and hearing that statement from Siwoo made Mayung stiffen. His eyes widened in shock, unable to say another word. A dungeon gate opened right in the middle of the forest. The system popped up a notification. You have entered the dungeon. Inside the dungeon was a long hallway. The system popped up a notification. Current dungeon, Dark Mage's laboratory is in the process of transforming into an abyss. Notifications continuously popped up before Siwoo. The dungeon name had been changed to Bridgehead of Pride. If you do not eliminate the dungeon boss, the entire area within a 5 km radius will be overrun by the abyss. Time remaining, 2:07. He scanned around, thinking, abyss transformation, the demonic energy here has become even stronger. Siwoo imagined the labyrinth in his head, thinking, I can also feel the spiritual power of the players. There must still be some players trying to fight the demonic energy here. Soa took a step inside, thinking to himself, it's right around here. Accidentally, he saw a few people sitting with their heads hung low, making him stop. Looking at those people sitting there, he thought they seemed to be alive, but they didn't have faces. This clarified the identity of the creatures he had eliminated before entering the dungeon. That was a mimic, a strange type of monster that knocks victims unconscious before transforming and posing as them. Mimics knock people unconscious instead of killing them because they can't transform into dead people. Because mimics are low-level monsters, they don't have vocal cords and can't speak, so they can't exist independently. That means the boss must definitely be a Pride Warrior impersonator. The system displayed a notification. You have confirmed the keyword impersonator. The insects of this abyss dungeon were revealed to be an impersonator. Siwoo looked at the notification board and said, as expected. Monsters like mimics can turn into other people. They are a nightmare to deal with. Even if you know beforehand if they turn into your teammates, it would truly be a living hell. Suddenly, a scream rang out from somewhere, making Siwoo jump. He turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, thinking, a survivor or a doppelganger. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Thinking that, Siwoo ran straight toward the source of the sound. A light flashed in front of him. Siwoo thought, there's light over there, are the monsters gathering around the plaza. He quickly lunged forward, the floodlights all around shining into his face. Behind a camera in the distance, someone called out, cut. The director walked out, pointing a finger straight at Siwoo, scolding, you can't just jump out like that. Everyone around them was buzzing, what the hell, it was filming fine. Siwoo was a bit bewildered, blurting out, "Huh," thinking in his head, there are survivors but there are so many of them. Everyone around started buzzing. Damn it, it's ruined, we have to film from the beginning. The director walked straight towards Siwoo and asked, "Did our people let you in? We rented this dungeon to film, you can't just barge in like that." Siwoo sighed, then rested his hands on his hips and answered, "I heard a scream, so I reacted instinctively. I'm sorry." He gently tilted his head and continued, "They let me in when I said I was coming to meet Jinso. I'm here to meet him." He looked at the director and continued, "That's right, I planned this, I want to talk to him directly." The director seemed a bit surprised. He said, "That returnee, are you the returnee? I wondered why your clothes were so strange." Siwoo suppressed his anger, his voice trembling, "That's me." The director happily replied, "You should have said so sooner." Then he turned to the assistant. "Hey, is the radio broken or something?" He pulled his assistant over and said, "Take him to Minso, he is Minsu's brother." The assistant also happily replied, "Oh really? Nice to meet you, you wouldn't mind if I spoke casually, would you? This way." Siwoo responded, "Thanks." Walking, he scanned around, the sound of everyone talking to each other. "Right, that's it," he thought to himself. Luckily, there are still a few people not yet infiltrated by demonic energy. Looking to the other side, there were two people talking to each other. "Yeah, that's right, do you want to go home right away?" Siwoo thought again. But what he realized, his eyes narrowed, there were whispers. "Even me, I want to go home." The image of a gnarled hand with sharp claws was pulling threads from its hand, controlling the people below in a collective hallucination created by the impersonator. It seems like the play with the impersonator as the main character is unfolding. Even the players who haven't been infiltrated by demonic energy are being affected by it. If the impersonator is using collective hallucination, that means it has become much stronger. Perhaps that's the reason why demonic energy is leaking outside the dungeon. The assistant leading him suddenly spoke up, making him jump. "Don't worry, since we're in the dungeon, this place is completely under our control." Siwoo asked, "Under your control?" The guy replied, "We captured the dungeon boss." Siwoo was incredibly shocked, asking back, "You captured the dungeon boss? What the hell is that?" The assistant smiled happily and said, We usually film in the dungeon like this." Recalling the image of many people surrounding the monster and binding it, he continued, "The dungeon will disappear if we kill the boss, but we can't let it go free because it would be very dangerous. So we weaken the boss and tie it up. At that time, the other monsters in the dungeon also weaken, making it very easy to film." Siwoo was incredibly surprised, saying, "So you push the dungeon boss to the brink of death and keep it alive?" The assistant answered, "Right, effective, isn't it?" Siwoo thought to himself, "Perhaps Satan should learn how humans do things. They film in the dungeon like this? This time they were just unlucky to meet the impersonator right away. Perhaps this is karma, Minsu. This guy named Gino doesn't understand what safety is at all. This won't end well." The assistant led him to a gate and said to Siwoo, "We've arrived. This is the room containing the boss. Minsu is also in there. See you later. I hope we can film together." Siwoo replied, "Yeah, see you later. Thanks for leading me here." He silently watched the assistant walk away. Inside the room, everyone was meeting. Minsu said, "Should we edit this part a bit differently?" At this moment, Siwoo knocked gently at the door. He whispered, "Excuse me." Minsu was still focusing on his work. "Yeah, from the beginning, it must be on that side, great." Suddenly, he realized something, and he turned his head behind him. Seeing Siwoo, he spoke up, "I didn't recognize you, why are you here?" Siwoo replied, "Minsu told me about this place, I'm his older brother." Kim Siwoo Minsu, a MUber player. He smiled brightly, happily saying, "Ah, Mr. Siwoo, I've heard about you. I wondered when you would come. You're more handsome than what he described." Looking at Minsu's sparkling aura, Siwoo was a bit hesitant. He thought, is that an NFP aura? He's both handsome and has a nice voice. Minsu reached out to guide him and said, "You must have had a hard time getting here. Sit down here." Siwoo replied, "Thanks." Minsu turned to his crew and said, "Hey everyone, can you edit this part as I requested? I'll talk to him for a while." "Thanks." Everyone replied, "Sure." Siwoo observed him and thought, so he's a muber. Both talked to each other. Minsu laughed and said, "Goodness, I should have had something better to offer you since you've come such a long way, but I only have instant coffee." Siwoo answered, "I like instant coffee." Minsu continued, "That's good then, was the trip here all right?" Siwoo replied, "I had a staff member lead me here, I saw quite a lot of people." The sound of the filming crew outside rang out, "Get out!" Minsu turned back and said, "Authenticity is very important in this project, so we invited all the editors who could help." Siwoo continued, "Ah, so those people are players?" Minsu winked and smiled, "That's right, they are awakened but don't have enough skills to be hunters. Anyway, not every player is the same, but I pay them very handsomely." Siwoo picked up the glass and drank, thinking to himself, Minsu also wants to become a player, I wonder if it's because of him. Minsu asked curiously, by the way, I heard Minsu would also come. Is he outside the dungeon? Siwoo answered coldly. He wasn't feeling well today, so I came here alone. Hearing that, Minsu said, is he always that weak? I'll send him something to nourish him. Back then, he used to get sick often while editing videos for me. Hearing those words made Siwoo smile with relief. The most effective way to start a conversation with someone you don't know well is to talk about what both of you know. It's clear this guy is very good at communication. Minsu smiled sincerely and said, I'm not saying this just because you're Minsu's brother, but Minsu really is a very good person. Siwoo thought. I don't know if he was always like that or only changed after becoming an influencer. He smiled lightly and said, what an interesting guy. Minsu was immediately startled by that statement. He immediately said, sorry. Siwoo smiled and explained, I was talking about Minsu, the kid is always weak. Minsu also excitedly responded, I think so too. Since you're very handsome and a player, can I ask you something? Siwoo replied calmly, sure, go ahead, I'm a person who worries a lot, is it really safe to film here? This statement made Minsu very happy. He led Soa in front of a large curtain pointed inside and said, I understand this is your first time in a dungeon, right? Why don't you take a look at this? Soa answered, all right. Both lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Siwoo's gaze stopped and his eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. Before both of them was the dungeon boss, the impersonator, being tied up with chains. Minsu spoke up, as you can see, I always prioritize safety above all else. With a serious face, he continued, there are quite a lot of dangers on Meetup, but we always ensure safety before filming anything. Both stood right by the curtain, casting their shadows on the floor in the room. Siwoo asked, I heard someone had to leave the project for some reason. Minsu replied, they weren't hurt during filming, they were already sick and their condition was just heavy. His gaze was full of affection as he continued, if you're worried about safety, you can just observe a little before deciding to join the filming. You just returned recently, so I completely understand. Siwoo scanned him with some suspicion, and right after that, he drank the water heavily and said, all right. Minsu waved his hand, I didn't mean to force you to join. Soa reached out toward Munsa, smiling as he said, all right, let's do this, let's shake hands because we're colleagues now, aren't we? Minsu stepped forward to shake his hand, smiling as he answered, all right, welcome to the team, Mr. Siwoo. When their two hands touched, suddenly a powerful current of electricity appeared. Witnessing that strange scene, Minsu asked in surprise, what is this? Like that electrical current, it immediately repelled the Minsu impersonator. It screamed in pain. Siwoo wore a triumphant expression and smiled. The system displayed a notification that the Holy Fire passive skill information had been synchronized, along with an incredibly satisfied look. Siwoo provoked the impersonator, who was not happy at all. If you are the ones deceiving us, a play should have a bit of a twist. The grip strength of Siwoo was so strong that it deformed the impersonator's hand. He used his power, causing it to scream in agony. Siwoo said excitedly, don't you think so? He let go, causing it to collapse to the ground. He stepped closer to the impersonator, whispering softly in its ear, so. Soa used his power to push the impersonator down. He continued, how do you find my acting ability? When I realized the dungeon boss was an impersonator, Minsu's eyes filled with tears. I thought this would be the final resting place for the whole team. Minsu was being tightly gripped by the impersonator's large hand, making him incredibly painful. The impersonator had taken Munsa's form. In his heart, he thought, when that monster neutralized me and took my form, everything was determined from the start. It swapped itself with Minsu and locked him up in the impersonator's form. Immediately after, Minsu's filming crew captured him in the impersonator's form. They happily cheered, we've caught the boss. Minsu's consciousness at this moment tried to speak up, I'm not the impersonator, guys, please. But no one heard him. He helplessly watched the fake Minsu out there, his consciousness crying out continuously, I can't do anything. The fake Minsu out there looked at the real Minsu in the impersonator's form. It said, well done, everyone, you all completed the mission perfectly. It stepped out of the area where it locked Minsu up with a triumphant expression. It had taken Munsa's form and one by one, taken the forms of everyone in the crew. The impersonator used its consciousness to exchange with the locked-up Munsa. It said, how does it feel when the people you trusted look at you like a monster? Watching everyone in his crew being taken over one by the impersonator, Minsu's consciousness kept screaming, why don't you kill me? End this suffering. Please don't do that. Minsu, locked up in the impersonator's form, kept crying and screaming in despair. "No, don't let them die, please, I'm sorry." He knelt down helplessly saying, "Someone please help me, please save them." Returning to the present, the fake Minsu was being dealt with by Siwoo in agony. Soa's appearance looked majestic in front of the real Munsa. He looked forward with the impersonator's eyes, screaming for help. Right after that statement, Soa immediately turned his face to look at him. Minsu looked at the image of the impersonator struggling on the floor, thinking to himself, "Is this a dream?" Seeing Siwoo approaching him, Minsu spoke up in his consciousness. "This fire is so warm, this dream feels like a mother's embrace." Siwoo stepped forward surrounded by what seemed like a radiant aura. He spoke up, "Hey there, who Minso?" Minso replied, "Can you see me?" Siwoo said, "That's right." Minso asked in confusion, "How? Even my own team couldn't recognize me." Siwoo looked at him with gentle eyes. He said, "I have very good eyes." He stood opposite Minso and continued, "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Young Young's older brother." Minso's consciousness inside the imitator replied, "Young Young, I'm very fond of him." Siwoo listened silently as he continued, "He's really hardworking, already doing everything at such a young age to support his younger sister and grandmother. I heard his older brother went missing 5 years ago." Siwoo's eyes darted around with a hint of anxiety, and he fell silent for a moment. Then he looked down at the imitator gasping for breath on the ground and continued, "I'll give you a choice, Minso. You're the one who suffered the most in this dungeon." Siwoo grabbed the fake Minso by the collar and hauled him up. He said, "There are 2 options for you." The real Minso's consciousness inside the imitator's body replied seriously, "That's right, I realized that as soon as that monster took my identity. Please, just kill me." Hearing that, Siwoo was extremely surprised. Minso said painfully, "I'd rather die by a human hand than this." Siwoo immediately denied it. "No, no, no." He looked at Minso and continued, "You're getting ahead of yourself, you have to let me finish." He put on a very handsome and confident expression, saying, "Now, the first option is to crush his head, or the second option is to burn him with this holy flame. I recommend you choose the second one, it's much more painful." Minso, trapped in the imitator's body, remained silent and contemplated for a long time. After thinking it through, he boldly exclaimed, "Make him feel pain, make him suffer until his very last breath." Siwoo winked in agreement and said, "Of course, nothing beats burning these monsters. I'm going to grill him until he's well done." The holy flame erupted, burning the imitator who was in disguise. It shrieked in madness and intense agony. The shackles around the real Minso's body were disappearing. He looked at them and whispered, "The shackles are gone." Minso watched the chains and said, "The things that have bound me all this time are melting away." The system displayed a notification, "You have received salvation thanks to the holy flame. You have received salvation thanks to the holy flame. You have completed the hidden goal, redemption. A deity from another world has answered your prayer." Jen appeared majestically in front of Minso right at that moment. She gazed at Minso with gentle affection. She softly placed her hand on his face and said, "Do not blame yourself, this is not your fault." This left Minso quite surprised. Minso's gaze gradually relaxed. He thought to himself, "I never believed in miracles." He closed his eyes to let himself feel everything around him and thought, "But besides a miracle, what else could I call this?" System notifications appeared one after another. "You have cleared the Abyss dungeon. This dungeon will self-destruct in 1 hour. You have received 50 holy points for clearing this dungeon. You have completed the redemption quest. You have received 100 holy points." Soa crossed his arms and looked at the notifications above. He thought to himself, "I don't feel happy about this. Would things have been different if I had arrived sooner?" He turned his head to look behind him, thinking that perhaps things could have been worse. It didn't seem like anyone was seriously injured and they would wake up soon. Minso lay below, whispering, "Goddess." Siwoo glanced toward the light and spoke, "That's it." He looked at the magnificent Jen and said, "The last time we parted, you seemed panicked, so I thought I wouldn't see you for years or longer. I didn't expect to see you so soon." Jen clasped her hands together and gently replied, "That is because you have been working hard. I told you I would see you again soon." Siwoo replied, "I didn't expect soon to be 3 days." Siwoo sighed and responded, "All right then, how long are you staying this time?" Jen answered him, "Only about 5 days. It can only be so because this place is quite strange. There is a spatial gap here. I sensed your presence through that gap, so I came immediately." Siwoo sat down, deep in thought, and asked curiously, "The spatial gap here is strange. Is it all related to this being an abyss dungeon? I need to investigate that further." Jen looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, "You act like you don't like seeing me, but you actually do, right? You're always like this, Siwoo." He immediately countered, "Don't talk nonsense, you don't like healing others directly. How did you heal Minso when you rarely appear before people? He fainted because he was directly affected by your holy power. Jen glanced over at Minso and said, I think he is a good person. She walked over to sit beside Minso and continued, someone who blames themselves for getting their teammates hurt cannot be a bad person. Moreover, he will be the one helping you stabilize in this new world, right? I saw you working very hard to look for those who support me in a strange land, so I must help those who supported you. She continued the conversation. Siwoo, how do you feel about your homeland after all this time? Siwoo replied, everything about this place is strange. Jen reached out, taking his arm, and said, I didn't have time to tell you something important because time was limited, but do you remember when? She recalled the moment. When Soa first returned to Earth, she said, should we form a contract on Earth? Right at that moment, a system warning appeared. Warning, a deity from another world has interfered with the causality of Earth. Jen spoke up. Causality, the thing that governs all dimensions, also applies to all deities. The system notified again, a powerful stream of energy forces everything to conform to the natural flow of the world. Jen continued, due to causality, I, a person from another world, cannot influence anything on Earth. Siwoo heard this and sat up straight, asking curiously, you can't influence anything on Earth. He looked at Jen and asked, then what about me using my powers on Earth? Furthermore, you just healed Minso with your power. Jen replied, that's right, that's why you have to be careful, Siwoo. An image of a large scale appeared. Jen continued, causality is like a balanced scale. Earth has permitted the contract between you and me, that means there will certainly be something heavy on the other side of the scale. Siwoo was still confused and asked, and the heavy thing on the other side is? Jen looked at him smiling, but she didn't respond. He continued, you can't say it. This left Siwoo silent. He couldn't say anything further. There is something I don't know that transcends the rules of causality. Siwoo scratched his head, sighed, and continued, I can't even get a moment's rest. I guess monsters starting to appear on Earth is a strange thing. Oh well. Jen seemed sad and asked, aren't you angry? Soa turned to look at her and said, why would I be angry at you? Seeing Jen's puzzled expression, he explained, it's not your fault that Earth became like this. I have no reason to be angry. I'm not that kind of person. Hearing Siwoo say that, Jen also smiled happily. Siwoo was startled and asked shyly, what are you laughing at? Jen turned away and said, nothing. Siwoo asked, are you planning to leave? He sat with a gloomy face, thinking that perhaps he had grown attached to her over the last 10 years, and he didn't want her to leave. Siwoo watched Jen's back and spoke up, next time let's take a photo. Who knows, just by seeing your picture, followers might find us automatically. Jen turned to look back and replied, I will take that as a compliment. Thank you, Siwoo. I want to meet you in a brighter place next time. You know what to do, right? Siwoo was surprised and exclaimed, wait, what do I have to do? Jen clasped her hands and prepared to leave. She didn't forget to say her final words to Siwoo, you need to build a temple for me so that I can manifest more easily and also to attract more followers. See you again, Siwoo. A moment later, Minso startled and sat up. Siwoo looked at him and said, you're awake, how do you feel? Minso turned to look at Siwoo and exclaimed, what about the goddess? Siwoo replied, she just left. Hearing that, Minso blushed slightly. He silently looked at his hands. He asked Siwoo, do you think I can meet her again? Siwoo smiled and replied, about that, do you want to know more and hear about the wonderful things from our goddess? On a beautiful morning, traffic moved busily on the streets. As for Siwoo, a notification suddenly appeared from the system. He spoke and the system issued a request. Complete the quest, number of followers, 410000. Siwoo pondered for a while, then thought to himself, the incident with the imitator that happened at the Magam Mountain dungeon in Gudu 2 days ago ended without any casualties. Only 12 people were injured. None of them had physical injuries, but all suffered mental trauma due to the effects of the imitators and the monsters because they had been brainwashed. Gu Min-so, who was healed by Jen after becoming a victim of the imitator, was admitted to the Go-Zu area hospital. I'm currently on my way to visit him with Young Young. Then, Young Young suddenly spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. He said, it's fortunate Minso wasn't seriously injured, he'll be discharged in a few days. I wonder what would have happened if the imitator had succeeded. Hearing Young Young ask that, Siwoo replied, well, if I had arrived 1 day later, there wouldn't just be a few injured people. Upon receiving the answer from Siwoo, he was startled. Huh, then Siwoo continued, they would all have disappeared or died. It seems like demon gates aren't common here yet. Young Young asked back, demon gates? He replied, that's a type of dungeon that summons demons ranked higher than an abyss gate. There's a reason why the imitators are called the Pride Vanguard. When he was in Eden, an imitator sacrificed an entire village to summon a giant demon gate. The Pride Legion invaded Eden through that demon gate. The imitator that appeared in Korea perhaps also intended to use the people in the dungeon as sacrifices to summon a high-level demon. It was fortunate that we stopped it before that could happen. Then Soa thought to himself, but there's one thing that bothers me. Why did a demon gate appear before me? Is it just a coincidence, or is it related to the causality that Jen mentioned? It's hard to believe something like this would happen so suddenly. I need to gather enough followers quickly. The plan to hide the main character's power and Young's plan were also ruined by the incident with the imitator. Furthermore, I also need a debut that carries a powerful impact. Afterward, Young said, by the way, how did you convince Minso and the others? Before he could react, he asked back, convince them of what? He replied, Minso is a complete atheist, you know, but look at this. Then Young showed Siwoo. It stated, Minso, Young, the Pope is the proof that the goddess loves this world. Let's work together to serve her well, okay? He continued, did you tie Minso up and brainwash him or psychologically manipulate him? You did that because he's a meduber with 5.4 million subscribers, right? That's a crime. Seeing Young suspect him like that, Siwoo was extremely panicked. He countered, what do you think I am? Then Young replied with a strange look. He answered, a cult leader. Hearing that, Siwoo was extremely angry. No, I don't think Minso would believe in my faith in such a short time. Hearing that, Young asked in a mocking tone, my god, did he believe you? After that, Siwoo flicked him hard on the head, causing him to moan in pain. He replied angrily, Young, Jen may be a goddess of mercy, but I'm not very good at that. And Young cried out in pain. Siwoo looked at him with a calm gaze, thinking to himself, even so, I understand the expression Minso had when he first woke up. Anyone who meets Jen for the first time will be that shocked. I was like that once too. She is so beautiful that just looking at her leaves people overwhelmed, and she radiates a sacred energy, making it clear that she is a goddess. Not to mention Minso was directly healed by Jen. This made him experience her power firsthand. How many people can deny her existence after experiencing such a sacred miracle? Not long after that, Young happily shouted, Minso is easy to convince, but thinking that the goddess is both beautiful and merciful is great. It would be wonderful if she appeared on our Medub channel. Hearing that, Siwoo asked back, let's say you think she's beautiful, but how are you sure she's merciful? I told you Jen kidnapped me. He smiled and replied to Siwoo, but she still took responsibility for you until the end. I also want to meet her one day. While they were chatting, suddenly a notification appeared on his computer. Young said, Minso just posted a new video, what is the content? Looking at the lines of text appearing on the screen, I'm sorry, player K, 150,000 views right now. Young was extremely panicked and asked himself, what is this? In the video, there was an image of Minso wearing a hospital gown and saying, hello, I am player K. I am here to talk about what happened 2 days ago. I want to thank the person who saved me and the film crew, the people who almost lost their lives before we started filming. Hearing what he said, the two brothers Young and Siwoo couldn't stop gasping in amazement. Scene changed to the university hospital. Young, in an extremely rushed state, opened the door to Minso's hospital room with a very strong force. Young called out to Minso, running toward him. He smiled brightly and asked about Young. Young, how is your body? He replied, Minso, I'm fine. Despite the two of them in the hospital room chatting happily, Siwoo stood outside, contemplating the scene before his eyes and thought to himself, he was also injured but still cares about others, such a precious personality. And even in a hospital gown, he is still handsome. Then suddenly Minso spoke up, startling him for a moment. I don't know what to do now that you have come here in person, Pope. Siwoo asked back in confusion, hey, where did you learn that term? He replied, I looked it up on the internet. As for Young, he knew what to do and said, I'll leave right now. After that, Siwoo suggested, just feel free to call me Siwoo. If you're not comfortable calling me brother Siwoo is also fine. Hearing that, Minso immediately opposed, Pope, how could I? Please don't stop me from at least calling you Pope. In the end, he helplessly said, up to you. Not long after that, the two of them sat down and chatted. Siwoo asked, but why did you suddenly post that video? He replied, oh, that video. Siwoo also confirmed, that's right, the video titled I'm Sorry reached over 1 million views. Siwoo recalled the content of that video. That 2-minute video was all stories about me and Jen. Although he didn't mention his name, he called him his savior and said that the goddess he serves personally healed him. Unconditional praises filled the entire video. This was great but not yet truly satisfying. I wanted a more dramatic way to introduce the Church of Jen to the public. Suddenly, Minso spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Minso asked, do you want to see everyone's reactions to that video? On the screen were comments from everyone. Didn't expect Minso to post an apology video for views. Disappointing. Is this the new content he started because of something called the Church of Gen? Minso, I don't think this cult-style content is suitable. So are all the things the mutabas said lies? Hey, I'm fine with whatever ideas you have, so hurry up and post more videos. Stop this nonsense and hurry up and post a new video. Minso, don't forget Mutaba focuses on health, remember? Something big is about to happen. What on earth is he staging? After reading those comments, Soa was quite surprised. He thought to himself, is this the life of a Mutaba? They all think this is just staged content while he is completely sincere. Seeing that, he asked Minso, was that video just according to a script? Minso immediately denied, no way, I was completely sincere in that video. I just wanted the whole world to know about the Church of Gen and I couldn't stand seeing strange cults running wild. All glory belongs to the goddess. I am ready to dedicate everything I have at any time. I can donate all my assets if that helps spread Gen's name. Hearing that, Siwoo was completely helpless in the face of his word. He looked at the young Minso before his eyes and thought to himself, is he always this crazy, or did Gen and I make him like this? The notification board suddenly appeared, stating, the third follower of the Church of Gen, Gu Minso, has expressed faith. Special achievement, fanatic follower reached. You have received 20 holy points from this achievement. Unlocking this achievement has added the special profession Inquisitor to the DLC shop. After reading, Siwoo's face immediately darkened. He thought to himself, Inquisitor in modern Korea, isn't this profession way too outdated? The system continued to send a notification. Inquisitor, type profession DLC. Condition, special achievement fanatic follower. Ability, representative of judgment. When facing enemies of the church or demons, all stats are increased by a maximum of 10%. The increase rate will depend on the special faith stat and does not activate for normal players or civilians who do not belong to any church. Cost, 500 holy points. Note, you can transfer this profession to church followers after purchasing. Siwoo sighed, I can't even buy it right now because I'm broke. Seeing that, Minso excitedly said, don't worry too much, I have some experience as a meduber, I think this will just be a reaction, it's okay. Those who witnessed your miracle will have no doubts. Do you remember the person named Zhu Zimayung? I have prepared a video with him. Seeing him like that, Siwoo wondered, I'm wondering why there are 4 followers. Afterward, it was as if he realized something new. Siwoo slowly stood up and said, Minso, instead of doing that, try this. He replied, Then Siwoo continued, come closer so I can tell you. Hearing what Siwoo said, Minso doubtfully asked himself, am I worthy to receive such an important role? He smiled and affirmed, of course Gen will be very happy. At some cult, countless people wearing cloaks covering their heads were sitting in a circle as if performing some ritual. They said, receive the will of the Great One. The leader stepped forward and touched the head of another, then continued, I appoint you as a warrior. You will use all your mind and soul to participate in his great plan. For his great will, salvation, ways. Scene changed to an amusement park. It was now a beautiful afternoon. Siwoo asked his younger sister, are you having fun? The young girl politely replied, yes, I like the boat ride the most. He asked further, this reminds me of the old days when we went together. The young girl asked back, do you still remember those old days? Siwoo replied, of course. Suddenly, his phone rang. Siwoo thought to himself, calling me on the weekend like this again. Seeing that, the young girl asked in confusion, what's wrong? He picked up the phone, then Siwoo had to answer, oh, sorry, hello. On the other end, the voice spoke, Siwoo, I am Kim Dangsohai, leader of the Authority Management Group. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you, so I'm on my way to your neighborhood. Are you home? At a high-rise building in the city, a voice said, we have confirmed that Siwoo returned home safely. It turned out to be Siwoo and team leader Dongsik sitting and discussing. Dongsik opened, I apologize for visiting everyone. Siwoo politely replied, it's fine. Thanks to the free pass you gave me, Team Leader Kim, I was finally able to spend time with C. Team Leader Kim replied, we want to thank you for what you did in the Abyss Dungeon. Too many things have happened with the Ability Management Bureau that have forced us to go to red alert. Hearing this, Siwoo asked, is that why you need to talk to me? He confirmed, that's right, and since we don't have much time, I'll get straight to the point. This is a video that has been going viral on Metop. In the video that Dong Zik opened, there was footage of several people wearing white robes sitting in a circle. They were saying incredibly strange things. Accept the will of our great leader. You have been chosen to become a warrior. For the sake of our great faith, for the sake of our noble mission, please save us. Seeing him watching while deep in thought, Dong Zik asked, Siwoo, what do you think about this? Siwoo was silent and then thought. After that, he replied. Hearing that, Dongzik asked back, well, this is clearly an example of a cult, I knew it, you think so too, right? Siwoo answered, I guess they're industry colleagues. Dongzik laughed and said, I like your straightforwardness, Siwoo. But then Siwoo replied, I'm just kidding. He then asked, And what is the purpose of showing me this? Is it so I don't turn myself into a crazy cult like that? That's the goal, right? Dongzik immediately denied. Oh, that's not what I meant. No way, our government and country are not places that suppress religion. But that changes when we talk about the White Halo Church. Hearing that, Siwoo asked, "The White Halo Church?" Team leader Kim replied that the organization in the video calls itself the White Halo Church. They are the main culprits in all the incidents the Ability Management Bureau has had to deal with. Then he handed Siwoo a map and continued, "Take a look at this map. The red parts indicate where the outbreak gates appeared suddenly. I'm sure you already know what the purple parts are. Those are the abyss dungeons like the one you went through. Outbreak gates and dungeon outbreaks don't appear too frequently in Korea. Actually, they're quite rare, but this phenomenon has occurred 4 times in the past 2 days. In most cases, local guilds assist in activating the reserves we can cooperate with when needed. But the White Halo Church has handled them before we could even do anything. That happened at all the gates except for the one you handled." Hearing that, Siwoo wondered, how could this happen? Dongzik said the White Halo Church was only created within the last 6 months. They claim that they can solve the gates thanks to the precognition ability granted by their god. Due to extreme confidentiality, the Ability Management Bureau hasn't been able to find out more about them, but they have grown so large that we can no longer ignore them. This video is the first step in them exposing themselves to the public. Siwoo wondered, a cult can grow this big in just 6 months. Then he spoke up, "Prophecy, there's something wrong." Siwoo continued, "I understand why you came to me. You want me to deal with the White Halo Church, right? Looks like you guessed right." Dongzik sheepishly replied, "No, that's not what I mean by deal with them. We want your cooperation, Siwoo. They seem to have influence over both politics and the economy, making it difficult for the Ability Management Bureau to investigate. Getting external help from someone like you, Siwoo, is extremely important." Hearing him say that, Siwoo also thought to himself, seeing the White Halo Church using new media, it's very likely they'll try to invade our territory. However, since the government is on my side, I'll make sure that church regrets coming up to the surface. He said, "All right, I will cooperate with you in investigating the White Halo Church since the Abyss Dungeon and they might be related. I'll look into it myself." Seeing that Siwoo had agreed, Dongzik shouted joyfully, "Really? If you can help us with the White Halo Church and the sudden outbreaks, we will support you with everything we have. Even though we haven't fully assessed your capabilities yet, your appearance in Korea gives us hope once again. Thank you." Siwoo awkwardly replied, "No need to thank me." Seeing Dongzik acting like that, Siwoo wondered, is this really worth getting this happy over? It's hard for me to empathize what happened in Korea over the past year while I was gone. Scene change to where Shu is living. Perhaps he is reading something on his phone where it appears, "So you're saying it wasn't a specific skill, but an anonymous player used their passive skill to tear the convene apart?" Then someone replied, "I believe so too. There were no signs of magic or skill lag. I believe the fire on his hand is holy fire. Even regular monsters next to the immortals seem to take terrible damage from it." Now I'm sure everyone is curious about who this person is. That's why we will invite the mysterious person from the video in the next episode. We will announce the broadcast date on our channel. Once everything is finalized, we hope you can wait patiently. On Siwoo's phone, messages kept popping up. It's just nonsense. Since players are losing their appeal, the Management Bureau can't find the anonymous player's identity. How could you? They'll invite a pro player and fake it. Aren't all those streamers like that? He wouldn't do that. Then suddenly, the system sent a notification. Thanks to the efforts of Guminso's followers, many people have started to take interest in you. Thus, you have achieved 10 divine points. Seeing this, Siwoo wondered, really? It seems like a 1M YouTuber with 5.4 million followers is talking about this and has actually caused a stir in the community. He thought his plan was very simple. After drawing attention to the anonymous player through Mino, he would have the Ability Management Bureau hold a press conference about an unmeasurable abnormal awakened person, and then push the Church of Gen into the center of public attention. Once he leverages the traffic generated by a 1M YouTuber with 5.4 million followers, he would start expanding and attracting new believers. Not sure when, but Minsu had appeared behind Siwoo. He said, "Isn't that easier than the plan where the main character hides their abilities?" And Siwoo was still smiling with a sinister face. Seeing that, Minsu tried to stop him. "Brother, do you really think this stupid plan will work? It's not perfect or cool at all." Then their phones simultaneously sent out a notification, an emergency alert. He said, "An outbreak gate in Google. Emergency alert. Ability Management Bureau, October 17, 9:32 p.m. A medium-scale outbreak gate with a 1.5 km radius appeared near the Korea Gyuzu University Hospital. All residents in the area below, please follow the instructions of nearby evacuation staff and move to the nearest shelter. The Ability Management Bureau is summoning emergency players. This notice has been sent to those who meet the necessary conditions." Only C-rank hunters or higher can receive emergency summons orders. The monsters in the outbreak gate have been confirmed as the immortal type. After reading the notice, Minsu immediately ran off. He called, "Wake up, X, we need to evacuate. We have a message from the Si-Ung-Hoa apartment management." Hearing that, Siwoo asked, "Gyuzo Hospital, wait, isn't that hospital where Minsu is staying?" Then his phone continued to report a recent chaotic gate appearance. "All residents, please evacuate to designated shelters." Siwoo's face turned completely pale. He thought to himself, "Damn it, this coincidence again, isn't it obviously too coincidental?" Not long after, Minsu and Seon came out. He reassured his younger sister, "Siyun, are you surprised? It's okay, your brothers are here now." The little girl replied, "Older brother, younger brother, you're here." Minsu urged, "Hurry up, go to the shelter with Seon, brother." But then Siwoo refused, saying he never said he was going anywhere. Minsu continued, "You help a neighboring country handle large outbreak gates. Shut up, even if you try to stop me, I'm going." Right at that moment, forces from the Ability Management Bureau suddenly appeared from the outside. They said, "Kim Siwoo, we are from the Ability Management Bureau. We will take your family to the nearest safe house of the Ability Management Bureau, Kim Siwoo. Please meet team leader Kim when you are ready." Hearing that, he remained silent for a while. Observing the surroundings, the Ability Management Bureau personnel said, "The monsters are mainly the immortal type, the gate core has not yet been found, and we have restricted movement inside to hunters with at least C rank. It has been 3 years since the Busan tragedy when the last outbreak gate appeared in the city. Not long after they reached their destination, they said, 'We have arrived, Siwoo.'" Siwoo observed for a moment and saw pitiful scenes everywhere. A mother hugging her child and crying, "Sob, sob, mom, yes, doin', mom is here, everything will be fine, we need treatment here." Then thousands of apologies echoed, "Sorry, sorry." Then the announcement loudspeaker, "Warriors participating in the outbreak gate suppression plan, please follow everyone else. Thank you for your cooperation in the evacuation effort." Currently, players have been assigned to rescue teams and are scheduled to enter. As soon as he finished, everyone immediately became chaotic. "Professor, help me, Dad, where is Dad?" Seeing that, Siwoo thought, "This is the embodiment of chaos." Then the system sent another notification. "Dark energy has been detected near the back gate." Then he walked on. The destination was where several groups of people were gathering. It seemed that it wasn't as chaotic here as it was just now. They saw each other and smiled happily. One person said, "You're here, long time no see, I had to cancel my appointment because of this outbreak gate." Then the other replied, "Oh, I hope this trip will be worth it." Seeing that, Siwoo thought to himself, "This place is completely different from the outside." People cried as soon as he stepped out of this area. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. It seems they are players linked to guilds. Reflexively, Siwoo turned back. It turned out to be Dongzik. He said, "Team leader Kim Dongzik explained that you might not be used to this, but that's how things work here. We won't start the operation until the area assignment is completed. This is even more true in emergency situations." "Area assignment?" Siwoo asked back. Dongzik replied, "For ordinary people, chaotic gates are just disasters. However, for players, this is their job. Currently, guild representatives should divide the suppression area into sectors." C replied, "This world is getting more and more interesting." Hearing that, he denied, "No, actually this makes you sick." After that, Siwoo asked back, "Remember our conversation yesterday about you supporting my decision if I help with the White Halo Church?" He replied, "Yeah, I remember." Then Siwoo continued, "I will handle this gate alone." Seeing this decision from Siwoo, Dongzik was incredibly surprised, then had to blurt out, "What?" Siwoo continued, "Let everyone else focus on saving the victims, I'll take care of everything related to combat." But Siwoo didn't give Dongzik a chance to stop him, and Siwoo started acting. He put one hand on his shoulder, then the clothes on his body suddenly turned into a neat black outfit. His whole body radiated an aura that made everyone around blurt out, What the hell is that?" Around Siwoo, a ray of light appeared, reaching up to the sky. Everyone looking at that light had to exclaim, "Look there, the sky is so beautiful, Mom, look, what the hell is that?" Then the system continued to notify, "The Sanctification active skill has changed Earth's conditions. When activated, the effects of sanctification will be applied to the surrounding area. Monsters and immortals will have their power reduced. Weaker immortals will be erased immediately. Dimension Manager, Destiny is observing you." Then Siwoo knelt down, then began to pray, "Oh Jen, please bring divine punishment upon those trying to destroy the peace of this land. For the duty of defeating those who stand as equals to me, I will dedicate this body." Horrifying roars echoed throughout the building. The immortals rushed in, screaming aggressively to show their power. Everyone in the building saw this and was terrified, hurriedly running away. One person saw Minsu still lost in thought and loudly warned, Minsu, hurry up and go. Minsu turned around and slashed powerfully at an immortal to block their advance. He turned his head and anxiously asked, "You still don't know where the dungeon boss is?" The other person replied. "The youngest brother went to look, but he hasn't returned." Minsu understood, hurriedly following the other person. "We can't just sit here and wait, we have to find the boss ourselves." Inside, he couldn't help but be tense, thinking to himself, "It's already difficult enough. If the dungeon's difficulty increases, we won't be able to do anything." The other person ran ahead, walking alongside Minsu, anxiously screaming, "Damn it, is there no end to this? How much longer do we have to endure this? I bet those guild guys are arguing about territory and the Ability Management Bureau isn't competent enough to solve this. Won't anyone save us from these immortals?" Minsu ran and panted, incredibly exhausted, trying to reassure him. "Just a little longer, we have to try to wait a little longer, I'm sure they will come to save us." The other guy asked, "All right, but who?" Minsu affirmed, "I know someone." Both ran quickly to the nearest emergency exit. Minsu quickly opened the door to the next room to take shelter. Before they could recover their strength, a person rushed in, loudly announcing, "Player, go to the roof immediately, hurry up." Minsu followed his words, quickly going to the roof. A horrifying scene appeared before them, causing them to freeze for a moment. On the roof, a large number of immortals were waiting to attack them. Minsu was lost in thought for a long while when seeing this scene. "A nightmare is approaching you. Liklakia, a follower of pride, has appeared. You have found the core of the chaotic gate." Lick stared at those who had just appeared with great interest. Minsu helplessly looked at that powerful immortal, thinking to himself, "Damn, the most powerful immortal, its existence alone is a source of calamity. As an A-rank hunter, I can't do anything against it." The people with him also lamented when facing the unimaginable enemy. "It's over, even Minsu can't resist, there's nothing left to do but wait for our end. However, if there is a miracle." He bowed down, hands folded in prayer. "O goddess, please have mercy on the people here." As if hearing his prayer, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, signaling. The white smoke gradually dissipated. A figure slowly walked over. "Well done, Minsu. Let me take care of this." Siwoo's appearance made the whole crowd incredibly surprised. They couldn't help but rejoice when he had arrived to rescue them. Siwoo looked over at Minsu and praised. "You saved them," he said, frowning as he faced the most powerful immortal here. "Perfect. Just like Minsu's prayer, I made it to the roof right on time. The Earth Dimension System is conducting a destiny homogeneity test. The chaotic gate formed due to unknown causes is breaking destiny homogeneity. The system asks you to balance the destiny of the Earth Dimension. 3, 2, 1. The result of the destiny homogeneity test has no issues." The system notifications caused Siwoo to involuntarily blurt out. Lick was also wary when confronting Siwoo. "You have a really annoying power. I don't know where you borrowed this power from, but with just this, you can't defeat me. This land will soon become a sacrifice for the great pride. No one can illuminate his darkness." Siwoo heard these words and felt incredibly suspicious. "What are you talking about?" Information about the Holy Impeccable skill has been synchronized across all of Earth and Eden. Holy Impeccable, active skill category. Description, destroy all demonic energy in the designated range. A blinding ray of light fired, causing the immortals to scream in agony. Even Lick was briefly panicked by that powerful light. Who are you? How do you have this kind of power? What power can easily wipe out my entire army? What? A slave of a god dares to insult me like this." It screamed in anger. "I won't let anyone here survive. Narabalizer dangerous. This area has been infiltrated by Lick's curse." Everywhere echoed the painful screams of the weak. The destiny homogeneity of the area has been destroyed. Witnessing the tragic scene, Siwoo couldn't help but furrow his brow in tension. A high-level dark magic that covers everything around with a curse and creates a space meant only for death. A curse in the heart of Siwoo. A dark, gloomy current of air surrounded Lick. It aggressively spoke. "Useless people like Goo that you serve will not be able to save you and everyone from death. This city will soon become a city of corpses." This statement made Siwoo furious. He flicked his hand to summon his powerful light. "Useless, you want to die? I let you live only because I was curious to hear what you had to say, but now I don't see that as necessary anymore." Siwoo lunged at Lick, who still casually mocked him with irony. "You useless slave of a Goo." Siwoo lunged at Lick, who still casually mocked him with irony. "You useless slave of a Goo." A long while later, the white smoke gradually dissipated after the shockwave. Lick struggled in pain, unable to stand up. It indignantly refused to accept. "What? This is not my destiny." Siwoo gritted his teeth, refuting its words. "Destiny is only for those who are alive, not for corpses like you." Lick suddenly realized something, surprised, raising his voice. I understand now it's you. It was you who killed the impersonator and the mimics. You dare to sabotage the Great One's plan. Siwoo didn't have the patience to listen to that much nonsense and kicked it hard. You've said too much. The powerful kick caused Lick to directly crumble, but a white, gloomy shadow slowly gathered, echoing Lick's indignant words. That's right, even if you kill me, my curse will continue to corrode this land. This place will soon become a city of death and so despair to you humans. As it finished speaking, C straightaway punched toward the white shadow, causing it to vanish in pain. You have defeated the chaotic gate's Lick. You have fulfilled all conditions to resolve the chaotic gate. At this moment, Siwoo suddenly reflected on what Lick had just said. It was right, and that was exactly what made him angry. A land contaminated by Narabalizer will become a dead city where nothing can be born or created. With this condition, this area will become hell on earth, continuously producing immortals. There is a skill I can use in this situation, but it is the only skill I never want to use. It's too flashy and really outdated. White Halo Church, isn't it? Reflecting on this, Siwoo firmly blurted out, seriously, I already warned you, wait for the performance I'm about to show you. Information about the Purifying Wings active skill has been synchronized. In the night sky, a fiery red stream of air appeared according to the system's operation. Destiny homogeneity is silent before your power. Purify the area contaminated by Nerobalizer. The wings on Siwoo's back grew huge, enveloping the entire city that was sinking into gloom. People felt the light, reaching out their hands to catch the feathers that were slowly falling down. Minsu's group was also stunned for a moment before his radiant wings. Siwoo closed his eyes tightly, his aura wrapping around him. This scene made them widen their eyes in shock, vacantly looking at him like a supreme god. Number of believers, 13. Number of believers, 167. Number of believers, 674. Number of believers, 1807. Siwoo's wings spread wide, radiating the halo of the supreme god. People below looked up at him. Not long after, at a press conference with a crowd of reporters and the audience currently at 11:00 p.m., the emergency meeting will begin. As Hitty stood in the crowd, he announced clearly, "Good evening, I am the head of the second term of the Ability Management Bureau. Now I will begin the report. The containment of the gate has been carried out as follows. A gate was said to have appeared at Gyuzo University Hospital at 9:32 p.m. and it did appear. At 9:47, a team from the Ability Management Bureau arrived at the scene, the surrounding area was secured and civilians were evacuated. At 10:15, the awakened person Kim Siwoo, who was present at the scene, destroyed Lick, the host of the chaotic gate. Currently, the emergency disaster situation has been completely resolved. The following is the official statement from the South Korean government. Mr. Kim SH returned to Earth through the nearby Han VBC-4Z gate recently. He is the character who appeared in the videos about the anonymous player becoming a trend on social media. Because Mr. Kim Siwoo's abilities have not been measured by magic measuring devices, his power level cannot be fully determined. However, I believe that through the event at the Hangi VB Gate Hospital, soldiers, awakened people, and civilians have witnessed his abilities firsthand. After investigation, the South Korean government concludes that Mr. Kim Siwoo is a returnee with a rank of at least disaster. His announcements caused the hall to buzz with discussion. If he is a returnee and has a disaster rank, is he a god? A god has appeared in Korea. Quickly contact the director. Is he an anomaly whose abilities cannot be measured? Dong-sik continued, directing everyone's attention towards Siwoo. From this moment on, the Republic of Korea declares that it possesses an anomalous returnee. Siwoo stepped forward to greet the reporters. Good evening, I am Kim Siwoo, the leader of the Church of Jen. Everyone listening to his introduction was taken aback. A church? Is he a religious person? Siwoo continued, explaining his church in detail. First, I will explain what the Church of Jen organization is. It starts with what happened when I arrived in Eden and how I returned to Earth. This is how I spent 10 years pouring all my effort and soul into the Church of Jen as its pope. Does anyone have any questions? The crowd of reporters immediately clamored to ask him questions. Reporters from S Daily News, ZBC, and others shouted over one another. How do you feel now that you are Korea's first anomaly? Do you plan to continue running the organization on Earth? Siwoo slowly replied briefly. Yes, I do. A reporter raised their hand and loudly voiced their skepticism. Can we understand that Korea's only anomaly is forcing citizens to join a church? Was this gate attack just a performance for your missionary work? What is the difference between the religion of another world and the church? Does the South Korean government and the Authority Management Bureau plan to officially support the Church of Jen? Siwoo sighed in relief upon hearing this question, thinking to himself, I was wondering why no one was asking these questions. I may have lived in Eden for 10 years, but as a South Korean citizen, I also hate cults. After pondering, he raised his voice to respond. Naturally, I understand your skepticism. However, I will prove my strong faith through my actions. Whether you respect and believe in our teachings is a personal decision. No one will be forced to join our church. Siwoo beamed a radiant smile, thinking to himself that he was a remarkable believer. But the sudden silence and the skeptical look from Dongsik made him freeze for a moment. Right after that, reporters raised their hands one by one, wanting to ask him questions. Reporters from Gyeongdong News, the broadcaster, and others chimed in. Siwoo noticed a man in the crowd and thought, oh, I can tell he's a potential believer just by the way he looks. Thinking this, he pointed at the person. The man in the second row wearing the brown coat. What is your question? The man was happy to be singled out and hurriedly spoke up. Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask a question. I am Stiho from Global Daily News. I am very interested in the Church of Jen. May I ask what the church's future activities will involve? Siwoo quickly answered his question. To maximize our ability to reach and attract the public, the Church of Jen will begin posting on Medub. We don't have a channel name yet, but I think it would be good if everyone suggested names for us. Tiho, satisfied with the answer, replied excitedly, thank you for the answer, I will definitely participate. Siwoo quickly wiped a drop of sweat, inwardly grateful, thank you, future believer. Right after that, Siwoo raised his voice to conclude the press conference. Then we will end the emergency press conference here. But the reporters' questions kept coming. As Korea's first anomaly, how do you feel? You have attracted over 10,000 followers to the Church of Jen. You have completed the main quest, find a church. A new item is now available for sale in the shop. New trait, baptism, special role, missionary. New main quest, expand the church has been issued. Church of Jen, Prime God Jen, Origin Dimension, Eden, traits received, charity level 1. Linked organizations, none, holy points, 2,500 points. Currently your organization is rapidly gaining popularity. However, you have not yet converted that popularity into religious devotion. Because of the followers' continuous devotion and effective missionary activities, you need to spread the gospel. The next morning, the sun shone brightly with the pleasant sounds of birds signaling a new day. At a luxury apartment complex, Siwoo was leisurely lying on the sofa scrolling through the news. 20 comments are definitely fake. They are scamming people. They sold a disaster and an S-rank returnee hunter to Japan. And now they're bringing some religious idiot here. But if he closed the immortal gate, at least he must be S-rank, right? It's very clear that government agents supported him secretly. It's impossible to determine after just one time, but he doesn't look like a cult leader. Siwoo read the not-so-favorable comments and asked in dissatisfaction, Young, do I look that evil? Young, who was brushing his teeth, reluctantly replied, you just look religious. Siwoo kept asking, but do I look like a bad guy? Young stepped out and stared at him, examining him. You seem to lack distance, as if you're missing the holiness of a true believer. Actually, besides the time you grew wings, I don't see you looking holy, and in fact, you look a bit like a cult leader. Siwoo pondered the words he had just said. Look at this kid, he wouldn't say I didn't look like a bad guy until just now. Young suddenly excitedly spread his arms and posed in a weird way to tease him. That's right, if you just flapped those wings a few more times, don't you think you'd get a lot more followers? Siwoo gritted his teeth in anger. Shut up! But Young didn't stop moving around, combining it with a magical girl-like transformation. Siwoo also gradually understood his intention and reluctantly replied, actually, that would be quite effective, but it would be hard to do it often. His words surprised Young, who spoke loudly. Why is it hard? Siwoo hesitated before explaining his skill. Causality compatibility test. Something called a causality compatibility test has appeared. Causality compatibility is like a scale. If I try to create miracles that exceed a certain limit, I have to go through a test. And if I don't pass this test, I will be punished through this system. That means I might not be able to use my abilities as I wish. It's best that I postpone using large-scale holy skills. Young suddenly spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. By the way, are you okay with the hate comments? You look calmer than I thought. Don't you feel disappointed when people don't believe you? Siwoo waved his hand to show he didn't care and replied. That's because I was in a rush, so I talked about the church too early. You wouldn't want to believe in a cult-like church either. Through my activities as a missionary, my credibility will increase. And there will come a day when the image of the Church of Jen improves to the point where people will consider it just a normal church. Slowly but surely, Korea's prejudice against religions from other worlds will disappear. Siwoo gave a thumbs up, showing satisfaction. If it's only this much, it's not a bad start. Actually, it's better than I thought. Young broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, you've become much more active since returning from the other world. The shop has been updated with new items. Siwoo looked through the system board and involuntarily exclaimed. Oh, Young looked at his expression and quickly realized has a status window appeared or something. Missionary DLC category. Role, condition, possess, read Bible level 10. Main trait, sermon, permanently increase the faith stat of followers. Listen to sermons based on the missionary's faith stat. Price 1,500 holy points, DLC. This information shocked Siwoo, who raised his voice. Missionary. He happily clicked on the system to explore. Finally, the special role I've been waiting for. Missionary is much more important than the Inquisitor that updated last time, but what is this? Siwoo carefully examined it. The condition is possess, read Bible level 10. Looking at that distant condition, Siwoo fell onto the sofa drained of energy. Young looked at his older brother who had suddenly become strange in confusion. He curiously asked, "Is there anyone in Korea who knows about the doctrine of the Church of Jen besides you?" Siwoo discouragedly replied, "I'm very depressed right now, don't talk to me." Doctrine is the identity of a religion. A missionary who spreads that doctrine plays the most important role in expanding a sect. They are the people I need the most right now. Young suddenly excitedly spread his arms. "Brother, you have those wings, just flap them a few more times." Siwoo heard this and became even more annoyed, raising his voice to scold him. "Shut up and get out." While he was discouraged, a notification window continued to appear. Due to the increase in the number of Church of Jen followers, the range of divine power causality has expanded. Your God is very pleased and has bestowed a prophecy upon you. A brilliant light appeared along with a voice echoing from somewhere. "Ahem, can you hear me, Siwoo?" Siwoo quickly recognized the person's voice and panicked, raising his voice. Jen didn't pay attention to his attitude and replied leisurely. "Oh, Siwoo, so you can hear me now." Young also saw the glowing messenger object and greeted Jen in astonishment. "Is that a goddess? Hello, thank you for taking care of someone like my brother." Siwoo heard this and angrily questioned, "What are you saying?" Jen smiled and asked, "Is that your younger brother, Siwoo?" In another place, she laughed heartily, very happy at the close brotherhood between the two of them. "You really get along with your family, don't you?" Siwoo sighed and replied, "You only say that because you didn't see how wide his eyes opened when he had a chance to tease me." "Anyway, did something happen?" Jen explained in detail. "The number of followers has increased and I can contact you. You have been working very hard, now I can help you run the church on Earth as well." "My Siwoo, you are such a busy pope that you don't even know my doctrine." This statement made Siwoo feel guilty. He looked at the messenger in panic. He hesitated and asked, "How did you know I was in trouble?" Jen gently replied, "I told you when I first arrived in Eden that I would always help you. I have thought of a measure to help you this time too." Receiving her concern made Siwoo feel happy. He praised her, "You're still cute." "Then tell me, what has your divinity prepared for me?" Jen explained her plan in detail. "I only just reached an agreement with the system and space. I have passed the causality test, so a status window will soon appear before you. After purchasing the special role, Missionary, you can spend an additional 1,000 points to bring a missionary from Eden." That system notification made Siwoo endlessly amazed. "I can bring a missionary from Eden." He broke into a cold sweat and helplessly exclaimed. "You want me to bring them to South Korea the same way you kidnapped me to Eden?" Jen frowned and countered. "You call it kidnapping, which is true in your case, but it's not like that this time, okay?" Siwoo angrily criticized her. "You have a habit of kidnapping people," Jen hurriedly explained in detail. "This time is not fair. I chose them from a group of volunteers." Hearing that, Siwoo couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, "Huh, so the missionary coming to Earth has already been decided?" Jen replied, "Of course, they will pass through the Chaos Gate tomorrow." Siwoo clicked the purchase button on the system, sighing as he marveled, "What kind of one-day shipping is this fast? To let a missionary cross space this quickly? Fine, I guess I'll buy it immediately." "You have spent 2,500 points to purchase the special role, Missionary. The first missionary has received orders from the Pope and will cross space. Please confirm the coordinates of the specified Chaos Gate." Siwoo let out a sigh. "I didn't think the missionary issue would be resolved this quickly. Thank you, Jen, you really helped me a lot." Jen replied, "It's nothing." Siwoo couldn't help but ask curiously, "So who is coming? Is it someone I know?" Jen smiled mysteriously. "That's a secret. Isn't a surprise the most interesting gift?" Siwoo raised an eyebrow and mused, "Now that I think about it, who is coming? Who is coming to Earth? Well, whoever it actually is very worrisome." At this moment, at the large building in the middle of the city, Dang So-hai solemnly announced, "Siwoo, regarding the C-51 gate that appeared in Injiang." Siwoo replied understandingly, "Yes." Dang So-hai continued with some difficulty, "It has already been assigned. I don't think we can intervene in this case. The Authority Management Bureau might face backlash from awakened alliances nationwide." Siwoo heard this and felt extremely annoyed, thinking to himself, "Wait, I thought everything would go smoothly when Jen sent a missionary." He broke into a cold sweat and asked with a forced smile, "Can't you do anything?" Dang So-hai coughed a few times and hesitantly replied, Regarding that, I could have negotiated if it had been assigned to a smaller guild, but the C51 gate was already claimed by the Goblin Guild, a large guild that ranks 4th in Korea's power rankings. Since they are sponsored by COI, it will be very difficult to convince them with gate items or money. And since C51 is only a C-rank gate, it seems the guild decided to use it as a training location. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "May I ask why it has to be the C51 gate?" Siwoo turned away in annoyance, biting his nails angrily, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this is too complicated." Siwoo hesitated and looked for a way to explain to Dang So-hai. "Well, to carry out our missionary work, the goddess will send a missionary from Eden. Ha ha, they plan to arrive through that gate." Dang So-hai heard this and was extremely surprised. He stood up and raised his voice. "One person, not a returnee, but someone from the other side." Dang So-hai frowned, troubled. "Ah, this is complicated. Siwoo, will there be a problem if an outsider meets the guild?" This statement made Siwoo suspicious. Dang So-hai reflected on the monsters that had appeared in detail. Until now, all humanoid monsters that have appeared in Korea have been extremely powerful and have a clear hatred for humans, leading to huge rewards and experience. His faltering words made Siwoo even more confused. He exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Dang So-hai hesitated to continue. What I mean is, even if that outsider isn't a monster." Siwoo gradually understood what he was trying to say and helplessly repeated, "You're saying, if my colleague comes into contact with the Goblin Guild, there might be a war?" Dang So-hai broke into a cold sweat and admitted, "That's right." Siwoo understood what he meant, then continued to discuss a solution. "Ah, it seems we have no other choice. Team leader Kim, can you announce my intention to visit the Goblin Guild?" Dang So-hai replied, "I think I will have to handle this myself." A high school in Anjiang City, Gate C51. A gloomy atmosphere spread everywhere along with the chaotic scene of the people around. Siwoo just arrived when he heard the urgent announcement from the commander. "There's not much time left, prepare to go. Ensure you wear your armor properly and keep your medicine within reach." He sat leisurely in a corner, scouting the situation around him. The purple sky, the sign of a chaos gate, had appeared. It carried an apocalyptic atmosphere. Suddenly, someone walked over to him, opening with a greeting. "Thank you for waiting. I had to run off after giving a few orders to our new recruits." The other person smiled generously, reaching out as he introduced himself. "I am Choi Si-jin, leader of the Goblin Guild." Siwoo cautiously scouted the person in front of him. It was truly amazing. He could feel his immense mana. After thinking, he reached out and shook Si-jin's hand, greeting, "Nice to meet you, I am Kim Siwoo." Siwoo couldn't help but admire that amazing power. "He is the strongest player I have ever seen so far." "Is this the level of S-rank hunters?" He smiled gently and continued, "Thank you for agreeing to this meeting in such a rush." Si-jin also laughed loudly in response. "It is an honor to meet an anomaly like you. Nice to meet you, Black Priest." Siwoo laughed out loud, extremely happily. "The honor is mine." Suddenly, a window appeared in front of him. "The opponent's mana is putting pressure on you. However, thanks to your high resistance, there is no effect." Siwoo immediately exclaimed, "I think this greeting is a bit excessive for me." Si-jin leaned closer to probe, "I'm quite interested in the Church of Jen. Are you accepting new followers? I'm hoping to find someone to place my faith in." Siwoo maintained a proper smile and replied, "We always welcome new followers, especially a famous new follower like you, Mr. Choi." Si-jin didn't get what he wanted. He let go of his hand. He smiled embarrassedly and exclaimed, "Ha, you're quite blunt. I heard the story on the way here. It seems like you're interested in this gate. All right, fine, I'll do everything to meet the request of a missionary. It's just a C-rank gate anyway. However, this gate must have something truly special if someone like you came here in person. That's why I'm a bit annoyed when I hear this news. Our guild might not look like it, but we are a top 3 guild. Do you really think we would give it up just because you asked? Are you looking down on us? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're an anomaly?" Siwoo broke into a sweat, thinking to himself in response to his angry words. Oh, so that's what he wanted to say. At this moment, he remembered the advice Dang So-hai gave him earlier. "By the way, leader Choi Si-jin is quite impulsive. Be careful with his sudden mood swings. I'll reveal a secret to dealing with Choi Si-jin to you. You're the only one I've told this to. I survived 5 years with him thanks to this tactic." His eyes lit up with pride, making Siwoo helplessly think this is the secret of veteran civil servants. After remembering, Siwoo suddenly clapped his hands in a friendly manner. His voice softened a lot. He leaned closer to Si-jin to butter him up. His demeanor made him frightened and hurriedly back away. "That's absolutely not true. I've heard all the stories about the Goblin Guild and their amazing combat skills. I've never experienced the combat style of Earthlings. Please allow me to witness the fighting style of the Great Goblin Guild so I can learn. Please." I didn't expect this from a member of the church. Also in this place not long ago, a strange gate appeared with gloomy black mists surrounding it. 10 minutes before the chaos gate appeared, dark mist had begun to cover the area. Sijin, after being buttered up to the sky, happily patted Siwoo's shoulder in a friendly way. If I had a choice, I'd want to fight you right now. I like your attitude and you have talent. It seems like you're ready to fight anyone you want. Siwoo smiled forcedly, inwardly exclaiming, this guy really likes people buttering him up. Thank you, Team Leader Kim, I don't care as long as I can enter the gate. After mining, things never always go according to plan. They prepared carefully for a C-rank gate. This actually means I can take this opportunity to understand how Earthlings handle gates. Excellent, however, I can tell who has experience and who doesn't. Sijin heard this and was extremely excited, proud of those under his command. My kids have proven their skills, I'm sure they'll get used to everything soon. Suddenly Siwoo frowned and probed. Choi Sijin, don't you have any players in charge of healing others? Sijin didn't hide it but frankly replied. It seems you don't know that healers aren't very common. Most hunters with healing abilities are ranked A and even illegal doctors are incredibly expensive. Siwoo heard this and mused, it seems like there's a shortage of healers on Earth. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for the Church of Gen to find a foothold. Just at this moment, the strange gate in the void gradually widened, making everyone alert. It's opening, everyone get to your positions. A chaos gate has appeared, a mission is beginning. Welcome, description. According to the agreement between Earth and Eden, a missionary from Eden has been sent to the Church of Gen. Safely meet the missionary and take them out of the chaos gate. Completion condition, survival of the missionary. Reward unknown, Gen's holy artifact token. Everyone simultaneously looked tensely toward the gate where ferocious monsters were stepping out. There they come, chosen. Siwoo also quickly recognized them and inwardly exclaimed, those are the chosen monsters. Everyone simultaneously entered a combat state, aiming at the chosen. Hey, focus on the fight. What are you thinking about in the middle of a battle? Are you the best one from the academy, huh? Did the academy only teach you how to stare at the enemy during a battle? Siwoo looked over at Sijin and asked curiously, don't you think you should observe and help them? Sijin was still as calm as ever. He was extremely confident in their abilities. I'm sure my elite soldiers will overcome everything. Are you worried about the rookies? They are people who joined because they trusted us. We won't let them die in an accident. Siwoo smiled and inwardly admired the person next to him. It seems he is very loyal. He would be a perfect mercenary if born in Eden. I thought he was just a wealthy guild leader, but it seems I judged him short-sightedly by his appearance. On this side, everyone became even more tense. The gate is widening, the chaos gate is widening, everyone switched to formation B, ready for combat. But as the chosen slowly stepped out, they were surprised to see strange crimson liquid stains on their bodies. Huh, blood. Everyone around them quickly sensed the anomaly and loudly warned. The chosen look like they're being chased by something isn't right, they look too rushed. The chosen fled in agony. They were panicking as if wanting to avoid something. Someone who sensed the strangeness walked over to notify Sijin. Sir, something isn't right with the chosen, I think they're being chased by something. Siwoo realized something and suspiciously looked toward the gate. Oh, don't tell me! Sijin was now angry to the point of extreme rage. He loudly questioned, Kim Siwoo, is that what you're looking for? Siwoo hesitated and admitted. I think so. Sijin sensed the aggressive power approaching, excited to the point of releasing all his mana. This power is terrifying, it's been a long time. Unbelievable, last time it was, but you intended to face this thing alone. I apologize for this, these things are mine. Siwoo hurriedly moved aside, hesitating and wanting to explain in detail but unable to open his mouth. Wait, they aren't enemies, it seems he doesn't intend to listen to me. Suddenly, he remembered something and stood frozen for a moment. At this moment, one of the chosen was pitifully dealt with by someone. Next, the remaining ones also shared the same fate. Sijin suddenly raised his voice, newcomers stand back. A strange person stepped out from that gate, Leo Duman, leader of the Church of Gen's Doctrine Research Group and someone who achieved the position of Archbishop at the age of 29. He is extremely blunt, but the title that best represents him is the Church's Mad Dog. You will impose the principles he has set. The Church's Mad Dog, Leo recognized Siwoo and politely bowed to greet him. Siwoo recognized him and suddenly felt like turning to stone. Why does it have to be you? Sijin was extremely excited in the face of a powerful opponent and flew like a bird, wanting to confront him. Hey, you're perfect, you're mine, I won't let anyone else have you, make me excited. Right now, Leo and Sejin faced each other directly in the void. Leo furrowed his brow when he was suddenly attacked. Leo's hands blocking Sejin's punch also trembled slightly in the face of the opponent's fierce power. Suddenly, Sejin sensed something unusual and paused for a moment. Leo used all his strength to throw him to one side. Sejin was counterattacked by surprise and was thrown directly onto the hard stone floor. Siwoo smiled forcedly in the face of the storm to come, inwardly exclaiming, "This is not good." On the other hand, this attack accidentally scared those present, looking at him with wary eyes. A moment later, the crowd whispered and chatted. He made Sejin, an S-rank hunter, lie on the ground. That must be the dungeon boss. Also, deep in their hearts they are thinking, I didn't do it, I swear. Leo heard someone loudly ordering, Group 2, go confirm the status of the boss, stop that boss, otherwise everything around will be destroyed. Snap out of it. He ignored them and continued walking to Siwoo's front, pretending to be confused and saying, brothers, stop this meaningless fight. I don't want to fight you guys, Jen will be very sad. He put his hand to his forehead, acting distressed. Oh my god, Leo, you're truly shameless. He knocked a hunter to the ground just by appearing. I feel so sorry for team leader Kim, how do I face him now? After saying this, Siwoo watched Leo's attitude. He also implicitly understood his intention. Leo gently put his hand on his left chest and bowed apologetically. Dear Holy One, I am a faithful believer of Jen and leader of the Doctrine Research Department, Leo, Bishop of the Second Church. Greetings to the Pope, the First Apostle, and the only representative of Jen. Siwoo was completely surprised. Since when did you learn Korean? He skillfully replied. This is the grace that the great god Jen bestowed upon me. He told me to use this wonderful language to spread the good teachings. At this moment, he remembered what Jen had told him before. Siwoo, after that, you figure it out, he happily whispered to himself, she is uselessly detailed. Immediately after, Jane suddenly scolded Leo. What are you doing as soon as we arrived? Do you see what you've done? This is a ridiculous accident. He is an extremely dangerous character. Hey, you should think about my circumstances living here, right? How am I supposed to face team leader Kim, knowing the danger is coming? While Jiang was talking, suddenly in a panic, Siwoo turned to look behind him. He saw Sane had sat up and punched with great force. The archbishops of the church must be loyal to the doctrine, possess noble character and sacrifice for others. A noble position one can only achieve after going through this process and being respected by everyone. However, Leo is an exception in the two armed organizations representing the church, the Battle Priests and the Holy Knights. Leo is the head of the Battle Priests and a hero who has brought victory in countless battles against demons. Knowing Sane would pose a danger to Leo, Siwoo stood in front of him to protect Leo. But he said, Your Holiness, step aside, no need to waste energy on something like that, I will. Just as Leo hadn't even finished speaking, Siwoo interrupted. Leo, be quiet, Sane, I'm truly sorry for not warning you about this. Sane refused to let Leo go. Siwoo, step aside. Things are about to get interesting, don't stop me. After saying that, he ignored everything and charged toward them. Siwoo said in a panic, This is Leo, a bishop in our church, I think there's a misunderstanding. But he refused to listen to his explanation. Siwoo, I know that monster-like bastard isn't the enemy. However, a man's dreams are realized by confronting the strong. Hearing this, he was astonished and replied, What? Sane spoke up, sometimes dreams are more precious than life itself. Siwoo thought to himself with tension, is he crazy? Right at this moment, Leo spoke up, dreams, what a wonderful word. Seeing warriors like you, I'm excited about this world called Earth. If your holiness permits, let me show this Earth warrior the power of the great Jen. Seeing a battle about to break out right before his eyes, he loudly shouted to stop Leo. Hey, you're crazy too. He only replied, we aren't children anymore, why would we need permission to fight? At this moment, Siwoo didn't bother to stop them, on the contrary, he felt excited. How interesting. Thus Siwoo stood outside watching them fight. Feeling he couldn't take it anymore, he reached out and grabbed Seo Zin by the collar, and then suddenly grabbed Leo's shirt. When the two still didn't understand what was happening, Siwoo didn't hesitate to twist his arms and forcefully throw both of them to the ground. He stood up straight, brushing the dust off his shirt while mocking them. So, how does the taste of your dream feel? A second later, the system's information board also appeared. After that, it announced, the chaotic gate has been completely destroyed, the greeting mission has been completed, you have received a reward from Leo. At this moment, Dongzik came to find Siwoo. Didn't you say you would talk to Sane? Siwoo just casually replied. I tried, but very quickly Dongzik regained his composure and said, it's okay. Anyway, let's consider what happened today as if it never happened and everything from this gate will belong to the Goppin Guild. Do you both agree? Hearing this, Sane laughed loudly and replied, what's wrong with two men fighting a few times? Meanwhile, he appeared tense, saying, "With just 2 blows, you two could destroy an A-rank gate." Not stopping there, he also made a proposal. "I, Sin, have something I want to propose to Kim Siwoo. An alliance between the Gopin Guild and the Gen Church." Surprised, he asked Sin back, "An alliance agreement? We aren't a guild, we are a church." He quickly explained to him, "You are a church with 2 awakened individuals who can overwhelm an S-rank. Don't forget that there are many eyes watching you, Siwoo, and some of them have already started acting. It's been a long time since I've felt such a burning passion because of the 2 of you. Take as much time as you need to think about the alliance. I, Sin, request permission to withdraw." Dong Zik also voiced his thoughts to Siwoo. "We will begin registering Leo as an awakened person and verify his identity. Siwoo, you can go back now." However, he appeared apologetic. "I'm always causing you trouble." He didn't avoid it and replied, "Thanks for realizing that." Inside Dong Zik's mind, he was thinking, "When I earn money, I should buy team leader Kim some nutritional supplements." That evening at Siwoo's house, Siwoo and Leo had dinner with Minsu and Sion, thanking them for the meal. Sticky, glossy, glutinous rice with soybean paste soup with lots of minced soybean, beef, zucchini, and tofu. The grandmother's vegetables were lightly fried in a pan. Soy sauce with thinly sliced chili along with crispy and cool white kimchi. Leo couldn't help but admire it, truly impressive. "Thank you for the meal," he replied excitedly. "Yes, yes. Enjoy it." Then he turned and whispered to his brother, "If I knew this missionary was coming straight to our house, I would have ordered chicken instead of foreign soup for the first meeting, and there's even traditional Korean soybean paste soup." But Siwoo, while eating, casually said it was a wonderful feast, and this time it was white kimchi. Leo quickly continued his brother's thought. "Yes, it smells so good. I've heard so much about you from your holiness. Even about you being a good cook." Suddenly being complimented by a stranger like him, Minsu was flustered and replied, "Ah, thank you." Sion acted friendly and said to him, "Leo, eat up. Minsu cooks very well. I've heard a lot about you too, even though I've never met you before." He was also quite open when talking to her. "Of course, I've heard a lot about you." He often said he had a very cute younger sister. Sion also complimented Leo. "Leo, you're tall and look very cool." Hearing that, he also politely said, "Thank you for the compliment. I look forward to seeing you from now on." Sion Siwoo, his younger brother, and his younger sister were quite close to Leo, but he muttered in his heart, "When it comes to Leo's physique, such a reaction is more than expected." After that, he slowly brought a spoonful of soup to his mouth to enjoy. As soon as he felt how delicious it was, Leo's face revealed astonishment and he hurriedly said, "Oh man, this dish is flavorful." Seeing he had an expression like that, Minsu responded in a panic, "What is it? Does the food not suit your palate? Let's order chicken." However, Leo explained, "Sorry, it's so delicious." "Minsu, your cooking is number 1. Can I learn to cook from you later?" He was completely surprised by this offer. "Really? Thank goodness. Eat a lot. I will teach you everything. I'm very good at cooking Korean food. What do you like? Meat, fish, vegetables? I ask about seasoning vegetables and know how to cook all kinds of soups." Leo also laughed and said, "Sounds good." Thus they had a meal filled with laughter and conversation. His family from Eden and Korea had met. It felt so surreal. Because it's hard to find housing in Korea, Leo decided to stay in Grandma's spare room. "I contacted Grandma to ask for permission and she said she made friends in the US, so she will stay there for a while longer." I also wanted to introduce Leo to Grandma. The next morning, Jen's holy object, a necklace with a memorable hazel-colored stone. This is one of the typical achievements blessed directly by Jen. Siwoo had a bit of confusion and muttered in his head, "This is the holy relic Leo brought to Earth." Jen's intention in giving it to me through Leo has become clear. The system provided more information to Siwoo, revealing more information about the main quest to expand the church. Expand the church, temple, main type. Description: you have received a new holy relic with the power of the goddess through the missionary pope. Please build a temple for those who have become followers of the church. A temple is a place for the precious faith of believers to build trust together. Completion requirement: build a temple. Reward: 500D level 1 baptism attribute. At this moment, even though he was a bit hesitant, he was still very excited. Build a temple. Finally, the time has come. To consolidate the position of a society, the temple is a key factor. It is the place where people pray to gods, where believers gather to connect and understand the gospel more deeply. The fact that this is a main quest shows that the Gen Church is moving in the right direction in taking root on Earth. While Siwoo was holding Jen's holy object and deep in thought, Leo was vacuuming. He said, "Your Holiness the Pope, could you please lift your feet?" He jumped, lifting his feet while flustered. Oh, okay, thank you." As soon as he passed by, Siwoo suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself, "Wait a minute, something's not right." The next second he asked Leo, "How do you know how to use a vacuum?" He quickly handed over a notebook and replied, "C taught me before she left, she even gave me this notebook." In addition, when seeing the pile of washed clothes, Siwoo was surprised and asked Leo, "You fold laundry too?" "Yes." Meanwhile, he only answered very casually, "Minsu spent time teaching me. He even taught me how to use the machines called washing machines and dryers. Because I serve your holiness the Pope, this is the minimum I can do. Please don't worry." Even though he looks like he could kill a bear and has the combat ability to take down an S-rank hunter, he is unexpectedly serious about housework. That's what you call a perfect butler. Thinking that, Siwoo called out softly, "Leo." But then he suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, "Although I intended to let Leo live independently, I think it's best to keep him close." After seeing the benefits of keeping Leo in his house, Siwoo put his arm around his shoulder and gently asked, "You were my right-hand man in Eden, remember?" Because he suddenly acted so close, Leo felt a bit confused. "I will carry out the role of helping you, your holiness." Right after that, he happily ordered Leo, "Yeah, so cleaning is done, get ready to go. Minsu will probably be back in 30 minutes with some clothes for you." He asked in confusion, "May I ask why we are going out?" Siwoo just said it was to consult with new believers. At an office building in Hunmapo, as soon as he heard Shu had arrived, Minsu hurried out to meet him. "I should have been the one to visit you, I'm sorry about this." Not only did he not blame him, but he also happily replied, "You had no choice because you were busy. It makes sense for the one with more time to move. Oh brother." However, Minsu still politely bowed before Siwoo and said respectfully, "Even so, I think making his holiness come all the way here is not right." He still did not blame the other person. "It's okay, really. I'm happy to visit your areas." After that, while touring the building, Siwoo acted interested and muttered in his heart, "But a 5-story building near Hongdae? I forgot he is a MUber with 5 million subscribers." He heaped praise on him. "However, I must say that this building is wonderful because we are considered a company recognized by the guild, so we have some financial support. Although it is our main source of income, we also participate in dungeon conquest requests and gate clearing. We actually earn more money from guild consulting than from meetup." After that, Minsu brewed a cup of coffee for him and Leo. At this moment, Siwoo turned to ask him about his feelings on the coffee. "So, how do you find the coffee?" Then Leo slowly replied, "It expands my palate. I want to learn more about earth food." He felt satisfied and whispered to himself when Leo liked earth food, "It seems like Leo was born to be here." Even the host like Minsu smiled so hard his eyes closed because the guests liked his drink. "I'm happy you like it, just let me know if you want more." Leo quickly said thank you to Minsu. "Thanks." A second later, Siwoo also managed to introduce him. "This is the person I mentioned earlier. The missionary from Eden sent to spread the goddess's word, Archpriest Leo." Hearing that, Minsu was so excited that he jumped out of his chair and shouted, "Oh, this person." He also bowed, "Meeting a brother on earth. Thank you, Goddess Jen. Very happy to meet you. Brother Minsu, I am Leo." The other party introduced himself, "I am Minso." In the blink of an eye, he responded with one word to show his agreement. "It seems you've met Jen. I can see the signs of her around your heart." Coming to this, he just had to go along with Leo's intention. "Yes, although I couldn't meet Goddess Jen directly, she healed my illness and blessed me with warm light." Siwoo also saw the aura in Minso's place. However, he only silently said in his head, "He is on the verge of developing divine power. It seems Minso's faith is more serious than I thought." But then Siwoo spoke, cutting into their conversation. "All right, Minso, now that everyone has met, why don't we get to the main point?" While saying these words, he reached inside his shirt to take out an object. Very quickly, Siwoo brought Jen's holy object out for him to see. According to the information obtained, Jen's holy object is a type of Gen Church holy relic, Eden origin. Description: a necklace carrying Jen's power capable of creating a holy land can only be used on land that the church legally owns on earth. Effect: declare the surrounding land as a holy land. The church's temple must be built within this holy land. Warning: according to the law of causality, land seizure by force will not be accepted. Because this was the first time seeing it, Minsu felt incredibly interested. "Mina, we plan to build a temple for the Gen Church." This proposal came so suddenly that he couldn't believe it for a moment, and he shouted. However, very quickly Minsu regained his spirit and planned for this. "Then I will start fundraising from the management support team. Everything for the first temple in the name of our Lord Gen." Hearing this, he refused again. "There are more important things than money, although money matters are also very urgent. We still don't have a location. I don't have any ideas about how to make the first temple of the Gen Church easily accessible to the public. That's why I came here." Minsu asked the other person, "Do you have any suitable locations?" Siwoo honestly replied, "No." Immediately, he pondered to find a solution. After that, Minsu said, "Your Holiness Leo, could you wait for me 10 minutes? Because he is a person with a business mind, he is very keen. Moreover, he projected it onto a large screen for them to see. Gen Church Temple Construction Project. In the amazement of the two people, Minsu said, "Allow me to start my short presentation on the temple project." Because there were many questions in his heart, Siwoo asked him, "Brother Minsu, could you prepare this in just 10 minutes? At this moment, he honestly admitted, "Actually, this is something I prepared beforehand. After His Holiness saved me in that dungeon, the day Goddess Jen saved me, I started to consider it my responsibility to build a temple in the name of Goddess Jen." With disbelief, he began to talk to himself. He planned everything just because we happened to heal him. However, Leo reacted excessively when he cried and said, "This is truly a wonderful act. Surely Goddess Jen will be very happy. I cannot help but cry at your faith, brother." Minsu also went too far when he lunged to hug Leo, then said, "I'm just doing what I should do. I will always pray for you, my brother." Finally, in his helplessness, he could only say, "Can we continue the presentation?" Before the presentation, Minsu coughed a few times. "Please look at this church we are building together. Community vote. Please vote for the first temple of Goddess Jen." Community voting is something users use frequently. It allows viewers to always connect with our content. Moreover, anyone can vote from anywhere. It's unbelievable what we can do. The public deciding the temple location means we have gotten ahead of other churches. It will be easier to build an image of a religion that works with the public. He started asking for his opinion. "What locations do you have?" Minsu pressed the remote control while smiling. "I agree that the first temple for our goddess should be in a special place. Please look at the next slide. That is the central area, Gwanghwamun." And when seeing the blue wall, Siwoo surprised asked, "What is that blue wall?" Very quickly he explained, "Because you returned after many long years, that wall must look very strange. This is the place that most people call the central area. 5 years ago, this place became the location where a space gate appeared. A phenomenon that occurs when a dimension opens and monsters begin to appear from within. Taking photos inside has been strictly forbidden, and these photos are from the past. Although we were able to destroy it with countless sacrifices, in the process, those in the center of the gate could not escape the magic pollution caused by it. After that, many gates began to open quickly, and although we requested help from foreign allied countries, the current government still could not solve this problem, leaving the area to fend for itself. He did not expect this to happen here, so his face revealed astonishment. Did something like that happen here? Not stopping there, Minsu provided other information. The wall consists of 5 layers in total, including a Miyu layer that can absorb magic power. Only hunters of rank A or higher can withstand the pollution and enter the area inside the wall. The accumulation of powerful magic power goes against the principles of this world, causing pollution to destroy the status quo. The result, of course, is destruction. The land contaminated by magic power can no longer maintain life, like a destroyed city. In addition, he also mentioned 2 other regions. There are 2 more central areas in Daejeon and Busan. However, because this area is considered the first central area in Korea, it remains a painful chapter in history. Surely everyone remembers the day that happened. "You are an intelligent person." So when hearing this, Siwoo quickly reconfirmed, "Is it your idea that we should build a temple here?" Without making him wait long, Minsu replied, "That's right, if we can build a temple in the central area, the Jen Church will have many benefits. For example, salvation, hope, comfort, symbols like that." However, Siwoo still had a concern and frankly asked him, "Is it possible to build a temple on polluted land? I thought they said we couldn't." And then Min excitedly offered a solution to the problem. "We will need to purify it first. Just like how you purified Lick's curse in Google. Please, you must beg Goddess Jen for help, and I will prove to you that this is possible." At this moment, it was Leo's turn to excitedly reply, "Oh yes, I believe you, brother." Siwoo felt unhappy when he overstepped his authority. "Hey, why don't you just become the Pope?" Knowing he was wrong, Leo quickly bowed to apologize. I am sorry." He also agreed with this plan of his. However, inside there were still many doubts. "Seriously. Although I can do that, the Lick source and magic pollution are completely different, and I agree that we have many more important things. Jen's symbols have too many more important things to consider. Let's assume we start building the temple at the central area, but you just said we would vote for potential location. If so, we didn't even vote for the central area. Isn't that meaningless?" Minso, because he had calculated this beforehand, happily said, "No need to worry. I have a way for everything." After that, in the building, rumors echoed. "Hey everyone, do you still remember that scallion-flavored chocolate cereal issue?" According to the original plan, Mino put it online to poll public opinion. "Please vote. Player Ka's channel is asking for followers' opinions on the new JMN Church Temple location. Please share your thoughts. 1. Is it really better to enjoy everything and leave? Gangnam or Hongdae 3.6%. 2. This time I can't do anything else. Central area 96.4%. Very quickly, comments from netizens appeared under the post. How long will this last? It seems the other world has changed their perception. Gangnam, no way, it has to be the central area. Guys, I have a prediction they will change the result in a week. Even the US can't do anything with their central area. What will we do? Seriously, I will donate all my savings if they can build the temple in the central area. By the way, I am the owner of a 29-story building, just another scam. Minso, are you really joining a cult? I'm so disappointed I'm unsubscribing. Why can't I believe that he is a real anomaly? High rankers can also defeat Lit. I heard a rumor that the capacity department is making up these stories. After reading these comments, Siwoo was startled. I really can't believe this country. The system issued another task for him. The clear conditions for the main temple expansion quest have been changed. Requirement: finish using Gen's symbolic holy object and develop a holy land at the central area in Seoul. Warning: if the holy land is declared somewhere other than the designated area, you will receive punishment and lose trust. Siwoo said sadly. Withdraw half of the divine points. It didn't stop there when a series of sad events happened that made him ponder while looking toward his parents and thinking, it seems the main quest has also been updated. Mom and Dad passed away, but my siblings want to find them. I hope the blockade will be lifted soon. We can't even retrieve the bodies from that area to bury. Every time I think they might still be there. Finally, with a worried look, Siwoo only gently said, I hope they will rest in peace soon. Symbols of hope and salvation, this could be an issue. After that, Siwoo came to find Dong Zik but received opposition from him. I don't want you to enter the central area, Siwoo. He didn't answer immediately, but stood there observing Dong Zik's attitude for a while. A few seconds later, Siwoo happily asked, You intend to oppose me fiercely from the beginning? Moreover, in his heart, he was thinking, this is the first time I've seen team leader Kim like this. He calmly replied, No, I wouldn't call it opposition. I'm not opposing because your plan has flaws. Siwoo asked Dong Zik in surprise. Then what? He bowed his head sadly and said, you know what? Inside the central area, Siwoo, there is a high-quality magic stone mine. Hearing this, he started, Magic stone. Magic stone? They are formed from crystallized magic energy. It can be said that they are minerals containing pure magic energy which can be obtained from monsters. But high-level magic stones are mainly found in magic stone mines. Siwoo didn't want to immediately cut off Dong Zik's words, so he let him finish his thought. Magic stone mines were created along with high-density magic energy when the first dimension opened in Siwoo. As a result, the surrounding area was contaminated. Siwoo also knew this, but instead of telling the other person, he muttered in his heart, Right, even in Eden, high-quality magic stones are found where high-density magic energy accumulate. Not stopping there, Dong Zik also told Siwoo what happened before. A year ago, after the magic stone mine was found in the central area, large guilds formed professional teams to mine magic stones. Very few people know about this truth, of course. Player Ka doesn't know either. Recently, we realized that large guilds were fighting over the magic stone mine inside the central area. Of course, we identified them as at least rank hunters. Siwoo showed interest in this and urgently said, It would have been better if the government had controlled the situation from the beginning, right? He also frankly stated the current state of this matter. Most people with magic resistance are linked to large guilds. All we can do is record logs. The people entering the central area, listening, Siwoo worriedly muttered, So it's not that they don't want to do it, but they can't. Therefore, knowing he wanted to go inside, Dong Zik prevented him with the reason, We are helpless. As soon as you enter the central area, we won't be able to support you in any way. You could get involved in conflicts between major corporations and large guilds, as well as being boycotted by awakened people belonging to the guilds. Siwoo laughed to himself at his stupidity. So stupid. Maybe he only opposed my plan because he was worried about me. Well, this guy is a government official after all. However, I can't give up the central area just because large guilds are fighting for power. The community poll results from Player Ka, new followers joining the cult with 5 million subscribers, Gangnam or Hongdae 3.6%, Central Area 96.4%. I have already attracted a lot of attention with everything, so I cannot withdraw from the poll. After knowing Dong Zik had good intentions, he made a proposal, Then let me resolve this troublesome situation for you. Surprised, he turned to ask back, how? Siwoo slowly sat on the step and responded, Isn't the government having trouble because the central area is lawless? Dong Zik didn't hide it and told him the truth. That's right. After that, he happily said, When in Rome, do as the Romans do. In the lawless zone, I just need to become more lawless. After Dong Zik brought Leo and Siwoo to the location, he showed Seo Enho's letter to him. With 2 hunters of at least S rank, refusing entry on the grounds of safety is unreasonable. Minister of Capacity Management CONHO. Reading these lines, Dong Zik's expression became tense. Seeing that, he happily said, "You don't look very happy, Team Leader Kim." He sighed and said, "Yes, just have to accept it. Anyway, this wall is really high. This wall is called the Ark of the Covenant, like Noah's Ark. This is the last stronghold of civilization. But are you really entering with only 2 people? What if a fight breaks out?" Siwoo quickly explained to him, we would never be the ones to start a fight, I swear it, in Jen's name with the utmost reverence." Dongsik clasped his hands together and pleaded earnestly, "Thank you very much." Siwoo said that on the outside, but inside he was thinking and silently laughing. However, there's no way I can just walk away if another player provokes me, right? Dongsik reminded them, we've arrived, this is the door." He hurriedly took out a key card to unlock the door to this place. In the blink of an eye, cracks gradually appeared on the wall. Finally, after a moment, Dongsik said, "Please be careful," and the wall collapsed right before their eyes. Before going inside, Siwoo reassured him, "Don't worry, Leo, let's go in." Dongsik replied, "Yes, your reverence, the esteemed pope." Inside, toxic demonic energy was swirling thickly, but Siwoo still stepped in fearlessly. He was taking it step by step in this dangerous place. Leo observed his surroundings and cautioned, "Your reverence, this..." He hadn't finished his sentence when Siwoo interrupted, "I know." Deep down, he muttered, "I can sense the toxic demonic energy here." Additionally, the system also issued a warning, demonic energy detected. Siwoo quickly cast his eyes in one direction following the system's warning. Outside, Dongsik was still standing there waiting for the 2 of them. Right at that moment, someone approached from behind and said loudly, "Good job, Team Leader Kim," startling him. The person who arrived was the Minister of the Authority Management Bureau, Du Seojun. Dongsik responded respectfully, "Minister, you've arrived." He then complimented him, "You've worked hard for Hunter Sue. I heard you couldn't get back on time." Seeing Du Seojun praise him, Dongsik's face lit up with joy and he excitedly said, "Not at all. Ever since I joined the Authority Management Bureau, nothing has satisfied me more than this." Knowing he was buttering him up, he laughed and said, "Flattery won't get you anywhere. I heard you opposed my decision." Hearing that, he immediately apologized. I apologize, sir." Not stopping there, he also asked for the reason from Dongsik's perspective. "Team Leader Kim, can you tell me the reason for your opposition?" He honestly clarified everything. "Did Siwoo tell you?" And then Seojun bluntly said, "Yes." The very next second, Dongsik stated his reason. 5 major guilds are fighting for the heart of the region. There are too many risk factors that we cannot predict. I believe we will face unnecessary trouble by sending Korea's first anomaly into a place like that. We have been eagerly awaiting the appearance of an anomaly if something happens to Siwoo or his family. He also understood Dongsik's thoughts and happily said, "Team Leader Kim, the National Hunter Association, where these major guilds are central figures, has requested verification of Hunter Sue's anomaly rank. The battle has already begun." This came so unexpectedly that he found it hard to believe. But the Yi Island Gate and the Guzo District Gate were enough, weren't they? Seojun quickly explained everything in detail. They claimed there was a possibility of forgery because both of those places were under government control due to us lacking authority. The only way to deal with illegal actions sponsored by major guilds is through regulations and legislation. But they have been cooperating with political groups for a long time. Recently, the National Assembly has started discussing the dissolution of the Authority Management Bureau. Dongsik panicked and shouted, "What?" Not letting him speculate wildly, Seojun told Dongsik a secret. "I met the chairman of the association on the way here. He said that because I deceived the nation with fabrications, I should have the determination to confess." Mentioning this person, he felt annoyed, inwardly thinking of that bald old man. Furthermore, he also said that they had concluded that it was all fabricated by us. Dongsik was dissatisfied with this statement from Seojun and countered, "But it wasn't like that." He also agreed with this point of Dongsik's. "That's why I told that old man that Siwoo would enter the heart of the region today." Hearing that, he anxiously said, "But there's a possibility Siwoo will be attacked inside the heart of the region." Seojun also anticipated this and replied, "That's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. However, it's impossible for an anomaly to fall victim to such a conspiracy. Aren't you curious to see how this ends? This old heart of mine feels like it wants to burst with excitement." Dongsik feared he misunderstood and said, "That's true, but will Hunter Sue feel taken advantage of when he finds out about this?" He immediately dismissed this concern and happily replied, "We already had an agreement." Dongsik asked in surprise, "What?" Finally, Seojun said one sentence, "Whatever it may seem like, I am a conscientious merchant." Scene change, Siwoo recalled the unexpected meeting between himself and Seojun while he was jogging in the park. Just meeting him, Siwoo stopped and asked in surprise, what is someone in your position doing here? After that, both of them sat down on a nearby bench, and Seo-jun clarified everything to him. There is a magic stone mine inside the heart of the region and the major guilds are fighting for it. I heard that from team leader Kim. I realized that the government has less power than I thought. It seems like hunters will follow whoever pays the most. Siwoo also guessed the reason why Seo-jun came to find him. So, what is your proposal for me, minister? He was observing his attitude, and he was also looking at Siwoo. So their eyes accidentally met. However, without a second of hesitation, he seriously said, for everything you earn in the heart of the region, the Authority Management Bureau will stand as your guarantor. In return, could you use a bit of your power for us? Very quickly, Siwoo asked him back. Then allow me to be blunt with you, I will cleanse the heart of the region for you. The offer had just been made and he agreed so quickly that Seo-jun was extremely surprised. But Siwoo had a counter-condition. I want to receive ownership of a piece of land in the heart of the region. Please allow me to build a temple for the Church of Jen there. Of course, I will ensure that the people can freely come and go. Many people have beautiful memories of that place. In any case, the Church of Jen will strengthen its position as a timely supporter for the Authority Management Bureau. And unlike before, the Authority Management Bureau will be able to accept anomalies with enough power to counter the major guilds. At this moment, he sincerely said to him, that area is already out of our control. It can be said to be anarchic. No matter what happens, the government cannot do anything. If you can cleanse the land of despair that is the heart of the region, no one can dispute the legitimacy of claiming a piece of land there. It's a deal, just like that both sides shook hands. It's a deal, just like that both sides shook hands. A second later, the system issued a notification. Detected clear hostility aimed at you. Siwoo also felt the danger and thought to himself, about 30 people, it really feels like I'm at a disadvantage. Immediately, he raised his voice to ask Leo, I wasn't told that my life would be targeted so brazenly like this. What do you think we should do? Leo offered an opinion. I think it's best to try solving it through dialogue. Siwoo felt confused when hearing this and said, it's a bit strange for you to say that. However, Leo changed his attitude. Violence must always be the final method. He looked confused and asked back, hey, alright, then we should try talking to them as you said. Friends, let's talk for a moment. But then, not a single person spoke up to answer his words. So Siwoo happily lifted one of his legs high. Just like that, he stomped his foot down onto the ground, creating a massive explosion right after. Finally, because the smoke made it difficult to breathe, everyone crawled outside. Seeing that, Siwoo excitedly said, wouldn't it be better if you came out while I was still speaking kindly? It would be beneficial for both sides, right? Perhaps you were shy. Look, everyone is wearing masks. We just came here to survey the land to build a temple. The goddess Jen loves peace. So I would be very happy if you could clear the way, my dear brothers. In the thick smoke, the masked men suddenly heard, everyone get out of the way, echoing from behind, making them startle and worry. Siwoo laughed loudly, saying, did my calls for peace work? My. Leo stood next to him and chimed in. Are you serious, your reverence? Finally, because he was bothered, one of the masked men named Zebel took off his mask and arrogantly said, I expected more when I was asked to take down a cult leader. Turns out it's just a brat. Knowing the opponent was mocking him, Siwoo not only didn't get angry but squinted and replied, just a brat, huh? Well, you must feel very proud because you're older. My brother. Additionally, he whispered in his heart, he is underestimating me. Anyway, Jin of the Goblin Guild and this guy too are S-rank popular to this extent. Immediately, he threatened Siwoo. I hope you can still talk like that when your limbs are chopped off, we were asked to. At this moment, he became serious, reached up to adjust his glasses and said, your reverence, I think. Speaking to this point, in the blink of an eye, Leo had left his position and naturally, Siwoo wouldn't stop him. He was moving at a very fast speed, making them panic and scream. Ah, what? The next second, Leo had gently hoisted someone onto his shoulder. Just like that, he bent the man's body, causing his opponent to scream in agony. After punishing him, Leo gently threw him down. Seeing that, Siwoo joked, Leo, are you giving them a chance to repent? People will die when their bodies are folded in half. You know that, right? He just calmly replied, I still left their mouths to allow them to ask for forgiveness. And then Zebel angrily scolded Leo, you're crazy. Following that was the screaming of others. C was hit, damn it, attack all at once. At this moment, the butcher assassin Zebel felt puzzled and thought to himself, where did he appear from? While his men were rushing to attack Leo and kept shouting, die, you monster, he observed while muttering in his head. They said their Medoob channel was fake. Did they fool me? In the report, there was nothing about that giant guy. That monster is at least S-rank, a high-level one too. Was he secretly trained by the government? Did that monster just bow to Siwoo? If I capture that unguarded person as a hostage, I can certainly figure something out. Thinking this, he immediately acted and flew toward him. His speed was no less than Leo's. Very quickly, Siwoo had seen the opponent flying toward him. And when he was close to his position, Zebel smiled triumphantly, inwardly thinking, here it is. However, only a moment later, both his eyes and mouth were bleeding. Zebel was like this because Siwoo had used a special skill, will to destroy evil, detect evil intentions. While he was constantly spitting blood and moaning in agony, the system also provided information about the evil deeds of player Zebel: murder, kidnapping, looting, murdering minors, and many other crimes. 582 crimes. Based on this information, Siwoo stepped forward to question him. How many people did you kill to become S rank? You are even worse than I thought. By this point, Zebel had crawled to his feet. He shouted. Finally, he started begging for his life. I apologize, please. Siwoo acted angry and asked Zebel, you want to die quickly? That's not allowed. That would be completely unfair. One of his skills was will to destroy evil, exposing all the crimes of those who entered the presence of his sanctity. It activates when the person entering is a truly evil person. Siwoo stepped forward and stomped on Zebel's hand, causing him to scream, and then he confessed everything to him. I will tell you, the Ryogat Guild paid me to. However, he was still angry and rebuked him. It's obvious they sent you here to test me first. You must have realized that too. If they were really sure that I was faking everything, they would have sent a genuine S-rank hunter, not garbage like you. Not stopping there, Siwoo also grabbed Zebel's hair and dragged him backward, then asked, does it hurt? At this moment, he hurriedly begged him, I apologize, please. A second later, Zebel put on a pitiful appearance and looked at Siwoo. However, he only looked back at him with an angry gaze. And when he couldn't control his anger, Siwoo grabbed Zebel's hair again, causing him to moan. After a while, he threw Zebel aside and said, forgiving you is not my job, putting you on the scale of justice before God is my job. The system issued a notification. First synchronization from the Eden dimension has been completed. Use the user information command to check your stats. The Earth dimension has assigned your trait as chaos, therefore the Earth dimension has lifted the causality limit for you. The second update is beginning. Siwoo belongs to the first goddess Gen. Trait chaos, profession apostle, black pope, and 32 others. Stats, player stats, strength, agility, stamina, faith, level 7, magic, level 0. Special stats, evil resistance, skills possessed, passive skill, enemy of monsters, blessing of J, holy flame, sermon interpretation, active skill, and 42 other skills. Wings of cleansing, sanctification, will to destroy evil, and 92 other skills. This means your current stats exceed the system's limit. The second synchronization will include the system. After looking through it once, Siwoo felt confused and said, what is this? Nothing changed at all. It added a control panel about my traits. Perhaps lifting the causality restriction is a good thing. Also saying this, he pointed his finger at the lines sanctification, will to destroy evil level, and 92 other skills. This means current stats exceed system limits. The second synchronization will include. Just like that, Siwoo fell into deep thought. This second update made him confused. When he saw people approaching, Leo told him, the weak ones have arrived. Siwoo teased him, you're so mean, you know, they don't look like they want to fight. And when asked, are you sent by the government? Why are you here? Siwoo turned backward and looked surprised. He furrowed his brows slightly. The mineral mine is in this direction, so I don't need to look anymore. Magic power is this strong, it must be about 7 tons buried under there. Leo also continued Siwoo's point. A magic tower uses about 700 kg of magic stones per year. 7 tons of high-quality magic stones would be an excellent resource. He stated his feeling right at this moment. I can sense magic as well as demonic energy from there. Magic stones are the crystallization of the purest mana. Magic stones are like pure water, so if combined with divine power, it will turn into a divine stone. Similarly, if combined with demonic energy, it will turn into a demon stone. He was looking toward it and calculating, I can sense demonic energy similar to that of a lick from this mineral mine. This energy belongs to the arrogant demon king. The corruption is not long-term. The demonic energy I felt in the heart of the region is exactly like this. Has anyone entered this mineral mine recently? So a few people replied, don't know, I'm not clear about that, but some others continued, don't answer him. Very quickly, he discovered Jun, who had just prevented everyone from answering him, and happily said, you must be busy with power struggles, but that person is very dangerous. Being eyed by the opponent, he was silent. Next, he also told him, you must have ignored this while fighting among yourselves. That's right, I heard this area has no law. If I defeat you, I can have this mineral mine, right? In his heart, Siwoo thought that person must be in this group of people. Are they the white shadows? Because of fear, Jun bowed his head in silence. Right after that, he took out Jen's token and smiled brightly as he challenged them. I don't intend to fight. This lawless land only makes me find it interesting. I'm just curious and just want to try to see if I can actually do anything here. At this moment, suddenly Jen's token glowed. Siwoo also realized this unusual sign and showed concern. Jen's sign is reacting to the demonic energy. Finally, he decided to use his spiritual power. So a light flashed from Jen's token, which was being placed right in front of Sionan's chest, making them panic and ask, "What are you going to do?" A second later, the system issued a notification. You can declare a holy ground. Use the item Jen's sign. Do you want to declare a holy ground? Next, he raised it high and said loudly, I declare a holy ground. And then the system confirmed this. This area is now a holy ground. Just like that, a radiant aura suddenly appeared in the sky, after which white rays of light fell below. So below, someone reached out their hand to catch it. Meanwhile, Leo was focusing on praying. The entire area where they were standing was now covered in multicolored magic lights. Siwoo was feeling satisfied with what he had just done. Finally, he happily said to Leo, I've decided to offer this land to Jen. Jen wants this land. As her servant, I cannot just sit still. The system provided some information. A holy ground has been declared using the holy relic Jen's token fragment. The Earth Dimension system has accepted the holy relic from the Eden Dimension as a miracle. With the declaration of the holy ground, this area has been cleansed of polluted demonic energy. Knowing these things, Siwoo breathed a sigh of relief. While walking, he had a thought. Now breathing is much easier, thanks to the demonic energy being cleaned up. Only a few seconds later, Jen reappeared and whispered to him, This is such a sad place. I never thought a place like this existed on Earth. He gently called her name Jen. Siwoo agreed with Jen's previous statement. Yes, it's truly sad. In addition, he carefully observed Leo's facial expression. And when he seemed quite calm, Siwoo muttered in his heart, seeing Leo so calm, it seems only I can see Jen. Right after that, with a look of worry, she sadly said, Brother, I can vaguely see the dreams that have been buried in this land. Sagan, thank you for taking good care of the gift I sent through that brat. She was implicitly referring to Leo to Siwoo, and he also understood Jen's intention. However, Siwoo mocked him. You are the only one who calls that mad dog a brat. But then she happily replied, to me, he is still a child. Do you know how adorable Leo was when he was little? Siwoo was not very interested in this, so he indifferently said, I'd rather not know. The next second, Jen just grabbed his hand while saying sincerely, Even so, I still like you more. However, unfortunately, not only was he not moved, but he thought her presence had another reason. Forget it, stop acting. Why did you appear without notifying me first? Very quickly, Jen replied, I wanted to come personally to give you a gift because you've done a very good job. There are things I can only do when I'm here. Hearing these three words, Siwoo said in hesitation, a gift. Just finishing the sentence, Jen quickly cast a spell right in front of the other person. Just like that, she took some stones from a nearby lake and gathered them in one place. Seeing this scene, Siwoo was extremely confused because he didn't know what the other person intended to do. After creating a tombstone, Jen gently said, It feels warmer now, doesn't it, Siwoo? He agreed and responded with one word. On the other hand, in his heart, he was still thinking, this location cannot be seen as a normal gift. I can feel Jen's love and sincerity. Siwoo was staring at the tombstone before his eyes. Not stopping there, she said, I only hope the dreams left here will have a warmer place to dwell. Surely those who remember this place will see this event as a miracle. Currently in his heart, he was inwardly comparing it to Eden. Jen gave Siwoo another surprise that left him completely confused. With magical power, she created a small temple at the holy ground. While he felt both incredulous and surprised, Jen smiled brightly and asked Siwoo, How is it? This is my true gift. So what do you think? He immediately praised it. It's truly wonderful, surely everyone will like it. I can imagine Leo is crying already. Goddess Jen. After thinking thoroughly about everything, he spoke to her. I have something to say, Jen. However, she was quite smart. As soon as she saw his expression, she could guess what Siwoo wanted to say. It seems you already know. Siwoo, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The final Demon King that you defeated, Lucifer, has transferred fragments of the Demon King's souls to the nearest dimension. The dimension nearest to Ian is Earth. The reason why the Earth system accepted a contract with an outsider like you might be related to Lucifer. Hearing that, Siwoo contemplated deeply. She is talking about causality. On the other hand, Jen also showed a worried attitude and said, Because Earth is not under my management, I cannot do much. You will have to find out the details yourself. Siwoo, I apologize for these difficult requests. Please take care of this world. Siwoo knew that when she said these words, she would be leaving, so he asked, Are you planning to leave? Without saying another word, Jemin just left, leaving him to only say to himself, well, I guess I should get used to that. Siwoo turned back to look at the temple and whispered to himself, how surprising, but it seems like I've completed all my urgent goals. The temple in his eyes was so beautiful and luxurious. There was one more thing that Siwoo felt incredibly satisfied about. Leo is here to translate the Bible for us, and now there is a temple for believers to come and pray. After completing the mission, the system also confirmed this to him. You have completed the main Expand the Church quest completion reward. The baptism attribute has leveled up, and you have received 500 DP. Congratulations. With the creation of the first temple for the church, you have taken one step further in solidifying your position as a major religion. From now on, you can manage the temple using the temple management command. Siwoo felt triumphant, feeling like he was actually accomplishing something. At the same time, the system provided another piece of information. Through the interdimensional covenant, you can purchase various facilities using divine points. A DLC facility shop has been updated. To make the temple widely known to the public, they decided to do a small program for it. Just like that, Minsu stood up to host a live stream with the presence of Leo and Siwoo. On the live stream, he happily said, "We are in the central area for a special episode. It's an honor to be the first to introduce the new central area to everyone. You probably already know who I'm with today. Mr. Siwoo, South Korea's first anomaly and the head of the Gen Church." Very quickly, he placed his right hand on his left chest, bowed to greet everyone, and then gave a big, bright smile. "Very happy to meet you all. I'm Siwoo of the Gen Church. It's an honor to introduce the first temple of our church to everyone." Within just a few seconds, several netizens left comments about them. "I thought they were filming in the central area. It looks like they're in a film studio. Player Ka, even if you need money, at least try to be a bit more subtle with your scams. Damn, I knew it. Player Ka looks so handsome, I thought he wouldn't scam anyone. It seems the rumors about the cult are really affecting him. I'm unsubscribing, good luck." Seeing this, Siwoo happily muttered in his heart, "This is the signature of Ka Chat." After that, there was another surprise, which was that Mr. Quick Ka donated 1,000 gun along with the comment, "Who is that behind you? Don't tell me you hired mercenaries." Player Ka, if you've been kidnapped by a cult and are being forced to film this, wave a carrot. Because he isn't from Earth, Leo didn't understand internet slang, so he whispered into Siwoo's ear, "Your Holiness, why are they telling Mr. Minsu to wave a carrot?" This question left him unsure of how to answer, only able to say in his heart, "That's because of you." After a while, Minsu also thanked everyone before ending the broadcast. "Thanks to your active participation, we have built the first temple in the central area. Thank you all." However, at this moment, negative comments from netizens appeared. "He should admit he's lying, I can't believe it. But what film studio is this? It's beautiful, I'm an expert. The central area is an area contaminated by demonic energy where life cannot thrive, yet this area is full of flowers and grass. So I dare to bet my remaining hair that this is definitely not the central area." Seeing this comment, Siwoo immediately prayed, "Dear goddess, do you see that? Please take that man's hair away." Next, he held up his phone and instructed everyone. From now on, anyone can use the CEO City app or register through the local community center to enter the central area in CEO. You can find detailed information through the Ability Management Bureau's website or through our Mito channel soon. Additionally, they also controlled a flight cam to film from above. The fly cam was circling around to get the best shot, and then netizens suddenly commented, "Why doesn't the player look handsome even when seen from above? Huh, it's flying up. Are you crazy? Aren't those the walls around the central area? What is that, guys? Isn't that from KBC?" Announcement. Minister CONHO of the Ability Management Bureau announces that the awakened person Siwoo has successfully purified a part of the CEO central area. Article link. This is real. Wait, is this really the central area? Is it true? I'm coming here on a pilgrimage. If we want to go on a pilgrimage, do we really only need to register? Please let me pass. Please give me a girlfriend. Please let me pass the Hunter Academy exam. 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 Please let me pass this interview. Go study, stop spamming. A while later, someone walked over to Siwoo, carrying a bouquet of flowers in his hand, and this person is Minister CONHO. As soon as he saw him, he said, "Minister, everyone has already left. Do you have anything else to do here?" CONHO honestly replied, "I always wanted to come back here. I never thought I would be able to return. Even though I agreed to this idea, I still can't believe it." "What is that small tombstone for?" Siwoo bowed his head and said, "It's to comfort those who are resting here." He reverently knelt down, gently placed the bouquet of flowers on the tombstone and asked, "Who did such a precious thing?" He only replied, "That is the person responsible for everything here. I think it's a memorial to help dispel sad feelings while still not forgetting the past." On the tombstone, the words "Where dreams rest" were writ. CONHO sincerely said, I think you have fulfilled the wish of this old man, thank you. Even after being kidnapped to Eden, the biggest reason I couldn't hate it. Thinking of this, Siwoo suddenly glanced at him kneeling in front of the tombstone. Because of what she brought to those around her, compassion and hope. Currently in the comment section of the Religion Exhibition Room page, there is a status update. I am a sinner, 18,345 views, 345 shares, 1572 comments. I apologize because a fool like me spread false rumors about holy people. I apologize for doubting you, sorry for cursing you. I will try my best to spread Jen's reputation. Below that are all the comments. Do you think it's him? Right, it's the guy who always calls it a fake cult. Looks like he deleted all his posts. Don't worry, I screenshotted everything and emailed it to the J-Man Church. Jen is watching. Please use polite language if possible. I created a new Jen exhibition room. Everyone, please come in and chat with your brothers and sisters. Has anyone seen the goddess yet? Is she pretty? I heard she looks like Teehee. Oh, I heard a player has seen her. How dare you talk about the goddess like that? All of you Siwoo and the government are just playing with you guys. Seriously, this whole thing is just the government using their power to distract you. Yet you guys believe it. Old man, stop looking at fake news. It's hilarious. Even other countries are reporting this, so stop with the conspiracy theories. It's hilarious. Stop typing before I delete the moles on your body, dying of laughter. I think this page perfectly reflects the nature of our current situation. It seems there are still people who think I'm a scammer. Seeing this, Minsu suddenly shouted, I can't believe it. How much more do we have to prove? Do they still doubt us after this beautiful landscape? This made Siwoo startle, having to cry out to the heavens in his heart. Oh God. Minsu sincerely said, even though I never doubted your holiness, I didn't think this place would be so beautiful. Goddess Jen is truly a miracle. This place is proof of that. He did not reply, but in his heart he implicitly acknowledged his thought. True, this is what this land was supposed to become, just like what Jen wrote on the monument, where dreams rest. To follow the goddess's wishes, I plan to open this space to the public and allow families in mourning to visit their loved ones. After that, while walking, Minsu also said to Siwoo, I am sure that everyone sincerely thanks you and Goddess Jen. He also agreed, I only hope I can comfort them, that's enough. At this moment, Siwoo seemed to suddenly think of something and was silent for a few seconds. After a while, Siwoo called him, Minsu, I heard there are craft guilds, do you know any? He happily replied, I know a few that acquaintances manage, I should talk to them, right? A mineral mine, it seems you have a plan for something. Siwoo didn't hide it from the other person just a little bit. When removing the demonic energy spreading from sources of magic power and nearby mineral mines, some magic stones at the epicenter absorbed holy power from Jen and turned into god stones. That means there is a holy stone mine inside this holy land. Siwoo decided to mine it. At this moment he turned to ask the other person, Minsu, have you ever produced goods? Causing him to answer in surprise, goods. On the other hand, the system also provided information. You can purchase Sanctification House through the DLC facility shop. Description, use God stones. You can craft holy relics that will bless. The higher the level of those holy relics, the more blessings. Price, 5,000 divine points. Seeing these lines, Siwoo was incredibly satisfied, muttering to himself, perfect. With those god stones, NZDNH can help the Jen Church have a stable income. Right at this moment, Leo came again. Your Holiness the Pope, we have uninvited guests. Following him were 3 other people. After that, the person who arrived also introduced himself. Very happy to meet you. Siwoo, I am Bai On Ong-soo, CEO of the National Awakened Alliance. I came here to talk to Siwoo. It's an honor to meet you like this. With surprise, Siwoo looked at the other person and pondered. He ordered him, Leo, take them to the guest room and don't cause any trouble. Yes, Your Holiness. He asked Siwoo about Leo. Is that him? The person rumored to be able to fold people like paper. I would love to witness that if there is a chance. But then he switched to another topic. I still remember clearly the time the National Awakened Alliance sent assassins to kill me. Why don't I send them a gift as a thank you? However, by Ung-Ziu, no need, I am really not interested in crafts. After finishing, I want to pray to the goddess for helping to purify this area, the land we used to protect. This statement made him feel uncomfortable. Used to protect, proceed. I don't like his wording. Thinking that, Siwoo frankly said, you denied sending assassins, yet now you dare to come here to cause trouble. Looks like you have a thick face. So what you protect is not the central area but magic stone mines. I'm sure it's nothing good. However, do you know that they are no longer magic stones? Now they are god stones. Initially, I didn't know until I happened to see magic stones in the temple. Initially, he seemed surprised by these words, but then Bai Ung-soo calmly replied, thanks for mentioning that. This is easier now. I'm sure you have information about magic stones from the Ability Management Bureau. Therefore, we determined that you entered the central area with the intention of taking those magic stones. I'm sure you know that the development of guilds in our country is proof of the country's growth. For an alliance like us, magic stone mines are an important resource for development. It's a pity you extorted them from us. Siwoo started questioning him. Are you trying to make this look like I'm hindering the country's development? I work with the Ability Management Bureau. Aren't they a state agency? Aren't you the ones preventing the Bureau from working? You say these mines belong to everyone while you are the ones profiting. I can't believe it. I intended to talk seriously if you started with an apology, but you brought all this destruction to the central area. To hire assassins, is this all you have to say? As soon as he saw that things were getting tense, Bai took out a file folder and hesitated. Let's put everything aside. We came here to negotiate. We will ensure the Gen Church receives half of the products mined from the stone mines as well as allow you access to our entire mining infrastructure. Additionally, we will donate a large sum of money to the church. I'm sure you will be more than satisfied. However, he crumpled the paper and angrily said, do you really think a peace negotiation can be done with a piece of paper? First you try to kill me and now you are great. Want to be friends? Do you really think this will work? Unbelievable. Immediately, Siwoo used magic to create a lightning bolt that struck directly at them, making them feel incredibly terrified. At the same time, his hand was reaching toward Byung-soo's group. Very quickly, Siwoo choked him, making the other party feel breathless and scream, let me go. He used an indignant gaze to look at Byung-soo and even increased the strength of his grip. And then he coughed up blood and said in fear, we gave you a chance. We have the power to resist you. Siwoo, if we could cooperate. Perhaps right after that, he threw Byung-soo aside and said mockingly, I'm so scared. Go tell those bastards that they had better come here to apologize, otherwise I will come and take the apology myself. On the other hand, the system announced that the number of believers had skyrocketed, so the main quest was being updated. Estimated time 7:32. That evening, as usual, SHU was watching TV and accidentally saw breaking news. IN has established a joint public-private investigation team and has officially requested verification of the central area location. Hearing this, Minsu suddenly asked, what's wrong with No? How did you know? They need to calm down first. Next, the newscaster also said, meanwhile, the Gen Church has attracted global attention. After their leader, the awakened person Siwoo purified the central area location. However, the White Halo Church still continues. After that, when seeing the panda-shaped eyes of his brother, he asked in surprise, Minsu, you look like a zombie. Tomorrow is the launch day for the Gen Church channel. I am working overtime. At the same time, Si was also present, so she asked Minsu, is Leo in that beautiful place? Is he not coming here anymore? He bowed his head sadly and asked, yeah, that place is now Leo's workplace. You go visit him. She smiled and praised, it looks so beautiful. Today I will sleep early and go visit him with my brother. I don't know if he has time or not. On the other hand, Siwoo also spoke first. Scene, ask me if you want to know anything. She obediently replied, yes, I also know some things. You are the Pope leading the Gen Church. You purified the central area. Siwoo was surprised when Sion knew so much. Does the kid know everything? Minsu exclaimed. Kids are better at using phones than you. You've been there for 10 years, right? You're old, you hadn't even finished Seoul when he already hit you on the head. Just like that, his head swelled up into a big lump. Meanwhile, Si-er quickly left and said, today I will sleep early, see you this weekend. Siwoo happily replied, yeah, good night. After that, both brothers waved goodbye to her. To this point, he finally understood everything. I see, Si was just teasing you while Minsu praised her. Si is a good kid and she's very bright. She had no other choice but to mature since she was very small. Next, Siwoo admitted his mistakes comfortably. Maybe that's my fault. Seeing his attitude was a bit strange, he silently looked at the other party. A while later, Minsu suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot, Grandma called us. She said that the department is preparing a private jet to pick her up here in 2 weeks. Siwoo startled. Huh, a private jet? Why? He quickly explained to his brother. She said something about being a family member of an anomaly. Because she can't travel freely because of you, she said to prepare mentally to get beaten up. Siwoo knew his grandmother's temperament very well, so he was incredibly worried. Grandma is coming back, I'm so worried. He asked back confused. Why are you worried? We are only launching an official channel, Siwoo replied in confusion, because you don't know how much I prepared for this. In addition, he also praised Minsu. You did great, don't worry anymore. Finally, he finished designing the channel. This official Gen channel has 43K subscribers, 1 video and other categories like subscribed, playlist, short video, community. Just watching, he muttered, Number of subscribers after 1 hour of launching the Mube channel is 43,000. The next second, he scrolled down and saw the titles on the homepage. Short video, playlist, community, suggested, central area scam, views 200K 1 hour ago. Along with that are comments numbering 24,325 and arranged by the most recent comment first. Please let me pass the exam well. Pray for me to pass the exam. Player Ka looks handsome. But the Pope is a bit, and there's the big guy standing behind too. Between the Gen Church and the White Halo Church, which one is stronger? Oh my god, are there still people who believe in these cults? Guys, they will start asking for money and it will be too late then. Finally, I came here on a pilgrimage. Currently, Siwoo is watching it in his office. Minsu explained to him, there are so many comments, are many people praying for wishes? He just gently replied, praying for wishes is fine. Jen likes comments like that, right? Leo happily replied, that's right, Jen will take care of those who are sincere about their dreams. Siwoo agreed with this thought of Leo. I think that's reasonable too, because we have solved many events recently. I'm sure more people will believe in Jen once they understand. Minsu saw he was very excited about this and was surprised. This is the first time you've looked like a church member. After a few seconds, the system gave a new task to Siwoo. A task has appeared: expand the congregation, prepare main type DLC, description through building a temple. You created a roof for faith previously. The temple will act as a key pivot for the church's development. Thus, the system has determined that your church has completed all necessary preparations. Your Holiness, Earth is currently facing many dangers. To prepare for the upcoming danger, you must develop your church. Requirement: complete 150,000 official followers. Official followers mean people who have officially submitted an application to join through the form. 500 players belonging to the holy system choose Jen as their deity. Achieve a total of 15 levels between church features and facilities. Reward: 10,000 divine points. Optional achievement: you must satisfy all 3 conditions to complete the task. Sunlight shone through the leaves. Not only him, but others also received this information, including Minsu. The system confirmed. The following announcement has been sent to all players in the dimension Earth. Special conditions have been met, and restrictions on divine power have been removed from the Earth dimension. The Earth dimension system is preparing to update for the era of the class. Players on Earth, please prepare for the following changes. The system confirmed with Siwoo's choice. You have received the quest to expand the congregation. Prepare main task DLC. Description: by building a temple, you have created a place of worship for believers. From now on, the temple will be the center for your religion. The system has confirmed that you have prepared enough foundations for the religion Pope. Earth is currently facing many hazards. You need to develop the number of followers to prepare for upcoming dangers. Requirement: complete 150,000 official followers. Official followers are people who have officially submitted an application to join through the form. 500 players belonging to the holy system choose Jen as their deity. 3. A total of 15 levels from church structures and attributes. Reward: 10,000 DP. The ability to choose a mission achievement is only completed when satisfying all 3 requirements. Seeing these lines, Siwoo muttered, 500 players belonging to the holy system have to choose Jen as their deity. Hey, besides me, are there any other players using divine power? However, Minsu didn't know this either. I haven't heard of anyone. Are you planning to get 500 more believers from Jen like Leo? Siwoo rubbed his nose and bowed his head to ask, so what is this holy system player? Right at this moment, the system arrived. This notice is being broadcast to all players in the Earth dimension, making whoever sees it surprised. Even Mino knows. Parallel to it is information from the system. Due to some requirements being met, restrictions placed on divine energy will be removed from the dimension. Earth dimension: Earth will prepare for the era of order. Earth players, prepare for the era of order. Following that is news being updated rapidly on TV. Currently, TV is reporting. Breaking news this morning: the great transformation has been announced on Earth. News 24 hours on Kich Jio and Buddhism. Many people awaken divine power to prepare for the changing world. We have invited Professor S8 Kong Cha from CEA University. There have been many players in religion. We awakened thanks to the grace of the gods. With divine power now available, I'm sure you can see how important religion will become. If our country accepts the Gen Church in this chaotic time, it is reasonable for the government to recognize our religion as an official faith. A second later, Trang also dialogued directly with the Bishop of the White Shadow. How does the awakening of the White Shadow work? The Bishop of the White Shadow quickly replied, our method is nothing special. Just having faith in the god will save humans from weakness. Siwoo watched and sighed, thinking to himself, holy players from the White Shadow so they don't use demonic energy. I guess the Gyuzo Gate and the Abyss Gate in Rio Duan are filming videos of them fighting demons and never claiming to be on their side. And did I detect any demonic energy from the followers in Gyuo? No. So there could be other organizations that are not the White Shadow but have links to demonic energy. As soon as the problem hit a dead end, Tiu asked Jen for help. Thus she appeared. It's been a while since I saw you this worried. He honestly told her everything. Is it easier to manifest in court? Sorry for calling you so suddenly. However, Jen was not angry with Siwoo. It's okay. Yesterday you had many followers. You worked very hard, Siwoo. Next, Siwoo told Jen the current situation. The whole country is in chaos now. There are holy type players, although I don't know if it's true or not. What is divine power? It's power not only Jen's believers can use, but it's the ability to create miracles by anyone with faith. The stronger the faith, the stronger the god, and in return, the god can bless the believers with more power. Based on these foundations, a while later, Jemin started explaining in great detail to him, just like the players will links directly to their magic ability. Divine power has a close connection to the power of faith in believers. Awakened people, in turn, use power to create miracles. The value of a god depends on the level of faith they can arouse in believers. A god without believers will disappear. He still had parts he didn't fully understand, so the era of order refers to gods. Why wasn't there divine power on Earth before? She also honestly replied. Just like the reason why Earth wasn't given mana, the system set restrictions on the potential of Earth humans. Hearing this, Siwoo felt a bit of regret. They should have removed all restrictions last year along with mana. At this moment, Jen just smiled and said in confusion, I wanted to tell you everything, Siwoo. But as soon as she hadn't finished speaking, he cut her off. Causality doesn't allow it, right? Jen didn't say anything but just looked at Shu with affectionate eyes. And then she started to bless Siwoo. The system also quickly confirmed this to him. Your goddess has blessed you. All attributes have been increased by 1 level for 90 days. After performing the ritual, Jemin gently said, at least I can do that much. However, he smiled and cheered because of this. Before leaving, Jen still had one wish, make me even stronger. Siwoo, now what will my little pope do for me? He firmly replied. What do you think? I have to preach to get more followers. Can this Jen call more people from Eden here? Major guilds are already trying to monopolize the holy type players. She hesitated a bit then replied, I don't think so, let me reconsider. Siwoo gave a dangerous smile and thought to himself, then I guess there's no other way, I have to work harder. Meanwhile, Jen showed worry when seeing this expression of his. Siwoo, why are you smiling like that? Siwoo ignored her worry and muttered in his heart, it's okay, he can sleep even after he's dead. Just like that, Jen advised again, calm down, Siwoo. Because Leo couldn't see Jen, he felt confused by Siwoo's expression at that moment. After she returned to Eden, he looked out the window and was lost in thoughts about the era of the church. If that message was broadcast to all players, perhaps the Earth dimension would truly undergo major changes. What I can do right now is maintain the temple well and continue to preach, but I don't know where to go next. Right at this moment, the phone vibrated, making Siwoo feel a bit anxious. Immediately after, he also read the emergency message just sent to the capacity department. May 028, the Ore tribes near Pyongyang have started moving south. Alert level 2 at the old area. Capacity department detects a giant space gate near Busan, expected level A or higher. Abnormal mana flow analysis department near Kwang City. After reading it, Siwoo remembered what happened before. A year before I disappeared, North Korea basically no longer existed as a country due to the appearance of spatial dimensions. The northern part of the Korean peninsula is now a land of unconquerable monsters, according to Minsu. After that, he went to find Sane and participated in a meeting with many others. Are those damn pigs all crazy? Funny, they are all pulling over, right, Pope Kim. Meanwhile, Siwoo looked worried, muttering to himself, this guy is standing too close. While everyone kept silent, Sane laughed loudly very naturally. Siwoo whispered to the other person, see Jane, the Goblin Guild is quite a large guild, wouldn't it be more suitable for you to sit next to the National Awakened Alliance? Dealing with gangsters is not my style. We don't belong to the National Awakened Alliance, I told you. Immediately, Seozin made the pastry disappear right before Siwoo's eyes, making him gasp and scream in his heart. The snacks are gone, he laughed and said. Hey Pope Kim, do you want to go for coffee with me after this meeting? I have many questions about divine power. Was that what you used to subdue me last time? I think you are the one who uses it best. However, the more Sane talked, the more anxious Siwoo felt, but because he couldn't let others know, he only knew how to scream in his heart. Wait, why does he call me Pope Kim? Can't take it anymore. So Bai Eung-soo pointed at him and shouted, Hey Choi, there are not only 2 people in this room. Keep your voice down. Sane, undeterred, put his arm around Siwoo's shoulder and replied nonchalantly, I'm just talking to a friend, is there a problem? Meanwhile, Siwoo was thinking about him. Bai Eung-soo is still bothering everyone here. Even after being hit, Bai Eung-soo refused to stop, loudly reprimanding him. That's your problem, Choi, you don't care about social norms at all. That's why your guild is always getting into trouble with others. Sane turned to provoke him, is that all? And then what? What are you going to do? Immediately, Bai Ongzu gritted his teeth and stood up while Siwoo felt tense and thought to himself, it's so cold. After a while, he looked straight into his eyes and called him by his last name. Kang also responded angrily, Choi. However, as the atmosphere became tense, Sane teased him, are you going on a date? Those glasses look cool. This made Siwoo jump and spit out the water he was drinking. Seeing the opponent not respond, he teased further, trying to look young. You look fine, I'll have to ask the boss to end this meeting soon. You have a friend waiting at the local market, don't you? Finally, Bai Ongzu had to shout loudly, it seems you guys are having fun, huh? Just at this moment, the Minister of the Authority Management Bureau, CONHO, opened the door and walked in. Is this old man bothering you guys? Sane smiled brightly and replied, no, not at all, sir, you look more refreshed today. Minister CONHO responded excitedly, I've started drinking more soda lately, shall I recommend some types to you? Hello. You all are busy people, so I'll get straight to the point. As soon as CONHO appeared, Bai Ongzu sat down in his chair and remained silent. CONHO raised his voice, saying, we gathered here today to discuss a plan to deal with the approaching O army. O are nocturnal creatures that live in tribes. O are also hostile toward each other if they belong to different tribes. But for some reason, 7 tribes have united. This is extremely unusual in the history of O's existence on Earth. But for some reason, 7 tribes have united. This is extremely unusual in the history of O's existence on Earth. While he was speaking, Siwoo thought to himself, I guess that doesn't exist on Earth. I've seen this a few times in Eden. A being born with the power to dominate everything. A monster that exists to lead the unrestrained rage of the O and with a single goal. Next, he blurted out an overlord, CONHO replied. I suppose it's called an overlord. According to the report, this overlord has gathered more than 100,000 O, so the alert level has been raised to level 1. Hearing this, the entire meeting room shouted loudly, what, 100,000 O? CONHO revealed other information regarding the tribal tattoos on their arms. Our intelligence agents have discovered 7 different types of O tattoos. Siwoo heard this and said, the Overlord has stats that are completely overwhelming compared to other O. I have fought someone like that before. As soon as they appear, they break all tribal hierarchies. That's why O with different tribal tattoos are gathering together. As soon as the Overlord appears, the O's instincts make them swear loyalty to it. However, Bai Ongzu opposed this point. Even if you're a returnee, you seem quite smug about your knowledge of monsters on Earth. Leaving this to the experts and sitting silently is the right choice, Holy One Siwoo. Disregarded by others, Siwoo couldn't take it and countered, so you're only speaking your mind now, are you? So I guess you must be quite the expert to illegally occupy a state-managed mineral mine, right? Speaking up to this point, he clenched his fist tightly. Seeing that, Sejin whispered into Siwoo's ear, look at that, Pope Kim, they're quite the bullies, aren't they? Bai Ongzu heard that and said angrily, Mr. Sejin, I can hear you. And Mr. Kim Siwoo, they are a real threat. They destroy everything in their path, praying and flapping your wings a little won't make them disappear. The more he spoke, the angrier Siwoo became. It seems that impresses you, doesn't it? The only reason I haven't beaten you to a pulp is because the minister is here. On the other hand, he not only didn't stop them but also provoked them. Oh, are you planning to fight? That's great, I just arrived. Seeing everyone too tense, CONHO coughed and said, this is a serious situation, please remain calm. Mr. Siwoo, if so, do you have a solution? He spoke as if he were asking what to eat today. Simple. We just need to kill that overlord. We would have to sacrifice too much to face 100,000 O. The damage to civilians would also be too great. It would be best if we could kill that overlord. As soon as it dies, the O will go crazy and start fighting each other. Their tribes are naturally enemies of one another. However, Bai Ongzu opposed. What nonsense are you talking about? That special entity is surrounded by 100,000 O. Even if your deduction is correct, to get close to an army of 100,000 our forces would have to break through. Is there no limit to your arrogance? That's true if it's on land, but is it really necessary to approach from the ground? He quickly explained, we have helicopters and fighter jets, so why worry? If we launch an aerial attack from helicopters in that area, why couldn't we drop bombs on them? After that, the representative of the Great Tiger Guild, Korea's #1 guild, loudly defended him. There is no guarantee that killing that unique entity will stop the monster attack. Are we to understand that you are telling us to deploy hunters without those guarantees? It sounds like you're asking us to sacrifice ourselves for you, Pope Siwoo. Siwoo looked at him and smiled, and immediately presented an argument to counter. If you guys don't have any countermeasures and just want to put on a show to avoid losses, then don't open your mouths. When did I ever ask you to deploy hunters? I will be the only one performing this operation. I heard that the media has deliberately exaggerated or fabricated my strength. In any case, I will take this opportunity to prove it clearly. If anyone has any complaints, say so now, just prepare a helicopter for me. Siwoo used his eyes to express his determination, and furthermore in his heart he was thinking, strike first, strike hard. After the meeting, he prepared a helicopter to travel. Before leaving, someone asked Siwoo, "Are you really going to be okay going alone?" "No need to worry, I'll resolve the situation in the blink of an eye." He was in a pretty good mood because he got to breathe fresh air for the first time in a long time. He had once ridden a griffin. Hearing this, Bichhan was surprised and said, "A griffin?" Meanwhile, Didung felt admiration and exclaimed. And then Siwoo said to them, "Although the riding experience wasn't very good, helicopters are much better." Just like that, Bichhan honestly replied, "Actually, I'm more worried about you refusing anti-aircraft guns against large flying creatures. Do you have anything else?" Siwoo modestly said to him, "That's right, I have a few skills. Let me touch this helicopter for a moment." A second after he used magic, the system issued a notification. Sanctification active skill has been activated. A powerful blessing has been applied to the designated object for a certain period. This action of Siwoo's made both of them exclaim in amazement. When he finished modifying the helicopter, he gave a thumbs up and excitedly said, "The efficiency should be quite good. In any case, no monster wants to rush to its death." And the two of them kept cheering in admiration. Next, Siwoo turned to say to Seo Myung, the cameraman in the incident, the fourth follower of Jen, "Are you ready?" He replied in confusion, "Yes, yes, Pope, I will ensure to record all your wonderful feats." Pope, "It's impossible to record in the heart of the region due to magic energy contamination, but we can record well in the Lost Lands, north of the ceasefire line, as long as we are careful with the monsters. Accumulating views through live streaming when the competition is heating up is important, and I have no reason to refuse that. Besides, I can use fighting 100,000 O alone, or I've ridden a helicopter into the Lost Lands. I can't not use that kind of soul view." Right at this moment, Siwoo discovered that the other person was trembling with nervousness, so he asked, "Seo Myung, why are you shaking? You don't need to worry, it will be over soon." And then he honestly said, "I know that the safest place is by your side, Pope. It's just that this is a great honor to perform this task. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am ready to trade my life for Jen." This statement made him feel a bit embarrassed. After that, Siwoo inwardly commented about him. "Seo Myung, in his normal state right now, is this okay? I'm wondering about what Minso said. Why are there so many fanatical followers?" A few seconds later, the helicopter took off. When the helicopter had been flying for a while, Siwoo panicked and said, "No way is this actually possible." We avoided them all. Additionally, Seo Myung called Seo Nho to report the situation. "We will arrive at the designated position in 5 minutes. Just as you said, anomaly Siwoo, the flying monsters aren't even coming near us." He was also watching the screen and replied, "I'm watching. Think about it, you are live streaming the aerial attack on Medub. I might have to submit an apology for this." Seo Myung knew he was in a difficult spot, so he said, "Minister, if you are worried, I can turn off the broadcast right now." When he turned off the broadcast, Seo Nho turned to Dongsik and said, "I wonder." He said halfway through and stopped, continuing to look at the plan appearing on the screen with the content. Plan A, an aerial attack will be carried out under the command of awakened anomaly Siwoo. The unique entity, the Overlord, will be destroyed and the monster attack will be dispersed. Plan B, in case Plan A fails, the Great Tiger Guild will establish a defensive line at the ceasefire boundary to prepare. They will cooperate with the 30th Mechanized Infantry Division that has been reorganized to block the monster attack. After reading with a worried mood, Seo Nho said, Siwoo insisted on a live broadcast to prove himself, and due to his special position as an anomaly, he can make unreasonable demands forcefully. However, he didn't do that. Last time he even led us to the bad guys that the Authority Management Bureau was chasing, calling it a gift. Dongsik felt the same as him, so he spoke bluntly. "But Minister, if awakened anomaly Siwoo fails this solo campaign, we will have to suffer the consequences of live streaming a failed campaign. This will make the Authority Management Bureau even." Regarding this, he was quite optimistic, so he just replied casually, "If he can't stop it, we can't do anything about the monster attack either. Who cares about our utility? We are useless whether we broadcast or not. If awakened anomaly Kim Siwoo fails, the final result will be the same. In that case, isn't increasing the stakes better? It has been a long time since the awakened forces belonging to large private guilds far exceeded the state's awakened forces. The nation does not have the power to control the awakened alliance and absolutely does not have the power to protect itself from being controlled. Many large-scale guilds linked to NC have been involved in illegal territory. After hearing this, Dongsik raised another issue. Awakened Anomaly Siwoo is not linked to the Authority Management Bureau, however, you said he is also not linked to NC. Do you know why every nation separately classifies returnees, especially disaster-level ones, even though they could classify them like we classify S-rank hunters? He honestly said, "No, I don't know." CONHO began to explain in detail to Dongsik. Disaster-level returnees are those who left remarkable legacies in their worlds before returning to Earth. Whether they are good or bad, they are creatures that can affect the order of an entire world. If these people return to their homeland, Earth, what do you think is the probability that they will submit to the current government? Of course, there will be individual differences, and conflict is inevitable. That is why they are called disasters. Among the disaster-level returnees who have returned, the power of those we can measure is at that level. So what do you think will happen to those above that level, the anomaly level? Conflict is inevitable. Our mission is to navigate that conflict so that it aligns with our interests as much as possible. Dongsik gradually understood a little and said, "You mean using awakened anomaly Siwoo to control NC?" He disagreed with this phrasing. Didn't awakened anomaly Siwoo say himself that he would help us and not NC? As weak as we are, we can only do our best. Do you think we have the choice to refuse? Since CONHO said everything correctly, Dongsik fell silent. And then they also watched the comments online. Is this really live? Is this a monster attack? What should we do if they go straight to the ceasefire boundary like that? I heard the Pazu area has prepared for the worst case scenario and started evacuating. They are not people who would make things up. It's fine, the NC heroes will take care of it, nothing to worry about. Everyone have faith, the goddess Jen will grant us all salvation. Don't be fooled by these fanatics. They still love all of you. We're done for, we're done for, we're done for. After reading it with a sense of confusion, he asked team leader Kim, "Do you see that? They say we're done for." Because he asked such a difficult question, Dongsik replied uncertainly, "Minister, we have rolled the dice. So all we can do is humbly accept the result." No matter what, at this same moment when he arrived, Siwoo started broadcasting again, "We have arrived at the helicopter's operational area. The unique entity called the Overlord is already in sight. Can everyone hear me? That giant guy is the Overlord. He is very dangerous and different from ordinary. Oh, I'm going down now." And while Siwoo was saying these words, he was standing at the door of the helicopter and facing downward. On the other hand, while jumping down, Siwoo was able to calmly film while saying, "This channel is the official YouTube channel of the Church of Jen. So like, comment, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. Thank you very much. Goodbye." Meanwhile, Seo Myung called out loudly, "Pope, Siwoo's flying in the high sky like a bright star." Very quickly, the Ower monsters had discovered a strange object in the sky and felt confused. Right after that, he used his magic to create a massive explosion. Siwoo used magic to create a massive explosion, followed by dust rising high. After that, he also stepped out of the thick smoke. Taking a few steps, Siwoo cried out in pain, "My knees hurt so much, maybe I'm pretending to be old while I'm still young." Right after that, he heard the Ower monsters roaring. A second later, Siwoo met this Overlord. "Is this our first time meeting? You're bigger than I thought, and you also look very familiar." Hearing that, it replied angrily, "I don't understand. In the future that I was told about, there is nothing about a human warrior like you. I can sense a disgusting energy coming from you, energy that is contrary to ours." Siwoo also firmly replied, "I've heard this before. It seems that overlords like you don't appear naturally but are created through someone else's magic energy. There was the previous Overlord along with Dapper Gainer and Lick. Now I understand all your magic energy comes from Lucifer. Last time it was the arrogant Demon King, now it's the wrathful Demon King. Why do the Demon Kings keep trying to come to Earth?" When asked a difficult question, the Overlord shouted loudly, "I don't need to answer your question. All that needs to happen is the destiny that has been chosen. I will kill you right here." Just as he finished speaking, it used the hammer in its hand to strike toward Siwoo. At this moment, he cast his gaze toward the opponent, and immediately after that, Siwoo jumped high to avoid the Overlord's attack. While he had jumped high, he was inwardly thinking, "It seems the destructive power of the magic energy converted into physical strength is not something I can easily block." However, he used lightning bolts to strike back at it. Next, Siwoo used his fist to attack, while the Overlord used its hammer to block. The next second, he retreated backward and happily said, "You're quite good at defending, aren't you? Better than I thought. It seems we need at least 6 S-rank hunters." he would be considered one of the stronger overlords in Eden. On the other hand, it quickly ordered, "Our work has begun. We pull out the bows to initiate the battle. Human warriors cannot resist our destiny. Brave warriors, follow me." Siwoo immediately brainstormed countermeasures in his head. He was told that magic energy has a close connection with the desperation to survive. This could be better for him. I can take care of them before they become more dangerous. Wouldn't this be perfect for Medub? Like getting 10 million views on shorts. Thinking this, he took out his phone and ordered it to pose for the thumbnail. But then the overlord became angry and shouted, "Come here, unknown human warrior. I respect your courage for standing in my way. As the overlord of the O, I will handle you myself." In the glorious battle, Siwoo wasn't afraid but looked straight at it and said, "Actually, I'm busy filming. I like long and epic action scenes, but that's not today's show. All of you are not cool and ugly too. And above all, I don't mind being a coward because I am not a warrior." The overlord became even angrier and shouted, "What?" He didn't bother with it anymore, just held his magic ball high. The system also confirmed with Siwoo that the following skill exceeds causality. So he felt satisfied and whispered to himself, "I knew it." Not stopping there, the system also reported, "Therefore, the following skill has been adjusted for the causality permitted for you. Tomb of Holy Spear active skill has been cast." Just like that, a huge source of power from the sky was transmitted to his position. Right after that, an explosion equivalent to the destructive power of an atomic bomb occurred. At present, the temple has also recognized this source of power at Siwoo's position. That power is striking directly at the overlord. There are people at the temple watching it through a live broadcast on their laptops. The person watching it is Young. He felt surprised and said, "It's truly unbelievable." At the same time, netizens also left comments on the live stream. "What's happening? Is that magic crazy? Is this real? Is this fake? How could this be fake? No hunter in Korea can do that. WTF, is this a hack?" Everyone will understand that everyone is equal before overwhelming power. Young remembered what Siwoo had once said, "Hey, let's have soybean paste soup today." However, he had replied, "We don't have any potatoes." Right after that, he threw money at Young and said, "I have money here, go buy it," making him feel annoyed and have to run away. Meanwhile, Young was looking worriedly for Siwoo and whispered in his heart, "Just this morning, he asked to eat soybean paste soup, threw money at me to go buy ingredients. I forgot he is an anomaly." I have never denied that he is an anomaly. My brother is not the type of person who lies about such things. However, even if you brought the strongest heroes of Korea, could they compare to him? Miracle. Why did that word suddenly appear in his head? A few seconds later, he watched the netizens' comments again. Whoever watches this and still thinks he's a fraud needs to get their head checked. Our country actually has an anomaly now. What does an anomaly mean? If we don't know their limit of power, I'll sign up for the Church of Jen. Am I the only one who feels scared? Right at this moment, all the netizens saw the overlord's arm move. Because everyone assumed it was dead, netizens immediately commented, "Huh, did it just move? Is that O still alive? Did it survive that blow?" Young saw it and shouted in amazement, "Huh." Not only them, Siwoo was also surprised that the overlord was still moving. However, just as it tried to sit up, he used magic to hit its head. Siwoo focused his mind, waiting for the result. Finally, when the overlord had completely fallen while he stood akimbo, appearing annoyed, Young whispered to himself, "He's annoyed because it didn't die in one blow. I knew it. That's the brother I know." After returning to the holy temple, Siwoo angrily shouted, "Damn it. Who would have thought it could survive that blow?" The ending was a bit disappointing. It wasn't cool at all, not at all. However, Minso and Seung spoke in unison. "That's not true, Holy One. You showed an amazing scene. You even showed your human side. I don't think it could be more perfect." Meanwhile, Young felt annoyed and called the names of the two. Seung, Manhwa. Siwoo couldn't stop being angry, so he yelled at them, "Hey, you fanatics, wouldn't it have been better if the first attack hit?" Seeing him like that, Young suddenly had a thought. It seems he is too concerned about looking cool. Minso took out his phone while watching and said, "After the overlord was defeated, the remaining O started fighting each other. The monster attack has disintegrated. Thanks to you, everything seems fine. The Authority Management Bureau is thanking you and NC isn't saying anything." However, mentioning this, Young took out his phone and gave it to Siwoo, then said, "Brother." He quickly read the news about himself. News, daily news, politics, economy, society, life, world. The giant chaos gate in Busan has been adjusted from B to A+. Mobilization order for all players in the Deongnam area. The players of the giant guild in Pazu City, Musan, have started to move. Korea's first anomaly Shu, why isn't he doing anything in this situation? A few seconds later, he said in a surprised tone, "Do you know you're even in the news? Unbelievable." Also, you're in the news with the headline, Korea in danger, where is the leadership? Siwoo held his head and stared at the newspaper, inwardly whispering, it's not that I don't want to help, I want to go too. However, just as he thought of this, the system issued a warning. A dangerous warning. The warning had the content. Due to reaching your causality limit, the use of holy power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Suddenly, a massive surge of magic poured down from the sky, slamming into the ground and causing an explosion that tore the Earth apart. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, everyone in the control room was left utterly speechless, paralyzed by pure shock. Even Dongshik could only stammer, failing to form a coherent sentence. What the hell is that? Meanwhile, Cuanho remained remarkably calm, remarking, so this is what they meant by the power of an anomaly, it's just like a tactical nuke. Still struggling to believe it, he questioned, is this really the power of an anomaly? Catching sight of Siwoo outside, a thought crossed Cuanho's mind. Our concept of an anomaly's power was vague, but this video makes it perfectly clear. Siwoo was aiming for this. Everyone watching the livestream must have felt it. Then as the words subscribe, comment, like, and turn on notifications, it helps the goddess a lot flashed across the screen. He gave a cheerful thumbs up and said, Minister, regarding the live broadcast, I don't think we need an apology statement anymore. However, the minister retorted, I won the bet, but the level of destruction is far beyond what I expected. Perhaps my luck will turn around in the coming years. While driving back, Dongshik called Siwoo. That's right, team leader Siwoo, did you catch the live stream? Dongshik spoke honestly. Siwoo, I was completely caught off guard. I watched it from start to finish, not missing a single second. We projected it onto the main screen and all 250 staff members at headquarters watched it together. A moment later, Siwoo made a request. Since I've handled this, can I leave the rest to you? I've got some things to take care of. Dongshik readily agreed. Of course. Thanks to you, we were able to stop the monster wave. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm on my way to China to negotiate the issue of the O moving north. I'll contact you again once we've resolved the situation as best as we can. Hearing this, Siwoo thought to himself, he must be swamped. Just like that, he quickly replied, understood, you've done a great job, I'll take care of the rest. As soon as he hung up, Siwoo muttered to himself, man, he's really busy. On the other hand, he browsed the internet. Local news, breaking news. A group of O that lost their leader revealed that the Awaken Siwoo is moving north, past Old Pyongyang with the ultimate goal of China. The danger level of the Chaos Gate, previously B rank, has been announced to all players in the Gyeongnam area. Large player groups in Pazumunnan are moving out in an emergency. South Korea's first anomaly is Siwoo. Why isn't he moving in such a dangerous situation? Reading this, Siwoo suddenly stopped, staring at the text while lost in thought. The first anomaly leaves right after promoting his religion without resolving the situation, only finishing after the religious promotion. Pope Siwoo's YouTube channel is just a show, the meeting of the Zen master and gods. Just then, young Guguk suddenly approached. Seeing him, Soa said in surprise, oh god, you're falling for their clickbait titles. Taken aback by this sudden appearance, Soa jumped. However, he argued back, how could I not read them? Despite what he said, his hands were honest and Siwoo kept scrolling down to the comments section. He read the comments from newest, oldest to most liked. 1 hour ago, what a relief the O group isn't heading our way. 1 hour ago, where is Kim Siwoo hiding? 15 minutes was more than enough, what is he planning? 7 minutes ago, I heard those guys are being handled. 5 minutes ago, why are you guys badmouthing the person who did the most for crying out loud? 5 minutes ago, why don't you try doing it yourselves? 1 minute ago, is that you? The Pope is such a show-off, I left right after building the temple, didn't I? I've already solved the biggest problem, bastards. And then once again Yeonggugak startled Siwoo. While he was intently reading the comments, the boy brought out money and said, you're just an ordinary person now, right? Go buy some potatoes. Right after that, Siwoo reminded him while thrusting his fist out, Yeonggugak, I told you to watch your tongue. My divine power is only restricted, I can still hit you. He added, I already bought potatoes yesterday, let's make potato pancakes today. At this point, the boy reluctantly agreed. While cooking, Yeonggugak brought up those matters again. You were getting trashed in the articles I read earlier, you'll probably live a long life. But Siwoo happily replied, the politicians need to solve their own problems. They have to save face, so they'll try to do my part of the work. Curious, the boy continued, oh, I heard the gate that the Great Tiger Gang bid on also had a monster wave. They must be busy dealing with that. However, Siwoo was very indifferent to this. He just fed a potato pancake to C while answering, it's not that they did anything, at least they managed to stop it. Right then, Siwoo suddenly realized a positive point and whispered to himself, actually this is a good thing, I should get the temple ready. The system also assigned him a task, Hidden Quest, Monster Wave, complete the Monster Wave Hidden Type. Description, you have protected the Allied forces from hundreds of thousands of OR troops on Earth. Facing an update currently in danger, you will receive a Hidden Quest reward. Reward 5,000 DP. Even though there was a lot to do and everything was hectic, the good thing was that the hidden quest was completed. A day had passed since the penalty, but there was still plenty of time. At the same time, the system issued a red alert. Due to reaching the causal limit, your use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Soa looked worried, calculating in his heart, I should check the church's status window. It's a good thing I earned DP before the restructuring. Is anything different? And the system answered his question. The Church of Gen worships the primal goddess Gen belonging to the Eden dimension. Currently, the number of official followers and possessed traits are second-level charity, second-level baptism, no affiliated organizations. Current divine points are 12,700. Seeing this, Kim Siwoo grew anxious, thinking to himself, still far from the 50,000 follower main quest goal, but with the 255 skips, many followers have joined while I was away. Suddenly, Yonggugak called out, Siwoo look. Siwoo followed his lead, looking forward. He saw Leo talking to many people. Quickly, Siwoo called out loudly, Leo. He immediately turned around and answered, Greetings, Holy One, welcome. Many people have asked to become official followers because of the monster wave. I am very proud that we have more brothers and sisters on Earth, Siwoo said frankly to Leo. I came because of that. A few seconds later, he stepped in front of everyone. Many people whispered, Oh, that's the Pope. Pope, I watched the live stream yesterday. You were truly extraordinary. I'm a relative of the deceased who was helped during the center disaster. I owe Gen a debt of gratitude. Seeing everyone's affection, Siwoo clasped his hands in front of his chest and said excitedly, Thank you for choosing us. From now on, I entrust you to my brothers and sisters. Gen will be very happy. He looked at Leo with satisfaction, thinking, That's right, Leo. This is the moment I brought Leo to Earth. I'm not good at teaching others, but we have someone who will become the perfect missionary. With that, Siwoo introduced Leo to everyone. As you all know, this is Leo, the Archbishop of the Church of Gen. From now on, he will teach the doctrines to you all. If there is anything you don't know, please ask him. I have great trust in Archbishop Leo. The unexpected offer made Leo slightly confused. He whispered into Leo's ear, You know how to teach them the doctrines, right? Leo replied, Yes, Holy One, but there are so many people. Siwoo suddenly asked back, Many, you'll have to teach this amount 200 more times. The statement left Leo both confused and surprised. He analyzed to Siwoo, Holy One, according to South Korean labor law, it's usually 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Before Leo could finish, Siwoo interrupted with a promise. Gen said she would send more people from Eden to help teach new followers, so try a little harder. At this point, Leo had to reluctantly agree, Yes, I hope they arrive soon. Siwoo built trust for Leo. I said I would ensure there is aid. Do you trust me? At this time, Leo could only reply, It would be great if they really came. Meanwhile, Yonggugak thought to himself, I think my brother is truly a bad person. After only the two of them were left, Yonggugak asked frankly, Siwoo, aren't we short on money? There are more and more people. And with living expenses and managing the sect, we will need a lot of money. Medub won't be enough. However, Siwoo answered, I don't intend to profit from Medub. Yonggugak asked in surprise, So you intend to manage it through donations like other religions? Siwoo answered honestly, I will receive offerings at the beginning. This has already been decided. Hearing this, Yonggugak fell into thought. After a while, he felt troubled and said, Siwoo, I don't want to say this, but do you know how expensive C's tutoring fees are? Soa looked at Yonggugak's expression, then whispered into his ear. Yonggugak, this is an absolute secret, but I'll tell you especially. Feeling curious, he also focused on listening to what Siwoo was about to say. After hearing it, Yonggugak shouted in a panic, That's allowed. Sir, is that okay? That's not missionary work, that's just business. No, it's like a cult. Immediately, Siwoo stopped him. Hey, you're being blasphemous. I'll tear you in half if Leo catches you. Shut up. Currently, both of them are standing in a very beautiful garden. Immediately after that, the system provided information. You can buy a consecrated house in the store. Level 1 consecrated house PLC facility type. Description, using holy stones you can forge artifacts. The consecrated house item will bless those artifacts. The higher the level of the consecrated house, the more blessings it can bestow. Cost 5,000 DP. Thus, the construction of the consecrated house began and the system confirmed. Constructing a consecrated house, you have spent 5,000 DP. Level 1 consecrated house, you have entered the level 1 consecrated house belonging to your temple, displaying the list of artifacts that can currently be forged in your consecrated house. As soon as he saw it, Yonggugak said in amazement, This is where they are forged. He even felt satisfied and whispered, The church's health bracelet. On the other hand, Siwoo collected divine stones and brought them to CEO Kang XX. As soon as he saw them, the CEO felt very excited. Divine stones, I have never seen them before. Because they are new minerals, we are very curious about them. the production guild master said. And he also skillfully replied, I met a wonderful person thanks to Mins, and divine stones don't cause mana explosions like magic stones, so they are very safe. CEO Kung was even more intrigued. Wonderful, so you want me to forge what you requested from these stones, right? Yes, make this round design and place the stone here. In addition, he could confidently boast about his skills, saying that with those skills it would be as easy as pie, and we can produce 100-200 per day. It's an honor to be the first production guild to partner with the famous Church of Gen. I will show you excellent results because you trusted us. Very quickly, the Divine Stone mining contract between Siwoo and CEO Kang was successfully signed. Everything went so smoothly that he laughed and said, everything is going very well. However, Yonggugak thought he was a scammer, so he asked uncomfortably, hey, are you actually intending to become a con artist? After some time, the Divine Stone bracelet was also brought to the market. A bracelet with divine stones mounted in the grooves. Based on the rank of the divine stone used in production, each bracelet has different effects and is very useful for the wearer's natural recovery. The quantity of artifacts that can be produced will increase through purchases in the OLC store or by upgrading the consecrated house. When the product sold well, Kim Siwoo excitedly said, the best-selling product of the Church of Gen is the Divine Stone Bracelet. We don't have to worry about managing the sect anymore, Yonggugak. C. Made in the form of a bracelet, beneficial for the wearer's health, and reasonably priced, this is an achievement that many people love. Do you know about the mysterious Divine Stone Health Bracelet? An act of filial piety for parents, a gift of love for lovers, extremely popular across Ian. Feel the power of the Divine Stone yourself, buy 2 get 1 free. The effects of the Divine Stone help reduce fatigue, improve blood circulation, reduce pain, treat hair loss, and reduce menstrual pain. Buy 2 get 1 free. Moreover, Siwoo explained to Yonggugak, although it's similar to the anti-scientific anion bracelet that was popular in Korea, this is a best-selling product in Eden. Hearing this, Yonggugak commented on his brother, Siwoo has no talent for marketing. He said straight out, a new religion and a health bracelet, doesn't anyone find it strange? However, Siwoo stubbornly replied, the anion bracelet is unscientific, but ours is real, with blessings to reduce fatigue and many other things. Although priests need to bless them. Siwoo still sent Sion to any tutoring academy she wanted. When he couldn't convince his brother, Yonggugak was disappointed, muttering to himself, the whole world is falling into chaos, yet our Church of Gen is slowly becoming a cult. Not stopping there, he asked, but who will bless them? Immediately, Siwoo fell into deep thought because currently he couldn't use divine power. Leo was the person he thought of, but Yonggugak was still uneasy. The disappointment evident on his face, Goddess Jen, please do something about this trash. Knowing how it was, there was only Leo as a priest currently. Just then, the system gave a notification. Your main deity has sent an oracle. Immediately after that, Jen appeared looking for Siwoo. Siwoo happily replied in disbelief. Jen, meanwhile, Yonggugak was confused. Is this goddess trying to kill Leo? But Jen calmly replied, oh, it seems I arrived just in time, right, Siwoo? What I prepared has been resolved. As I said, I will send someone from the Holy Knights with the same method as Leo. Soa was surprised. Like Leo, Jen quickly explained. That's right, the method is you buy through the system, I will send them through a gate, you can see it right before your eyes. Immediately after that, a new item appeared along with information from the system. A new item is available for sale in the store. You can buy the Holy Knight Commander. Additionally, the system gave a red alert. Due to reaching the causal limit, your use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Time remaining, 1 hour 45 minutes 24 seconds. The shop's inventory has been updated. You can buy the special position of Holy Knight Commander. At this moment, Soa realized something was wrong, thinking, the Holy Knight Commander costs as much as a new facility. Luckily, I received points from the hidden quest because I can't let Leo burn to death, I have no other choice, then I'll buy it. Immediately, the system responded, you have used 5,000 DP to purchase the special position of Holy Knight Commander. Because you bought it at a price consistent with causality, Jen's intervention from the Eden dimension will be bypassed. To verify, Siwoo asked Jen, is it effective? She answered firmly, yes. In addition, Siwoo made another request. Are you going to tell me the date, time, and location of the gate like last time? The last time was very troublesome. Although thanks to that I met team leader Choi, but that was just luck, we need to prepare in advance. At this time, Jen was silent and didn't answer. A moment later, she hesitated. I already sent them. He panicked. What? Jen quickly admitted her fault. I felt sorry for taking so long to send aid, so this time I sent them away immediately. Anyway, there was already a connection path ready. Siwoo started to think, seeing that her words made sense. The current world is chaotic because of the strange gate and dungeon phenomenon. Meanwhile, Yonggugak urged him because he wanted to know what they had said. Brother, what did the goddess say? Please tell me this has nothing to do with us. Next, Jen even used the tablet screen to show Siwoo a suggestive clip. On the screen was a group of his people surrounding Luna. Ajia said to Daeun, "They look like members of the Church of Jen. I think we're done for." Next was an image of Luna stepping on the corpse of a monster, then turning to glare at them with an annoyed look. Immediately, Dahai Anun asked her, "Are you an enemy? Reveal yourself." Ajia quickly stopped her. "Isn't that a bit too blunt?" However, they didn't wait for Luna to answer and, after a loud shout, began to attack her. Luna looked at them coldly, and then immediately dove into the melee. During the fight, the wind blew Luna's long hair through the air. Next, Luna quickly jumped up high. The crowd below stood like statues. Before counterattacking, she even laughed and said, "You guys attacked first, right? Well, it's my turn." This statement made the group below turn pale. And then Luna unleashed a ground-shaking counterattack with dust and debris flying everywhere. Right then, suggestive comments appeared on the screen again. "She's so pretty, who is she? What's going on? I don't think she belongs to the D-Ho Guild. Why are the attackers running away? Where is the guy who explains things? I don't know either, I think she just winked at me." Meanwhile, Siwoo panicked. "Wait a minute, forget about the wink. Why? Is she chasing all our guild members away while winking at them?" As soon as he finished speaking, Siwoo angrily asked, "Jen, what is this?" Jen quickly replied, "My mission is done, I'm going, there's too much to do, goodbye." The next second, the system issued an order. The prophecy has ended, making him so angry he couldn't speak. Siwoo began to mumble anxiously, "How can we handle this? Let's get out of here quickly." Immediately after that, the screen showed an image of Luna as she introduced herself. "I am the third Holy Knight Commander of the Church of Jen, leader of the Fan M Knight Order. Babes, if you don't want to surrender, I suggest you." Hearing this, both Siwoo and Yeongguk were so terrified that their eyes widened and their mouths dropped open, in their hearts only feeling despair. "We're finished." Luna is the leader of the third Holy Knight team, the Fan M Knight Order, and is one of the strongest people representing the church. Just like Leo is called a mad dog, Luna also has a similar title, the Bloody Saintess, because she carries the blood of her enemies across the battlefield. It is a title that is completely appropriate every time she wields her beloved umbrella. Although Luna is proficient in all types of weapons, she especially loves the umbrella, which was the reason Siwoo once wondered. Very quickly, he went to find her. Luna happily said, "There is a certain joy in crushing skulls. Why don't you try it to understand that feeling? Are you free tonight? If you're free, maybe we can have a drink or two." Hearing that, Siwoo reluctantly answered, "Ah, I see." Besides her combat ability, she is also a very influential person in the church. Not only a saintess and holy knight, Luna also has a striking appearance that makes everyone look back twice, and furthermore, she has a cool personality that makes many people jealous. Siwoo quickly went to find Leo. While sitting in the car and hearing about this, he said comfortably, "In the words of this world, she is basically an idol. In an age where Medub dominates, having someone like Luna come will be great for us." Siwoo shouted. "However, why does she have to pick a fight with another guild?" At this time, Leo didn't know how to answer, so he said, "Oh yeah." Besides, Siwoo questioned Leo, "You did that too, what the hell is that?" Leo quickly explained, "But they attacked first." Siwoo understood him but still blamed. "I know, but even so, couldn't you just dodge the attack gracefully? Why did you have to strike back?" He replied firmly, "Both Lifton and I only followed the rules we were taught." Siwoo deliberately asked Leo, "Which idiot taught that to the members of the church? Who did that?" Leo didn't answer but only smiled at the other person. So Siwoo asked uncomfortably, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Leo quickly looked away and said, "It's nothing." At this time, the Oleaden Gate has a divine stone that is glowing, and it also shows signs of getting bigger and bigger. At this time, the Oleaden Gate has a divine stone that is glowing, and it also shows signs of getting bigger and bigger. Guards are preventing everyone from getting close. Limit the press. A campaign is underway in the area. Only authorized personnel are allowed to enter the scene. Additionally, many curious citizens asked, "Is it true that you are fighting the Church of Jen? Did Jen handle this gate as well as the monster wave from North Korea?" Look, there's a Church of Jen believer among the reporters. Everyone needs to know the truth. Facing the chaos, Leo said to Siwoo, "It seems like they are arguing because this is a matter of honor." The D-Ho Guild is one of the representative guilds of South Korea, not only embarrassed in the live broadcast, but the person causing this scene also ensured everyone knew she was a member of the Church of Jen. Siwoo thought to himself, "What will happen if I appear now?" Top 10 controversial moments of the Church of Jen leaders, surprise confession of a Church of Jen believer, the truth behind Shu, that bastard, all the conspiracy theorists online will tear me to pieces. It will ruin every good initial impression. I will disappoint team leader Kum and Minister Soanacha. He told Leo, "Now let's go into the barrier that the D-Ho Guild created to stop Luna and we will quietly take Luna out of there." That's my plan. However, he reminded Siwoo, there's no way Ms. Lifton will leave quietly. How do you intend to pass through the barrier? Siwoo happily answered, what other way is there? We'll just go straight in. Right then, the system gave a reminder to him. Passive skill Sacred Protection level maxer disables all magic. The following magic engagement has accumulated heavy damage. The integrity of the barrier has been significantly reduced. Along with that, Leaf said sadly, Holy One, I heard there is a thing called a double standard. Siwoo found it confusing and asked back, what do you mean? Leo replied, nothing, I was just saying. Switch scenes to Luna's location. Currently, she has defeated everyone who was fighting her. After entering the barrier and seeing this scene, Siwoo muttered to himself, everything about Luna should have been perfect. If it weren't for the scene she caused, unbelievable. Right then, someone else suddenly rushed to attack Luna. Although there was some surprise, she was safe after this attack. Immediately after that, Luna counterattacked, and the opponent also stepped back to avoid it. Seeing this, Siwoo was surprised, thinking to himself, it seems there is still an S-rank hunter standing firm. Perhaps that is the remaining pride of the D-Ho Guild. Meanwhile, Leo commented, it seems like Liv Vuitton is testing her opponent. But Siwoo retorted, Leo, most people would say she is playing with him. He can't even land a single hit. He still didn't believe it, so he replied, is that so? Maybe she's bored. Immediately after that, Luna looked excited, preparing to unleash the next attack. At the same time, Junhoo was also running fast towards his opponent. When the two were about to touch, Siwoo appeared just in time, pushing them away from each other. He said, we can stop here, I think there has been a misunderstanding. Junhoo was very surprised to see Siwoo, and Luna shouted excitedly, Holy One. Very quickly, she turned back to fix her clothes, then laughed and said, Holy One, it's been too long, I missed you so much. Siwoo replied confusedly, it hasn't been that long, it's only been 2 months since I came to Earth. She quickly introduced herself. I am Luna, I received the call from Goddess Jen and came to Earth to help you, Holy One. Immediately, Siwoo felt apologetic, hurriedly explaining. Luna, I know it's my fault for letting you come late, but how do I handle this situation? Why did you make such a big scene? He said that because in front of them was a scene of people lying all over the place. However, Luna only laughed, looking confident, all thanks to your teachings. How do you see it? Hearing that, Siwoo panicked. What this? Life doesn't always go according to plan, but sometimes unexpected things bring good things. At this time, Siwoo saw Sung Min angrily blaming Junhoo. Team leader Junhoo, what did you just say? He replied immediately. I am saying that we need to take some responsibility in this situation. However, Sung Min countered, we only followed the special law on abilities. All we did was attack a strange entity that appeared from the gate. Why do we have to apologize? Even so, Junhoo still kept his argument. We were the attacking side, even though we received many warnings. That's why we have to apologize to the Church of Jen. The entity from the gate made it clear that they didn't want to fight and even used Korean. Although there was a chance for dialogue, we ordered an attack. Hearing that, Siwoo became even more firm and thought to himself, this is the reason I will use to defend myself. At this time, Siwoo asked Luna, Luna, did you hypnotize that person or something? She answered in surprise and honestly, I don't have that ability. But Siwoo still didn't believe it. Really? Then why is he on our side? Luna teased. If I had the ability to hypnotize, I would have used it on you. This made Siwoo annoyed. What did you just say? She replied calmly. Whatever you think is what I think. Right then, Leo stepped in to stop them. Ms. Liv Von Tun, you shouldn't do that. Just seeing Leo, Luna hugged her face excitedly. Leo, oh, I'm your sister, don't call me miss anymore. How are you? Do you miss me? Oh my god, what should I do? You've lost so much weight. While Luna spoke, she stepped forward to touch Leo with a worried voice. But he brushed her hand away. Please don't touch me anymore. Standing next to them, Siwoo looked annoyed and said, you guys aren't even siblings. Luna was still nonchalant. The saint and saintess both serve under Goddess Jen, aren't we almost like siblings? Brother, at this point, Siwoo had to agree. Do whatever you want. Not stopping there, Luna even put her arm around Leo, making him scream in fear. Ah, please stop, Ms. Liv Von, Holy One. At the same time, Sung Min was still blaming Junhoo. What's wrong with you, team leader? Even if you are the guild leader's right-hand man, this is absurd. He bowed his head to apologize. I'm not saying I'm right, I accept all punishments if I decided wrong. But Luna interrupted, then why? Luna's words suddenly snapped Junhoo back to his senses. He calmly replied, oh, your name is Luna, right? Without a hint of fear, Luna stepped forward, crossed her arms, and answered, that's right, so what? He lowered his voice. Thank you, I think I've learned a lot. Is it possible for us to meet again to talk more? Luna found it amusing and chuckled. You're better than I thought. If you fix a few bad sword-handling habits, you'll be much stronger. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red and he asked, really? Shyly, with his eyes glued to Luna and his voice trembling, he looked awkward. Seeing this, Siwoo suddenly got an idea, leaned in, and whispered into Junhoo's ear, "If you're interested, pay a visit to our temple. I'm sure Ms. Liv Vuitton would be more than happy to teach you." Junhoo thought Siwoo was serious and asked, "For real?" He continued to give him hope. "Of course, I think you'll have a great time." Immediately, Junhoo promised, "I will definitely visit the temple." Siwoo was satisfied with this promise, thinking to himself, "Perfect. If we play our cards right, we might even get an S-rank believer." Luna also agreed with Siwoo. "You haven't changed a bit, Holy One." Meanwhile, Leo was annoyed. "Holy One, you're making me worry." But Siwoo made up an excuse. "This just reminds me of the past. Alright, let's go home." Afterward, a series of news reports about them appeared online. Conflict between the Gen Church and the D-Ho Guild. A battle took place at Gate C57 in Incheon. Experts suggest Luna is an entity from another dimension. The Ability Department demands the Gen Church explain and apologize to the DH Guild. How much will the compensation be? S-rank hunter Junhoo, who was attacked, announces he will visit the Gen Church. We have prepared for the arrival of friendly entities from other dimensions. According to an official report from the Special Ability Management Department, South Korea will lead the new generation. Although the video from the D-Ho Guild was taken down, it spread like wildfire in a short time. The official MP channel was also flooded with comments asking when Luna would debut. Even the comment sections on news reports exploded with all kinds of viewer reactions. Right after that, he saw more news about Luna with the headline, "New member of Gen Church Luna." It was accompanied by a flurry of netizen comments. "Why is she so pretty? If she hits me, how far do you think I'd fly? Is she really an entity from another dimension? If she walks out of a gate, will she look like the A-rankers?" And so on. With beauty that no one could deny and the ability to go toe-to-toe with the strongest members of the DH Guild, Luna was once seen as an idol in Eden. Despite not having much official interaction on Earth, she was sure to become even more famous. Kim Siwoo rolled his eyes and thought to himself that the DH Guild's livestreaming had actually turned into an advantage for the Gen Church, as Meet Tup was their main source of advertising. An attractive person like Luna was a huge plus, though there was still one downside he had to keep in mind. Thinking of this, he walked into the living room and accidentally saw Luna scrolling through her phone, laughing heartily. She happily remarked, "Earth is really fun. If I'd known this, I would have come sooner." Siwoo mused on Luna's downside, her somewhat carefree and fun-loving personality. Would that affect the church at all? While he was pondering, Luna suddenly said, "Maybe I should review my first appearance. I probably need to learn some new poses for next time." Her words made Soa think, since when did she learn to say things like that? Did Jen teach her? Not stopping there, Luna continued, "Every time I get rejected, I think that people on Earth have different beauty standards. But looking at everyone's reactions, that's not it. Jen, it's just too funny." Siwoo looked unhappy seeing Luna busy with her phone, feeling like she was wasting time. He asked, "Since when did you know how to use a phone?" Luna jumped off the sofa and answered honestly, "It's all thanks to Jen's usage blessing." Siwoo was startled. "Even that works?" Right at this moment, the system sent a notification, "Mobile skill, usage blessing, exclusive to Luna. The blessed can use everything, tools, weapons, even mechanical devices. Capabilities are almost infinite." Luna excitedly told Siwoo, "I guess so." He secretly felt annoyed. He knew this skill was already overpowered back in Eden, but he never expected it to even work for phones on Earth. Damn it, she really is just too lucky. Suddenly, Luna asked Siwoo, "For real, Holy One, are you happy I'm here?" He panicked and replied, "Huh." She misunderstood and asked further, "You don't want to see me?" Siwoo didn't say it out loud, but he thought to himself that meeting her actually wasn't that bad. But if he kept avoiding her, she would just waste more of his time. Thinking this, he happily suggested, "Of course, why don't we go to the military base when we get the chance? I want to see if your blessing works on helicopters or fighter jets." Luna smiled and replied, "Don't be shy, you're still as cute as the day I met you." Seeing her so excited, Siwoo quickly thought of a way to escape. Just then, Leo walked in and asked, "Ms. Livon, is there any trouble in the Holy Land?" Luna thought for a moment and answered, "We did run into some things." Siwoo felt worried and asked, "What happened?" Without beating around the bush, Luna quickly explained, "After the Holy One returned to Earth, the monsters hiding in the north of the continent started to appear again. We even heard that the Demon King is somewhere in the southern islands. Because of that, we've been very busy." Hearing this, Siwoo started to think seriously. He thought he had wiped out all the monsters, but it turned out there was still a reason why Jen had been so busy lately. He gave his opinion to Luna. "If so, shouldn't you stay in Eden?" Luna immediately stated her main mission when coming to Earth. "Holy One, our mission is to help you. You are the one who saved Eden. Don't feel guilty." Siwoo thought it over carefully and smiled, thanking everyone. However, with her fun-loving nature, Luna quickly found a place for entertainment. Come on, why don't we have something to drink? I'm curious what alcohol on Earth tastes like. Siwoo felt worried and found an excuse to stop her. Luna, is it okay to be so into alcohol? You're a saintess after all. But Luna said nonchalantly, only those who understand alcohol can lead those who drink it. Siwoo immediately found a way to stop Leo from going. I know, Leo is the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings. This statement hurt Leo. He cried and asked, Holy One, what are you saying? At the same time, Sion, Siwoo's sister, was also amazed to see Luna, a beautiful older sister. Luna happily greeted Sion, little sister, I'm so happy to meet you. Young Guguk, Soa's younger brother, even scolded him, brother, why didn't you tell me Luna was coming? He scratched his head and answered in confusion, I didn't know you wouldn't be home. Luna seemed interested when she saw him. Oh, is this cute guy the Holy One's younger brother? I've heard so much about you. Siwoo didn't like Luna praising his brother like that, so he said, the cute one is Sion, don't call Yuangu Gok cute. Luna didn't get angry, instead she laughed brightly. Oh, it's so cute seeing you get jealous like that. But I don't want to cause conflict between you siblings. After saying that, she stepped toward C, making Siwoo yell in frustration. That kind of joke is ridiculous. It was Yuangu Gok's turn to find it amusing when he saw his brother being teased by Luna. Luna, teasing him is so funny. Luna also chimed in, it's a pleasure to meet you lovely siblings. I'm Luna, just call me sis if you'd like. I really want to get to know everyone better. Yuangu Gok was surprised by Luna's friendliness and asked back, are you sure, no hesitation? Luna responded decisively, of course, Yuangu Gok, you can call me whenever you need. I've heard a lot about you in Eden, they say you're great at editing videos. Yuangu Gok was even more astonished hearing about Eden, thinking to himself, there are video editors in Eden too. Afterward, Luna asked her, can I stay here for a while? Eson politely asked, can I call you sis right away? Luna excitedly replied, of course, see, call me sis whenever you want. Right at this moment, Leo spoke up again, but if there's a 20-year age gap, shouldn't you call her aunt? This comment made Luna angry and she shouted, shut up, Leo. He still didn't give up, wondering why he was called uncle. Seeing that everyone in the house could get along, Siwoo felt satisfied, observing them playing while muttering to himself, I never expected the day my family on Earth would meet Leo and Luna. This is a wonderful moment. I hope this peace lasts a little longer. At the same time, in a dark place, a monster appeared, screaming, accept me, submit to me, follow me. Right after that, its tentacles attacked everyone, making everyone panic and scream, it's here, run. When seeing someone get caught, desperate cries rang out, Jock, damn you, this monster. In the midst of that, Seal Zin appeared and rushed in to fight off the monster. He frowned and shouted, we must retreat. I don't think any attack works on that thing. If this continues, our guild will be wiped out. I'll hold it off for a while, leave now. Once safe, Seal Zin instructed his teammates, ask for help from Pope Siwoo of the Gen Church. His teammates disagreed, thinking he couldn't fight the monster alone. However, Sane shouted, go quickly. Bringing Pope Siwoo here is the best help you can give me. A main scenario update just appeared. Who would have thought divine power could be so terrifying? You think so too, Pope Kim. Currently, the main scenario on Earth has been updated to the class era, based on the amount of mana Earthlings possess. Many believe the emergence of divine power is too little, too late. However, major religions like Christianity, Buddhism, and others people haven't heard of, like the White Light Church, have started reporting on players capable of using divine power. Regardless of whether they actually use it or not, in the Gen Church, we have focused on recruiting players of the divine type who have chosen Gen as their true god. At this moment, Leo led a group of people to Siwoo and said, Pope, these are the players who have chosen the Gen Church. With Difton joining, I think we have one less thing to worry about. He happily turned to tell everyone, now it seems we are gradually forming a hierarchy in society. Well done, Luna told the new group. Although we haven't been on Earth long, I'm very grateful to you all for choosing to follow the Gen Church. I guess I'll be in charge of combat training. Siwoo reluctantly agreed, of course, but how can you both heal and support with a rescue staff? A moment later, he suddenly looked toward the crowd and discovered an acquaintance, a child. Leo approached and explained. His name is Seung-hoo, he just joined the church with his father. He expressed his gratitude to you for taking care of the gate. Also, you must have known, but it seems he was born with the destiny to become a prophet. Siwoo didn't answer, thinking to himself, even though the history of the Gen Church on Earth is still very short, I never thought there could exist someone possessing such pure faith in our church. He doesn't look much older than C either. This makes me rethink my priorities. Leo quickly continued, Pope, could you say a few words? The followers are begging to meet you. Seung, who heard the mention of the Pope, and turned to look at Siwoo with expectant eyes. He gently walked over to Seung, who, happily saying as he went, in the past, a man once said, Instead of giving a hungry person a fish, teach them how to fish. We will not make empty promises like other churches, such as a shortcut to riches. Stopping for a moment, Siwoo held out his hand, and while casting a spell, he continued, we will teach everyone the proper methods to use and develop divine power. I am not here to create miracles for everyone, but I am here to create miracles myself. Jen is not a goddess who will let everyone down. Continue to hold firm your faith and believe in yourself. Seeing Siwoo's serious expression, Luna was surprised, thinking to herself, I can't believe his face can be this serious. Right then, someone ran over in a panic, saying, wait, you can't come in like this. That person bowed and continued, I apologize, Pope, the person who came is Jailletter 1ED1C. Hearing the noise, Siwoo turned back, recognizing the badge of a member of the Goblin Guild. Jailletter 1ED1C, with his injured arm, knelt at Siwoo's feet, begging, Pope, please help us this one time. Captain Sin is currently in danger at the core zone in Busan. It's possible he has lost his life. Please help us. In South Korea, there are a total of 3 core zones, where our temple was born, which has been purified. The Decor Zone, and finally Busan. Finally, Siwoo decided to take a plane to save the people. On the plane, Jailletter 1ED1C recounted the whole story. 3 years ago, everyone must have known about the gate outbreak that appeared in Busan. The core zone in Busan is a remnant of the aftermath of that gate. Although the mana pollution here is less severe than in Zone C, it's dangerous because its location is in the middle of a large city. At the main breakout gate, the Goblin Guild contributed the most, after discovering the core zone connected to dungeons from other dimensions. A few other gates appeared in Busan as a reward, and the Goblin Guild was given the right to choose which gate to explore first. The incident at the outbreak gate brought us many benefits. Siwoo remembered the sudden appearance of Captain S. Letter 1EDD Hitch. To reassure himself, he thought, Sin will need a huge amount to handle those gates. But then, Siwoo remembered the main scenario. After the announcement about the main scenario, didn't everyone realize that gates were appearing all over the world? Similarly, another gate just appeared in Busan. Because everyone is used to this situation, they don't pay much attention. But then, he frowned in thought. After arriving at the core zone in Busan, problems began to arise with the Goblin Guild just about 2 days later. We received a message from Guild Master Tel Zin, sent from inside the gate's dungeon, about problems that even S-rank hunters find hard to solve. On the other hand, by now, Luna was completely dressed in Earthling-style clothing. Just after stepping off the plane, she said excitedly, do Earthlings really ride those strange vehicles? It's not like using magic, I want to try driving one to see. Seeing Luna dressed like that, Siwoo asked in surprise, are you mimicking Earth's fashion? Did you really use your first pocket money to buy clothes? Luna, are you sure you're a saintess? Why is everyone in the church so strange? Luna immediately retorted, you're the strangest one of all, my Pope. Siwoo sighed, reluctantly saying, well, I think the outfit suits you. How did you find an outfit that fits like this? Luna smiled radiantly and replied, I welcome more compliments from you with all my heart. Afterwards, Siwoo turned to ask Jailletter 1ED1C, where is the gate you mentioned? He quickly said, let me lead you, this is the entrance to the dungeon. As soon as they arrived, both Siwoo and Luna were amazed. A feeling both familiar and new welled up in Siwoo's heart. Now he understood why Representative Choi asked for his help. While lost in thought, Luna suddenly spoke up, Pope, I believe this is... Before she could finish, Siwoo interrupted, that's right, you're not wrong. Right after, Luna stole his line, saying, this is the holy land of heresy. Siwoo shared his feelings, I can feel a very unpleasant divine power from here. At this moment, the system gave a suggestion to Siwoo, you have discovered a chaotic dungeon, the holy land of fallen faith. Time remaining before the dungeon goes berserk, 11 minutes 52 seconds. He felt interested in this information, thinking to himself, looks like we have a long night ahead. Let's go. Before entering, the system continued to set a requirement for Siwoo. Chaotic dungeon, holy land of fallen faith, a strange kind of divine power is felt from this dungeon. Wipe out the dungeon and prevent it from going berserk. Completion condition, destroy the dungeon's core. Reward 3000 did you accept? Without hesitation, he immediately accepted the quest. Anyway, he had already planned to do this. Getting rewarded with points wasn't bad. The system announced, you have accepted the side quest, you have entered the dungeon. Thus, the group smoothly proceeded inside, which was a dark space without a shred of light. Luna followed Siwoo closely. Along the way, she kept observing and thinking to herself, the environment here is so far from what I imagined, it's nothing like Earth, nor is it like Eden. She said to Siwoo, this place is like a completely different world, it's interesting. Siwoo also agreed, that's right, it's as if we've stepped into a completely different dimension. In his heart, he had a thought. I wonder if this is what the world would look like if someone only knew how to think about destruction. Jailletter 1ED1C explained further, this is a feature of dungeons owned by open guilds. Since it's a private space, the area here is much larger than you'd think. If you can detect divine power, can you feel where we might find the person who needs saving? Siwoo explained. The only divine power I can control is the one born from faith in the supreme deity, the goddess Jen. Secretly feeling worried, Siwoo thought, if the divine power here is based on the goddess Jen, it won't be hard to find the person we're looking for. But since this used to be the holy land of another cult, we have no choice but to search on our own. Luna also observed for a while and remarked, this place is like those cults in Eden. Pope, any ideas? Could this be a god from Earth? Siwoo frankly shook his head. I don't think so. There is no major religion on Earth that has a temple like this. Furthermore, it's been less than a month since divine power appeared on Earth. That time isn't enough for a god to be worshipped and then forgotten like this. I think it's possible this used to be the holy land of a god from another dimension, a god who is now nameless. He explained further, divine power is a strength born from the sincere faith of living beings for someone or something. Divine power cannot exist without faith from living beings. But why can divine power still be felt here? If we apply this formula to the current situation, we can conclude, there is some living being here that still believes in the god from the other dimension. Just as he finished speaking, the whole group was startled by a loud noise. Looking back, they discovered a crack nearby, then suddenly monsters appeared, making everyone panic and shout, Pope, why are there monsters here? Immediately, Luna switched to her warrior outfit, laughing happily while saying, I told you so, Pope. While Siwoo was startled to see Luna change outfits and yelled, what? Both looked toward the tower in front where many monsters were gathering. Luna said half-jokingly to Siwoo, you always create the worst worries for us. It's been 3 years since the day I set foot in Eden. The endless battles and homesickness started to weigh on me. That was the time I hit rock bottom. At that time, when everything was desperate for him, Siwoo had once loudly asked if an entity like a god could die. Just then, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared, striking dead the flying dragon right before his eyes. And the person who created that lightning was Jen. After hearing those words from Siwoo, Jen had looked at him for quite a long time with surprise. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder from behind and said, you want to kill me, Siwoo? This question left him so flustered that he couldn't say a word. It seems you still hold a grudge against me. Gods like us exist thanks to human faith and we disappear when we are forgotten. Siwoo asked Jen straight, so what happens when you are forgotten? She just replied nonchalantly, that is the moment we truly become hidden. There will come a day you understand what I say. Currently, recalling Jen's words, Siwoo thought to himself, 7 years have passed since that day, but I still can't fully understand the meaning of the perfection of a god. However, just as Jen said, I can recognize these entities have failed in their perfection. At this moment, all the monsters realized the illegal intrusion and began preparing to attack. Right after that, Luna put on her warrior outfit and said, Pope, in the name of the goddess Jen, I have never seen such suspicious entities in Eden. The fact that they look horrific while carrying divine power makes me angry. Siwoo quickly corrected her way of thinking, judging a book by its cover is a bad habit. Luna immediately echoed his previous words, but you yourself said those ore looked ugly. At this moment, he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Luna also asked Siwoo, don't you think Jen would shake her head if she saw them? He answered honestly, I don't think so. Jen might be angry, but in the end, she would feel pity for these entities. This temple has existed long enough to turn into ruins, but the souls that should have gone to the other side are still kept here. They are imprisoned by the strings of divine power that their god created. In his heart, he still had a question. How dare they disturb those who believe in them? This can no longer be considered divine. Is it right to call the energy they possess divine power? Luna quickly rushed over, shouting, so disgusting. Obviously, if these things appeared on Earth, things would be even worse. After a loud shout, they saw Luna standing on the heads of the monsters. With a steady gaze without a hint of fear, she held high the elm staff in her hand. Before striking down, Luna screamed to build up momentum. Right after that, the souls of the ore began to hover in midair. Luna turned to ask Siwoo, all right, Pope, do you allow me to purify the departed souls as I wish? Initially, he was a bit reluctant, but then nodded in agreement. It looks like you're already doing what you want, aren't you? Fine, I leave this to you. I will go find Captain Choi. The people accompanying him also promised in unison, we will support the combat. But Siwoo immediately objected, you go with me. Luna didn't like having people interfere in her fight. Letter 1ED1C angrily shouted, what? But just at that moment, he heard a loud explosion from behind and changed his attitude. "Ah, I understand." That made Siwoo laugh. Next, he said, "Let's start looking for Captain Selen. I think we will have a chance if we go to the center of the dungeon." They went to another ruined tower, but found no Ower there. Letter 1ED1C immediately asked Siwoo, "Pope, do you see something wrong?" He asked back, "What's the matter?" Letter 1ED1C said straight, "There is no sign of Captain Choi after this crater, but I can feel Captain Choi's magic power from this crater." Hearing this, Siwoo pondered, "The battle here must have been intense to leave such a large crater, but the trail stops here." He sat down to check the crater, then used spiritual power to check everything. After discovering something unusual, he said loudly, "I will go alone from here." Letter 1ED1C asked in surprise, "Why do you want to fight alone while we are looking for the captain? We will help you." But Siwoo shook his head, "I am very grateful, but I think it would be better if you stayed here. Hunters will usually be brainwashed if they step into this area." Right after speaking, he quickly cast a spell into the opening of the hole, putting all his effort into locating Choi Sane's position. Shortly after, the system reported that the Maxer passive skill had disabled the holy barrier. The people present noticed the change and immediately said, "There's a spatial barrier inside the gate." Siwoo immediately jumped inside, not forgetting to reassure everyone, "Don't worry, I'll handle everything and bring team leader Choi back." However, they still called out anxiously, "Pope." As he neared the bottom of the pit, he received a notification, "You have entered the holy barrier." The space was both hazy and filled with gloom. "Your divine power is resisting the distortion." At the same time, he discovered Sane, who was still alive there. Siwoo decided to leap into the center of the holy barrier. Upon seeing him, Sane smiled and said, "You're late, Pope Kim. I was worried you'd never show up. A heroic landing. I knew you had a romantic side." "Truly, there was a reason I recognized you." Seeing Sane still maintaining his optimism in such a situation, Siwoo couldn't help but praise him. "You're quite something. How can you even smile in this situation? You could have died if I'd arrived a moment later. Not to mention, it seems like you haven't trained your members well. Those fools looked like they wanted to kill you." Sane replied nonchalantly, "For some members, this is their first time in a dungeon. How could I harm them just because they became heretics following some god I don't know? Unless I die, if you want to get hurt like me, I advise you to treat Ms. Luna and Leo well." Siwoo smiled and said, "I always try to keep them under control." But deep down, he couldn't help but worry. He has such an amazing will. Everyone here has been brainwashed, but he is completely normal. If he were alone, he surely would have escaped this dungeon easily. Thinking that, Siwoo asked further, "Do you know who we're facing?" Sane quickly answered, "I've heard his voice. He said things like, 'Accept me, submit to me, obey me.' I ignored him because it was annoying, but it seems others couldn't." Siwoo also frankly stated his terms, "So you want me to help you save them, but it's going to cost you dearly." Sane didn't hesitate and answered resolutely, "I will offer the entirety of my life." Siwoo thought to himself, "That's a huge loss." Immediately after, Sane approached him and said, "If you need a hunting dog, I will become your hunting dog." Siwoo raised his hand to stop him, hesitating, "But I prefer cats." However, Sane still bowed 90 degrees and pleaded, "Please save my teammates." Hearing this, Siwoo sighed, thinking to himself, "Personally, I don't dislike people like team leader Sane." Just like that, he set out to eradicate the O and said, "Team leader Choi, we can discuss the compensation later." Hiding in this distorted space and using it as a shield, you have lost your true name as a god and accepted evil instead of holiness. And then, after a loud shout, Siwoo grabbed the monster's tentacles. And very quickly, the system issued a notification. "The dungeon boss has been summoned by you." He shouted loudly, "Master of this distorted temple." The monster screamed, "Submit to me." Siwoo gripped its tentacle and struck it directly in the mouth. Right after that, the monster opened its wide mouth and said, "Submit to me. I am the only true god, the one you should pray to, the one who saves you. Submit to me." It released a large amount of dark energy. Seeing this, Siwoo said angrily, "What the hell are you babbling about, you damn heretic?" The monster kept repeating, "I am the true god, I am the one who deserves your prayers. Submit to me." By this point, Siwoo grew even more annoyed and shouted, "What kind of nonsense are you spewing? You fanatic, you dare to brainwash people to make them believe in you. All you want is to turn them into heretics to maintain your fake divinity." In his heart, he thought, even if he's just a god about to be forgotten, a god is still a god. For people from Earth who have never experienced divine power, they wouldn't be able to resist. Just then, Sane spoke up, "Pope Kim, wait, don't kill that squid yet. If you kill him, will my teammates return to normal? I have to bring them back." Hearing that, Siwoo bowed his head and smiled, muttering, Team Leader Choi is truly on another level. He explained, Team Leader Choi, it's not too difficult to break the faith of everyone in those heretical leaders and their gods. Saying that, Siwoo put all his might into fighting the monster before him. After a while, the monster was under his control and screamed in pain. At this moment, Siwoo said to Sane, you just need to use overwhelming divine power to erase their existence. And no sooner said than done, he quickly followed his own advice. By now, the monster was screaming in pain, get lost, vanish, go away. However, he didn't stop, continuing to use divine power to fight. Currently, the monster could only moan in agony. At the same time, Sane used divine power to protect his men and turned to ask, Pope Kim, are you okay? Siwoo quickly answered, I'm fine. Deep down, he cheered himself on. Just a little more, the divine stone is not far from me now. Upon grasping it, he said excitedly, found it. Symbol of divinity, sacred relic. Having obtained it, Siwoo held it up high. The monster screamed even more furiously. The system immediately provided information about this item. Saw primeval stone, a relic from another dimensional origin, is a stone that preserves the origin of a god. Although it was once a fervent hope for humanity that no longer exists. Sacred relic of another dimension, primeval stone, has been reset by the system. You have found the dungeon core, the sacred place where faith has withered. Having obtained the Saw primeval stone, Siwoo looked at it for a moment. Finally, he crushed it without hesitation. A few seconds later, the system reported, with the destruction of the core, the dungeon, the sacred place where faith has withered, has been wiped out. Dungeon quest completed, you have received the quest reward. The Pope's sacred relic content has been updated. Content, the Pope can now use sacred relic points. Sacred relics have been updated. You will receive points whenever you collect sacred relics from other dimensions and can summon sacred relics of the Church of Gen using these points. You need 5 points to unlock the next sacred relic of the Church of Gen. However, at this moment, Siwoo discovered a change. I've never seen this status window. Does that mean I can trade sacred relics from other dimensions for Church of Gen relics? Next, Sane reunited with his subordinates who were under control, and he shouted anxiously, wake up. Even Siwoo observed him to see if Sejin's ability was strong enough to do this. Finally, the place was no longer a dark color, but had started to show light. Switching scenes, there was a little girl in rags standing in front of a pile of stones. A moment later, the girl placed a stone on top with her own hands, praying. May everyone be happy. The girl stood there looking at the stones for a moment, then turned and ran away. But the strange thing was that the stone she had just placed suddenly glowed. At the same time, at Siwoo's location, the system issued another notification. You have confirmed the legend hidden in the primeval stone. After absorbing the legend from this sacred relic, you have received 1 sacred relic point. By using 1 sacred relic point, you can summon a Church of Gen sacred relic. You need 5 points to unlock the next Church of Gen sacred relic. At this moment, he also realized that little girl's prayer was surely the moment her god was born. Furthermore, Sejin's men, after waking up, were extremely panicked, even holding their swords toward him, making Sane ask in horror, everyone. His man was confused. Why am I pointing my sword at everyone? Are you okay? What did we do? A second later, Sejin looked pathetic and said, oh my god, I feel like I'm about to die. Seeing this, everyone kept asking, Team Leader, are you okay? Sejin ordered them, everyone hurry up, check if anyone is hurt. The team member replied in fear, Team Leader. Then he ordered again, help me up, I'm dying, hurry up. Meanwhile, Siwoo suddenly heard Luna's voice behind his back. She was rushing to hug him, but because Luna jumped too quickly, Siwoo couldn't react in time, and as a result, they both fell. She asked guiltily, are you okay? Did you miss me? At this moment, while still lying on the ground, he said miserably, Luna, I think you hurt me more than fighting the god. I was just a bit excited after the battle. Did you finish off that fallen god? Siwoo sat up and answered, of course. However, the system issued a danger warning. Warning, the dungeon will disappear in an hour, exit quickly. Siwoo felt annoyed upon receiving this news. I'm not very interested in how this god from another dimension was born. Saying that, he looked at the remaining pieces of the primeval stone in his hand. Siwoo felt conflicted. The truth that this place was once a sacred ground filled with human hopes and dreams now had such a cruel ending. That evening, Siwoo went out for a drink with Sane, Luna, and his group. Currently, he felt extremely excited, so he laughed loudly. Pope Kim, want a drink? There's nothing better than a glass of wine after fighting for your life. Luna drank with Sane on his behalf. She happily said, you really know how to enjoy wine. Team Leader Choi, this wine is perfect. Wine on Earth is also quite good. Hearing that, Sane was even more excited. Drink as much as you want, Luna. Hey, you guys, go to my car and bring the VCA crate here, Sejin's men replied. Yes. Meanwhile, Siwoo found it funny, thinking to himself, drinking in the middle of the park after the battle, we really are model citizens. A moment later, Sane thanked him. Thanks to you, all the members of my guild escaped the gate without anyone being killed. Naturally, we have to celebrate. However, Siwoo only replied nonchalantly, I was just doing my job, freeing everyone from the clutches of that fanatical god, but you were the only one who almost died. Hearing these two words, Sane asked in confusion, almost died who? Siwoo was very decisive. You, team leader Choi. The fact that you can still drink wine after all that, most other people would surely be dead if they drank in such an injured state as you. However, Sane still explained, wine is perfect for disinfecting wounds on the battlefield. Do you know how much my mind was damaged when I saw my underlings in that state? Consider this my medicine for healing mental wounds. Finally, he clutched his head and shouted, oh my god, Luna teased, disinfecting mental wounds. I agree with you, many people usually drink when they are mentally exhausted, you're not wrong. Siwoo shouted angrily at her, why are you agreeing with him? Both ignored him, clinked their glasses, and happily said to each other, first is Luna, you should also have a drink. Sane continued excitedly, you should drink too. Ms. Luna was very fast and Siwoo calmed down, watching the two of them happily while thinking. Both Leo and Luna seem to have gotten along with team leader Choi from Eden. Seriously, I can't trust them, this is not the time to be drinking. At the same time, the system issued a notification. A main quest has just appeared. The Age of Order has arrived. Main quest type, the Age of Order has arrived. Countless gods will appear on Earth. Although some will favor humanity, not all of them will be like that. The mythological powers they possess will play an important role in strengthening your sect. Absorb those powers and expand the sect's influence. Completion condition, absorb 3 sacred relics from other dimensions. Reward, Special Mythology Detection Skill, 10,000 DP. Evil gods can be summarized as gods who cause harm to humans. The main difference between them and the demon kings is that even evil gods possess holy power. Holy power and magic power cannot combine with each other. I was surprised enough when I heard that the Demon King had appeared on Earth, but I can't believe that other gods will soon follow. I am truly worried about what might happen on this planet. Right then, a figure ran in a panic, shouting, my lord. It was a member of the Goblin Guild, he reported in panic. I think you should see this. People from the White Light Church have arrived. At that same moment, outside the base, a group of people were arguing with each other. The Goblin Guild group questioned first, explain why you are infiltrating another guild's dungeon area without notifying us in advance. The side from the White Light Church quickly replied, we will explain when we meet your leader. Please let us see team leader Choi Sane. Although we don't know how you solved the dungeon, if you try to attack us, we will be forced to retaliate. Hearing the other side threaten, the Goblin Guild member shouted angrily, you dare. Just as the atmosphere became tensest, Sane walked over from afar. Why are you here in this area at this time? The leader of the White Light Church immediately stepped forward to greet. It's a pleasure to meet you, team leader Choi Sane. He reached out to remove his hood, introducing, I am Sim Jingil, a deputy of the White Light Church from Busan Church. Sorry for causing a stir, but we came here to prevent a disaster. I hope you will reduce your hostility. Hearing what he said, Sane looked dissatisfied, cracked his knuckles, and answered, first, you infiltrated our operational area and now you ask us to reduce hostility. I think you are not reasonable at all right now. Saying that, he asked Siwoo, what do you think, Pope Kim? At this moment, Sim Jingil was slightly startled to discover there was someone else. I couldn't sense his presence. Immediately, he brought his hand to his chest and expressed, I understand, it seems the leader of the Church of Jen has helped you. It's good to see that. As soon as his words finished, someone immediately blocked him. Don't come any closer, this person is not an ordinary leader but the Pope. Luna warned with a murderous face, be careful with your words, heretic. He is not someone you can talk to like that. Siwoo calmly raised his hand to signal her to stop. Luna stepped back. He looked at the group from the White Light Church before him, thinking to himself that he could sense holy power from them, and it wasn't a small amount. Each of them possessed a large amount of holy power. Considering that holy power had only recently been dispersed in the world, it was clear that they all had deep faith in their own sect. So which god is standing behind them? While he was thinking, Jingle bowed. One of our prophets sensed that a god of unknown origin tried to attack Earth. That's why our diocese ordered us to come here. Like always, he spoke while feeling the oppressive atmosphere around him, this overwhelming holy power. Right then, Seo Zin spoke up. You guessed where the gate would appear and you saw that strange god. It seems the prophets of the White Light Church are truly great. Provoked, he stood up uncomfortably, countering, that was not luck but holy power. Team leader Choi Sane, our god does not want innocent humanity to suffer. That is why he gave us the ability to predict. Although he received the answer, Sane still didn't accept it. Even so, I don't think it's always polite to bring too many sect members here. Why don't you stop interfering with us and disappear? Jingle didn't give in, smiling slightly. Looking at you now, I can guess you would have suffered an unimaginable fate if the Pope of the Church of Gen hadn't arrived in time. All we did was organize the army to prepare for the next outbreaks. Siwoo silently observed them, evaluating. They act as if they came here out of worry, but I wonder if they really needed to bring all those talented holy power users here. If it weren't for Luna and me, Team Leader Choi and the Goblin Guild could have disappeared in the dungeon. If that had happened, what would they have done with the god from that dimension? At this moment, Seo Zin was completely provoked, anger flared up, and he gritted his teeth. Maybe you don't know, but only guests invited by our guild can enter our operational area, and you are not official guests. Do you understand what I'm saying? You are all intruders. He was like a continuous erupting volcano, asking, do you really think I can't see the conspiracy to take over the dungeon after we are defeated? Since you have confirmed that the secret dungeon has been resolved, hurry up and go back. Hearing this, Jingle only had to compromise, accepting to leave. It seems this is not a suitable time to talk, we will leave now. Saying that, he put his hood back on and glanced toward another direction. Jingle switched to calling out to Siwoo. Our diocese is very interested in you, Pope. Do you plan to arrange a meeting between me and your diocese? Jingle asked back without understanding. Excuse me. He immediately turned around, making his intention clear. I don't need unwanted attention, heretic. He hurriedly countered. We are followers of a god, shouldn't we have something in common? Our diocese wants to meet you as soon as possible. As time passed, on a beautiful morning at a luxurious palace, a hurried call rang out. Pope, have you seen this article? This is news about the two groups we hate. Especially the National Awakening Alliance has just signed a contract with the new White Light Church organization. Reporter Du Hammond. With the appearance of the Era of Order, the number of awakened people continues to increase, so the importance of those with predictive abilities is also growing, especially with the White Light Church Association growing day by day. This is the White Light Church organization. Did those fools post this article, and do they claim that all they want is attention? The National Awakening Alliance also announced that players who choose the White Light Church as their destiny will receive many benefits, including points and items. Reporter Du Hammond from the news portal reported. Kim Siwoo's face appeared full of disbelief and annoyance when reading that news. I'm wondering what the National Awakening Alliance will do with the increasing need for holy power, but I didn't expect them to choose to stand on the side of the White Light Church. I don't like their cooperation at all. While Siwoo was thinking, someone spoke up. Certainly we should cooperate because we are in the same boat. He helplessly looked at the scene before him, sighing, damn it, they're so noisy. Beside the desk, Luna was advising Sane to rest after those injuries, but he confidently assured her, I'll be fine after a good meal and a peaceful sleep. After answering Luna, Sane spoke of his plan. Since I have decided to be a loyal dog protecting this temple, I think it would be a good idea to learn about this palace. Kim Siwoo didn't hesitate to refuse. No need, plus I prefer cats. But Seo Zin still didn't give up, full of smiles. But dogs are loyal animals, they never betray their masters, and aren't they very cool? Seeing him so stubborn, Siwoo felt helpless, thinking, this old guy is so annoying. Honestly, I never intended to set up an alliance with the Goblin Guild. Last night, on the way home after everything, Team Leader Choi drove very fast, chatting. Tomorrow I will come to the Church of Gen's temple. Siwoo asked in surprise, why? Sane answered immediately, what do you mean why? We need to discuss how to optimize the alliance between the Goblin Guild and the Church of Gen. Hearing that, Siwoo shouted in panic, wait, what? Sane folded his arms firmly. I already said it, I will be a loyal dog protecting the temple. Siwoo felt 3 parts helpless, 7 parts amused, and blurted out, why are you so obsessed with dogs? Ending the flashback, Siwoo turned to talk to the person in front of him. Actually, I was quite surprised when you proposed the idea of an alliance with the Goblin Guild. Mies laughed lightly and answered, well, I think you could easily access more holy stones with the help of the Goblin Guild, Pope. Before he finished speaking, Sane jumped into this conversation. Allow me to introduce us properly. His action made Siwoo shout, and Sane laughed with satisfaction. After joking around, Seo Jin also began to talk about the main issue. Pope Kim, are you familiar with the Cian Group? Hearing his question, Siwoo replied immediately, of course, they're the largest conglomerate in the country, well known for their electronics. That's right, Cian Group is famous for its electronics. Even though my grandfather is still in charge of the company's electronics division, thanks to my younger brother's business talent, he is currently the director of the logistics division at Cian Group. So if you have any products you want to sell, as long as they aren't illegal, we can look into everything regarding them. Siwoo, being a bit slow on the uptake, nodded slightly before suddenly snapping to attention and shouting, oh, so your younger brother is an executive at Cian? That's some serious history. Wait, Yan Group, you just said Yan. If I'm not mistaken, Yan Group is one of the 5 biggest conglomerates in this country. No way. So this muscle-bound dog is a member of that corporate family? While he was stunned, someone spoke up. Leader Choi Sane, leader of the Goblin Lin Guild and 4th generation of the Yan family. This is exactly why the Goblin Lin Guild can develop so strongly without making any noise. Luna remarked quite seriously, he is highly likely a member of that corporate family and may have committed murder. Hearing this, Siwoo was stunned, wondering why he would be chosen because of that. Immediately, Sane proclaimed eloquently, I'm not saying my family doesn't help, but the Goblin Lin Guild is something my brothers and I built from the very beginning. Please, I hope you won't make that mistake. Hearing these moving words, Siwoo didn't think much further and agreed, I won't. Let's cooperate with each other. Whether as a guard dog or a friend, let's maintain a good relationship. Human beings can never overcome the temptation of money, and Siwoo, of course, was no exception. Rich people are truly amazing, I'll stick close to him. Seo Diern couldn't help but smile looking at the fickle person in front of him. I know I've said this before, but this really isn't saintly at all. A moment later, Leo pushed the door open and entered from outside. Do you need me? Pope Siwoo nodded slightly. Yeah, it seems everyone is here. Now that everyone has gathered, why don't we officially start the meeting? Saying that, he adjusted his expression to be serious and declared, I, as the Pope of the Gen Church, intend to declare the White Light Church an enemy. The others heard this with surprise and exclaimed in unison, an enemy. Heretics, as the word implies, refers to those whose faith runs counter to our own. Because Eden has many gods, the Gen Church has allied with several other churches. Because we all share the same enemy, the Demon King. At this moment, Siwoo recalled the image of himself talking to Jen. She once said that faith does not come from oppression or fear, that is merely submission. I do not want my people to suffer that. Therefore, our church has decided that coexisting with other churches, except for some aggressive heretical sects, will be beneficial for everyone. However, the heretics who harm civilians have been suppressed by the Holy See's envoys. Even so, there is a reason for me to bring this up again. Returning to the small meeting, Luna angrily questioned, why didn't you tell me the headquarters of those heretics was located here? Leo and I could have wiped them out ourselves. Leo spoke up calmly to dissuade her. Luna Livton, those words are contrary to our teachings. Jen teaches that if we want to be respected, we must first know how to respect others. Therefore, in the name of Jen, he hadn't finished before Luna cut him off. You can still say those words after those bastards from the White Light Church tried to kill the Pope and leader Choi. These words of hers made Leo angry as well. Those demons, Pope, please declare a holy war. I, Archbishop Leo Duman, vow to dedicate my strength to exterminating those heretics on the battlefield. Kim Siwoo quickly dismissed their ideas. Stop it, don't make me lose face in front of leader Choi. But he didn't expect Sane to be even more excited, cheering, excellent, can you let me join this holy war? This is a chance to exterminate those ignorant fools. Minso, feeling a bit helpless, reminded him, the Gen Church is also a religious organization. Hearing Minso, Sane realized he had made a slip of the tongue. Ah, right, but the Gen Church is a great exception. His correction made Minso more satisfied, thank you. I look forward to working with the Goblin Guild, the Gen Church, and Player K. In the end, the scene before Kim Siwoo became chaotic, one side supporting war, the other excitedly helping. Right, holy war it is. All right, let me arrange the time. At this moment, Kim Siwoo, who was presiding over the meeting, only gave a faint, ambiguous smile. Right after that, he stood up abruptly and slammed the table, causing everyone to fall silent. With a cold gaze emitting terrifying power, he declared, as the leader of the Gen Church, I declare the White Light Church an enemy of the organization. Does anyone object? Cutting to a few minutes later, when everyone had calmed down, Minso cautiously asked, do you think you're being too hasty? We might be misunderstanding the White Light Church. Siwoo replied immediately, I understand your concerns. The actions of the White Light Church are simple but suspicious. We don't have clear evidence of their crimes. However, if Luna and I hadn't been present at the Busan Gate incident, what do you think would have happened? Would the White Light Church have left like that? I believe that to achieve their goals, they are willing to kill off the members of the Goblin Guild. I don't know the true nature of the White Light Church, but upon discovering that they knew about gods from other dimensions, I became even more suspicious. What if the god that the White Light Church worships is related to a hostile god from another dimension? Luna spoke up to continue Siwoo's thought. Even though we lack concrete evidence, if the Pope believes they are a threat, we will follow your words. The Pope is the first believer of Lord Jen and also her only representative. Hearing this, Minso felt guilty and stammered, I'm sorry, I thought maintaining a neutral attitude would be better for creating content later on. I feel ashamed of my actions. Seeing this expression, Luna gently comforted him. No need to be ashamed, your caution will sooner or later be a great help to us, brother Minso. Plus, you're handsome so you can be forgiven for everything. Not knowing all the teachings is fine, we can teach you from now on. So what's there to worry about? Looking at the scene before him, Kim Siwoo thought to himself, Minso will never participate in a class with these people ever again. Then he tried to adjust his emotions, seriously returning to the meeting. The White Light Church is our enemy. All contact, including trade, will be completely cut off. Any organization that stands with the White Light Church will suffer the same fate. That's all, keep this in mind. The four of them, Luna, Leo, Minso, and Sejin, stood solemnly after hearing his declaration and answered in unison. Saying that, Siwoo began to calculate in his heart. The Gen Church needed to recruit believers aggressively to keep up with the White Light Church. This was the right time to discuss the batch of bracelets with leader Choi, as this expansion would also help improve the church's finances. He thought while assigning tasks, Leo, from the last sanctification, how many bracelets do we have left? He quickly answered 500. Receiving the answer, Siwoo excitedly called out, perfect. For the second topic, a box with a sparkling bracelet was immediately presented with a question. Pope, is this what you want to sell? Leo, Luna, and Minso waited outside. Siwoo nodded slightly. That's right, this is a bracelet crafted from the top-tier sacred stones of the temple. On the surface, he was introducing it while secretly praising it to himself. The final product looks much better than I expected. This item can help treat chronic illnesses. Additionally, Siwoo smiled brightly, revealing a completely unexpected use. It seems it also helps prevent hair loss, and for those suffering from hair loss, faith goes far beyond science. Hearing this pitch, Sane excitedly asked, "Oh, Pope Kim, would you mind if I tried one?" He immediately agreed, be my guest. Sane took out a small knife and tried to make a cut on his arm. Afterward, he observed the wound he had just created. Just when it seemed nothing was happening, unexpectedly, the wound on his hand healed itself miraculously. Sane was extremely surprised and excitedly shouted, compared to the low-quality medicinal herbs of those fake alchemists, this bracelet is truly on a completely different level. It's wonderful. Sane couldn't hide his excitement. Kim Siwoo quickly explained, it only amplifies the wearer's self-healing ability. This credit goes to you, Leader Choi. Once the divine power is depleted, it will return to the shape of a normal bracelet. Even so, Sane was still extremely interested and praised. Either way, this is still an amazing item. But right after that, his expression became serious. Pope Kim, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to help you distribute these bracelets. Hearing this, Siwoo panicked. Really? Not stopping there, Sane suggested, if you don't have a specific customer, we will buy the entire batch. This made Siwoo even more surprised. What? Sane smiled brightly, looking closely at the bracelet and analyzing. This is an item that can help players survive longer. This kind of recovery ability is extremely rare, especially since players with holy attributes have only appeared for a week. Increasing player survival rates is a concern for many guilds. Even if there are potential players, if they die right on the battlefield, it doesn't mean anything. Furthermore, they are not only rare but also hard to produce in enough quantities for many people to use at the same time. Hearing those analytical words, Siwoo was still surprised. I never thought it was that important. Most people in Eden have the ability to heal themselves. Thinking this, he turned to ask Seozin, how many do you want? Seozin answered immediately, I can't receive them for free. Hearing this, Siwoo recovered his senses, rubbing his chin in thought, free? Come to think of it, I never priced them. What if I sold each for 1 million gold? Wouldn't 500 units get me 500 million gold? That should be enough for a year's expenses, right? Even so, he didn't intend to sell them at such a high price. After a while of calculating, he was about to open his mouth to name the price. How about 1 million? But before he could finish, Sane interrupted. How about this 100 million gun each? I will pay 100 million for each bracelet and buy your entire batch. However, you must promise that if you produce more, continue to sell them to us. It took Siwoo a moment to process what he had just heard. But we only have 500. Seozin wasn't worried. That's fine. Once the contract is signed, I will transfer the money directly to your church's account. Siwoo was still hesitant. You're not buying them at a high price just because I saved you in the dungeon, right? Sane immediately held up the box. As a guild leader, I can affirm this. These bracelets are worth much more than you. I am sure there are countless people willing to spend 100 million gun if it helps them increase their chances of survival. Before that assertion, Kim Siwoo could only be silent, his mind constantly calculating. So that's 50 billion gold. I've never even seen that figure in reality. Why didn't I think of selling to businesses sooner? The treasure was right before my eyes and I kept looking elsewhere. Thinking this, he looked at Leader Choi with sparkling eyes, expressing, Leader Choi, once again thank you for cooperating with the Gen Church. Alright, let me get a calculator. No, I mean let's strengthen our friendship. A business partnership was thus formed. Sane excitedly laughed out loud. Perfect, let me go collect the money. A morning passed quickly, and the sunset gradually fell over the temple. Minso stood before Siwoo's table and reported, "It seems Leader Choi has left." He answered immediately. He said he would need some time to gather 50 billion gun. Luna looked at the bracelet on her hand and sighed. It seems we solved the financial problem in an unexpected way. But if it goes on like this, making these bracelets will take up all our time. Just then Leo offered a suggestion. Pope, we should have kept some high-grade divine stones. As long as the gods from other dimensions exist, I believe stocking up on high-quality divine stones is a wise choice. Siwoo looked at the two, somewhat helplessly scolding. All right, why couldn't you both be as calm as this from the beginning? Anyway, I think it's time to find someone more knowledgeable about finance than us. The White Light Church has far outpaced us in expanding their influence. With their alliance with N, they are our biggest threat. However, we still hold the advantage. We have the upper hand and they don't. Saying that, he turned to ask, Brother Minso, how is the Gen Church's Meet Tup channel doing? Minso immediately reported, it's truly amazing. Since Luna appeared and confronted the Great Tiger Guild, online traffic has skyrocketed. A lot of people are searching for information about Luna. Receiving this report, Siwoo rejoiced in his heart. Luna's debut was truly spectacular. She completely overwhelmed the DH Guild. With Luna Livton and Player K, we have intelligence, strength, and appearance. Thinking of this, his face became even more determined, declaring, we won't just be more famous than the White Light Church, we will crush them on the internet. Minso agreed. The only thing left is to turn this interest into recruiting new disciples. Right after that, Siwoo returned to his normal demeanor and proposed a plan. I intend to hold a live stream on the Gen Church's official channel and take that opportunity to introduce Leo and Luna. We can also post training videos demonstrating our divine power and combat skills. That could attract even more interested people. Minso nodded. Good idea, I'll call team leader Kim right away. Siwoo excitedly urged, Jen, we must continue while the momentum is still growing. While the three of them were discussing in Dongsan District, the second building of the ability department suddenly suffered a massive explosion. Witnessing this scene, all three, Siwoo, Luna, and Leo, were stunned, mouth agape, unable to say a word. Luna immediately asked, that looks like magic. Do you think it's an attack? One of the two guys with them answered, could they be lighting a giant campfire right in the middle of the city? Of course, it's an attack. Luna said while following Kim Siwoo running forward, laughing brightly as she praised, being by your side is never boring. Although it was a compliment, Siwoo wasn't happy and replied, I can't believe my luck. This is clearly an act of terrorism. Below the scene of the explosion, everyone was shouting in chaos. There are still people inside, someone save them. The scene shifted to the rooftop of a building where someone had just run over to report to the man standing there, you called for me? The mysterious man smiled slightly and answered, that's right. It seems the situation in Busan has been resolved. Surely they have realized the existence of divine creatures from other dimensions. On the 38th floor of the second building of the Ability Bureau, there is someone who seems capable of becoming the incarnation of the Demon King. Bring him to me at all costs. Saying that, the mysterious figure turned to the person standing behind him. I will grant you power even greater than what you currently possess. You will reach a realm you have never touched before. If the White Light Church has approached Kim Siwoo, shouldn't we act as well? The scene returned to the explosion in Dongsan District, at the second building of the Ability Bureau. Just then on forums, people were whispering excitedly, I just got here, what's going on? Is this a show? Isn't that the second building of the Ability Bureau in Bongsan? I'm in Dongsan, just got a notification from the government. An unidentified terrorist organization has attacked the vicinity. All citizens should quickly move to designated shelters. Is this real? Damn, it looks like it is. Look at the news, the TV station is broadcasting live from the scene. It's only been 5 minutes since the live stream started. Did they know about this beforehand? Kim Siwoo looked up at the building, smiling wryly as he scolded himself. Damn, it seems I've accidentally live-streamed a terrorist attack even before the broadcast began. If this isn't a coincidence, is it a malicious trick of fate? He turned to ask Minso. Does this happen often? Has the Ability Bureau ever been attacked before? Minso was extremely shocked, his mouth agape as he answered, of course not, something like this has never happened. Looking at Minso's expression, Siwoo confirmed to himself, even Minso is shocked by this situation. He took out his constantly ringing phone and smiled wryly, I just wanted to be sure. As soon as he answered, the person on the other end reported, Kim Siwoo, the second building is currently being attacked by an unidentified organization. It will likely be very difficult to continue the live stream. He didn't care much about the live stream and asked immediately, forget the shoot. Team leader Kim, are you okay? On the other end was team leader Dong Seohik, who answered with some hesitation, I'm fine. He was inside the building where the explosion occurred, trying to analyze the situation for Siwoo. It seems there are many high-level magicians participating in this attack. Siwoo, if possible, help evacuate the civilians nearby. But Siwoo didn't rush to agree and asked, Team leader Kim, where are you? Are you okay? Just as he was answering, suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his head. Don't worry about me. Dong Seohik's phone fell to the ground. From the other side, a panicked sound rang out, Team leader. At this moment, Kim Siwoo became even more stressed when hearing strange noises from the phone. Are you saying your final words to your wife? I didn't expect there to be a romantic person here, what a pity. As soon as the person on the other side finished speaking, the phone screen showed the call had ended. Team leader Dong Seohik. Siwoo looked toward the building, saw another explosion and said, Minso, I think team leader Kim was just attacked by a woman. According to him, Minso assessed the second explosion. A high-level awakener using blue fire. Could it be Lee Sehai from Than Hoa? She is a monster who reached S-rank 3 years ago. They say she destroyed an entire guild and fled to another country. It seems the rumors weren't quite accurate. Hearing the analysis, Luna excitedly summoned her armor. In other words, this is an extremely strong villain. While she was excited, Kim Siwoo wondered, did I misunderstand something? Why did I feel magic power from the second building of the Ability Bureau? It was very weak, but it was definitely mana. He bowed his head, thinking about the group he had met. Initially, I thought the White Light Church was behind this, but those guys earlier clearly possessed divine power, and they even had ads about destroying demons. What is going on here? Could another organization be meddling in this? Luna was in a ready stance, suggesting, anyway, Leo, shouldn't we open a path for the Holy One? Hearing her, Leo agreed. Sounds good, Luna Lifton, I'll go first. Without waiting for orders, they immediately rushed toward the building. It's been a long time since the two of us charged into battle together. I knew it, coming to Earth was the right decision. Kim Siwoo followed their backs, smiling slightly. Having both Luna and Leo here really reminds me of the early days of the Gen Order. Right after that, he turned to assign tasks to the loyal subordinates beside him. Minso, I'll be back soon. Help everyone evacuate and take care. Receiving the order, Minso immediately complied. Yes, Holy One. We will finish the livestream after you return. Inside the building, the ground was littered with bodies due to the explosion. Lee Sehai, the culprit behind the explosion, was humming happily, brushing past each corpse. She went to where Dong Seohik was tightly tied up and lamented. So boring, not fun at all. So incredibly boring. If I had known I only had to deal with normal people, I wouldn't have bothered coming here. The mastermind behind this plan quickly followed her. The second building has more civilians than awakeners, and even among the government awakeners, few are strong enough to confront you. Our mission is to take the vessel out of the cell on the top floor. If anything happens, he won't forgive you. Despite his reminder, Si-Hai still wanted to play, pointing out to her accomplices, but it didn't change the fact that she was bored to death. How about I kill one of your people for fun, or find someone interesting to fight me like you, for example? Seeing her like that, the mastermind scolded angrily. Are you crazy? Si-Hai looked away, checked Dong Seohik's card and mocked. So what if I am? Better than being weak, right, old man? All this happened just because you're too weak. She looked at the information on the employee card, inquiring, Kim Dong Seohik, is that your name? If you belong to the Special Investigation Bureau, you should have been in the main building, shouldn't you? Isn't the Special Investigation Bureau the center of the Ability Management Bureau? Great, you must know where Kang-Chi is. Hearing Si-Hai's question, Dong Seohik was surprised, thinking to himself, Kang-Chi, one of the last S-rank hunters belonging to the government, she seems to have an inferiority complex toward Kang-Chi. He immediately lied. No, how could a normal government employee know the whereabouts of an S-rank hunter? Receiving the answer, Si-Hai tightened her grip on the ID lanyard and declared, what a pity, then I'll just have to kill you. They say being burned alive is the most terrible pain a creature can experience. Tell me where Kang-Chi is and I will give you a painless death. But Dong Seohik remained firm, answering coldly, making her angry. Sorry, but most government employees don't know anything beyond the department they work in. Seeing Dong Seohik so stubborn, Si-Hai laughed loudly, bursting with blue fire. Interesting, then I'll just kill you. He felt the heat of the blue flames surrounding him, gritting his teeth in endurance. So hot, is this the end? Just when she was frantically adding more fire, die, suddenly Dong Seohik could no longer feel the heat. I feel like a roasted sweet potato. Seeing his nonchalant expression, Si-Hai angrily grabbed his collar and questioned, wait, how can a normal person below A rank withstand my fire? Dong Seohik answered blankly, I don't know. Immediately, she turned to the mastermind. Hey, I'll take this old guy with me to find out more. We already attacked the Ability Management Bureau, so what difference does it make to kidnap another government employee? He seemed unhappy and reminded, Lai Si Hai, stop, don't forget our mission. However, in the end, he agreed, just take the vessel out of the 39th floor immediately. Just take him along. Saying that, he revealed information. We just received news that Kim Siwoo is in front of the building, must complete the mission before he arrives. Hearing the familiar name, Dong Seohik shouted to himself, Siwoo, and Si-Hai was excited, immediately planning, oh, the one who stopped the monster wave, isn't this even better? We can take this opportunity. Isn't this even better? We can take this opportunity. Right then, a loud collision cut her off. One of the henchmen carrying Dong Seohik was thrown into the wall with a taunt, oh, sorry. Luna was the one who just dealt the blow, she cheerfully recounted. The Holy One said that anyone who resists should be killed on the spot. We are in a hurry to save our friend, Dong Seohik. Then just assume you resisted. Leo beside her was calm, advising, Luna Livton, I think it's better to give them a chance to surrender. She quickly retorted, Leo, you crushed those who surrendered like waste paper a moment ago. He feigned innocence. I didn't hear them say anything. Hearing their conversation, Si-Hai was incredulous and asked, your people were supposed to be on other floors, did you overcome them all? Interesting. The mastermind understood her intention, quickly reminded, Lai Si-Hai, stop, don't forget our mission. Those two are friends of Kim Siwoo, they aren't ordinary people, don't waste time on them. But she didn't care and laughed loudly, even more excited. Interesting, you think I'll lose to these fanatics? This is the perfect opportunity to test my new power. An intense fire erupted, strong enough to melt steel. Si-Hai just unleashed the fire forward while lamenting. I love hearing the screams of those being burned alive. Satisfy me with your screams. Luna and Leo still stood calmly in place, watching her flames rush toward them. Si-Hai watched the flames engulf them, arrogantly mocking, don't tell me you can't even scream. Very disappointing, I expected more from you. But right after those words, an arm gently reached out from within the fire. From that hand, a mysterious light radiated blinding. With her power of light, Luna gently cleaved through Si-Hee's flames. She looked at her opponent with an amused gaze and a bright smile. Seeing that her opponent was still unharmed and had even managed to split her fire, Si-Hee couldn't believe it and screamed, how is that possible? Not giving her a chance to react, Luna immediately fired a beam of light that struck Si-Hee hard, sending her crashing into the wall. Si-Hee slammed into the wall behind her, sliding down to the ground in pain. Luna stepped closer, mimicking her opponent's earlier words, I am truly disappointed. You're a mage when facing a knight. Isn't it common sense to keep your opponent within your effective range? With that, she reached out and firmly gripped Si-Hee by the throat. Luna watched Si-Hee struggling in her grasp and continued her lesson. And another thing, didn't the person who gave you mana warn you about using it alongside divine power? Seeing how foolish she was, Luna replied while demonstrating, right, divine power and mana cannot coexist by nature. Luna's power struck Si-Hee's body directly. The scorching flames made her scream in agony. Luna flashed a radiant smile and praised, I like hearing others scream, but I like it even more when beautiful people like you do it. Elsewhere, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed, and the ringleader of the attack was leading his underlings as they fled, muttering as he ran, damn it. Lai Si-Hee with her blessing should have been stronger than most S-rank hunters. It's hard to believe someone with her abilities could be taken down so easily. Just then, painful groans suddenly erupted behind him, making him jump. The ringleader remembered Leo and tried to run faster, telling himself, not to mention that giant in the priest's robe chasing us, my men can at least slow him down for now. After fleeing for a while, he arrived at a hazy place, the special detention cells on the 38th floor of the second Ability Management Building. Before awakened individuals are sent to private prisons, the Ability Management Department temporarily detains them here for investigation. On the door of the detention cell, there was a warning stating that only authorized personnel were allowed to enter. But as an illegal intruder, the ringleader didn't hesitate to draw his sword and smash the door. In this situation, I must ensure I get the vessel. After that, I just need to use the teleportation gate I prepared on the rooftop to escape. After a few continuous slashes, the door was destroyed. The underlings, seeing him enter, shouted, Captain, you've arrived. He looked at them as they were carrying someone else and snapped, you idiots, if you have the vessel, you should have retreated immediately. What are you still doing here? One underling hurriedly bowed and explained, sorry, the emergency cutoff system was activated. The ringleader ignored him and asked, what about the vessel? Another underling who was carrying Soho on his back immediately stepped forward, reporting, as soon as we released him, he immediately tried to kill the group, so we were forced to knock him out. During that time, 2 members were killed. The ringleader listened, slowly approached to assess Soho and thought to himself, deserving of the name Vessel, I can feel the terrifying miasma and malice coming from him. He immediately decided, he is the Vessel. I will use the teleportation scroll to take him to the leader. Hearing this, a few underlings asked in confusion, Captain, don't we still have to rendezvous with the bomb expert girl? How will we get back? The ringleader took over carrying Soho, indifferent, and urged, everyone hurry to the rooftop, there's a magic circle there, move it. Following the order, the underlings answered in unison, understood. But deep down, the ringleader had other plans. 3 minutes, I only need them to hold him back for 3 minutes. The magic circle on the roof was actually a self-destruct mechanism. When they stepped onto it, there would be a massive magical explosion. In reality, they were all expendable pawns except for Lai Sihi, but it seemed she couldn't stop Kim Siwoo's henchmen either. He furrowed his brows and looked behind him vigilantly, then gripped the scroll in his hand tightly. As long as I make it back safely, the rest can be dealt with later. The Gen lineage will always be an obstacle on our path. Therefore, I must destroy them all for the master. Just as he prepared to pull the string on the scroll, a small bolt of lightning suddenly shot out, cutting his action short. Kim Siwoo appeared out of nowhere and said calmly, using your underlings as bait to escape? Even for a villain, don't you find that a bit cliché? Upon seeing Siwoo, the ringleader backed away in alert. Kim Siwoo looked at Soho on his back and said, it seems the kid you're carrying is the Demon King's vessel, a vessel meant to summon the Demon King to this world. Now I understand why you people are here. But you really should have been more careful, shouldn't you? Just as Siwoo finished speaking, the ringleader was about to say something when Soho on his back suddenly lunged up. What the hell are you talking about? He immediately bit down hard on the ringleader's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the man had become Soho's delicious meal. Siwoo stood to the side, observing the bloody scene, and thought to himself, those chosen as vessels for the Demon King often gain power by consuming their own kind. I thought it was unlucky to be live-streaming the terrorist attack on the ability management building, but perhaps this time it's lucky to witness everything firsthand. If they had truly escaped with him, the consequences would surely be terrifying. Why was someone this dangerous kept here? After finishing off the ringleader, Soho quickly shifted his target and lunged towards Siwoo. He stood calmly in place, watching the boy go mad and rush at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Siwoo reached out and grabbed Soho's arm, then gently tore the arm off, causing the boy to scream in agony. Soho's sound echoed along with the building's third explosion. A reincarnation of the Demon King, a mere mortal who had almost become a devil, manipulated by the Demon King. He is the vessel that helps the Demon King set foot in this world. To begin the reincarnation process, he must show signs of losing his humanity, one of which is cannibalism. The more crimes he commits, the stronger he will become. Kim Siwoo observed Soho before him, thinking, that's right, just like him now. Right then, Soho's severed arm began to twitch, blood cells appeared, and immediately after, a new arm was formed. Witnessing this, Siwoo sighed, is it because you just ate your fill? Even though you haven't fully awakened, your regeneration ability is quite formidable. At this point, Soho stopped growling and started speaking clearly, die die. Not letting him react, Kim Siwoo grabbed the boy by the head. However, you haven't killed enough people to become a true devil yet. As he finished, the system's sound rang out. Passive skill Will of Destruction has identified the target as a wicked being. The crimes of the player Bakkyo Soho are listed. Assault, murder, cannibalism, leader of school violence, and 17 other charges. Hearing the information provided by the system, Kim Siwoo said calmly, you were a piece of trash from the beginning. I wouldn't be surprised if you were sentenced to life in prison. He started to unleash his power, questioning the criminal before him. I wonder, are you the son of some high-ranking official in the bureau? The hand on Soho's head began releasing sparks, causing him to recoil. What's wrong? Scared. Kim Siwoo gave him a deathly stare and judged, it seems you still have a shred of reason left. My divine power is always stronger when facing the wicked. That's why you should have run away while you had the chance, kid. Soho widened his eyes, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. Kim Siwoo continued to cast magic on him. That's more like it. After that, he clenched his fist and gathered momentum, launching himself forward. Kim Siwoo leaped into the air, ready to deliver a punch at Soho. You're smarter than I thought. His punch flew toward him but was blocked by a shield Soho summoned. However, the boy still took damage from that blow. Just a second later, Siwoo's punch tore through the shield, knocking Soho backward. But he quickly regained his stance. Kim Siwoo said, looks like serving as a vessel for the Demon King helps you quite a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Soho lunged to attack, raising his claws to scratch him. However, he suddenly stopped, surprised. Siwoo looked at him confidently. Your weak claws can't leave even a single scratch on my holy barrier." Immediately, Soho was paralyzed by his divine power. He looked at the boy and said, "Divine power is the bane of mana, not to mention the gap in our power is too great." Right after that, he squeezed Soho's throat, exerting power that rendered his entire body immobile. Siwoo said coldly, "Perhaps you need to be taught a lesson, what do you think?" Suddenly, a source of purple energy gathered, forming plastic matter like tentacles, quickly rushing towards Soho. This strange energy entered the boy's body as if it wanted to strip him of his status as a vessel. Kim Siwoo couldn't help but be surprised. "What? Are you just stripping him of his ability to be a vessel?" He still squeezed the boy's throat tightly. "You should have chosen a worthier opponent. Haven't you learned your lesson after I defeated you in Eden, demon king of wrath, this Satan? Wait, I should have done this to the one who sent you to the mortal world." He concluded, "Well then, I'll end everything right here." The notification screen appeared. "With the increase of divine power, passive skill Holy Fire has been activated." Soho began to fade away, screaming in desperation and agony. A moment later, Soho had completely vanished into nothingness. Outside the building, a massive beam of light was emitted. Leo stood outside looking into the building. The evil was slowly dissipating. As for Kim Siwoo, he felt the bit of mana remaining. "Strange pieces of matter falling to the ground," he declared. "All the wicked will ultimately bring about their own destruction." Suddenly, a voice called him, "Pope, we've been looking for you." It was Leo. He approached Kim Siwoo and said, "We have stopped those who were approaching the main hall and disabled the dark magic circles." Kim Siwoo turned to reply, "Leo, you're here." Leo looked at the magic circle drawn on the ground and said, "This magic circle used a human body as a conductor to trigger a massive explosion. If it had been activated, this entire building could have collapsed." Kim Siwoo thanked him. "You did well, Leo. You've saved countless lives." Leo looked at the traces remaining on the ground and asked, "However, Pope, who is this person?" Siwoo asked back, "Leo, do you remember the Demon King of Wrath, Satan?" He replied, "Of course, how could I forget the battle with the Demon King in Eden?" Kim Siwoo looked at the ashes in his hand and said, "These ashes contain a part of the Demon King's reincarnated soul, a method to summon Satan to this world. The reason the second building of the Ability Management Bureau was attacked was for this, the reincarnation of the Demon King." Leo said in a serious tone, "Pope, if the Demon King's reincarnation has appeared then," Siwoo interrupted, "that's right, it means there are quite a few Demon King followers hiding in the mortal world." He connected it to Soho, who had just been defeated. "This reincarnation acts like a prophet in a cult. There are 7 Demon Kings and Satan is just one of them. First the White Light Church, now the Demon King's followers. It's hard to believe. Anyway, we need to investigate those who follow the Demon King." He continued to ask, "So Leo, tell me the truth. How many are still alive? We need to gather information from them." Leo adjusted his glasses, turned his face away and said, "I've captured 70% of them. The rest died because their physical bodies were too weak." Kim Siwoo asked loudly, "Did you break them in half again?" Leo hurriedly countered, "What do you mean? They sold their souls to the devil, they're just paying the price for that." Siwoo was speechless. "Fine, at least some are still alive. Hopefully Luna also caught a few that are still breathing. I don't know where she is right now." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice cut him off. "Pope." Luna carried a girl on her shoulder and happily ran to him. "I'm back." After that, she threw the person she was carrying on her shoulder to the ground. "A gift for you. Are you looking for this?" Siwoo looked at her and reminded, "Luna, don't throw people around like objects." He scratched his chin and looked at the person lying on the floor. "Anyway, is this the person we were looking for? Is it Lai Sihi? She seems to be a mage. It's surprising you didn't kill her." He thought to himself, since Luna once lost her parents at the hands of mages, if she were mediocre in combat, perhaps Luna would have already acted. Luna stuck out her tongue and looked at the person on the ground with a dangerous gaze. "I spared her because she's beautiful." He shouted immediately, "Luna, you're a saintess, take that tongue of yours back." "Anyway, well done, are you injured?" Siwoo looked at her and thought, a saintess who likes drinking and women. Luna answered excitedly, "Oh my, are you worried about me? Pope, I'm very happy to hear that. Those words only mean something if you have the courage to say them. How could I face you if I were injured by that small fry?" He countered immediately. "Honestly, I was never worried about you, but I was worried about Team Leader Kim and his teammates." After that, he turned to ask, "Team Leader Kim, are you okay?" Team Leader Kim replied, "Ah, yes, thank you, even though I was attacked by Lai Sihi. I don't know why I'm still safe and sound." Siwoo radiated the aura of the Pope and said gently, "That's good. Lord Jen is truly very favorable to you. Last time we met, I gave you a blessing." Team Leader Kim exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? Is that the reason?" After that, he bowed and continued to thank him. Thank you very much." Siwoo waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Without your strong faith, my blessing wouldn't have had much effect." He smiled slightly. "As I see it, your faith is stronger than you think." Suddenly, a scream rang out. I knew it. I was wondering how I was still alive. Zihi lay on the floor, shouting happily. It was all thanks to that holy barrier. There's no way a weak civil servant like him could have blocked my attack. She rolled her eyes and shouted loudly. The weak deserve to die. The useless and incompetent should be wiped off the face of this world. Yet you keep stopping us, Kim Siwoo. She turned to scold both Luna and the person beside her, screaming madly. How much longer do you intend to hinder us? The purifiers, sooner or later when he arrives, you won't have a chance either. Siwoo stepped closer to her, asking with interest, Purifiers, huh? That's a nice sounding name for a bunch of criminals like you. As soon as he finished, Luna kicked her several meters away. Siwoo saw Luna kicking people like a ball and shook his head. Luna, I haven't even had the chance to ask anything yet. But she didn't care and laughed. Pope, I just had a feeling you would order me to throw her away, so I did it first. Anyway, this child belongs to me. Siwoo thought of some figure. That's strange, she reminds me of someone, but who? He returned to the main point. Anyway, you just mentioned the purifiers. What is their purpose? Zihi answered carelessly. Ordinary citizens without abilities and players are the same. Their goal is to eliminate them all. She lay there, using her hand as a pillow, looking indifferent to the world. Why do we need people without abilities? They are weak and all need protection in the current world. They have no meaning. We will create an oasis exclusively for those who have awakened. She stood up. We are chosen, therefore we are stronger. To build a better future on this land, we need to purify the world of the inferior. Hearing her say that, he only felt annoyed and kicked her arm. Zihi continued. That's right, we can sacrifice those without abilities to promote the evolution of humanity. Hearing this, he felt irritated and kicked her arm hard. Siwoo started using magic and said, You lot couldn't even cause any trouble for Leo and Luna, so what are you babbling about? I can't believe I have to deal with a demon-worshipping organization suffering from a superiority complex. What a headache. He turned to team leader Kim, not to mention the fact that they knew about the Demon King's reincarnation. This means... Team leader Kim looked away. There is a spy in the Ability Management Bureau. We realized that early on. The prisoner on the 38th floor is back Kyosoho. He awakened as a player around March last year when he was just 16 years old. At that time, he had already attacked and killed 2 other awakened trainees. This kid was already suspected of being involved in many other cases. We just took him in 2 days ago after ordinary facilities confirmed they couldn't hold him. The information must have been leaked at that time. Zihi asked in surprise. If so, he should have been sentenced to life in the prison for awakened people, shouldn't he? Does he have someone backing him? Team leader Kim bowed his head. I have nothing to say in my defense. Zihi continued. I had to act against him during the fight. Is that okay? Team leader Kim answered, it's okay. We plan to inform the public that the prisoner on the 38th floor was one of the victims of the attack while also announcing other relevant information about this incident. They all deserve to be punished. Soho spoke up. There is no turning back. Ever since I became the vessel for the Demon King, I believe Team leader Kim can handle the rest neatly. Team leader Kim replied. Maybe it's better if he dies. I don't know what to do if things take a different turn. If this kid really becomes the Demon King, who knows what will happen. Luna squatted down and played with Zihi's hair, asking, Pope, she's passed out, what should I do? He answered, do I even need to ask? She is a valuable hostage. We will take her to the temple for interrogation. Switching to other developments, Cyan Ho called him via video. Mr. Siwoo, according to what you said, you believe that demons or forces influenced by them are behind this incident. He sat in his office, lost in thought. Although it seems hard to believe, I think so. He continued, it's not as hard to imagine as you think, Mr. Siwoo. 5 years ago, after the spatial gate opened, everything in this world became possible. We accepted that truth and continued to adapt while those who didn't accept it were left behind. I'm the same, there's nothing to worry about. Siwoo smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, but he was quite surprised that someone without abilities like him could survive this era of change. It seems he possesses a special charisma that suits the position of director of the Ability Management Bureau. He said, with people like you, Minister, the arrogant delusions of those terrorists look even more like a farce. CONHO asked back, did you say something? He replied, oh, it's nothing. Afterward, he continued, our congregation intends to interrogate Lai Zihai, one of the terrorists involved in the recent attack. One of our reporters, Luna, is also working on an article about this incident. However, Minister, I have a favor to ask of you. From now on, if the Ability Management Bureau gets any information related to the Demon King or the nobility, such as the reincarnation of the Demon King, I hope you can share that information with the Gen congregation, not only domestically but also abroad. He agreed. Of course, that's possible. However, other countries might request information about you in exchange. Ziwu scratched his chin and said, then let's do this. If anyone holds information about the reincarnations of the Demon King, let them know that the Gen congregation is ready to help them when necessary. Hearing this, Conho suddenly grinned. He wondered to himself, it seems he is very interested in this proposal. What is he thinking? He replied, all right, I will do that. Once again, our government is extremely grateful for the help from the Gen congregation. However, because problems might arise if we publicly acknowledge receiving help, we plan to find another way to resolve this. I will contact you again through team leader Kim. Siwoo quickly replied, yes, thank you. He secretly thought about another plan, then stood up, one thing down, now I should go meet Luna. He opened his phone and news outlets were reporting massively. Breaking news, Ability Management Bureau attacked. CCTV of building number 2 records the folding incident. Hyundai, the terrorist, folded in half. High-quality 4K video of fur excites netizens. Breaking news, Ability Management Bureau attack. On the Awakened forum, people were buzzing, all we need is to fold in half, a guide on how to fold someone like fur, 1 fold, 2 folds more. Total comments, 120. Whoever uses that meme again will be the one getting folded. Are you crazy? There was a terrorist attack right in the middle of the city, do you think it's funny? Thousands could have died. The person who posted that meme is the very one who saved those thousands. Don't they deserve some recognition? I just watched the Gen congregation's live stream and decided to join them. They are our only hope. Do they accept you? Yes, just submit an application to join. I heard they accept. If you go to their congregation's forum, they'll guide you on how to become a member. Look at this, oh my god, Gen, can they really fold people? What the hell is N doing? Are they all dead or just passed out? At least they've also suffered spinal injuries. Can you look at my back? I bet this will attract even more people to the Gen congregation. Gen is not a cult. Gen is so beautiful. He read while thinking. They leaked the video recording the scene on the way to the interrogation room. It seems this is exactly what Minister Conho wanted. Ziwu suddenly looked elsewhere, thinking to himself that the recent terrorist attack had left 12 dead and 52 injured. We were really lucky that the broadcast continued throughout that time. It's amazing that they were finally able to minimize the damage to this extent. He thought while walking, wondering if the Gen congregation knew yet. Siwoo closed his eyes. Gen, we have prevented a major disaster. Can you hear me? He stopped for a moment, no response. It seems she is busy in Eden. Shifting to the interrogation room, Pope Siwoo asked everyone there, how is the interrogation going? Luna answered, we didn't do much, you could say we've gained a bit of trust from her. Although she knows how to use mana-enhanced magic, she refuses to reveal any useful information. She continued, as for the one who went with her, the one wearing the black mask, he called himself a captain or something, have you seen him anywhere? He spoke up. Oh yes, he was swallowed by the Demon King's incarnation. Hearing this, Luna gasped while Zihai was tied tightly to the chair. Luna continued, at least we know she has the ability to maintain mana from abroad. He asked suspiciously, abroad, where? She replied, she mentioned Shanghai, China. Inside Chinese territory, there is a group that is the predecessor of the Purifiers. They have unidentified identities and possess supernatural abilities. So that means she received mana from someone. Luna presented further, however, it seems even the branch managers don't know much about their locations. I heard China is quite close to South Korea, should we go there to deal with them? Siwoo asked her, have you ever seen anyone be kind to strangers in Eden? Have you ever tried to cross a border while carrying weapons? Luna answered innocently, no. He continued, the 3 East Asian countries are always wary of each other. We can't go, it's not that we don't want to, but we can't. She replied nonchalantly, then it's the same thing. Siwoo said seriously, as long as they don't ask, we have no reason to act. Do you know that anomalies are considered nuclear weapons? Just crossing the border would be a war. Besides, if we destroy their lair, our image as peacekeepers would also collapse, right? Luna rubbed her head wondering, why can't we just flatten everything? Knight Lifton, perhaps we need to talk. Leo adjusted his glasses and said seriously, a physical conversation. Leo adjusted his glasses and said seriously, a physical conversation. Afterward, he turned to the person who had been tied up all this time. Lazai, wake up, I know you haven't passed out yet. From now on, you will be demoted to a civilian, no longer an awakened one. Afterward, you will be handed over to the Ability Management Bureau. Hearing this, she suddenly jumped up. What? No, Yuka. Siwoo looked at her and said, although I can cleanse your demonic nature, I really don't want to do that. She screamed, get lost, I refuse to do anything. With no other choice, he activated the will to defeat evil effect and the player would be judged accordingly. Zihai screamed in fear, "Sir, please don't." A notification appeared, "Player has lost system rights." Afterwards, Zihai coughed up some blood and a notification appeared, "Thanks to the will to defeat evil, the fruit will not interfere with your decision and there will be no consequences." Siwoo used his ability while saying, "You once said that those without abilities have no place in this world, right? So how does it feel to become one of those lower beings?" She could now only moan in pain. A few days later at the church, the trio of Siwoo, Luna, and Leo were walking together. Leo spoke up, "First the White Light sect, now the Purifiers. I have the feeling that on Earth I'm even busier than when I was in Eden." Siwoo replied, "I feel the same." He thought to himself, with the current situation, the Gen Church will face many difficulties if it continues to confront strange organizations like these. We need to expand our influence. Siwoo said to everyone, "Soon we will have new candidates for the positions of priests and knights. At that time, Luna will be in charge of training knights and Leo will guide the priests." Luna and Leo replied in unison, "All right." He scratched his chin in thought, to have more people join the church, we need an item to help with growth, but that kind of item isn't easy to find. I wonder if there's something that can be obtained through abilities or items. Suddenly he realized something. "Oh, that reminds me, we have the relic received after defeating that god in another dimension. I almost forgot about it." The system notification appeared, "Currently using the relic summoning command. The Gen Church can summon a random relic to Earth." He exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" Siwoo looked at the system, confused. The relic was chosen randomly. The system notified, "Currently using the relic summoning command. Summoning a specific relic is determined to have an impact on causality, so randomness is necessary." He cursed to himself, "Is the system serious? Stop explaining everything with notification windows. The Gen Church has countless relics." Afterward, the system listed a bunch of items like the dust brush of Saint XX, the back scratcher of Saintess U, the exercise dumbbells of Crusader XX. He thought to himself, "I admit there are many relics that make me question things. So that means I can also receive random junk like that. I'm the Pope, why can't I have some luck?" Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts, "Pope, why are you frowning at the void?" Siwoo quickly turned to tell everyone, "Everyone pray to Jay immediately, we need to win the lottery." The other two asked blankly, "Now," he roared, "just do as I say." Luna and Leo stood behind him and folded their hands in prayer. Siwoo touched the screen and said, "All right, I hope these prayers work." He shouted, "Summon relic!" The system notified, "Relic points used. Gen Church has summoned a random relic to Earth. Causality has accepted the summon command." He prayed secretly, "Please, please. Maybe the holy shield used by the first Crusader, or the covenant bracelet with the power of Pama would be fine." Siwoo prayed with all his heart, "As long as it's not something strange, it's fine." The system notified, "Relic origin branch has been summoned." Like a joke, the Dryazabone branch fell into his hand. Siwoo was unwilling, "We're really done for." He stared in amazement at the dry branch in his hand. The church's archive should have been full of rare relics. Luna stood on one side, not knowing whether to comfort or mock him. "This toothpick, no, this stick, I've never seen it before, even at the sanctuary. I can feel a bit of divine power from it, but are you sure you actually summoned it?" Siwoo shouted, "I didn't want this thing at all, yet in the end, I received this." Leo observed the branch carefully, then suddenly yelled, "Unbelievable." He yelled so loudly that Siwoo covered his ears and shouted, "Ow!" Leo said excitedly, "Pope, am I dreaming? I never thought I'd be able to see such a relic in my lifetime." He suddenly knelt on the ground, crying while saying, "The goddess's origin." Siwoo asked in confusion, what's going on?" Leo said, "Pope, this is the relic of the church that has been missing for 500 years. The origin branch?" Siwoo looked blankly at the dry branch in his hand. "The origin branch? Is this the relic that went missing 500 years ago?" Leo began to recount, "In the old days when Jen first descended to this land, she promised to bestow blessings and prosperity on humanity in exchange for fate. To prove that promise, Jen gave humanity an ancient tree, which later became the holy tree of our church. But then, one day, 500 years ago, during the Holy War, the Demon King's legion set fire to the holy tree. Faced with that sudden disaster, no one could do anything but stand and watch. Although the holy tree guards tried to put out the fire, they all failed. Fortunately, a brave guard managed to break off a living branch from the holy tree. That is this origin branch." Leo added excitedly, "The holy tree can purify holy power around the land and make it more fertile. Being near it, your recovery speed will be faster." Thanks to that effect, people rumored it had been stolen by thieves who snuck into the sanctuary. Siwoo looked at the notification screen, his face relaxing slightly. Origin branch, a type of relic from the original Eden dimension of the Gen Church, is a branch of the holy tree that was once a symbol of Gen's promise. Although the holy tree was burned by the devil, its will and holy power still remain in this branch. According to legend, there's a holy beast guarding this branch activation effect. If the branch is planted on land full of holy power, it will grow into a holy tree sap. He shouted happily, "Wonderful, let's plant it in the garden." The three prepared together. Luna excitedly said, "Let's dig a hole here." Siwoo agreed. "That's right, I don't know what to do with this vacant plot either." He gently planted the branch into the ground. As the branch was planted, a light breeze surrounded it. Right after that, a source of power from the deep earth shot straight into the sky. The branch began to sprout leaves and grew as high as his hip. Leo said with emotion, "Is this a holy tree sapling?" Luna echoed, "It's not a strange stick anymore." Leo excitedly, "Even though it's just a sapling, I can understand why it's called a holy object." Suddenly, a source of energy appeared in the air and transformed into a snow-white cat, landing gently in front of Siwoo. The cat let out an adorable sound. Everyone was amazed. A cat. Luna approached, eyes wide. "Pope, this cat is definitely a holy beast, so cute." Siwoo scratched his chin. "I prefer dogs. The holy beast is a cat." At this moment, the notification screen appeared. "The holy beast has recognized you as its master. The holy beast will grow alongside the holy tree. When the holy tree grows, the holy beast will bring many beneficial effects to the church. The holy tree will grow when the church's believers do good deeds or complete main missions." Siwoo picked up the cat, smiling. "In other words, the holy tree will grow alongside the church." "Perfect?" Leo asked interestedly. "Since when did you pick up the cat?" The cat rubbed its head against Siwoo while Leo added, "Why Jayu Gok and Si Yoon always wanted to keep a cat, but they are both allergic. The holy beast shouldn't cause allergies, right?" He laughed. "Yeah, I think so too. Besides, the holy tree isn't too far away, we just need to come here often." Siwoo hugged the cat, unable to hide his joy. "All right, anyway, we come to the temple every day. We got the holy tree, although it wasn't quite what I expected, it's still a great addition." Luna asked cheerfully, "Are you planning to take the holy beast with you? Can we leave now?" Siwoo nodded. The system notified again, "There are still divine points and relic points unused. It is recommended that you use them for a smoother progress." He turned to tell the other two, Luna, Leo, "Make sure everything around the temple is stable." The two wondered, "Huh?" He raised his hand to use his ability, reading the notification. "You have used 10,000 divine points to purchase the level 1 Crusade Knight headquarters. The Apprentice Crusade Knight rank has been unlocked." Right after that, a surge of energy erupted within the temple. The system notified again, "You have used 7,000 divine points to purchase the level 1 monastery. The Apprentice Priest rank has been unlocked." A new building immediately sprouted up in the temple grounds. Finished, he said to the two, "I told you, Luna will train the knights and Leo will guide the priests." Leo stammered, "Wait, does it start from today?" Luna panicked, "Pope, I like the recruits, but this." Siwoo said while hugging the cat, his tone very dangerous, "We don't have time to rest, get to work now." Leo asked, "What about you?" He replied nonchalantly, "I'm off the clock." Leo and Luna cried in unison, "Monster." Siwoo smiled slightly, waving goodbye to them. "Then why don't you two be the Pope instead? See you later." Suddenly his phone rang. He answered, "Hello, why Jayu Gok, what's the matter?" Right after that, Siwoo's expression turned serious. He stammered, "What?" High in the sky, a plane flew past. He asked softly, "Grandmother is coming back to South Korea." A building located in the autonomous city, especially the vehicle series. At a meeting room in the building, the room was submerged in darkness, with only faint light from the projector. Minister Seo Nho was meeting privately with the president of South Korea, Mr. Seo Sin-Hu. He presented the current emergency situation. A disaster-level monster had appeared off the coast of Mia, which had been reported by Japan and the US. This monster has the codename Jamatachi. They had sent a request asking South Korea to send an awakened person to support. President Seo Sin-Hu listened attentively, his face pensive. "A disaster-level monster, but it appeared on foreign territory. It's strange that they're asking for our help. I'm sure they have attached some conditions." Minister Seo Nho continued the report, his expression serious. Iden HW, also known as the Savage, is one of the people the US intends to send. The Savage, Iden HW, specializes in a two-handed axe. He is a returnee to Earth 3 years ago, having spent 20 years in continuous combat in another dimension. His most notorious nickname is Mutant Poison Hunter. After the anomaly ranks were established, those who called themselves anomalies began appearing everywhere, and Iden HW hunted them down one by one. Those who bragged about their power were crushed by the Savage. President Seo Sin-Hu rested his chin, his gaze contemplative. The US sent him to Japan while also requesting Kim Siwoo. CONHO interrupted, his voice firm. There is no doubt about it, they want to test the first anomaly of South Korea. The president immediately asked, "What is your personal opinion on this?" He replied calmly, "I think my opinion doesn't matter." Minister CONHO's face showed fatigue, cautiously continuing, "Anyway, unlike the US or China, we don't have the ability to control our anomalies. I think we should ask for Kim Si-woo's opinion first. If you can't control it, then negotiate. Isn't that the method we always use?" President Sin-Hu laughed, frankly praising, "That is exactly the reason I like working with you, Minister CONHO." He rearranged the documents on the table, slowly saying, "Perhaps I should go meet him personally, saying that I just want to express my gratitude to the hero who protected the country. That should be a good enough reason." Afterward, President Seo Sin-hu and two bodyguards walked pensively toward the main door. In his heart, there was some hesitation, but finally he determinedly spoke, "I also have a very personal question." Minister CONHO was not surprised, nodded slightly, his voice calm, "Go ahead." The president did not hesitate, immediately asking, "If the savage fights Kim Si-woo, who do you think will win?" The question caused CONHO to pause slightly. He thought for a moment, his gaze looking into the distance, lost in the void, then answered decisively, "I don't have the slightest hesitation. Kim Si-woo will definitely win. The savage won't even be able to touch him." At this moment, in Kim Si-woo's living room, he had just woken up after a long sleep, his hair still messy, yawning repeatedly, holding the TV remote. The 9 p.m. news came on. Si-woo sat leaning on the sofa, his eyes dreamy, the sound of the TV echoing throughout the room. Yesterday, the 10th, a disaster-level monster suddenly appeared off the coast of Miyagi, codenamed Yamada Nazachi, causing a media sensation. The Japanese government has ordered the evacuation of residents in the area and sent a request for support to neighboring countries. The US government has agreed to send the anomaly Iden HW, also known as the Savage. Experts suggest this move is a step to create an opportunity for the US to test South Korea's first anomaly, Kim Si-woo. The content of the news was like a thunderbolt that startled Si-woo, his eyes going blank for a moment, unable to believe what he had just heard on TV. He exclaimed, "What?" The TV sound continued to echo. Iden HW was famous for the title Mutant Poison Hunter. Si-woo was surprised, sweat beading on his forehead, shouting, "What the hell is going on?" Just then, Wang-gu-gok walked in, carrying a fragrant tray of food. Not understanding what was happening, he asked in surprise, "Eh?" The news continued, while the Japanese government. Wang-gu-gok gently placed the tray of food on the table, saying optimistically, "But if team leader Kim hasn't contacted you yet, aren't we still safe?" Si-woo gradually calmed down, the golden sandwiches, stuffed with meat, eggs, and fresh vegetables displayed before his eyes attracted him. He praised, "I guess so, you made these, that's impressive." He quickly grabbed a piece of sandwich, not hesitating to take a big bite. Suddenly, a sound rang out and Snow jumped out from midair. Si-woo gently stroked its head, the kitten rubbed its head happily, letting out a sound, its eyes closing comfortably. He asked gently, "I know, Snow, have you had enough sleep?" Si-yoon saw Snow and was extremely excited, hugging it, joyfully cheering, "Are we keeping this cat? And I'm not allergic at all. Great." At this moment, Si-woo walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water. Si-yoon was still laughing happily in the living room. "Can we name it Snow? Because it's a white cat, white as snow. Snow, from now on you'll live with us." He enjoyed his delicious breakfast while listening to those words and laughed excitedly, and so the holy beast was named Snow. Afterwards, Si-woo returned to the living room. Wang-gu-gok saw him and happily said, "It seems no one is allergic to the holy beast. Even when Si-yoon and I hold it, it's fine." He replied while chewing, "That's good. When the congregation grows, Snow will grow accordingly." While the two brothers were talking, Snow crept near the sandwich plate, sniffing and inhaling. Si-woo suggested, "I think you and Si-yoon also need a bodyguard." Wang-gu-gok shouted in surprise, "Bodyguard? You mean Snow?" Right after that, Snow opened its mouth wide and bit into the sandwich. Wang-gu-gok continued to stammer, "You can't believe what you just heard. You intend to order the cat? Look at the faithful believer of the goddess who only sees animals as tools." Si-woo explained calmly, "Snow can completely handle any awakener below the mutant level." Seeing Snow eating the sandwich ravenously, Wang-gu-gok was surprised, eyes wide, asking, "Brother, can cats eat sandwiches? Or are holy beasts different from normal species?" Si-woo replied indifferently, continuing to enjoy his breakfast, "Just let it eat. If it can't digest it, it will use divine power to handle it or vomit it out. Anyway, it's a holy beast after all." Suddenly, Si-woo remembered something. He instructed Wang-gu-gok, "Ah, that's right, don't forget grandmother is coming soon." He hurriedly replied, "I'm busy today so I can't pick up grandmother. Are you okay going alone?" At this moment, Snow was full and curled up sleeping soundly on Si-woo's lap. He replied, "Who do you think I am? And our channel seems to be quite lively." Si-woo looked at the official Gen channel on his phone. The subscription count had reached 1.2 million. Why Ngu Ngok said interestedly, just maintaining this growth momentum is good, I'm just happy the viewership is increasing. Do you know, we even have viewers from abroad. Afterward, he waved goodbye to his brother, not forgetting to remind, all right, I have to get back to work. Travel safely. After Wai Ngu Ngok left, Siwoo fell silent for a moment. It could be said that Wai Ngu Ngok has looked much happier since I returned to Earth. His eyes have regained their vitality. He gently stroked snow, thinking to himself, taking care of Si Yoon and grandmother alone must have been very difficult, but when she returns, this place will be too cramped. I should prepare to move soon. Snow stirred, flicking its tail, letting out a sound. Siwoo instructed it, now Snow, protect Wai Ngu Ngok while I'm away, alright, if you see her tired, play with her a bit, understand. The next day, the weather was clear, the clouds floated lazily, the sunlight crept through the buildings, creating a peaceful, gentle feeling. Siwoo exclaimed excitedly, the weather today is ideal for flying home. He just stepped downstairs when he noticed something was wrong. There were many bodyguards standing guard around the building, his heart full of suspicion. What is this? What happened? Who came? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Siwoo! Team leader Kim stepped out of the building, making Siwoo jump and exclaim, ah, you scared the hell out of me. Dang Seo Hitch, leading his bodyguards beside him, excitedly suggested, if you're planning to go pick up your grandmother, let us help. Siwoo clenched his fist and refused. No need, it's too much trouble, I'll just catch a taxi. Dang Seo Hitch immediately refused to give him a chance to decline. No, I apologize for the abruptness. Please follow me this way, Siwoo asked in astonishment. Wait, are you escorting me? Where am I being taken? He was led another way and seeing the scene before him grew even more anxious, his eyes full of wariness. In front of Siwoo was a luxurious black car with all windows tinted for privacy. 4 bodyguards stood escorting the vehicle and he thought to himself, there's something suspicious about this car. Siwoo approached and whispered, it would be pretty funny if the president were in there or something. The person sitting inside the car was dressed formally and he asked in surprise, how did you know? I personally requested team leader Kim to keep my personal security to a minimum. The person speaking was none other than the president of South Korea, Sin Hu. He politely greeted, it's a pleasure to meet you, awakened Siwoo. I am Sin Hu, the current president of this country. Siwoo was left speechless, his eyes wide and mouth agape as a whirlwind of thoughts crossed his mind. What is a president? That is the title for the person holding the central power of a nation, the highest position a democratically elected official can achieve, someone most ordinary citizens only dream of meeting. So why is that person here? Afterward, he quickly climbed into the car, sitting opposite the president with clenched hands and a tense body. Siwoo trembled as he said, I'm on my way to the airport to pick up my grandmother. President Sin Hu was a cunning old fox. He quickly understood Siwoo's thoughts and politely replied, coincidentally, I have business at the airport too, so let's just say we're sharing a ride. Siwoo thought to himself, sharing a ride with the president? Is this for real? He definitely has some ulterior motive. Then he hesitated and asked, but is it all right for the president to be acting like this? The car sped down the main road, merging into the heavy traffic. President Sin Hu explained, most of the work of an organization's leader is conducted in secret like this, and official events are just for show. As a pope coming from a world like Eden, you surely understand this well. Siwoo narrowed his eyes as he looked at him, and a clear thought echoed in his mind. I knew it, he didn't just come here to chat. A president without arrogance or an overwhelming aura, Sin Hu won the support of many voters thanks to his unique sense of humor. Suddenly, the president spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. Did you watch the news this morning? Siwoo quickly answered. Yes, a monster appeared in Japan and their government requested assistance from us. The president looked at him with satisfaction, not beating around the bush. Exactly. Since you're up to speed on the situation, I'll be direct. The United States has requested that we send you, the awakened Kim Siwoo, to join the aid force. Siwoo was stunned for a few seconds, asking in surprise, is this the reason you came to meet me? Isn't it enough to just order me to go? President Sin Hu explained calmly. The Special Ability Act, Section B, Article 12 states that the scope of an anomaly's operations is limited to the country managing them, which is South Korea in this case. At this point, he tapped his fingers on the seat and hesitated. Therefore, you are under absolutely no obligation to help Japan. However, Siwoo realized the hidden meaning in President Sin Hu's words. Without waiting for him to finish, he interrupted. It seems you want me to go to Japan, don't you, Mr. President? Siwoo fell into thought, rubbing his chin. The awakened individual sent by the U.S., Eden H. Ward, is known by the title Judge of Anomalies. If you can defeat him in combat, it would prove that you are one of the strongest anomalies in the world. an anomaly recognized by the US government and at the same time the operator of a religious sect. That will surely attract attention from all over the world. He remembered what Yonggugak had said. Do you know that we even have viewers from other countries? Siwoo smiled, his eyes crinkling, and asked cheerfully, was the monster's appearance part of your plan? Sin Hu's eyes narrowed, his lips curling into an ambiguous smile. Why would I worry about a monster when there are two anomalies at the scene? What I'm concerned about is what happens afterward. Afterward, his face became serious and he made his offer. Kim Siwoo, for the benefit of our country, I want you to destroy that barbarian. He looked at him calmly and said, you speak as if you're proposing a business deal. Sin, who glanced out the window, his gaze fixed on the distance. He seemed to be confiding in him. From ancient times until now, religion and politics have always gone hand in hand. That is because both derive power from the support of the people. This is the relationship I want to build, a partnership where we can support each other. Regrettably, the South Korean government does not have enough power for that. Meanwhile, the Gen sect is growing increasingly strong. But if the gap between us continues to widen, it will no longer be a partnership, but will become a one-way relationship. I'm sure that's not what you want for the future, and it's not what your sect wants either. Siwoo remained silent, his lips tightly pressed together, reflecting on what the president had just said. A moment later, Sin Hu spoke up to break the silence. It seems I've spoken a bit too much, especially when the weather is this beautiful. You can take your time to think about your decision. Before long, they arrived at the airport and the two quickly stepped out of the car. Before parting, he sent a message. Whatever you decide, we will fully support you, awakened Kim Siwoo. I plan to arrange an official visit to the temple soon. We can continue our conversation then. It was a pleasure meeting you, Kim Siwoo. Siwoo stood still, watching the car drive away, thinking to himself, Sin Hu, an interesting person. Afterward, he looked up at the blue sky, the clouds like cotton candy mingling with the warm, sunny light. Siwoo thought of his beloved grandmother and muttered as if speaking to her, the weather today is truly beautiful. Perfect for a reunion. After his grandfather passed away, his grandmother often traveled abroad. Hearing the news of his parents' death, she immediately returned to Korea to take care of the two siblings. She is a very kind person. Here is some information about her. Name, Go Yoonrang, born November 11, 196X, hometown, CEO. A saying she often uses is, our family has always been full of trouble. She once pointed her finger directly at his face, shouting a reminder. Siwoo, from now on, whatever you do, remember to protect each other, you hear. She is truly a very unique person. Even if the whole world were upside down, she would still decide to go traveling in the US. He smiled subconsciously, his eyes soft as he recalled the past. Since she was young, she had to take care of his grandfather, and later she took care of them. After his parents' accident, her life was always busy. Just then, the door opened slightly, footsteps echoed, and the person he had been waiting for appeared at the threshold. Grandmother Yoonrang was dressed trendily, a warm, loose trench coat covering almost her entire body, a small scarf tied around her neck, and a pair of large glasses on her face that only added to her charisma. She pulled her suitcase, slowly stepping out. Scanning the surroundings, searching for a familiar silhouette, Siwoo called out, grandmother. He looked at her from head to toe and gave a strained smile. Grandmother Yoonrang spoke happily, my grandson. The two looked at each other and laughed loudly, the atmosphere full of awkwardness. Afterwards, she took off her glasses, her eyes never leaving Siwoo, and she let out a few incomprehensible sounds. He looked straight at her, twitched his lips, and made a teasing sound. Grandmother Yoonrang immediately ran over, jumped up, and patted Siwoo's back hard, her voice intimate. You look so different. You used to run away the moment you saw me, but now you look so sturdy. My grandson, I'm so proud of you. Siwoo shouted in a panic, his tone playful. Grandma, shouldn't we have hugged after not seeing each other for so long? Yoonrang replied happily, who do you think I am? I knew you would survive and return. As long as you have your hands and feet, that's enough. You ungrateful brat. Siwoo rubbed the spot she had just hit, thinking, Grandma is as sharp-tongued as ever. He watched her back as she walked away, breathing a sigh of relief. She spoke as if he were the one who had been traveling, but then again, going to another dimension is like going on a long trip. Since Yonggugak and Ma Daeong had also returned from Drift, he should have guessed this would happen. Afterward, he helped her pull her suitcase and the two walked outside. The two talked happily and Grandmother Yoonrang asked kindly, so how was the trip to the other dimension? Siwoo answered gently, it was fine, I even joined a religion. She asked happily, so you finally found faith? Siwoo answered quickly, I even built a temple before you arrived. If you want, you can go see it right now. Grandmother Yoonrang turned to face him, her voice full of pride. It seems that trip helped you grow up. I heard you were behind the purge in the center zone, right? She touched Siwoo's hair, gently stroking his head. He didn't react, just stood still, lost in thought. Yoonrang looked at Kim Siwoo with affectionate eyes and said proudly, "You really have grown into a wonderful person." Afterwards, she hugged Siwoo tightly as if she wanted to pour out all the worries of the past few years. Yoonrang said softly, "Let's call it even. You went missing and made me worry all year. Thank you for coming back, my little boy." Siwoo hugged her gently and Yoonrang couldn't stop confiding. "When I heard you didn't return even though I had come back to the country, I thought you didn't want to see me anymore." Suddenly, she released him, happily switching topics. "But the ticket was a pre-booked travel package. It would be a waste to throw it away." Siwoo asked helplessly, "Grandma, are you serious?" Afterward, he asked about her experience from the recent trip. "Oh, and you traveled by private jet, right? How was it? Was it comfortable?" Grandmother Yoonrang answered happily, "Unlike you, I had the ultimate flight. They even sent a plane just to pick me up. I came here with a friend from the US, but just now it seems some people in black took her away." Siwoo was surprised, his brows furrowing in confusion. "A friend?" Grandmother Yoonrang put her hands in her pockets and walked in thought, continuing to chat with Siwoo. "She said she wanted to meet you. It's not because I'm a bad person, so don't worry," he asked awkwardly. "What do you mean by you're a bad person?" Siwoo remembered President Sin Hu's words and added, "By the way, I was planning to go to the airport anyway, so let's share a ride." He broke into a sweat, doubting in his heart. "Wait a minute, Grandma, who exactly did you bring along?" Afterward, the two went to the Common Gen Temple, a luxurious white temple with special architecture and meticulously carved patterns. Yoonrang's voice echoed throughout the temple. "I heard that everyone took care of my grandson when he was in the other dimension. Thank you all so much." Leo placed his hand on his chest and answered humbly, "Not at all, we are the ones who were blessed by him. We are only returning part of the favor." Luna shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, I even thought you were his aunt. You look so young." Siwoo heard that and was startled, his mouth dropping open as he muttered, "Aunt." Grandmother Yoonrang smiled brightly and asked back, "Aunt, this pretty girl is certainly good with words." Luna took the opportunity to butter her up, gossiping excitedly, "I'm Luna Liveton, I can't believe it. We are his closest advisors. You can treat us however you like because you are our grandmother too." Grandmother Yoonrang gently held her hand, smiling, "Really? It seems I have gained another grandson and a granddaughter I can rely on." Siwoo was helpless and just cleared his throat, changing the subject. Grandma, about the friend you want me to meet. You said she's coming straight to Common Temple, aren't you tired?" Grandmother Yoonrang glanced at Siwoo and replied, "I already promised my friend I'd come here. I want to take this opportunity to meet the people you trust." She looked at the statue of the goddess and continued, "And the god you entrust your faith to as well." She looked at the statue, then asked in surprise, "Looking at this statue, it has no face," Siwoo explained. "Sometimes what cannot be seen has more meaning. For some, it could be the face of a mother praying. For others, it is the image of a father. Because the image of a loved one in everyone's heart is different, I left the statue faceless as a way to encompass them all." Thinking about this, he felt very distressed. "It's a pity I can't contact Jen anymore. There isn't a single idol with her face." Suddenly, Grandmother Yoonrang asked him, "Should I pray?" Siwoo quickly answered, "Of course, Jen loves everyone, but she will surely love you even more, I'm sure of it." Yoonrang clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and prepared to pray. She laughed loudly. "Remember how much you hated going to church when you were little? Who would have thought it would end up like this?" She knelt before the goddess and respectfully prayed, "Thank you for taking care of my grandson and bringing him back safely. Although he still has much to learn to overcome the challenges this chaotic world poses for him, please guide him and lead him on the right path." Siwoo stood silently looking at her, his heart in turmoil. Leo approached, bowed respectfully, and reminded him, "A representative priest needs to bless her." Siwoo exclaimed, "Oh, almost forgot, I'm the temporary priest here." Afterward, he quickly used magic. Sparkling blue lights shone in the space, and in no time, the clothes Siwoo was wearing changed into priestly attire. He sat before her, a brilliant halo appearing on Siwoo's body. He joined his hands in blessing, praying for Jen's protection to always be with her. Grandmother Yoonrang looked gently at her grandson, her lips curving into a smile. After ending the prayer, Siwoo slowly helped her stand up. Yoonrang asked gently, "From the garden near the entrance gate, which is beautiful, can this old lady go for a stroll?" Siwoo immediately agreed. "Of course, let me lead the way for you." Grandmother Yoonrang gently refused, wanting to walk with Luna and Leo. "There are many things I want to ask those two little ones," Siwoo asked in confusion. Can I not?" Before he could finish the sentence, she turned away, not forgetting to tease him. A good leader should give subordinates some time to gossip behind their back. Siwoo was helplessly speechless, thinking to himself, she wants to drag those two away to badmouth me. Before leaving, Yunrang reminded her grandson, my friend really wants to meet you, consider it a good deed, chat with her for a while, who knows, you might learn something useful. Afterward, she and Leo and Luna quickly walked toward the garden. Siwoo stood dazed, watching the three of them walk away. He thought, but she was already gone, and he didn't know when her friend would arrive. Suddenly, Siwoo sensed something unusual, his eyes widening in surprise. He turned his head, scanning the surroundings, thinking to himself, wait a minute, I just sensed a source of mana somewhere far away, a source of mana that is extremely pure and gentle. He suddenly recalled the conversation with team leader Kim earlier. Siwoo, I don't know if you've heard yet, but currently your grandmother is traveling with an extremely important figure. That person has arrived in our country. He smiled slightly, finally solving the mystery in his heart. The friend his grandmother brought along is the guest that President Sehu had to personally come to greet. Light footsteps echoed in the temple, slowly approaching him. Siwoo looked at the woman before him, believing more in his own assessment. His grandmother truly was hiding something from him. That woman is called a prophet, famous for being able to see the near future, and is also an important awakened individual highly valued by the U.S. The president personally requested the awakened Kim Siwoo to take care of Ms. Emma Miller. Siwoo's gaze lightly swept over the woman in front of him. She politely greeted, it's a pleasure to meet you, Siwoo. You look a lot like your grandmother. It's no wonder Yunrang couldn't stop talking about you for the whole flight. He politely replied, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Emma Miller. Ms. Emma greeted him warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Siwoo. You look exactly like your grandmother. He immediately replied, Ms. Emma, I didn't expect you to speak Korean so fluently. She heard that and smiled brightly. I learned through Yunrang, although I have to admit I cheated a little. That moment, Dong Si had once told Siwoo, I don't know if you've heard, but currently your grandmother is traveling with a very important character to our country. That person is called a prophet, famous for being able to see the near future. Siwoo, you have to be very careful. Just a little scratch on Ms. Emma could become an international political issue. He asked in confusion, and what does that have to do with me protecting such an important international figure? He replied immediately, Ms. Emma is your grandmother's close friend. Maybe your grandmother has told her a lot about you. We were informed that she wants to meet you. Siwoo couldn't imagine an S-rank awakened individual from the US being his grandmother's friend. I wonder what it feels like to possess S-rank prophetic abilities. She looked at his attitude and guessed part of it. It seems you're curious about my secrets. Actually, there's nothing special. I came here simply as a friend of Yunrang. Siwoo was surprised. Are you reading my mind? With just a glance at his face, Ms. Emma could understand. It's not exactly reading, just an old lady's intuition or something like that. Many questions kept appearing in his head. How did the two of them meet? First, the president, I couldn't guess the true intentions of anyone I met today. They are truly on another level. Now he remembered, I heard you want to meet me. Was that the reason you approached my grandmother? Did you use your prophetic ability to arrange this meeting? She explained calmly, don't misunderstand the relationship I've built with Yunrang. I became her friend simply because the opportunity allowed it. Even so, some might call that destiny. Siwoo suddenly realized, hearing those words, perhaps he could guess whether Ms. Emma's ability was related to the system. He heard her words very clearly. Just as you are the representative of Gen, I am the representative for the system monitoring Earth. My prophetic ability is what the system bestowed upon me when I was chosen as a representative. This ability is limited only to those who belong to the system. People outside those boundaries will not be able to use it, including those who have not awakened or those with different standards like you. Siwoo immediately understood. She's talking about exceptions like me, that's why these alerts don't show anything. She explained, but her eyes were fixed on a distant place. Although they have returned to Earth and are operating under the same rules, the source of their power comes from other dimensions. Therefore, even if I revealed my ability, there's nothing I could share with you. Honestly, calling me an observer would be more accurate than a prophet. I only act on behalf of the system to observe the world's flow and share what I see in the endless, intertwined stream of events of this world. The God you serve and the entity I represent share a certain connection. That's why I wanted to meet you, to see what kind of person you really are. Siwoo asked seriously, so after meeting me, what do you think? It seemed she was very satisfied. The temple you built is truly beautiful. After meeting you in person, I've made my own decision. At the very least, I can confirm that you still love this world." The stream of power spread then vanished. He had gotten the answer to his questions. Now I understand. She might not look at me with affection, but that doesn't mean she is hostile toward me. Siwoo chatted comfortably. "Among all the awakened individuals I've met on Earth, you are the most interesting. Did you really come here just to meet me?" She smiled gently. "Just consider it a small hobby of this old lady." He also showed concern. "Now that we've met, do you plan to go back to the US?" Ms. Emma still had many plans. "Not yet. I still want to travel around Korea a bit more. I already promised Yoonrang. I want to eat liver bibimbap and even fried chicken with beer by the Han River. After discovering I like Korean food so much, I even thought I'd stay a little longer." Siwoo couldn't believe this. "Did you come just to eat? You can't do that. If you do, a US-Korea war might actually break out." Finally, she said goodbye. "Thank you for spending time with me. Siwoo, I will be leaving soon. Yoonrang is scary when she gets angry. She might scold me for spending too much time with you." He wondered, "Grandma, what did you do to an S-rank awakened individual from the US? Did she really leave? I thought she came to give some kind of warning." Ms. Emma's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned to say one last sentence to him. "Entities from outside the boundary will bring darkness. Siwoo, the light that you and your god bring. I hope it's enough to pierce through that deep night." Siwoo memorized it in his head. Deep darkness, another thing he had to ask Jen. There were countless questions he still had no answers to. He thought to himself, "I wonder what our goddess is doing right now." In the evening, inside Siwoo's building, there was chatter. "Are you happy to have met grandmother?" his younger sister asked. He answered, "Yes, she said she would come back to play with us tomorrow." Siwoo recounted to his sister that she also said she wanted to invite her friend from the US to eat, and he had given her his credit card right away. The little girl happily folding clothes greeted him. "Welcome home." He felt slightly confused. "Why is she playing with her friend while you don't want to come play with her?" The little girl continued her work. "There was no other way. Adults or children, everyone wants to spend time with friends, just like how I have to fold clothes even though I don't like it. But it's okay, because she promised to spend time with me, right? Done with work, I'm going upstairs to play with Snow. Let's go, Snow." This really surprised him. Has Sion grown up too? Where did the kid learn all those things? Siwoo entered the office and asked why Ngu and Gok immediately. "Do you know who grandmother's friend is?" His younger brother was busy folding clothes and didn't care. "How would I know?" He asked another question. "Then do you know who the Prophet of the United States is?" Why Ngu and Gok remembered instantly. Who doesn't know her? The great American prophet Emma, right? She's constantly on the cover of Wicker magazine. Siwoo announced something important. "Don't be surprised, it's her. The close friend visiting grandmother from abroad." His younger brother still appeared disbelieving. Why Ngu and Gok scolded. "Come on, at least tell a joke that's believable. Do you know the US is 43 times larger than South Korea? You know our grandmother is a non-awakened person, right? Surely you also know the prophet is one of the most important people in the US. Even the richest people in the world beg to meet her and are rejected. I thought you knew how to keep your mouth shut better as a pope." Siwoo was annoyed that his own brother wouldn't believe him. "Wait, I'm being serious. I thought things like this were extraordinary. Our grandmother is actually friends with Emma. I can't believe it." Regardless, he tried to explain. "Why Ngu and Gok, I've even ridden in the same car as the president. He personally asked me to go to Japan to help. So I'm planning to take a short trip to Japan. What do you think?" This made his younger brother look even more dismissive. "I can already see the headline in tomorrow's paper. Pope of the Gen Church turns out to be a professional liar." A bump appeared on Wai Ngu and Gok's head. "You were sent to deal with Yamatachi? The news has been nothing but that lately." Siwoo became more confident. "You know about it, then what do you think I should do?" His younger brother expressed his thoughts. "If a national-level monster appears, supporting Japan is a given. But an anomaly with power equivalent to a nuclear bomb might not be the wisest choice. However, South Korea's international influence has weakened after recent events related to the gates. If you step up, our country has a chance to regain its reputation. Do you think only a few people feel national pride just because you play soccer?" Siwoo crossed his arms and reminded him, "You're exaggerating too much. I'm not that important." Why Ngu and Gok was slightly surprised. "You're suddenly this humble." This morning at the office, even though I already told team leader Kim this news, I still plan to join the support team in Japan. After agreeing, the government immediately issued an official statement as if everything had been planned in advance. Minister Seo Nho formed a support team, and among the members assigned to go along were those known as the strongest awakeners within the government bloc. It was time for the plane to take off. Siwoo departed that very day. At 7:00 p.m., the biggest news segments carried super hot information. The president held a press conference announcing the official reinforcement list for Japan. Japan expressed gratitude for South Korea's focus on providing resources, and Korea-Japan relations are becoming increasingly tighter. The decision to increase reinforcements was praised, and the meeting between the Savage and the Black Pope set the media ablaze. The Gen Church Forum had a post. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil, but if it's the Black Pope, does he have any chance against the Savage? The number of anomalies defeated by the Savage is countless. Below, people couldn't stop arguing about their opinions. All the news was being discussed extremely enthusiastically. Siwoo sat on the plane calmly reading those comments. Currently, he was on a flight provided by Japan itself, and every news channel was focused solely on whether he would fight the Savage or not. Isn't the result already obvious, or is it just me who thinks so? The flight attendant announced, "We are beginning our descent into Narita International Airport. After arriving, we will move to the mission location under the guidance of the Japanese Ability Bureau." He wondered in his head, who is this Jin Rang person? Right then, Team Leader Kim also came to check on Siwoo. Is everything okay? Siwoo replied, "Team Leader Kim, everything is fine. Are you going alone?" Team Leader Kim asked Siwoo in confusion. It seems Luna and Leo wanted to stay at the temple to guide new believers, and they are also making more bracelets. Can I have one? I heard it helps treat baldness. Expecting a serious question but only receiving his humor, Siwoo laughed. I will definitely save one for you, Team Leader Kim. He wore a bright smile, brushing off his embarrassment. That was just because I was too nervous. Thank you. I need to confirm a few things upon arrival, so feel free to rest while waiting to land. Siwoo sat comfortably in his chair, letting his mind wander from what he was worried about. I don't know if Luna is okay, but even without me there, Min will surely be able to handle it. He imagined the scene where they ran into difficulties, welcoming new followers. This would be a great opportunity for them to take care of the new group. Just hearing Luna speak made Leo groan incessantly. Pope, am I the only one doing the reinforcement work for the temple? She was extremely interested in this matter. There are many occasions for the Japan trip, but there's only one chance to train the first batch of believers, right? Leaving Leo with no choice. Thinking of that scene, Siwoo already found it terrible. If they caused trouble abroad, it would be hard for me to deal with it for them. While in his thoughts, a voice called him, "Awaken a Siwoo." He looked up. In front of him was a girl standing solemnly who introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chi, a member of the Special Task Force under the Ministry of Defense and the team leader of this reinforcement unit. I wanted to meet and greet you before the mission begins. Siwoo understood upon hearing it. It turned out she was one of the few S-rank awakeners still working for the government. He also bowed politely. Hello, I am Siwoo, leader of the Gen sect. At the same time, he realized the terrorist's feelings for Chi were not rivalry, but an inferiority complex. He felt a powerful, distant mana from that terrorist. Chi suddenly raised her hand to greet. Thank you for capturing the terrorists, including Lai Si Hai, and protecting our country. Siwoo looked at this person with a different set of eyes. Even though she was one of the strongest awakeners in the country, she still humbly sent her thanks for his actions. She truly understood humility but also exuded confidence. It was thanks to her that the Ability Management Bureau had survived the past year. She didn't forget to act to express her thanks. In this mission, I will support you as much as possible when you participate in combat. This made him feel more interested because Chi carried the spirit of a warrior rather than a typical ability user. Yes, thank you. Although I've been to other dimensions, I've never been abroad. Chi asked in surprise. Really? It's an honor to accompany you on your first business trip abroad. 3 hours later, at Narita International Airport, Japan. The crowd shouted in unison, "We don't need your help." Siwoo and Chi were both stunned. What is this? An assistant stepped out to announce, "Reinforcements from South Korea have arrived. Please make way." Hearing that, the crowd started arguing back. Whether they come from the US or South Korea withdraw, the Japanese people can and will defeat Japan's monster themselves. Looking at how they behaved, Siwoo understood enough. It seems they have no intention of following the plan. They shouted in unison, "We don't need South Koreans." He saw the true face of that crowd, not expecting Japan to be this opposed to foreign intervention. Chi nodded in agreement. They insist they can handle it. Team leader Kim hurriedly spoke to Siwoo. There must be some misunderstanding. I will go check. He walked out seriously to talk. I am team leader Kim from the South Korean Ability Bureau. I want to meet and discuss with the Japanese Awakener representative. But the only result he got was being chased away. I told you, go back. Siwoo and Chi helped him back. Team leader Kim thanked them shyly. He had thought about the risks that could occur. Surely there were areas where citizens had been injured or suffered damages caused by the monster. But even in this situation, the Japanese awakeners were determined to handle it themselves. For them, even a major disaster was just a job, or is this a matter related to pride? I remember something similar happened at University Hospital, but I didn't expect to find people like that everywhere. Siwoo's eyes were radiating electricity, he thought, daring to use a skill on a person with no intention of fighting. Now everything is fair. This is a skill usually reserved for heretics or those who refuse to listen to my warnings. Active skill deterrence level has been activated. Your divine power is overwhelming the target. This was because they had provoked his anger themselves. I will use my power to show you why we are here. Suddenly someone yelled, wait. Team leader Kim was now stopping Siwoo. I apologize for our rudeness, awaken a Siwoo, this is our fault. I believe that excessive nationalism has blinded us to the true purpose of this visit. I sincerely apologize. He introduced his identity. I am Jin Jiang of the Japanese Ability Bureau. Team leader Kim, are you hurt anywhere? I will ensure the person who caused this is punished appropriately. Team leader Kim hesitated. Yes, I'm fine. Siwoo suddenly noticed Jin Jiang's Korean was very good, not knowing where he was born. Jin Jiang spoke politely to him. AI Den and the Awakeners from the US have reached the main camp. Let me take you there. Everyone sat in a car, chatting happily as if they hadn't met in a long time. Jin Jiang spoke up. So good to see team leader Kim again. I'm glad you're okay. He seemed to feel incredibly guilty. Mr. Siwoo, once again, I hope you forgive our misunderstanding. Actually, Siwoo didn't want to hold a grudge over these things as it wasn't something he caused. Watching the two of them talk, Siwoo guessed that they seemed to be close with team leader Kim. Was Jin Jiang the person who appeared in the recent news reports? People labeled him as a traitor and a liar. But looking at Jin Jiang, he didn't seem like the irresponsible type at all. Jin Jiang expressed his gratitude. Thank you for understanding. She looked out the window and asked, is your mother still doing well? Jin Jiang replied indifferently, she's doing fine, she's probably on Rima Island now. Ever since she moved to Japan, she stayed out there, saying she can see the Busan coast from afar. Siwoo heard the way they talked and knew Chi and Jin Jiang were close enough to know about each other's families. While chatting, Siwoo asked curiously, what are these flowers? And so the questions began, such as, will the sun rise? Will the sun shine on my day? This left Siwoo feeling amazed. What the hell is this? Is this genre turning into a musical? What is happening? He suddenly felt like he had missed something. What if Jin Jiang had no other choice but to come to Japan? I must ask team leader Kim after this incident. Finally, they arrived. The main camp was an abandoned school. Yes, we evacuated the residents nearby and borrowed this building. Jin Jiang led the way. Please follow this path. We will soon start the planning meeting. You will coordinate with the US team for this mission. Siwoo immediately agreed. Understood, I got it. Jin Jiang explained further, since the meeting is mainly for the reinforcement forces, I will wait outside in case you need anything. Siwoo replied gently, thank you. He walked inside. As soon as he appeared, someone greeted him. You finally arrived. Awaken a Siwoo, awaken a Chi. Everyone was in position at the meeting table. Upon entering, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere here was extremely quiet, and he could immediately recognize who the savage was. The system displayed a notification. An unknown source of power is placing pressure on you. Siwoo clearly sensed it. It wasn't magic, nor was it mana or divine power. This was pure power created from willpower, like the strength of an anomaly representing Earth. AI Den slammed the table hard. The assistant wanted to interpret, but he refused. Not necessary. Passive skill language blessing was activated and Siwoo quickly introduced himself. I am Siwoo. He heard this and replied, AI Den. Interesting, you spoke Korean, but I heard it as English. Siwoo answered warmly, that's one of the blessings my god granted me. Sounds like it came out of a medieval movie, right? AI Den leaned in close, continuing, it seems your god is very generous. Siwoo's gaze was full of enthusiasm. I wonder about that myself because strange enough she isn't always gentle. A powerful aura radiated from him. Really, I've always thought the gods in your world were just trash, so I wiped them all out. A loud explosion suddenly rang out, causing everyone to cover their ears. Witnessing this scene, he thought, how could they both remain normal under this terrible pressure? Is this the power of those who have been exterminated? Siwoo felt extremely interested in this place. Truly interesting. Is this some kind of challenge? He seemed very pleased with what he had done. I believe Siwoo has awakened, and only he and I are enough to carry out the mission to destroy the target. This specifically was something that person would never accept. Thank you for suggesting that idea, but this is Japan. It's natural for awakeners from each country to participate. We will try our best to support you. AI Den felt this was too dangerous, but I wonder if it's necessary to sacrifice other people's lives while we already have enough firepower to destroy the enemy. I don't want to carry the guilt if Japanese awakeners die unnecessarily. So he proposed another plan. If the US representative still insists on this plan, I won't interfere further. Other issues we can resolve through diplomacy, just proceed according to your plan. He didn't have an opinion. Of course, we basically have two weapons of mass destruction here. Bringing more weaker awakeners to the battlefield is just a waste. You made the right decision, we can continue the meeting. He followed that figure wondering, why did he speak up for me when I didn't object? Killing a divine threshold entity is not easy, especially those like Gemin. Someone who has reached a certain level of divinity is nearly impossible for mortals. However, just like the gods from the other two dimensions, near-divine beings can still be killed when they are on the verge of disappearing. Most likely, he destroyed the gods in his dimension. Regardless, among the awakeners I've met on Earth, he is clearly the strongest. The sky began to brighten. Chi volunteered for the mission. I will have them prepare a helicopter. Can you two coordinate? She turned to ask back. Are you sure you don't need more information about Ozachi? Siwoo replied. I think that's enough. The previous meeting provided full information about codename Ozachi. It first appeared in Japan and hasn't been recorded in the international database of monsters. The codename was taken from a monster in Japanese legend. Like all national-level disaster monsters, it has caused serious damage. There are reports that it resembles a dragon. People say it controls dragon-like flying monsters. 5 hours ago, the monster stopped moving and entered a state of hibernation. Thanks to that, we have more time to evacuate residents. She wanted to help even more, asking, Awaken a Siwoo, are you sure you don't need support? He considered it very carefully and replied, yes, please don't worry, focus on saving as many people as possible. Siwoo didn't forget to comfort, hey, don't worry about me either. Team leader Kim cried bitterly, begging, Siwoo, please don't smash the savage's head into the ground, please. Chi replied boredly, I understand. The helicopter was ready for takeoff. I heard those flying monsters make moving in the surrounding airspace extremely difficult. It seems this mission won't be easy. AI Den gave Siwoo praise. You are someone with many useful abilities. He looked anxiously outside. We'll be fine if I reinforce the helicopter. He suddenly remembered, also, I heard those reporters want to go along to record the battle. Most anomalies don't like to reveal their fighting style to the public. You are a rare case. Speaking of which, Siwoo remembered a familiar reporter. Those reporters had the same expression as Z Mi-eung when begging for my cooperation. He is an enthusiastic person. I will definitely record your cool battle with this camera. Can't miss such a good opportunity. AI Den saw his happy demeanor, appearing worried about something. Siwoo purposely said sarcastically, only the weak or insecure are afraid of their power being revealed, right? Or are you afraid? He didn't dare look him in the eye. I just realized you're even more arrogant than I thought. He used a deterrent gaze to remind him, if you knew how to hide that ambition, it would be better. Anyway, I didn't hide anything to begin with, so no need to keep up the courtesies. He didn't dare argue back. We are approaching the target, the warning system rang. Active skill max level body protection has neutralized the dense toxic gas in the air. You are consuming a large amount of divine power. Siwoo looked directly at the monster. Now it's clear why this monster is categorized as a national disaster. It's thanks to the dark fire and the massive amount of toxic gas it produces. This type of dense poison not only harms awakeners but also makes it difficult for ordinary people to live in the area later. This type of poison is very difficult to cleanse with normal divine power, especially on Earth, where divine power has only just begun to be unlocked recently. He observed everything directly. If I hadn't come, it would have been a disaster. Since the helicopter was reinforced, the pilot should be fine for a short while. AI Den recounted the past. I once fell into the trap of an enemy tribe. A tribe specializing in using poison as a weapon. I was once locked in a vat full of deadly poison. That happened 20 years ago. Since then, most types of poison have had no effect on me. This type of poison for me is like fresh air. Siwoo immediately shattered that ridiculous thought. Most other people would call that trauma. Your old-fashioned way of thinking is quite effective. Regardless, an anomaly is still an anomaly. It seems this poison doesn't affect him, that's lucky. Sitting on the helicopter in the distance, it was clearly visible. It's awake. The monster was angry because someone woke it up. Other monsters also started to gather. AI Den quickly opened the helicopter door. I'm disappointed that my world doesn't have dragons. Does your world have dragons? How does it compare to that place? Siwoo replied calmly, I don't think it needs to be compared. If a lizard spewing this black smoke is stronger than the demon dragon king, I wouldn't need to go to Eden. His laughter echoed, I knew it. People from other worlds are truly different. I'm looking forward to the fight with you even more after handling this one. As if he had understood that was his true intention. AI Den held the axe tightly in his hand. Look carefully, this dinosaur chicken piece is the real combat capability. Siwoo was surprised when hearing the name Dinosaur Chicken. The brilliant light radiated from the helicopter. Mysterious blue light converged. The monster began to carry out its plot. The blue airstream rushed toward the helicopter. The consecutive power was unleashed. AI Den quickly rushed out, "I'll strike first." Now he was facing it at very close range. The anger within the monster erupted. AI Den confidently held his weapon tightly. Both had their own strength. Siwoo stood observing, grasping the situation. Very good anomaly, this battle is truly dramatic. Perhaps thanks to the increasing number of believers, there are no status windows and causality doesn't seem to interfere. If you think I'll jump down like before, you're mistaken. He once again used his mysterious ability. Active skill Holy Spear has been activated. Ozachi was lying motionless below. I hope you dodge in time. Siwoo's power completely controlled it. The monster was in pain as it was tormented by the electric current. Its body seemed unable to withstand anymore. Siwoo snapped his fingers, signaling his power, and everything shattered under this mysterious divine strength. The sound of helicopters echoed in the sky. Ozachi no longer had any biological signals. The total battle time was 1 minute and 12 seconds. The national disaster-level monster codenamed Ozachi had been annihilated. There were no casualties on the Allied side. Thanks to the skills of the Korean anomaly, Kim Siwoo, the situation was brought under control. The Japanese Prime Minister in the distance was filled with anxiety. Prime Minister, what have we just witnessed? What was that anomaly capable of? Prime Minister, the battle has begun. The anomalies are fighting each other. He shouted angrily, "Those idiots." Siwoo snapped his fingers, signaling his technique. And everything was broken. The dazzling light made it hard for anyone to look directly at it. Aderin kept scolding, "You coward, how dare you use a long-range attack? Do you have no warrior's honor at all?" Siwoo watched the situation from above with interest, feeling as if he had heard those words somewhere before. Could he be related to the O group? A warrior's honor, huh? Siwoo decided to go down and face him, unable to understand this guy at all. Why don't you use a long-range attack? Alright then, you want to fight in close combat, right? Then why don't we just settle this right now? But Aderin immediately stopped him. Wait, all I needed to do was confirm whether you were truly an anomaly or not. My order was to verify your identity while finding a way to get closer. Now that I'm certain you're an anomaly, there's no need for us to fight anymore. Siwoo felt this guy was such a coward. I thought you were insisting on fighting me, he quickly explained. I only said that because I believed an honest duel was the fastest way to understand each other, but it's no longer necessary. Even though the gods in my world are pathetic, I can sense that the god you serve is a truly great existence. Allow me to express my respects to your goddess. I firmly believe she is a true god. And I, Aderin, the anomaly from the United States, officially recognize you, Siwoo, the anomaly from Korea. I believe we will become great friends. I have sensed our potential. Hearing this, Siwoo found it strange had his personality changed completely. He looked at the weapon in Siwoo's hand happily. Then, my new friend, why don't you put down your spear and join me in my tribe's traditional hot spring ritual? Siwoo's voice carried a hint of danger. Sure, let's be friends. Of course, if you survive that long. Aderin's face suddenly filled with fear as he realized the danger closing in. Siwoo deliberately challenged, "Come on." The battle erupted once again. The observer watching through the screen reported to the Prime Minister. The anomalies have started fighting. Or rather, one guy is beating the other to a pulp. Saki couldn't keep his cool witnessing this. Damn idiots. I can't believe it. Does the US really want to test someone like that, using Japan as a test site? In the end, only one person participated in defeating Ozachi. Not only could our awakened ones do nothing, but Siwoo took it down in a single blow. In some ways, Japan had inadvertently given Siwoo a chance to participate on the international stage. Not just Japan, but the whole world had witnessed this via live television. Clearly, the South Korean president had anticipated this. That was why he proposed the live broadcast. A Korean anomaly even stronger than Aderin. The situation is bad, but at least we've seen that person's abilities firsthand. Therefore, we must act fast. He ordered everyone to call President Sin-Hu immediately and furthermore to prepare the best conditions before Pope Siwoo arrives. Watching this match, everyone couldn't stop talking. Is Aderin being beaten to a pulp by the gloomy Pope? I didn't expect our Pope to be this strong. Pope, please don't hit that barbarian too hard. Be careful he doesn't break. I never thought there. be a day I'd worry about a barbarian. If I break the barbarian, will it cause diplomatic trouble? Everyone was rooting for Siwoo. His gaze turned upward, his eyes closed as if feeling something. It was a very pleasant atmosphere, as if angel wings were descending upon this place. Adrian also enjoyed that feeling. The helicopter was still flying through the vast sky. Reporters flocked to the site where he had been resting earlier. Did you spread those wings to purify the nearby contaminated land? Was the skill you used fighting the monster a skill belonging to the Gen Church? The mission only required destroying the monster, so why did you decide to purify the surrounding area? Was this an additional request from the Japanese government? Please share a few thoughts. Why did you suddenly decide to fight Adrian? He answered them energetically. That Adrian and the anomaly from Korea, Siwoo, have decided to become best friends. From now on, my friend's enemies are my enemies, and I'm also planning to visit Pope Kim in Korea in the name of building trust between us. He leaned in and whispered, I thought you won your tribal chieftain position through brute strength. Turns out you climbed to the top through politics. Adrian signaled him. Don't say any more, don't misunderstand. These are just habits I've practiced for 20 years as a leader. The reporters continued to ask incessantly. Does that mean the relationship between the US and Korea has become tighter than before? Is that what you mean? In the future, how will the Korea-US-Japan relationship develop? Siwoo raised his hand to signal everyone to stop asking. Everyone, please calm down. I will answer all questions in the upcoming press conference. Currently, there is something more important than international politics or personal circumstances. The Ozachi incident has left many innocent people dead. The first thing we need to do is pray and hope for the best for them and their families. Although Ozachi has been defeated, there are lives we could not save. If their deaths are forgotten just because of me, it would be extremely heartbreaking and regrettable. Jen wouldn't want that to happen either. Let's pray together. May Jen lead them to a warm place. And just like that, the Ozachi incident officially came to a close. The system then issued a warning. If you continue to interfere in this world, causality will punish you. You are approaching the limit that causality allows. Kim Siwoo tried to calm down, clearly feeling the level of danger. Perhaps this time, because I was abroad and it was broadcast live, I went a bit too far. The contaminated land is also much larger than I thought. Team leader Kim's voice rang out. Siwoo, I'm happy for you. Thanks for not sending Adrian to the ground like you did with Selen. When you fought Adrian, it was truly impressive. Chie also realized everything. Now I understand why you didn't need aid. Once again, on behalf of South Korea and the Ability Management Bureau, I send my sincere thanks for your support this time. After this incident, South Korea has significantly raised its influence on the international stage. You must be very tired, get some rest, I'll be in the room, if you need anything, just find me. Siwoo nodded gently and answered, thanks, I'll rest for a while. Talking to Chie always gave him the feeling of communicating with a true soldier. Team leader Kim suddenly remembered something. Oh, that's right, I just received news. Jinrang and one more guest will come to meet you in the next 30 minutes. While waiting, would you like some coffee? He answered quickly. Yes, and extra sugar would be even better. Just as Chie mentioned the weakening of South Korea's Ability Management Bureau, Jinrang's transfer to Japan, and the relationship between Chie and Jinrang. Come to think of it, Jinrang used to be a member of the Bureau, right? Why is he working for Japan now? I remember seeing news about him swearing to protect South Korea to the end, yet now he has left us. Even so, he doesn't seem like the type of person who would betray easily. He poured coffee and replied to him, your intuition is absolutely correct. Jinrang is a very focused and responsible person. He absolutely never lies just to hide the truth. Jinrang had never once betrayed his homeland, South Korea. Jinrang was someone who returned from a disaster level. He lived in another dimension called Wired for 15 years. As a high-ranking official of a magic tower, thanks to his master's help, he studied magic to find his way back to Earth. After returning, in an interview, Jinrang once said that to be able to return to his family and friends in Korea, he had undergone countless experiments. Hearing this, Siwoo felt even more that Jinrang was an extraordinary human being. Moving between dimensions isn't an ability that ordinary people can possess. That also means his master is surely an existence that has reached a godlike level in that world. Come to think of it, I also needed Jen to be able to return. Team leader Kim continued to recount. After returning, Jinrang began working as an awakened individual under the government. He also trained other mages like Chie. Even compared to people like Sane or Chie, Jinrang remained an outstanding mage. Thanks to him, many awakened individuals joined the government forces. At that time, Jinrang was seen as a hero. Every time gates opened in South Korea, awakened individuals would unite under one belief: help Jinrang. That was the golden age of government-linked awakened individuals. Jinrang's move to Japan was actually not his own choice. June 12th, a massive chaos gate opened in Busan. At that time, the government decided to concentrate all resources, including Jinrang, to seal the Busan Gate. However, just 2 hours after all resources were poured into Busan, an even larger chaos gate appeared in Daesan, a spatial opening phenomenon. A terrifying gate equivalent to the first one. 2 chaos gates opened simultaneously at the same time. The ruins in Daesan and Busan today are proof of that horrifying event. Siwoo listened intently to every word, thinking in his heart, the country almost collapsed while I was still in Eden. Because the government had exhausted all key forces, including Jinrang, for Busan, they were forced to negotiate with N to resolve the Daesan Gate. Calling it a negotiation is light, in reality, it was a threat. In exchange for N sending its main force to Daesan, they demanded that the South Korean government deport Jinrang. Team leader Kim continued. In the end, Jinrang was forced to move to Japan. Very few people know the truth behind this story. N's real goal was to take down the pillars of the government's awakened forces. Toppling Jinrang meant weakening the South Korean government. He could guess their intentions and they had accepted those conditions. Team leader Kim also confirmed, because back then they thought they had no other choice. Jinrang requested to keep everything secret and quietly left for the country for his family. N's goal is to create a new order, a new power, a new leader. They are crazy enough to do anything just to satisfy their ambition. If I recall what N did to me on purpose, it's not too surprising. The government at that time could only helplessly watch as what didn't work on me worked on Jinrang back then. He felt a bit of regret. If only you had coordinated with the media and the press back then. Team leader Kim just shook his head. The truth is nothing when facing overwhelming power. I'm sharing this truth with the wish that one day people won't forget that loss. You could call this a form of confession. Siwoo, you are the Pope, aren't you? I didn't think you would speak about religion so sincerely. I guess when faced with unsolvable problems, religion can also become a pillar of support. He turned back, hearing a voice. Pope Siwoo, I am Jinrang. Outside it was pouring rain. A voice rang out, making Siwoo turn his head to look. Pope Siwoo, I am Jinrang here. Japanese Prime Minister Sasaki also appeared at the door. Hello, I apologize for visiting so late. It's a pleasure to meet you. Pope Siwoo, my name is Sasaki, the Prime Minister of Japan. He immediately stood up, looking straight at that person. Is the Japanese Prime Minister this person? Just the other day I was sharing a car with the South Korean president, yet now the Japanese Prime Minister has come to see me personally. Siwoo placed his hand on his chest and greeted politely. My name is Siwoo, the head of the Gen sect. I can understand Japanese comfortably, so please feel free to speak in any language you wish. He shook his hand happily, signaling praise. An impressive ability indeed. Actually, I came here to personally thank you for what you've done. I brought Jinrang along to assist in our conversation, but surely he also has many things he'd like to say. Jinrang reminded. Prime Minister, when there are only 2 people it's fine, but at this time. In the distance, he turned back to him. Isn't this a private occasion? From what he could see, Jinrang seemed closer to Prime Minister Sasaki than he thought, even feeling as if the Prime Minister viewed him like a son. But it's also good to see the Prime Minister having so much affection for Jinrang. He returned warmly, I'm sorry, it seems we just digressed into personal matters. Allow us to talk with you here. Jinrang also spoke up. Sorry for being abrupt, you don't seem like a difficult person either. Siwoo smiled. It's all right, I don't intend to blame you for anything. With the Prime Minister visiting personally, team leader Kim had retreated to his room. Prime Minister Sasaki was polite. Arriving so suddenly like this, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Siwoo shook his head. It's fine. He bowed and spoke kindly. Pope Siwoo, on behalf of Japan, I send my thanks for annihilating Ozachi. Thanks to you, we were able to take down that monster with minimal casualties. You even purified the entire contaminated area. I don't know how to repay you adequately. Siwoo folded his arms, smiling faintly. No need, whether it's South Korea or Japan, I cannot stand by and watch innocent people be harmed for no reason. However, if I borrow President Sin, whose words, being a leader of a nation means everything important happens in the shadows. Prime Minister, you came here to make a proposal, didn't you? What is the real reason you came here? Looking at his face, he seemed nervous since the moment he entered the room. The cup of coffee was still on the table, untouched. I see our Pope is truly sharp. First, Jinrang recounted what happened at the airport. The Prime Minister said, I want to apologize for that. His gaze was somewhat annoyed. Although no one was hurt, the situation back then was quite dangerous. I'm sure you realized at the airport it only takes a few extremist awakened individuals to speak up, and the relationship between Japan and South Korea could quickly worsen. Jinrang's move to Japan was the starting point of everything. Although I consider it destiny between the two neighboring countries, I have always wanted to maintain a good relationship with South Korea. Pope Siwoo, what do you think about building a temple for the Gen sect in Japan? Hearing this, Siwoo was somewhat surprised. Religion is a faith that transcends national borders. The Prime Minister continued. I believe that if the Gen sect had a temple in Japan, the cold relationship between Japan and South Korea could warm up like a spring breeze. If people of the same faith begin to appear, don't you think the hatred for one another should fade away? It has only been a few hours since your name was announced to the Japanese public, so I think this is the best time to make this proposal. After those opinions, Siwoo understood why he called him Pope from the very first meeting. It turns out there was an intent behind that title. Outside, there were still no signs of the rain stopping. Before leaving, Prime Minister Sasaki didn't forget to promise, tomorrow when we meet again, that will be our first official meeting. For now, please feel free to chat with Jinrang and rest comfortably. He also answered politely, thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. That intention Siwoo held firmly in his palm. He wanted him to act as if this meeting had never occurred. The room door was closed. Jinrang stood behind and spoke. I knew it, politicians are all like cunning foxes, don't you trust the Prime Minister? Siwoo turned his face to look at him, then shook his head. Of course not. Jinrang seemed curious. May I ask why? He didn't hesitate to explain. Although I am considering expanding the sect to Japan, I am not naive enough to believe that a religion can solve all the tensions between two countries. But that is not a problem I have to solve. I will do whatever is necessary. I think you understand what I mean. Jinrang fell into thought, then offered his opinion. Using a religion to resolve conflict is entirely feasible. With the appearance of the first anomaly in East Asia, you and Japan receiving direct assistance during the national disaster. Additionally, the Japanese government no longer has to rely on extremist awakened individuals. We can use reason and politics to dampen all opposition, starting to rebuild the relationship between the two countries. Prime Minister Sasaki is no dreamer. He is a born politician. From what I have experienced, Pope Siwoo is definitely underestimating his current influence. He said frankly, I think that is also true for others. Jinrang, Siwoo had observed very carefully. I can sense the trust and responsibility in Jinrang's eyes. People like him are easy to spot when they lie, so it's better that I force him to tell the truth from the start. He decided to get closer. May I ask directly? Actually, I heard about you getting Japanese citizenship from team leader Kim. My relationship with Organization N is also not exactly great. So if I could take care of everyone on the inside, have you ever thought about returning to South Korea? The public might easily overlook it if we provide a reasonable explanation. Jinrang lowered his head, looking truly saddened. He decided to tell this story. Although 2 years have passed, every Monday a little Japanese girl still sends me a letter. She always thanks me for saving her family and says she wants to become like me. At first, I didn't even understand what she was writing, but over time I slowly understood. I also have the Prime Minister who views me like a son. Here, I have people who would try to keep me if I were to leave. And now in South Korea I have you, Siwoo. Just knowing the truth with me like this is enough. Hearing these words, Siwoo felt even more reassured. He had a clear stance. Luna would surely like him. Siwoo was curious about one thing. How old are you? He answered hesitatingly, on Earth, I'm 31, and as for the other world, you don't want to care about that. The age on Earth is enough. I'm 27, what do you think if we become friends? Jinrang was surprised to receive this offer. Friends, of course. Siwoo was happy to make a new friend. If so, why don't the two of us go have a drink? This made him even more shy. In the new newspaper, news about the relationship between Korea and Japan was also updated. Jen would surely be happy to see Japan and Korea slowly mending. Siwoo comfortably held his phone, reading the news. She always loves peace. I'll tell her whenever I can contact her again. Before, she used to drop by to check on us. Now it's a bit sad because she visits less often. Chie interrupted his train of thought. Awaken Siwoo, it's time to board. He had returned to reality. Yes, and you and team leader Kim are staying, right? Chie nodded. Yes, we received orders to prepare the terms of negotiation with the Japan Awakening Bureau. We also plan to support recovery after the Sendai disaster. Siwoo felt happy in his heart to see everyone had their own work. He recalled the story Jinrang once told. Chie and I used to love each other, but in the end, we still couldn't be together. She became a symbol of South Korea's awakened individuals. And because we understood each other too well, we had to accept each other's choices. Siwoo had managed to call Chie back before she left. I had a drink with Jinrang recently, but it seems like he was staring at his phone the whole time. He said since moving to Japan, he hasn't dated anyone, as if he were waiting for someone to call. I'm curious too, wondering who he is waiting for that. I guess you don't want to know, right? Chie, although concerned, turned her face away because of shyness. The boarding gate is right here. He didn't forget to say goodbye, then Chie hoped to see you soon. That conversation earlier was still on her mind. I hope so too, thanks for telling me, Siwoo. He smiled gently when receiving her thanks. Siwoo felt a profound sense of relief as he sat on the plane, wishing them both all the best. Jin, if everything goes smoothly, you owe me a treat, he joked. 3 hours later, at Incheon International Airport in South Korea. As soon as he stepped off the plane, a massive crowd was waiting for him, chanting, "Pope, look over here, long live Jen." Siwoo was taken aback by the scene, thinking to himself, what on earth, this is actually terrifying. My Pope, I love you. The bustling city had already transitioned into the night. Elsewhere, AI Den asked, from what you've seen, do you really think the Dark Pope will be useful to us? Is that what you're implying? This perfectly aligned with his intentions. The Purifiers were definitely behind the terrorist attack on the Abilities Management Bureau in South Korea. It looks like they've already started clashing with each other. AI Den sipped his drink nonchalantly. Evil energy. Siwoo has known about evil energy for a long time. That damn kid is the real deal, I'm serious. I heard China has deployed a large number of troops near the Yalu River. Because the Forgotten Lands might contain resources from other dimensions, including magic stones, it's very likely the South Korean government will consider expanding their northern border. Now that South Korea has an anomaly, their government certainly won't let those lands go to waste. He sat in the bathtub looking irritated. So, what's my role in this? AI Den go to South Korea. Hearing this, he showed his disapproval. Are you kidding? Until you get further orders, I want you to continue building a positive relationship with Siwoo. I'll provide you with more information on influential figures in South Korea. How you use it is up to you, and it will even include information related to the Purifiers. AI Den stared at the tablet, his frustration growing with the offer. You mean you want me to play spy and get cozy with Jen? Look, I represent the US government right now. Don't you realize that anything I do will affect the entire government? Before hanging up, the voice on the other end didn't forget to add, in this day and age, nothing is more important than diplomacy. Good luck. He brushed off the nonsense and happily poured himself another drink, bringing it to his lips while thinking. In other words, everyone associated with Jen's organization, including Shu. Well, he probably deserves it too, but just thinking about him makes me shiver. But it's true that like-minded people are easily drawn to each other. I'll be your friend. At Incheon International Airport, everyone was waiting for Siwoo, packed with fans. Pope, look over here, please look over here. He couldn't believe his eyes. Siwoo's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Everyone present was struck with awe. It was the Saintess, along with Leo and Luna, who had appeared. Siwoo couldn't keep his composure any longer upon seeing them. The crowd bowed in unison to welcome the Pope back. Siwoo was still dazed. Was this really South Korea? I wouldn't be surprised if they started calling me the friend of the master next. The only person who could come up with something like this. He screamed internally, hey Luna, what the hell is this? This is your fault, right? She introduced him enthusiastically. Once you become a member of the Pope's service organization, representing His Holiness Jen is only natural. Even in Eden, it wouldn't be easy to achieve this. Siwoo didn't want to complicate things further, but was this really necessary? Luna explained a great deal. I'm sure you have a dozen questions about what happened while you were away, but for the past 3 days, we've been following the new saint's teachings. How was it? Were you happy in Japan without me? What did the monster in Japan look like? Did the Japanese people fall under Jen's teachings? You have thousands of questions that need answering. One of them is a personal question, right? Siwoo suddenly turned to warn them, Leo, you should have stopped her. Leo adjusted his glasses. Your Holiness, you should have anticipated this when you handed all the work over to me and her. Siwoo found the whole thing ridiculous. Are we children? Did you rent a bus to bring everyone here? Where did you learn how to hire a bus? Let's just head back to the temple. I'm exhausted. One of their believers happened to be a commercial driver, so they headed to the temple. He hadn't expected coming home to be this draining. South Korean President Jin, who handed him a bouquet, congratulations on your return. Awaken a Siwoo, you are the hero of South Korea. He even printed a poster exclusively for Siwoo. The two of them happily posed for photos together. The president even chimed in, Pope, look at the camera. That's right, look right there. Siwoo was still bewildered. Why would the president even be at the airport for this? I know politicians are always trying to build a good image, but this is... Pose for one for the people outside, the president requested. Zinhu whispered softly, "Thank you for accepting my proposal." He gave a faint smile and shook his head. "Saving people is my duty, there's no need for any proposals." The South Korean president was clearly very pleased with Siwoo. "I know you think it's the right thing to do, but most people wouldn't be able to act the way you do. Thanks to you, South Korea can make new political decisions. The changes you've created will affect everyone." Pope Siwoo. "I will do my best not to let you down." He didn't seem to believe that statement much. He'd have to wait and see if the man kept his word. Zin, who also asked, "Do you plan to go home to see your family?" Siwoo politely replied, "No, I have urgent business that needs to be taken care of. I'll be heading back to the temple." He maintained a soft smile. "Is that so? I hope to see you again soon." Siwoo turned away, still reflecting on the encounter. He's a strange man, but I do like his straightforwardness. Suddenly, something stopped him in his track. The system issued a mission to expand the number of believers in Japan. This put him in a very difficult spot. Why would a mission like that appear right now? I need to focus on reorganizing the cult first. Back at the temple, a crowd was standing there, bowing. "Welcome back." Pope Siwoo couldn't fathom what they had been doing. Luna, behind him, was incredibly excited, demonstrating the love and compassion required in Jen's organization. "All right, everyone can stand down." She took the paper in her hand and regained her tone. "Then, let us provide a quick report on the new followers. Your Holiness, the total number of people currently in training is 142. All of them are being taught the responsibilities and privileges of an awakener. And thanks to the Bible I translated, they are learning about the church's ideals." Siwoo thought this seemed reasonable. 142 people was neither too many nor too few. "I believe the numbers will continue to rise, but this is a very good start." Before he could celebrate for long, he received the unexpected news that the White Light Church currently had 190 awakened members. Siwoo was shocked by this. "They have 48 more people than us. Did they team up with N to recruit them?" Luna remained confident. "There will surely be a wave of newcomers once the news of your heroic actions spreads. We just need to wait and see. Since the growth of Jen's organization depends on you, the new followers will become stronger under your guidance. So what do you plan to teach them?" Siwoo pondered silently. Let's see. A new category in the Pope's menu had been unlocked. From now on, he could use the education category. This category allowed him to control the development path of the church followers, choosing between the scripture and combat paths. Now it feels like I'm playing a strategy game. The stat tables are even more detailed than when I was in Eden. Siwoo made the choice without a moment's hesitation, not even having to think about it. "I choose combat." Choosing scripture would make sense if this world were at peace, but that's clearly not the case. "Wait, does this mean the whole church will just be holy knights?" Leo reassured him. "Your Holiness, no need to worry about that. Even priests can learn a lot from combat, like myself, for instance." His thoughts became clearer. Come to think of it, that was true. Luna continued, "Even so, they're all just a bunch of bookworms." Leo retorted sarcastically. "Better than those idiots with shields who can't even memorize Jen's teachings." Both sides began a heated argument. "Want to get a taste of my shield for a second? You should remember that the Pope is a priest, too. He also held the titles of Commander of the Holy Cavalry and the Holy Crusade." Siwoo suddenly remembered something. "Right, the Archbishop and the Knight Commander have never liked each other, have they? I forgot because Leo and Luna are both considered prophets, so I didn't notice." Their voices pulled him out of his thoughts. "Your Holiness." Both of them turned their eyes towards Siwoo. "He really wanted to run away from here." "I don't know, I want to go home." She pulled on his sleeve. "Where do you think you're going? You still have work to do." "Your Holiness, our church is short on money. Even though you reached an agreement with the sane leadership, we still have to pay for the training of 140 people. And with the number of followers growing, finances will be a big issue." Siwoo whispered nervously, "As for that, we already signed a contract with the Japanese side." Luna's face was even more frightening when she was serious. "Nothing purifies evil energy and monster toxins better than holy stones, right? They agreed to buy all of our existing inventory. And Representative Choi has already started thinking about making more bracelets. He'll probably call us soon." Siwoo turned to Leo. "How are the low-level bracelets coming along?" He quickly reported. "We've started working on them with the new recruits. See, our finances are doing just fine. You must be tired after everything in Japan. Everyone should get some rest. I want to rest a bit myself." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone arrived with an announcement. "Your Holiness, we have a visitor. They say it's someone important." He turned around, wondering who could it be. "I don't think there's anyone I've forgotten who would dare call themselves important." It turned out the person was this guy, AI Den. "A friend I met outside. I came to bring you a gift." Siwoo was completely caught off guard. Why was he here? His eyes sparkled. Who would have thought a beauty like this would be here? "You should have told me beforehand. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dressed like this," Luna asked irritably. "Your Holiness, who is this rude muscle pig?" AI Den was enamored by her beauty and kept on praising her. A beautiful rose always has sharp thorns, and a hero would never let a beauty be alone. I have finally found the meaning of my life in South Korea. Luna shifted into a murderous stance. What did you just say? Siwoo even joked, Luna, he won't die, go ahead and hit him as much as you want. She didn't hesitate at all and quickly dived in to give him a beating. AI Den couldn't even resist. Wait, hold on. The sound of a fight echoed throughout the temple. He lay on the ground in pain. Is it a hobby of people in Jen's church to hit people the first time they meet? Leo tried to keep her calm. Please, calm down, you've already hit him 5 times. After that fight, he held this person in high regard. He's still okay after being hit 5 times by Luna. That's not normal, nor is it average. His body is solid. AI Den tried to struggle to his feet. Wait, Pope Siwoo, I said I brought a gift. I am here as a representative of the United States. Siwoo whispered into Luna's ear, hear what he has to say, but if the gift is bad, feel free to hit him some more. He immediately complained, can't you whisper any lower? He immediately ordered, you two go somewhere else for a moment, I'll talk to him. Enough of this American representative and his bragging, tell me about your gift. AI Den said with a dangerous tone, is Jen's church actually a criminal organization? Outside, a voice spoke up, be careful, the gifts are all useless things. Hearing this, he was terrified. This is what you really need, I promise. Information about the Purifier, the one who caused the terrorist attack at the South Korean Abilities Bureau, was revealed. The dimensional gate opened. Ever since the dimensional gate opened on Earth, gods and demons from other dimensions have started arriving here. But surely you know that already, right? Since then, Earth has entered an unprecedented era, and the US has been closely monitoring all major changes, including organizations that exhibit suspicious behavior or seem to be hiding something. Among them, the organizations we are monitoring include the White Light Church, the Purifiers, and Jen's church. Siwoo was puzzled, why us? He seriously explained the situation. Because, Siwoo, you are an anomaly. You saved another world called Eden from demons and returned with absurd power. You are the strongest awakener in Asia, and since divine power began appearing on Earth, your Gen Church has been expanding its followers at a dizzying pace. Initially, the US was very worried because letting an anomaly get involved would be very troublesome. But it seems that Jen's church is suppressing other suspicious organizations, and you are the most bloodthirsty pope I've ever seen. I guarantee that. This guy was really annoying him. Are there other popes on Earth? AI Den proudly placed his hand on his chest. I've completed the report on Jen's church. Now the US won't be suspicious of you anymore. Siwoo said politely. Thanks, I appreciate it. He took out an item. The US assesses that South Korea cannot control other suspicious organizations. Siwoo didn't understand why. What do you mean? AI Den presented a report from before he appeared. Don't you want to check if the gift from the US is real or fake? So this is information the South Korean Abilities Management Bureau has. He read the contents attentively. A bit arrogant, but the information from the US matches quite well with what I know. It's almost all verified. The White Light Church, the Purifiers, and N, the organization with suspicious connections to both of them. I know up to now that the White Light Church has connections with gods from other worlds and opposes the demons coming from the dimensional gate. And the Purifiers use hosts to summon demons or demon kings, and through that, destroy the weak in the name of purifying the world. Siwoo analyzed it clearly. Data on these organizations is still very limited. Some people in power domestically are also involved with the Purifiers. I guess they want me to investigate directly. I thought my information would be manipulated as usual, but handing this to me must be Emma's intention. Why give this to me in this way? He didn't forget to thank him. That's good, thanks for the gift, goodbye. AI Den looked puzzled, but I don't have a place to sleep here. He felt this guy was truly a comedian, but he still intentionally acted annoyed. So what, sleep in the subway? He panicked. How can you be so cold? Evening at Siwoo's building. I'm back, I'm so tired today. As soon as he stepped inside, there were fireworks going off. Why Ngu Gok was the one who set it up. You just turned the whole world upside down, brother. Siwoo couldn't understand. Are you crazy? He didn't stop praising his brother. I saw the photo of you with the president. It's no joke. Are we about to become globally famous? The press is swarming like a plague. The whole neighborhood is full of people. Do we need to hire bodyguards? What if we can't walk on the street like celebrities? I forgot about this issue. That was very likely. Little Chu Dai Than hasn't awakened yet. Plus, since Grandma is moving here, I have to move somewhere bigger. The residents in this apartment complex must be annoyed. I need to move, find a safer place for the boy. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, Siwoo. Siyun saw her brother back and quickly ran out to check on him. How was Japan? Siwoo happily presented a gift box to her. It was amazing. Siyun, I bought some souvenirs, including some for Snow. Wyangu Gok cut in, where's my gift? He played along happily. Wyangu Gok, you're old, why do you need gifts? Just check your account. He immediately took out his phone to check, and saw that his pocket money had been transferred to his account. Wyangu Gok was so happy his eyes lit up. What would you like to eat tonight, sir? You can choose from the sky, the land, or the sea. Siwoo saw that attitude, that expression gave him goosebumps. Consider it a reward for increasing the number of subscribers. I want Korean beef. He immediately obeyed, and Siyun was just as happy. Brother Siwoo, Snow loves this dish. He could be more at ease now. The whole family is happy like this, it's truly wonderful. After a sumptuous evening meal, while watching TV, around 4 in the afternoon, the time when children were supposed to be running around playing, there were children playing in the courtyard of the Hope Orphanage. The orphanage director, Mr. Duh, had adopted children who lost their parents after the Dimensional Gate incident 5 years ago. Since the Busan Gate incident, government support has been increasingly declining. I know there are many people in need. I just want to take care of the children as long as I can. I believe it is my mission. He sympathized deeply with these cases. Looking at those little kids, they were probably around Siyun's age. He thought that in this day and age, helping each other was essential. If possible, please provide some support for Hope Orphanage. Siyun couldn't hold back her tears when she saw such poor little kids. Siwoo felt he was still lucky. If Grandma hadn't raised Siyun or Wyangu Gok, they probably would have grown up in an orphanage too. This made him feel guilty. She turned to ask her brother, do we have any pocket money left, brother? Can we help them a little? Wyangu Gok quickly responded, of course we can. Siwoo took the phone from Wyangu Gok's hand. Wait, Siwoo will take responsibility, I will help that orphanage. Instead of just helping once, it would be better to provide long-term, more grounded support. What do you think? Morning at the temple. Luna and Leo had also seen the news. What do you all think? Our church has plenty of funds, helping the kids is the right thing to do. Leo continued, not helping them would be the weird thing, the goddess has always been merciful to children. Siwoo had to ask for everyone's opinion first. I think that's fine if you both agree. Minso, are you free tonight? Both of them shouted in unison, what about us? He responded excitedly, me, I finished filming early so I have some time. He suddenly invited them, then come with me to see the Inci tonight. Minso was startled as he remembered the place. Inai, yeah, that's the one. The night in Inchai was certainly bustling. The medicine and herbs here are super cheap. They've got so much cool stuff. They even have dragon claws in all sizes, repair services, and they sell protective armor too. You should go check it out. Minso was brimming with excitement, having not been here in a long time, and Siwoo was equally intrigued, finding the place nothing like the black market he had imagined. An old woman stepped up to greet them. Hey there, young man, need anything? I'll give you a good price. Siwoo was taken aback when she called him young man. This place is nothing like the black market I pictured. It's crowded, well lit, and feels safer than I thought. Minso explained, calling it a black market is a thing of the past. Nowadays, it's one of the main spots for players to buy gear. It's mostly because the prices are cheap. Look over there. Siwoo looked over and realized it really was quite affordable. He then suggested, if you're interested, why don't you try buying something? Those players wearing armbands were members of the supporting guild, and they were responsible for maintaining security in the market. This type of support model was essential whenever there was a space portal attack. It used to be managed by the government, but it was turned over to the coalition 3 years ago. Siwoo found that to be quite a coincidence. 3 years ago, that's when Yong went to Japan, right? And this place is run by the National Awakened Coalition, isn't it? He replied, you could say that. It's directly under the authority of the DH Guild, a major guild within the coalition. Siwoo still had a few questions. But isn't this still South Korean territory? How come the government doesn't have any power here? Minso elaborated, that just goes to show how much the government's role has shrunk. The coalition frequently swept through the area to catch criminals hiding out. Siwoo was surprised to hear that, but they don't catch everyone, right? I guess those who are willing to cooperate or are useful get a pass. He nodded with a somber expression. It's sad, but that's how it is. Siwoo silently observed the place, a location beyond the government's reach where money flowed constantly. It was truly an ideal hideout for the sewer rats. The demonic energy I'm sensing in this market. According to reports from the Black Aiden, the US had discovered activity related to the purifiers at this very black market, and his ability to sense the demonic energy here confirmed that information was correct. Demonic energy response detected. The active skill track demonic energy was automatically triggered and the response was increasing and spreading. Siwoo secretly realized, The US knows about this, but since they think South Korea is weak, they didn't bother reporting it. Looks like they think we're useless. Minso reported the situation immediately. Supreme Pope, from this point forward, even the guild handles this as a dangerous area. I guessed you would go this far, but are you sure? Siwoo didn't care at all. Don't worry, the one in danger won't be me. He knew this too, I know, but I'm still worried. Siwoo turned to Minso. Stay here. If anything happens outside, report it to me immediately. Thanks for leading the way. Minso was truly worried about him going inside. Please be careful. He moved quickly, afraid of losing his way. Damn purifiers, they sure know how to hide. This time I've got to figure out what they're up to. Inside, the atmosphere changed completely. One of the guys who bumped into him spoke up. Hey, you look pretty normal to be walking in here alone. Are you lost? The two-faced thug had a ferocious look on his face. Or are you here on a mission? Did you have an appointment with someone to get in here? Just tell me what you need. Or are you looking to sell something, kid? Siwoo had been silent the whole time, not saying a word, thinking to himself. They even have guides in here. Looks like business is even better than I thought. Alright, what's that thing people always say? Just then, the guy following behind cut in, looking at the kid's face and laughing. That's not it really. The two-faced guy grabbed Siwoo's shoulder. If you manage to get in this far, you're definitely not a rookie. Kids usually just hang around the upper area. Siwoo's will to eradicate evil was activated, and the system was retrieving the player's criminal record. Crimes included murder, assault, human trafficking, and 24 other charges. Just tell me, I know your type just by looking at your face. Whatever kind of fun you want, I'll take care of you for an amazing night. He calmly pulled off his mask. An amazing night, huh? That sounds tempting. As soon as the thug looked at him, he felt that face was a bit familiar, and then the whole group recognized him. The anomaly, the Black Pope Siwoo. I didn't expect to have this much influence. Looks like I'm really famous now. Black Pope, huh? Alright, who wants to have an amazing night with me? The two-faced guy shouted in anger as he lunged. Get lost. But defeating Siwoo wasn't going to be that easy. He quickly snatched 3 arrows out of the air, and with his hand clenched tight, he launched an attack like a hero. You're in such a rush for a first meeting, it actually makes me look forward to this. Terrified, the thug gestured for him to stop. Wait, it was already too late and a chaotic fight ensued. Siwoo beat that two-faced guy to a pulp. Two-faced? That name is ridiculous. I should probably slice your face in half to match the name. He was so terrified that he begged, spare me, I'll do anything you want. Please, don't kill me. He didn't have any malicious intent. Don't worry, I'm a follower of the Gen cult. I don't kill people that easily. Is there any shop around here that sells the best stuff? Lead me there. It was truly dark in this place. The two-faced thug led him to a spot, where a girl was the shop owner. That strange girl saw Siwoo and asked, never seen you before, two-faced, is he your client? The two-faced thug, controlled by Siwoo, had to answer, yeah, he's a regular of mine. Good, anything special, the best stuff you've got? Siwoo cut straight to the point. She still had a smile on her face. Lucky you, we just got some fresh stock. The healthy young kind, no diseases, no parents. The orphanage director brought out a young boy. Witnessing this scene, Siwoo couldn't help but be furious. Have all you bastards lost your humanity? It was then that those people realized he possessed divine power. The shop owner's eyes widened in fear, and she lunged at him aggressively. The Black Pope Siwoo intentionally provoked them. Can't beat me, so you're planning to die together. He knew exactly what it was just by looking, using dark magic and pumping in evil energy. Classic Zare high style. Siwoo seemed to have discovered something. He lunged in to stop her, and threw her flying far away. She was in pain from taking a critical hit, and now she couldn't get back up. Siwoo was planning to throw a few more punches. The 3 others standing outside couldn't help but be afraid. He spoke clearly to all of them. You think forcing evil energy into your body makes you stronger? How pathetic are all you purifiers this stupid. Now it's your turn, old man, the director. Stay here with the child and make sure he's safe until I'm done. If you dare to run, I'll turn your life into a hell 1,000 times worse than what you're afraid of. Siwoo carefully observed everything in the area. The source of the evil energy spreading throughout the black market was in the basement. The screams coming from there echoed, please don't kill me, Dad, Mom. He could hear footsteps. In that dark place, a red light was emanating, and the monsters were starting to go crazy. Siwoo calmly used his power to suppress them all. The monster became even more frantic. He found this situation increasingly complicated. Have they already summoned magical beasts? What on earth are they doing down there? Siwoo remembered the scene back when Black Aiden had once said to him, you know about the Purifiers, right? Under the command of the Purifiers are many different organizations called altars. The ones that attacked the South Korean Management Bureau were one of them. We're not sure how many altars are active in South Korea, but that probably depends on you. Back to reality, many people were being locked up and cries for help rang out. please save me, help me please. The formation had trapped them, and there was no way out. He went inside and saw the whole thing. Altar also meant a place of sacrifice, a place to offer tribute. The skeleton was still standing there, perhaps it was observing Siwoo. It started to unleash a magical formation. He ignored it and looked for a way to solve the problem. Siwoo wondered if there was a demon leading the altar. Are they planning to use humans as sacrifices to summon a demon king? Furthermore, they were even releasing ferocious fire dragons. His gaze shifted into a state of caution. Siwoo only needed to unleash his skill, and they would all die right here. Currents of electricity were emitting from that skeleton. It spoke up and asked him, I hear you're the one who destroyed the altars looking for a host to incarnate. The demon king possessing a body is the best way to retain power when summoned. What a pity, a great loss. But the humans in this world have already stood on our side. Slave of Lai Men, this time you've arrived too late. Siwoo also realized the great high priest had come from somewhere else. That's the title they call me in Eden. It was surprised by this. You're also from Eden. Ever since you suddenly appeared, we lost our footing in Eden. If he hadn't led us here, we would have been completely wiped out. When I arrived, I realized this place was your true home, a world full of chaos, sin, and suffering. In his eyes, this was a wonderful world. Even when they need to unite, they still point weapons at each other. Just stir up a little greed and they will willingly sacrifice their own kind. Siwoo felt it was really strange. I didn't see any demons from Eden while I was on Earth. Something else happened in Eden again. Where is the bastard you call him? Speak before I kill you. The skeleton didn't seem afraid of anything. Anyway, my role ends here. Even if I lose in Eden, this world will collapse too. Those stupid fools won't stop killing each other because of their endless greed. Even that damn goddess won't be able to save you guys again. In his heart, Siwoo was extremely worried. He knew well that he couldn't contact Jen. How can you be so confident? What do you know? The skeleton still calmly replied. This place isn't like Eden. I'm the only one trying to protect everyone here. My faith, he showed me the future. No matter how I fight, no matter how strong I am, I can't prevent what's coming. Do you think the goddess you believe in doesn't know anything about the future of this place? It's too late. Die in despair, helpless before the destruction. A fate like that is well-deserved for someone who's all alone, isn't it? Siwoo was determined to find the truth. He still had a lot to ask him. He wasn't careful and got dragged into the magic circle. Siwoo immediately raised his guard. Turning around, he discovered that the beasts had flown in all directions outside. They were released and were flying toward the buildings. Siwoo watched them, feeling they were truly incompetent, willing to sacrifice themselves. Even though he had dealt with most of the magical beasts, there was no way to leave in peace anymore. He could still hear those people's cries for help. Siwoo looked inside and suddenly realized there were still survivors. First, I have to save them, he clenched his fist, as if he were praying for something. Siwoo used his power to see through into the prison room. There were 13 survivors left, nearly half of them were young children. Perhaps they were kidnapped from somewhere, just like the boy from earlier. He quickly went inside to rescue them. Are you okay? I'll get you out right away. Sorry for being late. He looked compassionately at those pitiful children. They certainly weren't okay. Seeing someone being sacrificed right in front of your eyes, how many people could keep their sanity after that? Siwoo reached out to comfort the kids. It's okay, you can be at ease now. The people who were rescued earlier were now fast asleep. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps from outside. Those people rushed in aggressively and even rudely asked about his identity. Who are you? State your name, Siwoo coldly replied. Who knows who you think I am? He also mocked them. You guys arrived pretty fast this time, only about 10 minutes, right? Are you people from the Red Lotus? They shouted in unison. That's right, you've trespassed into an area under the jurisdiction of the Red Lotus without permission. Don't expect to leave easily. Siwoo looked at the group with contempt. Is that so? That's quite a big deal. Then Hongryeon will have to bear a heavy responsibility. Runyu ordered everyone to lower their swords. Stand down. Everyone was left confused about what was happening. Furthermore, he carried a polite attitude. I'm sorry, I think my teammates were a bit tense because of the yellow code. Please accept our apologies for the improper reaction, Pope Siwoo. As soon as they heard this name, everyone started to panic. Pope Siwoo, why is that anomaly appearing here? He didn't take any of this to heart. At least someone understood the situation they had encountered, right? I thought you would visit the temple at some point. I was a bit disappointed when you didn't. The person wearing the mask was Junyu. He felt incredibly apologetic. I'm sorry, because we were on yellow code, the members of my team seemed a bit tense. We apologize for our earlier reaction, Pope Siwoo. Siwoo still remembered Junyu. We've met before, right? I kept thinking you would visit the temple at least once. Honestly, I was a bit disappointed that you didn't show up. Runyu bowed his head, still carrying guilt. You still remember me, Pope Siwoo, how could I ever forget? I still remember that I only managed to escape back then thanks to your help. Jun Yu, an S-rank hunter from the DH Guild, the one he had met at the Gun Me Gate when Luna crossed over to Earth. At that time, he looked so bewildered as if he had been captivated by Luna at first sight. But now he was different, perhaps that was just the difference in an S-rank hunter. The person behind him worriedly reminded Run Yu, team leader, the yellow code situation. Following orders from above, we must eliminate all survivors. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck and sent rolling to the ground. He offered a sincere apology. I apologize, Pope Siwoo. Our new team members are still inexperienced, I hope you can understand. With your tolerance, Siwoo looked at the person who had just been struck, who could no longer stand up. Team leader Run Yu, I never expected you to be such a strict superior, completely different from your appearance. He spoke up, I was just helping that person out, he replied happily. As expected of team leader Run Yu, I really like your style. However, you will have to explain the order to shoot down all survivors. Jun Yu didn't dare to meet his gaze anymore. Skillfully explaining with a reason, the yellow code only applies in cases of extreme contamination. It is used when the enemy uses biological or chemical weapons for terrorism to quell the spread in the worst-case scenario. Siwoo crossed his arms to see how Run Yu would explain it. So you mean the worst-case scenario. If it were me, I probably would have asked what had happened immediately. But you didn't ask team leader Run Yu. Or did you already know something? Is this an area under the management of the DH Guild? Is it possible they truly knew nothing at all? Jun Yu had now shifted into a state of trembling. His hands clenched tight out of anxiety. Siwoo whispered in his ear, Team leader Run Yu, if you didn't have that look on your face just now, my attitude might have been different. So you really didn't know, go on back. He patted Run Yu on the shoulder once, which startled him. We will handle the cleanup here. I have already called the Abilities Management Bureau. After talking for a while, he had a clear understanding of this person. He wasn't a criminal, the situation just made him look suspicious. If he were truly an evil person, the will to destroy evil would have already been triggered. The reason Luna had a soft spot for Jun Yu was perhaps because she instinctively sensed this person's kindness. Luna always had a very reliable eye for character. Seeing his strange attitude, Siwoo turned to ask Run Yu, Team leader Run Yu, you seem to be preoccupied with something. May I offer a piece of advice? My previous invitation still stands. Whenever you have time, come to the temple whenever you feel uneasy. Collapse always starts from the smallest cracks. When that time comes, let's have a serious talk. Run Yu reflected seriously on these words. Before leaving, he didn't forget to reply, thank you for the advice. Siwoo watched his retreating figure, wondering if he would act according to his own intentions. Outside the building, support teams had already arrived. I never expected something as insane as human sacrifice to happen right in the center of the capital region. After finishing the cleanup, Siwoo reported the situation to team leader Kim. The number of casualties is surely higher than those we saved today. We, the Gen Church, will pray for their souls. Team leader Kim was deeply moved. Thank you, that helps ease the burden on my heart. A total of 12 survivors in the basement were rescued. Siwoo was surprised. 12. I clearly remember when I was there, I counted 13. The footsteps of someone were nearby. It wasn't clear who it was, but the person was covered up very carefully, and the figure even turned their head to look back. I think we can no longer continue to deceive the public. Regarding all the corruption I know of in the Harvest Alliance, I plan to expose it all. I sincerely thank the person who gave me the advice and the courage to stand here. Today, the press conference of Hunter Jun Yu has concluded. Siwoo had been following the news. He had thought Run Yu would act sooner, but he didn't expect it to happen this quickly. Switching to the next news update. It has just been revealed that the director of an orphanage in Sea sold children who lost their families after the dimensional incident to the black market in Incheon. The case is expected to spark a massive wave of outrage in South Korean society. President Jin, who has just announced that he will propose a special law for awakeners involved in this case. Luna was also surprised. I'm not sure about that special law, but this is truly becoming a big problem. Siwoo agreed. It was a serious case from the very beginning. The DH organization had turned a blind eye to what was going on deep in the black market. Jun Yu's act of personally denouncing the internal affairs of DH, one of the pillars of the Harvest Alliance, and being an S-rank hunter on top of that, caused the influence to spread even further. It can be said that, even if unintentionally, one of the Alliance's legs has been broken. What worried Siwoo was that it seemed they were plotting something related to the altar. The last one had silently escaped. Luna, I need you to track him down. As soon as she was given the task, she quickly complied. Yes, just leave that to me and Leo. There was a knock at the door outside. Siwoo, it's team leader Kim. He was invited in by Siwoo. Team leader Kim held a paper in his hand. I am here as a representative of the Abilities Management Bureau to discuss the aftermath of the event. As you probably know from the news, the existence of the altar created by the purifiers has been officially confirmed. What shocked the public most was that the US knew about this beforehand while the South Korean government was completely unaware, and they only informed the Gen Guild privately when the minister first heard the news. This is additional information that Yu Siwoo received from the Awakener Aiden. It includes a list of related companies, government officials, and politicians. Minister of the Abilities Management Bureau CONHO crumpled the paper in his hand, feeling humiliated, ashamed, and enraged. I felt that way too, but for the minister, how heavy must that feeling be? The US side believed that South Korea didn't have the ability to deal with the purifiers on their own. CONHO relayed a message. Tell them that we are truly grateful for the help of the United States. Team leader Kim looked very serious now. But in reality, it was all thanks to your help, Siwoo. Everything coming to this point is because of our own incompetence. Siwoo offered comfort as he saw him crumble. Don't say that, team leader Kim, what matters is what lies ahead. Actually, yesterday we let a purifier escape, and Luna is currently pursuing him. Team leader Kim always wanted to carry out his duties well. Yes, we will do our best to provide support. Siwoo carefully explained further. The church will provide the government with holy artifacts capable of detecting magical energy. Please cooperate in tracking down the purifiers and sharing information. The Abilities Management Bureau taking over the black market area alone was enough to significantly change the situation. From now on, things would be different. He also noticed the positive turn. The balance of power in South Korea had shifted noticeably. Because of this recent incident, public opinion would strongly demand a special law for awakeners, and there would be many opinions stating that Yu Siwoo should take on even more roles. He suddenly realized, it seems the president is determined to give me more power. If the special law is proposed, his scope of operations would certainly expand. Society would also diversify the ways the Gen Church contributes. However, there would definitely be controversy regarding fairness toward other religions. Siwoo immediately asked team leader Kim, has the government prepared for the chain reactions of granting power to the Gen Church? He just remembered to mention this, having not discussed it. Of course we have. The president has allocated an additional budget to expand the functions of the Abilities Management Bureau. This surprised Siwoo even more. An additional budget? As far as I know, South Korea's current tax revenue isn't exactly flush. He also felt this. That's right, South Korea's financial situation is quite tight. So if it's not enough, they plan to issue government bonds. Before he could recover, there was another surprise. Government bonds. He stated something that couldn't be argued with because it was so true. South Korea is now a nation with awakeners. The politicians are indeed cunning foxes. The official said he had intentionally downplayed the situation so Soa wouldn't be shocked, but it was truly a grave matter. Soa just nodded in silent agreement. The official continued, philosophizing that there are things that only change once someone gains power, and that is simply how the world currently operates. Siwoo asked back if issuing bonds meant the president was planning something that would require a large amount of capital in the near future. He never expected the day would come when he had to handle state bond issues. The official confirmed that a report would be sent shortly, indicating that the president definitely had a plan in mind. Siwoo reflected that ever since Ryu Jinyoung left the Special Abilities Bureau, the government had struggled to manage awakeners. If the Bureau were to be granted more power, it wouldn't be a bad thing for his Lyman Church. A series of images flashed through Siwoo's mind, showing a grand plan in motion, eliminating internal corruption in South Korea, wiping out the alliance. All of it part of a process to reset the order. Siwoo told himself with a determined look that he must reveal the identity of the purifier and expose the true face of the White Light Church. He thought about the demons of Eden collaborating with the enemy and sensed that they were definitely connected to him. Siwoo's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden light. He knew that a spatial crack had opened and it was time to act. The scene shifted to a high-rise apartment complex at night, the sky filled with stars. Outside the building, a girl was walking toward the entrance, while many bodyguards and people in suits stood watch, indicating that security had been tightened. Inside the apartment, Siwoo was slumped on the sofa, looking completely exhausted. A voice spoke up, asking, "Brother, are you still alive?" Siwoo's brother, In-wook, looked at his sibling lying motionless and said he looked like an awakener who had died from overwork, warning Siwoo not to get complacent. Soa sat up sluggishly, lamenting that this damn world didn't give him a single day of peace. He brought up the incident at the black market and the orphanage, all of which had been overwhelming. In-wook, holding a glass of water, said that Seon seemed to have been deeply affected, as the children at the orphanage were around her age or even younger. In the bedroom, Seon was fast asleep. Inotsuke had told her to stop watching the news and go to bed. Siwoo lay on the sofa, his gaze fixed and determined. He was resolved to quickly capture and destroy those people. He was a bit worried about messing with the alliance, but at least Snow was here. In-wook informed Siwoo that there were many reporters and bodyguards surrounding the apartment complex after the president's incident. Siwoo admitted he had seen them and that it was probably time they prepared to move. In-wook asked worriedly if Siwoo had talked to Seon and their grandmother yet, believing Seon would be very sad to leave the friends she had made there. Siwoo remained silent. Contrary to the brothers' worries, Seon acted unusually mature. When she heard the news, she was just reading a book and calmly said that moving at this age was good for emotional development, and that waiting any longer would only make it harder to make new friends. In-wook recounted Seon's words exactly to Siwoo. He spoke while looking at his brother with an expression of utter disbelief, then blurted out a question about whether Seon was living her second life, as she was too wise for her age. In-wook continued by saying that Seon actually liked the idea of changing schools and that perhaps she was just like their grandmother. Siwoo laughed and agreed. In-wook suddenly revealed that their grandmother had gone to their hometown in Yeoju with Ms. Emma. Siwoo was immediately worried, thinking it was too dangerous for the two of them to go alone, but In-wook reassured him it was fine. To prove it, In-wook handed his phone to Siwoo to see. On the screen was a picture of a very appetizing pot of doenjang. It was a message from Iden, bragging that the doenjang jjigae grandma Kim cooked was delicious and telling them not to worry about her but to just enjoy their vacation. Siwoo laughed and asked if Iden had used Google Translate, and the guy answered quite foolishly. Afterward, Iden sent a video. Watching the video, In-wook couldn't help but gape in surprise at Iden chopping wood. He shouted and asked if Iden was a barbarian. Siwoo explained that Emma had known Iden from before. In the video, Iden, with his blonde hair flowing, chopped wood with a powerful axe while their grandmother and Emma sat watching nearby. In-wook could only exclaim that the guy looked truly muscular. Soa asserted that Uden would personally protect Ms. Emma until she returned to the US, so there was no need to worry about her safety. However, Soa began to wonder what exactly did his grandmother do for a living. The house fell silent. Siwoo looked around and said that no matter what, they would soon have to say goodbye to this home. Siwoo added that once they moved, having guests over would be easier. Luna and Leo would also be able to visit more comfortably. Since returning from Eden, he felt that everything was progressing quite well. The scene looked out at the apartment complex at night. Siwoo concluded warmly, "Wherever my family is, that is home." The scene abruptly shifted to a dark alley, where emaciated, sickly people were coughing, including young children. Amidst that scene, a mysterious red-haired woman appeared. She thought that Seoul seemed much more advanced than Eden, and she had once thought she wouldn't have to worry about making a living, but things weren't as easy as she had imagined. She mused that a world where everyone was equal and happy truly couldn't exist. If that were possible, religion wouldn't even be necessary. A fleeting memory flashed by, with the red-haired girl happily waving at children in a place that looked like an orphanage. In another memory, she was carefully bandaging a wound for someone. Back in reality, the red-haired woman brushed away the sudden emotions. She thought that perhaps seeing the children here had reminded her of when she was young. She walked decisively down the dark road. The red-haired woman headed toward a building that looked like a church, radiating a purple aura full of darkness and death. Her eyes flashed a brilliant red. She thought to herself, this place looks suspicious from the very first glance. Suddenly, a local woman approached and asked who she was. The local woman explained that an infectious disease of unknown origin was spreading in this area. She advised the red-haired woman to leave because it was very dangerous. A loud noise echoed from the temporary tent camp, which was said to be the center of the epidemic. Contrary to the local woman's terror, the red-haired woman didn't flinch at all. She just stood there with a casual expression, letting out an "oh my," as if there were nothing to worry about. The red-haired woman's eyes flashed with a sharp, dangerous gaze. Immediately, a massive stream of dark energy in the form of a swarm of bats or darkness poured out from the church, covering the sky. She smirked. It took 3 days to get here, yet they've already caused such a huge catastrophe in such a short time. Meanwhile, at a high-rise government office building, an emergency meeting was taking place. Piercing screams rang out from a video being shown. The video showed a man with bloodshot eyes and a distorted face, frantically screaming and shaking the iron bars like a beast. An official stood in front of the big screen, explaining that the video was recorded at a temporary quarantine center in North Daejeon. A mysterious disease had broken out at a facility for refugees there. Those present were horrified, wondering how perfectly healthy people could turn into that and if it was a result of the barrier era. The official said the epidemic seemed to have started spreading about 4 days ago and the area was currently under control. Another high-ranking official remarked that the infected people looked like the undead and suggested that the Lyman Guild be contacted. The high-ranking official sighed, saying that perhaps they would have to ask for Siwoo's help once again. The scene moved to a dark, ghostly place. A voice wondered what the exact connection between the barrier era and the Lyman cult was. Below, a gruesome creature with tentacles was twitching on the ground. From the shadows, something slimy and disgusting was rising. A giant skeletal jaw was gradually forming. The monstrous creature opened its giant mouth wide, and a swarm of bats flew out. Its mouth snapped shut with terrifying force. A lick-like monster with countless glowing red eyes on its face appeared. A voice rang out, "The lick is dead." The voice continued, saying that although the ritual had ended successfully, one of the altars had vanished. This indicated that an incident had occurred. At the same time, a mission notification board appeared before Siwoo. A side quest called Epidemic had been activated. The mission required him, as the Pope, to drive out the plague that had invaded this land and save the suffering people. The goal was to eliminate the source of the plague with a reward of 10,000 holy points. Night fell and the car sped down the highway. The group was heading toward the north of the Ground Zero area in Daejeon, a place containing unforeseen dangers. Inside the car, Section Chief Kim, who was driving, informed them that a strange disease was spreading there. Hearing this, Siwoo in the back seat asked with a puzzled look. He explained further, at first it just seemed like flu symptoms, but when it worsened, it would destroy both the mind and the body. Patients would have bloodshot eyes, their skin would turn blue, and wounds like burns would appear. Siwoo pondered, understanding that this was a phenomenon that couldn't be explained by conventional medicine. And that was also the reason why this mission had been issued. A mission notification board appeared before Siwoo. This mission was called Epidemic, and the goal was to destroy its source. The reward for completion was 10,000 holy points, which was not a small number. Luna turned and thanked Siwoo for finding the purifier even faster than the government. She was modest, saying it wasn't a big deal. However, she also looked a bit contemplative, thinking she should have found him sooner. The scenery outside the window gradually revealed a desolate area, submerged in a ghostly purple aura. Section Chief Kim said that this place didn't look like Seoul. Adults and children were all emaciated, struggling to survive, and if the epidemic spread here, the consequences would be catastrophic. He confirmed that the place Luna saw was indeed the road leading to Ground Zero in Daejeon, and they were heading straight there. This place was actually a refugee settlement formed after the space crack incident in Daejeon. The medical and living conditions here were extremely terrible. Luna looked out the window, quietly understanding why the town carried such a sorrowful feeling. Section Chief Kim admitted that as a government official, he had no words to excuse the damage and the delays in reconstruction and compensation for the people here. He turned to ask Siwoo how he knew the epidemic was related to holy power. Siwoo explained that the pastor of the Pioneer Church who cared for the refugees and children was a holy power user. He had cried out to the government when he saw that holy power was effective on patients. At this moment, the priest accompanying them suddenly spoke up. He revealed a horrific truth. "Your Holiness, this epidemic is caused by a single demon, the Demon King of Gluttony." He explained further, this is a cursed epidemic spreading through the demon's influence. Those infected would lose their reason, attack others, and crave blood and flesh. It was the embodiment of gluttony. Luna looked stunned. The priest continued, the infection rate was extremely high. If corrupted further, they would turn into small plague demons specializing in spreading the pathogen. Luna suddenly realized that the plague demon was likely marking sacrifices for the Demon King's summoning ritual, a similar event they had faced in Eden. Section Chief Kim panicked upon hearing about the summoning of the Demon King. Siwoo confirmed Luna's speculation. He said it was a way to mark the chosen sacrifices and that something similar had happened to them in Eden. He reflected on the horrific past when they tried to stop the epidemic by sealing off a city, and all the citizens turned into the undead. They had to fight very hard against the demon king of gluttony, and the only thing that had any effect was holy power. Back in the present, Luna suggested that first, they needed to find the plague demon that was leaving the marks. Siwoo agreed, adding that it might be hiding very well disguised as a human. Luna smiled cryptically and gave a thumbs up as if to say, see. Siwoo laughed, teasing that she was very good at pretending not to know anything. Luna retorted, and who do you think I learned that from? Section Chief Kim could only look bewildered, not understanding what they were talking about. Finally, the car arrived. A church appeared before their eyes, standing tall in the quiet night. Soa stepped out of the car, instructing Section Chief come to wait at the entrance. He said they were the vanguard and would go in to scout the situation first. After warning everyone to be careful, Soa's team began to enter. As they entered the church grounds, Siwoo noticed an uncanny silence. Not a sound, not a soul. This stillness signaled an ill omen, but the impending danger appeared in a way none of them could have expected. Just as he stepped inside, Siwoo was blocked by a little girl holding an iron rod. He turned to Luna, "Are you sure you saw someone?" Without warning, the girl swung the rod at Siwoo and shouted, "Stay away, you damn bastards!" Siwoo could only raise his hand to the sky, dodging the blow in astonishment. Immediately, the priest accompanying Soa took action, grabbing the girl by the collar from behind to stop her aggressive behavior. He easily lifted the struggling girl and said to Siwoo, "Your Holiness, it's just a little girl." Although held tight, the girl didn't stop screaming, "Demons in disguise, you came here to infect us, didn't you?" Both Soa and Luna were stunned by the girl's accusation. Siwoo acted calm, saying, "Demons? Such harsh words for a priest." Luna laughed, thinking that perhaps it was because the two were wearing black and she had red hair, making them look suspicious. Just then, a man ran up frantically, calling the girl's name, "Hamun." The group hurriedly explained that they had come to help. The man looked guarded, asking who they were and why they appeared in such a remote place. Siwoo recognized him immediately, saying, You are the pastor caring for the epidemic victims here, right?" The pastor asked them seriously to let the girl go. The priest accompanying Siwoo apologized and gently set Heeman down. Freed, Heeman hurried over and hugged the pastor, seeking protection. She sobbed and apologized, saying she thought they were bad people. The pastor's hand rested on her back, emitting a warm light. Siwoo observed closely. He realized the reason this girl was still safe amidst the demonic plague was because she had a seed of holy power inside her. However, he also sensed something strange. That seed of holy power was not from the same source as their own. Their conversation was interrupted by another group that had just arrived. They introduced themselves as people from the Lyman Order, here to support the fight against the epidemic. The pastor introduced himself as Pastor Seo, having served here for 3 years. Pastor Seo explained that this morning, a few infected people had broken in and almost harmed the children. That was why Hamun was wary of strangers. It was also thanks to her that everyone had been safe. After hearing the explanation, Soa offered to go inside the church to check on the situation. Pastor Seo hesitated. Finally, he agreed and led the group. Pastor Seo led them into a room where a series of children were lying listlessly on beds. A dark, black aura full of death enveloped the children. He explained sadly that these were children who had lost their parents to the epidemic. Due to the quarantine order, moving them to better facilities was very difficult. The children's condition looked very bad. The fingertips of one baby had turned black, they had almost nothing to eat. Looking at the poor children, Siwoo clearly felt a stream of evil demonic energy eroding their bodies from within. It was the root of this suffering. His eyes shone with respect and sorrow as he looked toward Pastor Seo. Sensing the burden he was carrying alone, Soa asked in a deep and sympathetic voice, "All these patients, are you caring for them by yourself?" Pastor Seo replied that sometimes volunteers stopped by, but in this refugee camp, the only ones staying long-term were himself and an assistant. He added that the assistant, like Heeman, seemed immune to the disease. He said desperately, sometimes he wondered if God had a reason for giving them these challenges and wished he could do more. Siwoo stood there, listening quietly, his entire body radiating a holy halo. Siwoo stood watching the child sleeping on the bed. The air in the room became quiet and depressed. He turned to comfort the pastor, saying he had surely done everything he could. This was not a matter that he could solve alone. Siwoo began to investigate, asking if anyone new had visited the church recently or if any children had gone outside. Pastor Seo replied that a volunteer had come for a while, but that person hadn't had any contact with the children. Without further delay, Siwoo decided to act. He placed his hand on a child's forehead and a healing magic circle appeared, radiating a gentle blue light. A stream of blue holy power from Siwoo's hand flowed into the child's body. purifying the dark energy. A system notification board appeared. Curse mark of gluttony has been removed. The dark aura around the child vanished, replaced by holy light. The baby's face gradually turned rosy and their breathing stabilized. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, Pastor Seo shouted in surprise, "What, the boy? The boy has been healed." Overwhelmed with emotion, Pastor Seo knelt on the ground. He couldn't believe the child had been healed so easily. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he choked out thanks to Siwoo. Siwoo and Luna stood watching quietly, sharing a moment of silence as they witnessed the fruits of their work. Suddenly the door swung open and a voice spoke up, "I'm back." A woman walked in. Pastor Seo rejoiced. "Assistant, you're back." She asked about the situation and said she had brought the last of the fever medication from home. The assistant smiled kindly, saying she hoped it would be useful. When the assistant and Luna met face to face, Luna seemed to recognize her from a previous meeting. She greeted her socially. Pastor Seo happily broke the news to the assistant that the children's condition had improved much. He pointed to Siwoo's group and said these were the people who had helped them. The assistant looked pleased, saying it was wonderful. She suggested changing the children's clothes as they must have been sweating a lot. Saying so, she stepped forward, approaching the children's beds. She reached out, intending to touch a child who had just been healed. At that very moment, Luna moved like lightning, grabbing the assistant's wrist and stopping her. Suddenly held tight, the assistant turned to look at Luna with a panicked expression. The air froze suddenly. Luna's eyes glowed with a deadly red and the smile on her lips was full of danger. Her hand radiated holy power as she gritted her teeth and asked the assistant, "Do you have something you want to say?" Finished speaking, holy power erupted. Luna lunged forward, swinging a glowing fist straight at the stunned assistant. Luna's attack hit the mark. Her fist, enveloped in holy power, struck the assistant squarely. She was sent flying, letting out a cry of pain. Luna stood firm, her red hair fluttering after the strike. Luna looked at the imposter with a gaze full of anger, her hand still glowing with holy power. She growled, "How dare you touch them?" Slumped on the floor, the assistant gradually revealed her true form. A stream of dark energy enveloped her body, her eyes glowing with the red of a demon. Luna said with contempt, "Impudent demon." The chapter opened with Luna with a furious expression, attacking a woman dressed as a nun lying on the ground. She shouted that the opponent was an arrogant demon. Seeing this, Siwoo spoke up, asking if Luna was acting too violently. Luna immediately retorted that it was the other person who had started the fight. Right then, an elderly pastor with graying hair tied back neatly ran up in a panic, calling out the name of some deacon. He rushed to the woman lying on the floor, trembling as he called her name, Deacon Lee Hyasun. He screamed that she had to be taken to a major hospital immediately. The pastor was horrified when he saw his colleague's condition. His face showed extreme fear. Suddenly, a burst of power sent the pastor flying, and he could only let out a cry. He was blown away and landed sprawled on the ground, not understanding what had just happened. From Lee Hyasun, a stream of dark demonic energy began to rise. Her body distorted with spider legs growing out from her back. The pastor panicked and called her name in confusion. Luna coldly told the pastor if he was stupid, as the thing in front of him was no longer the person he once knew. The pastor was desperate, he couldn't believe his eyes. He said that Deacon Lee Hyasun had served with him there for the past 3 years, so how could this happen? Lee Hyasun, now fully transformed into a demon, flashed a sinister smile. She claimed her body had become a hybrid existence, somewhere between human and plague demon. With terrifying red eyes, she continued to say that the one who saved her wasn't the god she used to believe in, and that Siwoo would soon realize the same truth. Faced with the provocation, Siwoo simply crossed his arms and replied calmly, mocking her by saying that abandoning her faith so easily was no different from being a cheater. The demon's hand, now transformed into sharp, jagged claws, dug deep into the ground, bracing for an attack. The demon lunged forward in a fit of rage, shrieking that they had ruined everything, all the sacrifices she had intended to offer to her god. To counter, Luna raised her scepter and summoned divine power, causing a sparkling aura to radiate from her body. She gripped the scepter tightly, her holy energy growing stronger by the second. Moments later, Luna transformed, donning the shimmering armor of a holy knight, ready for the purification battle. Luna soared into the air, swinging her holy mace at the demon Lee Hyasun and her minions. Luna's eyes were filled with determination, showing no trace of hesitation as she faced her enemy. Luna's attack struck the demon, and the holy power caused the creature's body to begin disintegrating. Luna unleashed a powerful swing of her mace, creating a sweeping trail of light that finished off what remained of the demon. Once the battle concluded, Luna stood proudly in her armor, her mace still humming with the aftershocks of her power, while Soa stood behind, watching silently. Before fading away completely, Lee Hyasun's last words were an apology for failing to collect the sacrifices. Witnessing the enemy's delusion even at the moment of death, Luna could only grit her teeth in anger at the stubbornness of a completely fallen soul. The demon's blood splattered everywhere, marking the end of the fallen creature. Siwoo gently reminded Luna that the children were sleeping and that she shouldn't be so loud. Luna laughed heartily and cheerfully apologized for being a bit noisy. Meanwhile, the priest remained in a state of shock, trembling as he stared at the remains of what used to be his colleague. Siwoo explained the methods of the plague demons. They spread spores to infect humans, and among the infected, they marked the purest souls to be used as sacrifices. Siwoo concluded that their plan was likely to use the children here as sacrificial offerings. Hearing this, the priest collapsed in despair, questioning God, wondering if this was the trial he had bestowed upon his faithful followers, and blaming himself for being so pathetic. He turned to Luna and remarked that, at the very least, her way of healing the children with holy power showed that the God she believed in was still helping her. Luna bluntly interrupted, telling him that if he had time to blame God, he should use it to finish healing the children. Siwoo smiled and spoke up for Luna, explaining that although she sounded a bit rough, she actually had a very kind heart. Siwoo continued, revealing that the reason they were able to find this place was due to the effects of the holy power the priest had been radiating all along. The priest was deeply moved, saying that if it weren't for Siwoo and a person named Heeman, this village would have turned into a living hell. He believed that Siwoo's 2 years of solitary effort and service had finally reached God. A tear rolled down the priest's cheek as he felt the sensation of salvation. He turned away and muttered that Siwoo's group was truly generous, even toward those of different faiths. The priest admitted that Siwoo was right, realizing that the person in front of him was none other than Pope Kim Siwoo, and felt ashamed for his earlier complaining. A holy aura radiated from Siwoo, confirming his identity. Standing before the altar, the priest suddenly understood that his god had always been watching over him, and perhaps he had sent Siwoo here for that very reason. Siwoo smiled and asked the priest if he had recognized him from the very beginning. The priest replied with a gentle smile, saying how could any Korean not know Pope Kim Siwoo. He continued to speak of Siwoo's absolute power and his benevolence toward the weak, qualities that no one could forget, though he wondered if it was really the true pope. The priest's words brought enlightenment to Siwoo, who realized that regardless of which god it was, the power contained within faith would always create miracles. The scene shifted to the outside of the church, under a night sky tinted with an ominous purple hue. Siwoo pinpointed the remaining source of powerful demonic energy behind the church, entrusting the protection of the children to the priest and a man named Leo. After giving his instructions, Siwoo stepped outside alone, heading toward the source of the evil energy. As soon as he stepped out, he was confronted by a massive army of the undead, far more than he had anticipated. Siwoo was stunned as he stepped out, and a gruesome splat echoed as the head of an undead creature was smashed against the wall right beside him. The culprit was none other than Luna, her body splattered with enemy blood, but the smile on her face was radiant and thrilled. She turned back, swung her holy mace, and said teasingly, "Father, you're late." In response to Luna's teasing, Siwoo just offered a warm smile, as if he were already too accustomed to this personality of hers. Luna nonchalantly took a gulp of water, remarking how good it tasted. Siwoo then teased her, saying she looked more like a thug than a holy knight, and asked point-blank if she was enjoying the fight. Luna grinned, her face still smeared with blood, and replied, "Father, how can you say something so obvious?" Siwoo could only sigh, reminding her to wipe the blood off her face before speaking. Siwoo lamented, wondering why his kids turned out this way. Luna, with a mischievous expression, sang out, hinting that he shouldn't even have to ask, as she knew whose fault it was. Hit right where it hurt, Siwoo started to counter, "Don't you blame me. From the very first time we met, you..." His words were cut short when a memory suddenly flooded back. He froze, his eyes widening as the flashback of his first meeting with Luna appeared clearly in his mind. The scene flashed back to the past, showing a completely different Luna, incredibly shy and timid, bowing her head and murmuring a greeting to Apostle Siwoo. She introduced herself as Luna Leventon, a saintess of the order. With her face flushed red from shyness, the Luna of the past said she was looking forward to working with him and would do her best to support the apostle. Siwoo recalled that this was before he had become pope. Back then, Luna was an incredibly bashful girl whose face was always red whenever she greeted him. He fell into thought, realizing that Luna had only changed and become the way she was after she began accompanying him. Returning to reality, Siwoo was flustered, asking himself, could it be? Is it really my fault? Seeing this, Luna teased him, asking if Father had blown away his conscience along with the heads of the demons. Luna boasted of her exploits, saying that in any case, it seemed she had taken care of most of the plague demons before Siwoo even stepped out. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a horrifying giant eye, surrounded by countless tentacles, emerged from deep underground. This was the true source of the evil energy. The monster's pupil contracted, and disgusting tentacles began to pour out from it. Standing before the monster's giant shadow, Luna confirmed, "That's definitely it." Luna clenched her fists, her gaze filled with hatred, telling Siwoo that she had once faced this bastard back in Eden. Luna's eyes blazed with a fire of vengeance, revealing a deep-seated grudge against this monster. A horrifying memory resurfaced of the monster using its tentacles to swallow innocent victims. In that memory, Luna had cried out in helplessness as she tried to save a young boy from the demon's clutches, only to fail. Luna remarked that she hadn't expected to encounter a minion of gluttony here. She had already avenged the past, but she couldn't allow them to continue running wild. A wave of blue holy power erupted around Luna. She turned to Siwoo, her eyes firm, and requested, "Father, this time, could you let me take the lead? The real battle is about to begin." Following the previous chapter, Siwoo and Luna faced a bizarre entity, a giant eye with grotesque tentacles. Siwoo turned to ask Luna if she had ever seen this thing in Eden, and she confirmed that she had. Luna explained that this was a low-level entity of Bale, a type of spore cluster, an infection organ that dispersed magic-filled spores into the wind to spread the plague. Before officially devouring humans, Bale created these spore clusters to rapidly spread the source of the magical disease. Its appearance in just 4 days meant the rate of infection in this area was extremely serious and could have even spread beyond the village. Siwoo, in his ceremonial robes, saw his eyes sharpen as purple magical energy gathered in his palm, signaling an impending confrontation. But contrary to his initial tension, Siwoo broke into a confident smile, seemingly having figured out a way to deal with this disgusting thing. Meanwhile, Luna wasn't standing idle either. Her mace was stained with blood, indicating she had already wiped out several things on her way here, and she thought to herself about her vendetta, surprised to find Gluttony's minions here. A blue aura enveloped Luna as her eyes blazed with the need for revenge, and she turned to suggest to Siwoo that he let her take the lead this time. Siwoo looked slightly awkward, knowing Luna was very angry. Luna tried to restrain herself, saying it was just a reflex and she was very calm, but Siwoo didn't think so, pointing out the veins popping on her forehead. Siwoo further explained that unlike other demons, these spore clusters existed as hosts for microorganisms, so there weren't many effective ways to attack them. Fortunately, we can use holy fire. As he spoke, Siwoo channeled his power and a brilliant blue sphere of holy energy enveloped him. Instantly, the sphere of holy fire expanded, surrounding the spore monster, which let out a shrill cry before being engulfed by the holy flames. Talismans carrying holy power tightened around the monster, and Siwoo mocked it, asking if it even had a mouth to scream with. However, Luna suddenly intervened, telling Siwoo that he didn't need to help and that he should leave the rest to her. With that, Luna poured her power into her mace, shattering Siwoo's holy fire barrier and aiming straight for the monster. She let out a powerful shout and swung her weapon with all her spite. A massive attack landed, and Luna's holy power collided directly with the demonic entity. Luna's strike tore through the outer shell of the spore cluster, exposing the grotesque things inside. After the strike, Luna was slightly flustered, admitting she had been mistaken. She had thought this was the real Bale. Luna stared at the writhing monster and challenged it. "Why don't you reveal your true, filthy form?" Answering her challenge, the monster began to change shape, its tentacles twitched, and a new form rose from within. The spore cluster shattered, revealing a grotesque monster with multiple legs, long hair, and a series of glaring red eyes. It roared, recognizing Siwoo and Luna as the ones who had killed Dreen. Its bloodshot eyes glowed with hatred as it proclaimed itself the Pope of Gluttony, Bale. Siwoo just stared coldly at the monster, without the slightest flinch. Siwoo turned to ask Luna, but she had never seen it before either. Luna bluntly commented that this was just an amateur trying to imitate Bale. Thanks to the demon's words, Siwoo now knew that the lick he had faced at the black market was named Drino, a detail that gave him an idea to retaliate against the monster's arrogance. Siwoo looked at the monster with disdain, saying he would rather face the lick from last time, at least that one knew its place. He continued to mock it, calling it a nameless demon of lowly origin, even asking if it was just a lackey for Bale back in Eden. Provoked by Siwoo's words, the monster roared in anger, declaring it would offer Siwoo's corpse to its master, and then it would claim the name Bale for itself. Demonic hands seemed to reach out from the shadows, waiting to tear Siwoo apart, representing the threat the monster posed. But Luna stepped up, shielding Siwoo, and coldly declared to the monster that its opponent was her. Luna's eyes blazed with a will to fight as holy power once again poured from her body. She lunged straight at the roaring monster without a moment's hesitation as a glowing magic circle appeared before it. Luna swung her mace, the holy power forming sharp lines of energy that attacked the demon head-on. Caught by surprise, the demon could only roar in pain and anger. Luna's attack seemed to trigger some sort of memory in the demon, which paused and whispered, "I remember now," the red-haired woman. The demon began to recount Luna's past, saying that Baal had devoured her kin to capture her, the one born with the holy power of lemon. A flashback appeared of a young Luna crying bitterly, clutching a child in her arms amidst the ruin, as the demon mocked her, saying she was nothing back then. In that painful past, Luna had screamed in despair, trying to protect a boy from Baal's giant tentacles. This was the source of her hatred. Back in the present, her painful memory transformed into strength as Luna raised her weapon high and summoned a massive amount of holy power, forming a brilliant sphere of light. Luna's eyes flashed with determination and resentment. All of her pain and loss poured into the coming attack. The sphere of light exploded, holy power radiating everywhere. The demon seemed unable to believe Luna's strength, only managing to gasp, "I don't remember," before being engulfed. The demon began to recall its own origins. Back in Eden, it had been a nameless, mediocre demon, living aimlessly among countless others. Until one day, it discovered a spatial rift, a gateway to another dimension. A mysterious voice echoed from the rift, calling out to it, a nameless nobody. The voice asked if it wanted to borrow its power, and the voice promised that if it followed its orders, it could even become the demon king of gluttony. And so it gained the name Baal, a name bestowed, a power bar. Luna looked at the demon with pity, telling it that it was neither human nor an incarnation, just a nameless demon who wanted to be a demon king but ended up as nothing at all. Then, Luna revealed the final, even more terrifying truth. She asked the imposter if it remembered how Seongha, Siwoo's past name, had destroyed the true demon king of gluttony, Baal, how he had bound him with a holy barrier and burned him alive for 4 straight days. The holy fire back then was so powerful it had nearly burned down the entire elf forest. That was true power, a level this imposter could never touch. And then, Luna delivered the finishing blow, smirking as she said this weakling didn't even have enough gluttony to be called Baal. A massive surge of holy power shattered the demon. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared before Siwoo, informing him that he had successfully eliminated the source of the plague, completed the quest, and received 10,000 holy points. After the demonic threat was resolved, emergency crews and ambulances quickly moved into the village to begin recovery operations. A health inspector came to report the situation to Siwoo, confirming that only the completely dead had turned into zombies. He stated that about 500 zombies had been found. Worse, many patients were on the verge of turning, but they could recover quickly if treated with holy power, and aid from other religious groups would arrive in the next 2 days. Until then, the Order of Lemon would need to provide support. Siwoo agreed, saying they would continue to help and care for patients who needed monitoring after the purification. A man leading his young daughter, representing the villagers, came to thank Siwoo and the others. Siwoo thought to himself that it was fortunate to have 2 kind saints in the church. Luna had by then changed into casual clothes and was excitedly showing off to an elderly priest, Lord Levinton, about how she had selected and destroyed the zombies in the chaos. Siwoo gave a skeptical smile, teasingly asking, just with words, implying that Luna was only good at bragging. Humiliated, Luna immediately turned to demand a reward, acting pouty as she asked Siwoo what he wanted, then shouted for him to buy her 50-item packs in her mobile game. Siwoo looked helpless, reminding her that she had already received her bonus, but Luna just started acting out. She put on an act, clenching her hands and making her eyes sparkle, begging pitifully. Siwoo seemed ready to give in but quickly said he should focus on the purification first. Lord Levinton saw this and chimed in, raising his fist to say this was Egyo cutesy behavior. Siwoo panicked, shouting at him not to teach Luna such weird things. After the comedic relief, the mood turned serious again as Siwoo looked over the village, which was still shrouded in an atmosphere of mourning and disease. He reflected on what Dejian had been through. Perhaps it was even worse than Seoul. He knew the Order of Lemon couldn't just pass through, as they needed to strive harder to purify and rebuild this place. Siwoo believed that humans could do it if they helped each other. He clasped his hands, determined to perform a large-scale purification ritual. A system window appeared, informing Siwoo that he was using the active skill Wings of Purification, and a pair of giant, magnificent wings of light appeared behind him. Feathers of light fell gently. Luna and Lord Levinton looked up, feeling the holy and peaceful power spreading. The light of purification covered a mother and her sickly child. Her tears flowed, but this time they were tears of relief and hope. The mother's tear-filled eyes were brimming with gratitude as she felt the miracle healing her child and those around them. Siwoo, with his wings of purification, stood majestically like an angel bestowing blessings and healing upon the suffering people below. He thought with satisfaction that the purification would soon be over, but just then, 2 red warning notifications suddenly appeared. The system warned that he was directly interfering in the lives of too many mortals, an action highly likely to break the system. A new notification appeared. The system of dimension, Earth, will proceed with a causal suitability assessment. Siwoo thought, this causality thing always shows up when I'm about to forget it. It'll probably be approved, right? But his intuition warned him that something was wrong. Siwoo noticed that the status window looked completely different from usual, glowing with an unsettling red light. Siwoo's intuition was correct as a bright red notification appeared with a harsh result. Causal suitability assessment failed. Siwoo couldn't believe his eyes and stammered in shock. What? The system explained the reason for the failure. Because he had directly interfered with the fates of too many mortals, this miracle had exceeded the level of causality allowed for the current user and was inconsistent with his status. And the penalty was handed down because his actions were inconsistent with causality. His system would be partially restricted for 168 hours, 1 full week. Siwoo was left even more stunned. It ended with Siwoo's helpless, shrill scream, as he never expected that his act of saving people would lead to such a bizarre penalty. Come Soa, our protagonist, appeared with a shocked expression. A cold drop of sweat trickled down his cheek, his eyes reflecting doubt and disbelief. Immediately afterward, a red system notification appeared right before his eyes. Causality suitability evaluation result failed. Siwoo only had time to gasp, "What?" before another message appeared explaining that the miracle he had just performed directly interfered with the fate of countless mortals, exceeding the allowed causality limit. The system continued to deliver its judgment, determining the user's actions to be inconsistent with causality. Siwoo was shocked once again, and then the penalty was announced. You will be punished. Your system will be partially restricted for 168 hours. Kim Siwoo's entire body was struck by an invisible force, causing him to scream in desperate vain. No, wait. Lightning arcs surrounded his body and Siwoo felt his power gradually fading. He shouted in helplessness and anger, "No, what the hell is this?" He couldn't understand why he was being punished. Siwoo angrily questioned the system. "I performed purification in Japan too, didn't I? On what grounds did I fail?" Siwoo bitterly realized that the penalty this time was even heavier than the previous causality limit violations. He had become an ordinary person. Just then, Lord Levinton approached to report, "Seongha, the situation seems to have stabilized a bit, so I came to report." The scene widened. Besides Siwoo and Levinton, Luna was also present. Levinton continued to report that the guild's recruits were a great help in transporting and treating patients. Siwoo replied indifferently, "I understand. It's good to see they are all doing their jobs well." Luna noticed Siwoo's poor complexion and asked anxiously, "Seongha, you don't look well. Is something wrong, and why did you change your clothes?" Siwoo only replied wearily, "Well, a few things happened." Afterwards, Siwoo suddenly puffed out his chest, smiled, and declared dramatically, "You see, now I am just an ordinary person, Kim Siwoo." Siwoo's declaration left both Lord Levinton and Luna speechless. Both were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. This was followed by a brief explanation of Siwoo's current situation for his 2 teammates. Levinton and Luna were still shocked. Levinton muttered, "Working in other dimensions is truly difficult." Luna seemed to have understood the issue, so it is possible to neutralize Seongha. Luna seemed to be calculating something. Levinton wondered if this was their only chance. Luna asked back, "Do you mean that now Seongha is even weaker than me or Lord Levinton?" Hearing this, Siwoo coldly warned, "You will all die in 168 hours. Luna gave a cryptic smile, seemingly having come up with a plan. She asked Soa back, "Is that what you mean?" Suddenly, Luna uttered a cryptic sentence, "Clarity after satisfaction." Levinton asked back, bewildered, seeing that Siwoo shouted angrily, "Have you lost your mind?" The scene shifted to a radio news broadcast from UBS, showing the broadcasting station's building. The news was playing on the highway, reporting on the event in Dujpun. Awakena Kum Soa performed a purification at Ground Zero in Dujpun. Several reporters at the scene witnessed this. At this moment, Siwoo was sitting in a car driven by team leader Kim. The news continued, "It is an event that brings hope to many citizens." Team leader Kim turned to say to Siwoo, "Well done, Siwoo." Team leader Kim continued to remark while driving, "The scale of this incident was quite large." A scene of a completely purified village appeared, shimmering with magical light. He added, "It's unbelievable that an entire village, the most heavily polluted place in South Korea, has been completely purified. That is a very good result." Back in the car, team leader Kim said, "If it weren't for those who helped the village before, we wouldn't have been able to achieve this today." Siwoo responded humbly, "I just added the final touch." Team leader Kim praised Siwoo, "We are so lucky to have someone extraordinary like you in South Korea, Siwoo." Siwoo just laughed it off. Team leader Kim thought to himself, so this is how he survives among people like CEO Choi Seojin. Siwoo politely thanked team leader Kim for going out of his way to pick him up despite being busy. Team leader Kim humbly replied that escorting Siwoo was part of his duties. As the conversation became more intimate, team leader Kim curiously asked if Siwoo was planning to vacation in Yeoju alone, thinking to himself of a special person who was also there. Siwoo confirmed the trip and said he had a few questions that needed answering. Siwoo smiled cryptically, continuing to confirm team leader Kim's suspicion. And in Yeoju, there happened to be someone who could answer them. He looked out at the blue sky outside, thinking to himself with a sense of relief, "It's a good thing I don't have to go all the way to the US." Before long, the car stopped in front of a traditional tiled house, peacefully situated behind a familiar stone fence. Siwoo stepped out of the car, looking at the house with nostalgic eyes. He muttered, "It's been a long time, hasn't it, this place too." Childhood memories flooded Siwoo's mind. "When I was little, I used to come here on vacation with In-wook and Seon. Since returning, I never even thought about coming back here." The car drove away, leaving Siwoo alone with the peaceful countryside scenery. He looked around and realized, this place hasn't changed at all. As Siwoo approached the gate, two men in black suits and sunglasses stood waiting. They bowed to greet him. Siwoo nodded in response, "Thank you for your hard work." Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from behind the gate and an axe chopped forcefully into a log. Wood splinters flew everywhere, brushing past Siwoo, who stood bewildered before the gate. He was completely caught off guard by the event. Inside the yard, a Western man with long blonde hair and a muscular build was enthusiastically chopping wood. He happily turned and shouted, "Hey, my friend." That man was Aiden. He exclaimed, "I missed you so much, Siwoo, you finally arrived." Siwoo gaped in astonishment with only one thought in his head, a servant. Aiden said excitedly, "Yeoju is a wonderful place. The rice here is delicious." Meanwhile, Siwoo was still in shock. He was supposed to be an irregular from the US. Grandma turned him into a total servant. A familiar voice sounded from behind, playfully scolding Siwoo, "Tusk, Tusk, you naughty boy. If you were planning to come, you should have let us know. How could you just suddenly appear like this?" Siwoo cheered happily when he saw two elderly women approaching. He called out loudly, "Grandma, Madam Emma." That was his grandmother, Madam Emma, and a friend of hers. Siwoo gave a wide smile, his face radiating happiness as he returned home. The scene shifted to the house under the bright sunlight, signaling a warm reunion about to take place. At a sumptuous dining table, Siwoo's grandmother kindly picked food for Aiden. Aiden happily enjoyed the soybean paste soup and praised how delicious it was. The whole family gathered around the meal. Madam Emma ate while scolding Siwoo, "Usually, I never see your face. Now that you need something, you suddenly appear." Siwoo hurriedly defended himself. "I didn't go anywhere I shouldn't have. Why would you say that, Grandma?" Madam Emma and her friend looked regretful. "If we had known you were coming, this old woman would have gone to the market." Soa hurriedly said, "This is already a feast, Grandma, there's even pork." Udon proudly boasted to Soa, "Soa, I hunted that pork myself. A chieftain leading a tribe must have hunting skills to feed the tribe." Soa couldn't help but be astonished. "Wild boar." Aiden explained further, "A wild boar wandered into the field, so I caught one." "Haha!" Siwoo tasted a piece of meat and had to admit, "My first time eating wild boar, but it's really delicious." "As expected, your cooking is great, Grandma." Madam Emma and her friend happily invited Aiden to eat more. Aiden didn't hesitate and ate heartily. Seeing that, Siwoo felt annoyed, thinking to himself, "And by the way, why is that guy eating at someone else's house so naturally?" Madam Emma explained, "Aiden helps me chase away wild boars and chop wood. The boy helps me with a lot of chores." Siwoo could only keep silent, thinking that perhaps Grandma was the only person in the world who called Aiden so affectionately. Madam Emma turned to tease her grandson, "My grandson is just sitting there being jealous. Tusk, Tusk, what a useless boy." Her comment left Siwoo speechless, unable to say a word. Faced with Grandma's teasing, Aiden just laughed heartily and happily declared, Haha, my friend's grandmother is also my grandmother, treating Siwoo's family as his own. Aiden responded enthusiastically, promising to protect Siwoo's family. Madam Emma also added that Aiden was much better than a grandson who never showed his face, leaving Siwoo speechless. Soa suddenly had a thought, was Grandma training Aiden? Madam Emma just smiled mysteriously, making him even more suspicious. Siwoo thought to himself, an extraordinary servant with both strength and the ability to do chores, what a perfect combination. Aiden suddenly asked about the magic epidemic in Dijian. Siwoo replied that he had just returned from there and praised Aiden for being so quick-witted. Siwoo turned to Grandma, saying with a cryptic smile, "Well, didn't Madam Emma know I was coming?" Madam Emma smiled kindly, replying that she couldn't foresee Siwoo's future, but she sensed that he had many questions. Siwoo thought to himself, talking to Madam Emma is always like solving a Zen riddle, full of depth and mystery. Suddenly a slap sounded and Siwoo let out a cry of pain. It turned out he had been hit on the head by Madam Emma. She scolded, "How many times have I told you not to talk about work at the dinner table?" Siwoo rubbed his head and groaned. "It's been a long time since I felt this pain." The meal ended happily. Everyone had finished eating. Grandma's friend said she would go for a walk with Aiden and instructed the two grandmother and grandson to talk happily, creating private space for Siwoo and Madam Emma. After the meal, Madam Emma brought out a plate of apples for dessert. Siwoo called out seriously, "Madam Emma." The two grandmother and grandson sat on the porch. Soa began the conversation. "I think you already know why I'm here, Grandma." He clearly stated his purpose. "I want to know about causality, more accurately about the vague criteria for assessing causality suitability." A scene of a chaotic world appeared where monsters flew everywhere. Siwoo told himself that he still couldn't use his full power on Earth. He recalled, "Causality didn't punish me when I used purification at Gyuro University Hospital and in Japan." Images of Siwoo casting a large-scale purification technique appeared. He compared, "In terms of scale, the wings of purification I used to fight Yamada no Orochi were even larger." From that, Siwoo drew a conclusion. The fact that I was punished this time means there is some standard within the system's causality. Back in reality, Madam Emma began to explain. She said, "I hope you understand one thing first. That is, I cannot perfectly explain the system's judgment." As she spoke, she raised her hand and a stream of magical light began to gather. Madam Emma used her power, creating a virtual space surrounding the two, preparing for her explanation. A giant scale of justice, glowing brilliantly, appeared in midair, symbolizing the judgment of causality. Madam Emma began to explain why Siwoo had been punished this time. Madam Emma began her explanation, her first answer pointing straight to the core of the problem. "The reason you were punished this time is because you directly interfered with the fate of countless lives." This explanation made Siwoo even more confused as it seemed to contradict his previous experiences. He immediately provided an example to argue, "But in Japan, I used more purification power than in Dijian, didn't I?" Madam Emma looked straight into Siwoo's eyes, her voice echoing in the illusionary space, revealing an important truth. Intervening before an event happens and intervening after an event has already occurred are two completely different issues. Soa lost his patience, demanding Madam Emma explain directly instead of going in circles. Contrary to Siwoo's tense expression, Madam Emma just smiled benevolently and cryptically. She suggested they review the people Siwoo had saved this time. Immediately, a glowing scale of justice appeared before him, leaving him surprised. Madam Emma explained that without Siwoo, most of these people would have died. Their fates had been decided since they fell ill, but Siwoo had changed all those destinies. By directly saving countless lives, Siwoo had interfered with the flow of fate. Using the wings of purification skill, he had performed a miracle that even an omnipotent being would find hard to achieve. And of course, the law of causality could not ignore such an absolute external force, because its purpose is to maintain the world's balance. Madam Emma explained further, if those people had believed in Lemon on their own, and Siwoo had only played the role of the miracle performer, then perhaps it would not have deviated from the law of causality. She likened it to holy power placing the faith of mortals on one side of a scale and the miracle of the god receiving that faith on the other side. When there is enough faith, balance is achieved. But this time, Siwoo had changed the fate of too many people, causing the weight on the scale to become too great. Siwoo understood that the system would not ignore indiscriminate life-saving, but he felt as if the system was paying excessive attention to him. Madam Emma affirmed that this meant the system was aware of Soa's existence, because his nature was a special existence. So aside, the issue of the purifiers remained unresolved, and now the law of causality wanted to torment him. he turned to ask Madame Emma for information on the purifiers. She revealed that they seemed to be connected to creatures from Eden, and their actions since the multi-dimensional world opened were highly suspicious. Madame Emma admitted she knew nothing beyond the fact that they were a group dedicated to evil, but there was one thing she was certain of. The system was not on their side. Siwoo immediately pointed out that this didn't mean the purifiers were enemies of the system either. Madame Emma smiled, saying that as the influence of the Lemon Church expanded, the threshold of the law of causality would become more tolerant. And by that time, she would be able to tell Siwoo many more things, leaving him to listen in silence. She also worried that the penalty might cause Siwoo to be attacked, but he confidently replied that he had a holy relic that could resist attacks from people like Aiden for about 50 hours. Moreover, a powerful person like Aiden, whom even Luna couldn't handle, had no reason to do that. Siwoo also trusted that if someone attacked, Madame would warn him in advance. Madame Emma laughed, remarking that Siwoo seemed to live like there was no tomorrow. She added that she did not fear the future ahead. She smiled cryptically, perhaps that was why Siwoo was chosen. Then she revealed a shocking truth. Currently, Siwoo was hearing the systems will through her, but soon he would meet it directly. This left Siwoo astonished. She explained becoming an anomaly meant having to face such a destiny. Madame Emma emphasized that among all anomalies, this destiny was specifically aimed at him. Her profound words left Siwoo silent in contemplation. The conversation ended. Siwoo confessed he didn't understand everything but still thanked Madame Emma for her advice. She replied, saying she would continue to expect great things from him. Before Siwoo left, Madame Emma said she would stay there for a while, and he could come find her if he had any questions. When Siwoo had gone, Madame Emma stood alone in the garden, her gaze directed far away, lost in her own thoughts. She remembered the kindred spirit she had met by chance, Go Eunyoung. Attracted by her friend's keen intuition, she had come to South Korea. And then, she met her friend's grandson, Kum Soa, an anomaly with absolute power. She wondered if this unthinkable coincidence would have happened without the system's intervention. Countless coincidences and connections intertwined, creating a complex picture of fate. In the endless flow of the world, the intertwining of those coincidences is what we call fate. And the god Siwoo serves and the god she serves are also connected. Her stream of thought was interrupted by a voice calling her name. She turned back and smiled. A muscular man with long blonde hair, Aiden, had returned. Emma asked him where Eunyoung was, and Aiden replied that she had gone ahead to prepare some side dishes for Siwoo. Aiden looked at Emma's back, suddenly saying, "What a warm family, isn't it? I'm almost jealous." Emma remarked that Aiden, a repatriated anomaly monitored closely by the state and someone with the highest potential to become a villain, could say such things. She said Aiden had changed a lot and it seemed he truly admired Siwoo, to the point that someone who used to be an uncontrollable ticking time bomb now followed him. Aiden just laughed and replied that it was only natural. For Aiden, Siwoo was a supreme being but one who possessed compassion. That alone was reason enough for him to admire him. Emma was happy with this positive change in Udon. She thought perhaps she should stay here a little longer for the benefit of these two young men. Aiden suddenly called Emma's name with a serious expression. He said he didn't think a prophet like her would stay here without a reason. If her home government had approved, it meant she had seen something in the future of this place. Emma looked at the crystal ball in her hand, her gaze becoming distant. She said the thing she saw wasn't necessarily the future, but despair, variables from another world, sprouting from seeds sown by the system administrator. And that must be why anomalies are necessary. The scene shifted to a large building with classical architecture, likely the headquarters of the Lemon Church. Breaking news updated the Lemon Church's activities. Luna Loventon leads members in treating patients, while Kum Soa is praised as the hero who saved South Korea. Pastor Seo Spunction is also mentioned as the saint of Dujbun. At the same time, Siwoo waved when he saw two acquaintances. It was Luna and Pastor Seo, who had just returned from Daejeon. Luna happily reported that they had successfully completed post-treatment care for the patients. Siwoo, on behalf of Pastor Seo, thanked them once again and praised everyone for their hard work. Immediately afterward, he asked if they had found any concrete evidence regarding the purifiers when they finished their work. Luna suddenly remembered. She said that during treatment, she had heard something very worrying from a child who had woken up. That child said that a young man had visited the church just before the magic epidemic spread. This information left Siwoo stunned. Luna continued, the person came and went very quickly, so only one child witnessed it. The child's account led the story into a terrifying flashback. The scene returned to a church courtyard under a gloomy orange sky. A woman was hanging laundry while children played nearby, a peaceful atmosphere before the storm. Suddenly, the woman froze while hanging clothes. Black dust began to fall around, signaling a bad omen. A mysterious young man in a red hoodie appeared, approaching the woman. He drew near, and the woman seemed annoyed, not recognizing the deadly danger that was imminent. In just a moment, the woman's eyes became vacant and empty, a sign that the magic epidemic had invaded her. From afar, a boy hugging a soccer ball, the sole witness, had seen the whole horrific scene. The young man in the red hoodie turned and called the boy over. With a chilling smile, he asked the boy to deliver a message to someone named Seongha. He said that thanks to Seongha mercifully driving the demon king and demons out of Eden, he was able to gather power easily. The young man clasped his hands in a fake and satisfied gesture, concluding that all of this was thanks to the favor Seongha had bestowed upon him, revealing a dark truth about the origin of the tragedy. At a magnificent castle, likely the headquarters of some guild, Kim Si-woo's stream of thought appeared. He thought there must be someone behind the scenes pulling the strings for the purifiers. Kim Si-woo looked displeased. He didn't like the guy's way of talking. Luna, a beautiful girl with red hair, agreed. She thought he was the type of person who would sacrifice children to summon Eden's demon king, a person who couldn't be normal. Iden, the bespectacled man with a ponytail, also agreed with that opinion. Kim Si-woo thought back. Thanks to the information Iden provided, they were able to prevent the Purifier group from fully summoning the Demon King. However, he still felt this was a major incident. He felt worried because there were still many causality penalties. His power was blocked, but incidents still happened one after another. He wondered what the hell was going on Earth. Si-woo asked about the training situation of the priests. Iden reported that as always, Lord Levinton and he were working hard. Luna happily added that they were all starting to overcome the naive stage. Luna suggested that they could soon start practical training by entering dungeons. Si-woo agreed, adding that they should begin preparing for it. Just then, Luna cheered happily, announcing that they had just received a distinguished guest. Si-woo turned around in surprise, catching the radiant smile on Luna's face. A young man was introduced. This was Oh Junwoo, who would be teaching combat and monster studies at the Order of Lemon for a while. Si-woo waved a greeting, noting that Junwoo was already here. Junwoo replied humbly that he had nowhere else to go after leaving the Diho Guild. Luna winked mischievously, saying they were short-staffed and very grateful that Junwoo had come. Oh Junwoo appeared incredibly excited and determined, shouting that he would work hard, while Si-woo watched quietly with a thoughtful expression. Si-woo ordered Luna to train Junwoo until he became useful. Luna happily accepted the task, while Aiden rejoiced internally at the prospect of avoiding overtime. Si-woo remarked that with Oh Junwoo's departure, the Jeongak coalition must have lost a significant amount of strength. He asked Junwoo if the guild had strongly opposed his decision to leave. Junwoo smiled serenely, answering that he had been thinking about it ever since Ryu Jinyoung left for Japan, and that he actually felt relieved. He felt as though he had finally returned to the path he wanted to walk. Meanwhile, in another location, a man slammed his fist onto a table in anger, creating a terrifying surge of purple energy. In the meeting room, that man, a high-ranking official of the Jeongak coalition, was venting his rage on his subordinates, screaming Kim Si-woo's name in fury. He roared, cursing his subordinates as useless for failing to recruit a single person. A subordinate trembling explained that recruitment or negotiation was impossible because the anomaly Kim Si-woo and his close associates were already nearly S-rank. They couldn't even find a weakness to exploit like they had with Ryu Jinyoung. The official slammed the table in desperation, shouting that they were about to lose everything just because of an anomaly that fell from the sky, not just the Diho Guild but the entire Jeongak coalition. If they lost any more strength here, recovery would be impossible. Just as he was wondering how to close this absolute gap in strength, a mysterious voice echoed from behind, and a stranger complimented the official's situational awareness. The mysterious man smirked, his tone both sarcastic and threatening, stating that Kim Si-woo had nearly reached the limits of a mortal. He continued to belittle the official, asserting that even the American awakened couldn't compare to a fraction of Si-woo's power, and that the official was no different from a mere insect. The mysterious man grabbed the official's face and continued, unless you accept my power." He gripped tighter, asking if the official agreed to follow his orders. Under the stranger's pressure, the official was forced to his knees in submission. The mysterious man pulled out a small, pitch-black pill and ordered the official to swallow it. Without a moment's hesitation, he pried the official's mouth open and shoved the pill straight down his throat. The official coughed violently, screaming in horror as he asked what the stranger had fed him. Instantly, he let out a scream of extreme agony as a surging wave of dark energy enveloped his body. The dark energy grew increasingly thick, radiating violently. After a period of writhing, the official stood up, his entire body exuding an evil aura. The mysterious man said with satisfaction, "Very good." He coldly warned that this would be the final chance he was granting. At that same moment, a system notification appeared, stating that the player's system would be partially restricted for 4 hours. The scene shifted to the morning, with Siwoo's phone ringing incessantly from a call from his younger brother, urging him to wake up quickly. His younger brother, Siyeon, pulled the covers off Siwoo, complaining that he was sleeping in when they had planned to have lunch together. Siwoo sluggishly opened his eyes, grumbling about how his little brother dared to disturb his older brother's sweet sleep. Siyeon didn't care, straight up kicking his brother out of bed and urging him to stop talking nonsense and get out immediately. Siwoo stretched refreshingly, enjoying his sweet 1-week vacation. He suddenly froze with a blank expression, as if something wasn't right. Siyeon reminded him, asking if he had forgotten that they moved yesterday. The scene shifted to a luxurious and modern new living room. His little sister, Seon, with 2 cute braids, also ran out to ask why her brother had woken up so late. Siwoo cheerfully wished Seon a good morning, but she quickly corrected him, saying it was already the afternoon. In her hands, she held a white cat. Seon asked if her brother had slept well in the new house, beaming as she bragged that the new place was big and beautiful, and now Leo and Luna could come over for sleepovers. She affectionately asked the cat, Bixial, if it liked the new house, while Siwoo noticed that Bixial seemed to have changed slightly in size. Seon dreamily said that if their parents saw this, they would be very happy that the kids were able to buy a house in Seoul, then joked that they might be disappointed that the house didn't have a view of the Han River. Siwoo agreed that even without a Han River view, their parents would definitely love it because it was a detached house. Meanwhile, Seon excitedly pointed at a long-necked bird flying past the window. Siwoo smiled warmly, watching his siblings enjoy their new living space, feeling relieved that everyone liked their new family sanctuary, a peaceful place separate from the wars outside. On the TV, a news report announced that the National Assembly had unanimously passed the Special Act for Anomalies, a bill rapidly proposed based on U.S. law, granting them judicial privileges. Lying on the sofa, Siwoo remarked that things were moving quite fast and the president had kept his word. Seon approached, complaining that the fridge was empty since they had just moved in and there was no fruit for dessert. Siwoo answered absent-mindedly, saying he was resting. Seon teased him, saying his brother was becoming useless and he wasn't afraid of him anymore, holding out 2 50,000 won bills and urging him to go buy fruit. A thud echoed, as it seemed Seon had thrown something at his brother. Siwoo rubbed his head, crying out in pain, muttering about how state secrets were being leaked, wondering how rumors of his weakened state had spread everywhere, and suspecting it might be Luna's fault. Finally, Siwoo gave in, saying he would go out and asking to borrow Bixial from Seon, who happily handed the cat to him. The sky was clear, signaling a beautiful day. Siwoo took Bixial for a stroll in the new neighborhood, thinking the area looked very livable and much safer than before, assuming that Captain Kim must have worked hard to deploy security personnel in the apartment complex. A woman recognized and greeted him as Seongha, and he greeted her back. She happily bragged that her hair had become thicker since attending the ceremony. The woman added that she had also received a lot of help, and Siwoo replied that he was very happy for her. Suddenly, a muscular man wearing sunglasses approached, addressing him as Pope Seongha and asking if he could spare a moment to talk. The man said he wanted to discuss the teachings of the Order of Lemon and his own church. Siwoo panicked internally, wondering why security couldn't filter out cult members, and made an excuse that he was a bit busy. Siwoo tried to shoo him away by saying he was also a member of a cult and was busy, but the man persisted, arguing that it was a believer's role to guide those who had lost their way. The fanatic dropped his polite facade, and a dagger emitting a purple aura appeared in his hand. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Don't be like that, let's talk for a while." The fanatic called him by his real name, Kim Siwoo. Hearing this, Siwoo's expression immediately turned serious, realizing his true identity had been exposed. The fanatic's knife shattered into pieces the moment he struck. A powerful surge of energy radiated from Siwoo, blocking the enemy's surprise attack. Siwoo's expression now burned with cold determination, completely different from his usual appearance. A flash of purple light flickered in Siwoo's eyes, signaling that an unavoidable battle was about to begin. Following the previous chapter, Kim Siwoo was facing a sudden ambush. A series of sharp knives were flying straight toward him in the blink of an eye. At that critical moment, Kim Siwoo's eyes flashed unusually, his pupils constricting into vertical slits like a cat's. At the same time, the white paws of a cat landed gently on the ground, signaling the arrival of a capable and reliable assistant. Kim Siwoo hugged Bixial tightly. Immediately, the cat released a stream of blue energy, creating a solid shield to block the incoming knives. All the daggers were completely stopped by Bixial's shield and fell scattered onto the street, completely neutralizing the surprise attack. The attacker, the leader of the Diho Guild, revealed himself with a stunned expression, unable to believe his deadly attack had been blocked so easily. Kim Siwoo stood firmly behind Bixial, who was now crouching in a battle-ready stance, its bright blue eyes gleaming with defiance. Contrary to the tense situation, Kim Siwoo looked genuinely happy, clasping his hands and praising Bixial. "I didn't know you were this useful." The Diho Guild leader was incredibly angry and confused. He didn't expect Kim Siwoo to be able to use a spirit beast and was even more furious that he hadn't received a report on this. He looked at Kim Siwoo from afar, regretting that if he had only had a chance to get closer, he could have delivered the finishing blow and won. He bitterly admitted this was the final chance to strike a deadly blow against an anomaly like Kim Siwoo, going so far as to borrow power from that guy. Meanwhile, Bixial looked triumphant, as if mocking the Diho leader's helplessness at failing to even defeat a cat. Unable to keep his cool, the Diho leader shrieked in resentment, blaming all his misfortunes on Kim Siwoo. "Kim Siwoo, because of you we lost everything." He continued his bitter monologue, claiming that ever since Kim Siwoo appeared, their power, honor, and everything else had vanished like sand through their fingers. Kim Siwoo silently listened to the enemy's accusations that he was the cause of their downfall simply for being an anomaly who appeared out of nowhere. Kim Siwoo thought that the recent situation was indeed dangerous. Without Bixial, he would have been in big trouble, realizing that his opponent didn't know he was in a weakened state and had chosen the right time to strike. After a moment of silence, Kim Siwoo calmly faced his enemy and asked point-blank, "Judging by the way you talk, you must be the leader of the Diho Guild, right?" Their confrontation attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. Someone recognized Kim Siwoo and shouted, "Pope," while the attacker was identified as the head of the Jeonggak Coalition. Kim Siwoo began exposing the crimes of the Jeonggak Coalition, from sending Ryu Jinyoung to Japan and threatening the Management Bureau to building power by exploiting the black market and ground zero. Struck where it hurt, the Diho leader flew into a rage, roaring, "What do you know?" and lunged straight at Kim Siwoo in a final desperate attack. Kim Siwoo responded with a cold, sharp gaze and a firm statement. "If you wanted to keep your honor, you shouldn't have shaken hands with the forces of evil in the first place." Immediately following that declaration, Kim Siwoo didn't hesitate for a second, pointing his finger straight forward and ordering Bixial to attack. Obeying its master, Bixial lunged like a streak of light, using its tail, charged with energy, to deliver a thunderous blow to the Diho leader. The guild leader took the full force of the attack and collapsed in agony, completely defeated by Bixial's power. The battle ended quickly, leaving the attacker helpless on the ground. Bixial stepped forward, trampling the defeated foe as a testament to its victory. Kim Siwoo looked down and thought, "Compared to Oh Junwoo, you're much worse," regretting that if not for the penalty he was carrying, he would have finished things himself. Bixial, following Siwoo's command, created shimmering blue energy chains to bind the helpless Diho leader. Siwoo spoke up, both mocking and warning the enemy for daring to fight in a residential area, announcing that he had called Captain Kim from the Management Bureau and that he would be there soon. He continued his threats, saying that initially he would be taken to a detention center, but with his crimes, his final destination would be somewhere deeper in the mountains, a much more isolated place. Kim Siwoo's face glowed with confidence and authority as he delivered the final verdict on the fate of the man who had dared to challenge him. He declared loudly, "This is also the end of the Jeonggak Coalition." The clear blue sky returned, signaling that a new order had been established. Mission accomplished, Siwoo turned to stroke and praise Bixial, acknowledging its power. Bixial let out a proud meow as Siwoo sighed at the chaos and decided to wait for Captain Kim. But suddenly, Kim Siwoo sensed a strange, dark energy, and his expression immediately turned tense and alert. From the body of the leader who was being bound, a deep purple mist began to rise, signaling a terrifying transformation was about to occur. The leader let out a scream of extreme pain, and a small black pearl suddenly shot out from his mouth. The black pearl fell to the ground, radiating a powerful dark magic. Siwoo was shocked because he hadn't sensed this source of energy at all before. The black smoke slowly rose, enveloping the leader and beginning the process of possessing and mutating his body. Siwoo realized this was a strange type of magic power, a blend of all the auras he had faced in Eden, including the Demon King of Wrath and the Demon King of Pride. From within the mist, an entirely new figure gradually formed, standing tall and looking down at Siwoo with an overwhelming aura. A completely unfamiliar face appeared with light purple hair and a smug smile. He greeted Siwoo, calling him by his real name. "Nice to meet you, Seongha." For a split second, Siwoo recalled the message that a mysterious hooded entity, a messenger, had sent him previously. The voice had changed completely compared to the guild leader. Siwoo immediately realized the abnormality and asked guardedly, "Who are you?" The stranger calmly introduced himself. "I am Nameless from the Purifier Group based in Beijing. It's an honor to speak with the Pope like this." He revealed that he had to put in a lot of effort and wait a very long time just to have this private moment to speak with the Pope. He continued, saying he had come to pay his respects and thank Seongha because thanks to Seongha, he had been able to easily consume the power of the Demon Kings. Furious at the arrogant tone and what was happening, Siwoo grabbed the collar of the possessed guild leader. Siwoo growled, "So you're behind the purifiers? If you've made a covenant with a Demon King, you're just a lackey. How dare you speak as if you're above us?" The one calling himself Nameless just smiled and explained that this would be true if the power of the Demon Kings were still intact as it was in the past. He revealed a horrifying truth. "Because you, Seongha, shattered their souls, I was able to easily pick up and consume those fragments." Siwoo was stunned by this earth-shattering revelation that the person in front of him could be as strong as, or even stronger than, a Demon King. He clenched his fists and challenged, "The Jeongak coalition that you painstakingly cultivated has been destroyed. Is this really the time for a friendly greeting?" Nameless replied nonchalantly that the role of the Jeongak coalition had ended here, and their existence's purpose was simply to create this opportunity so he could speak directly with Seongha. Siwoo couldn't help but be stunned, unable to believe this person had utilized an entire powerful coalition just to have a conversation with him before discarding them. Nameless continued, "I have an urgent proposal for you, Seongha." Amidst the ruins, Nameless offered an invitation. "Do you want to shake hands with me?" He clarified the deal. If Siwoo cooperated, he would provide information about another cult in South Korea, the Bingmyeong sect, and would withdraw the entire Purifier group from South Korea. And to add weight to his offer, he didn't forget to include a threat. If you refuse, spreading the teachings of the Order of Lemon might become very difficult. Siwoo's eyes narrowed as he understood the implication behind Nameless's word. He realized that he hadn't been able to detect this magical power until it erupted on its own, which proved that Nameless had the ability to hide his presence perfectly. Siwoo angrily questioned, "You're showing me that you can cause a terrorist attack whenever you want. So you want me to turn a blind eye to the purifiers running wild overseas?" He continued, "And if I don't negotiate, you won't leave South Korea. After all, that's a threat, isn't it?" Behind Nameless was an image of a burning building, proof of his destructive power. Nameless scoffed, trying to quibble, "A threat isn't the enemy of my enemy, my friend. The Bingmyeong sect is much more dangerous than you think." At the same time, a system board began a countdown from 5. Siwoo coldly dismissed him. "Ha, friends, an enemy is an enemy, a friend is a friend." With a firm gaze, Siwoo declared, "Don't worry, whether it's you or the Bingmyeong sect, I will crush both equally." The countdown reached 3. Nameless remained interested, asking if Siwoo was curious about the Bingmyeong sect, and Siwoo admitted he was. The number 2 appeared and Siwoo's body began to flash with lightning energy. He said, "But our order has a doctrine." When the clock hit 0, the penalty time ended. Siwoo, enveloped in a powerful surge of blue energy, loudly declared his doctrine: "Never compromise with those who walk on the path of demons." A system notification rang out. "Penalty ended. System restrictions placed upon you have been removed." The light radiating from Siwoo shone brighter than ever. Siwoo roared as he unleashed his full, suppressed power. The system continued to notify, "Max-level Holy Fire skill has been activated." Contrary to expectations, Nameless burst into delighted laughter. "Haha, just as expected, just as I hoped. It turned out this was his true purpose all along. Having achieved his goal, Nameless began to retreat, his dark energy dissipating, leaving a message: Pope Seongha, I will come to visit you again soon. Siwoo could only stand and watch as the final remnants of the dark energy dissipated into the sky. He shouted in frustration, "Ah, he escaped, annoying bastard." At that moment, a system ping rang out. A large notification window appeared before him, carrying an unexpected message. A hidden quest has appeared. Siwoo looked at the quest window, reading the question awaiting his decision. Do you want to proceed with the quest, The Door That Cannot Be Closed? The new quest, titled The Door That Cannot Be Closed, appeared, opening a completely new chapter and new challenges for Siwoo. As soon as Kim Siwoo's penalty ended, a familiar system notification appeared. A new hidden quest had appeared. Standing before the quest door, Kim Siwoo received an invitation to carry out a special quest titled The Door That Cannot Be Closed. Having barely had a moment to rest, Kim Siwoo was forced to face a new mission, and he couldn't help but feel tired and a bit annoyed. The invitation to carry out the quest, The Door That Cannot Be Closed, appeared once again, but this time it appeared in a mystical cosmic space. Looking into the vortex of causality, Kim Siwoo wondered what this entity was trying to tell him, feeling as though he was being toyed with. The scene shifted to a quiet street at sunset, with Kim Siwoo and the white cat Beexial standing and watching a dark shadow gradually fatting on the ground, the traces of a plague demon that had just been destroyed. Immediately afterward, the sound of police sirens rang out, and the Management Bureau arrived at the scene to handle the incident. The Management Bureau staff quickly went to work, bringing stretchers and sealing off the scene to clean up the aftermath. On a large news ticker, text announced the special session of the National Assembly regarding the special act for anomalies and the riot caused by the Deho Guild leader. A TV news report covered the incident, stating that thanks to the rapid response of Kim Siwoo, an anomaly belonging to the Order of Lemon, civilian casualties had been minimized. Kim Siwoo was reviewing the news on his tablet. The new special act allowed awakened individuals like him to be exempt from legal liability when suppressing crime. He sighed in relief, as thanks to this act, he wouldn't be held accountable for using his skills on a large scale in a residential area. Back at the base, Leo came to meet Kim Siwoo, complaining that his short vacation was over, as he had thought he would be at peace after returning to Earth, but it seemed there wasn't a single day of rest. Leo strictly reminded him that the existence of the small sanctuary of the Order of Lemon on Earth was not a path to retirement. Siwoo could only think to himself that with Leo and everyone else here, his plan for a quiet retirement was truly ruined. Leo asked about the dungeon Siwoo had mentioned earlier, wondering if there was a special reason he wanted to bid on it. Siwoo confirmed it was a mandatory dungeon, partly to serve as training for the new recruits. Siwoo mentioned he had already asked team leader Kim Dong-sik for his opinion on the matter. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Leo turned toward the door and announced that it seemed team leader Kim had arrived. The room door swung open, signaling the arrival of the guest. Team leader Kim Dong-sik entered, announcing that the guild master of the Deho Guild was currently being held in custody. Sitting down across from Siwoo, Kim Dong-sik continued his report. Regarding the D-254 dungeon Siwoo had asked about, it had already been bid on by someone else. Hearing the bad news, Kim Siwoo froze. He could only think to himself, we're screwed. Kim Siwoo asked if there was any way to reclaim the bidding rights for that dungeon. Meanwhile, Kim Dong-sik asked if someone else was expected to arrive soon, but Siwoo said no. Kim Dong-sik proposed a plan. If Siwoo truly wanted it, they could buy back the bidding rights at a higher price. However, there was a problem. The problem was that the guild that had placed the winning bid was the Seolhwa Guild, a mid-sized guild affiliated with the Jeongak Alliance. Hearing this name, Kim Siwoo winced, sensing that things wouldn't be easy. Kim Dong-sik explained further that, given the tense relationship between Kim Siwoo and the guilds under the Jeongak Alliance, negotiating to buy back the bidding rights was almost impossible. Siwoo analyzed that a buyout was nearly impossible. If he offered a high price, they would be even more certain that there was something valuable inside the dungeon. Kim Dong-sik agreed. Forcibly seizing a dungeon that had already been bid on without a valid reason, even with special laws, would be considered an abuse of power and would be detrimental to the Lemon Order. Siwoo sighed, realizing there was no easy path forward. Seeing this, Kim Dong-sik consoled him, saying he understood how hard Siwoo had been working and offered to explain the situation further. Kim Dong-sik began to present information about the Seolhwa Guild, a mid-sized guild linked to the Jeongak Alliance, and asked Siwoo to look at the screen. The Seolhwa Guild's greatest asset was their representative, Han Seolhwa, Her image appeared looking ethereal and beautiful. The information on the screen stated that Han Xiaohua was a young representative with an outstanding appearance and top-tier skills, gaining her popularity as a public figure. Siwoo was shocked to see her MeTube channel had 9 million subscribers, more than Minsu. Most of the guild members were her fans, and apart from the guild leader Xiaohua, there were no other notable hunters. Watching her perform before a fervent crowd, Siwoo thought to himself that it looked like a pseudo-religious group. Kim Dong-sik continued, Xiaohua donated heavily to hospitals and engaged in charity work. Because of this, they had an extremely positive public image and a solid fan base, unlike the Jeonggak Alliance. Both discussed that the Xiaohua Guild had only recently joined the alliance. Siwoo remarked that their image was too clean, and because of that, they couldn't be labeled as villains to give the Lemon Order an excuse to intervene. However, regardless of the reason, with a determined expression, Siwoo insisted that this was a dungeon they absolutely had to acquire. His eyes sharpened. This wasn't a side quest but a hidden quest. They couldn't just let it slide. Kim Dong-sik listened contemplatively, seemingly calculating something. After a moment of thought, Kim Dong-sik asked a crucial question. Is your goal to win the dungeon bid, or is it to get inside Siwoo? Siwoo was surprised and didn't understand. Kim Dong-sik revealed a new direction. If the Lemon Order didn't necessarily have to win the bid for this dungeon, there might be another way. He had already prepared an alternative plan. He showed Siwoo the plan on his tablet, which included two options. A, the bidding route, and B, the way to get inside if they couldn't win the bid. Siwoo was incredibly surprised by this bold plan. It was an infiltration plan instead of a direct confrontation. Kim Dong-sik humbly said this was just a draft put together in a hurry, so there were many points that needed improvement. The plan was illustrated in a cute way, including the idea of contacting an awakener named Kang Kie. Siwoo became more and more interested the more he heard. Siwoo's face lit up and he exclaimed excitedly, "This plan is brilliant." He slammed the table and shouted, "Team Leader Kim," which made Kim Dong-sik jump. Impressed by the plan, Siwoo enthusiastically suggested that Kim Dong-sik join the Lemon Order right here and now. He tried hard to entice him, promising a pension and a monthly salary 4 times higher, along with full insurance and retirement benefits, arguing that his grade 5 civil servant job wasn't important at all. Siwoo's invitation accidentally brought back a horrific memory for Kim Dong-sik of seeing Leo and another female employee buried in paperwork, crying and demanding more staff. His face turned pale. Seeing Siwoo's terrifyingly intense enthusiasm, Kim Dong-sik backed away, breaking into a cold sweat. He hurriedly changed the subject. "Lately, the weather has turned cold suddenly, hasn't it, Siwoo, haha." Having said that, Kim Dong-sik quickly cleared his throat to return the conversation to the main point. So shall we proceed with this plan?" Siwoo smiled radiantly, asking if Kim Dong-sik had come up with a cool campaign name yet. Kim Dong-sik just pondered silently. After a while, Kim Dong-sik suggested a name for the campaign, Undercover. It sounded reasonable. Siwoo immediately applauded. Perfect, just like a spy movie. He was incredibly excited about the plan. The scene shifted to the location of the mission, Mount Jumasan, Gyumi City, North Gyeongsang Province. Here, staff were rushing to transport supplies. Someone in charge demanded they hurry because the operation would start at 8:00 a.m. Amidst the busy scene, Siwoo, in disguise, approached. A man who appeared to be a manager turned to look at him. In his new look, wearing a striped shirt, glasses, and a backpack, Siwoo looked timid and clumsy, completely different from his usual demeanor. Siwoo stuttered that he had come to apply as a porter. The manager looked at him with a suspicious gaze, thinking to himself that the guy looked like someone being interrogated. The manager asked if he was a new applicant and told him to wait for the person in charge to check. Siwoo complied nervously. After checking, the manager directed him to the assembly point and told him to wait for the supervisor. He asked for Siwoo's name. To keep up the act, Siwoo stuttered his fake name, KK Kim In-wook. A short flashback showed the necklace Siwoo was wearing. It was an item containing an illusion spell by the awakener Kang Kie, used to hide his identity. Back in the office scene, Kim Dong-sik explained that this was the method their agents usually used when infiltrating. Kim Dong-sik gave a thumbs up in praise. "Perfect, Siwoo." Siwoo confidently adjusted his glasses, ready for his role. Back in the present, under the guise of Kim In-wook, Siwoo gave a mysterious smile. The necklace glowed faintly. The undercover mission officially began. The setting was Mount Jumasan in North Gyeongsang Province. In the gloomy forest, someone suddenly asked the young man who had just arrived as a porter what his name was. The young man with black hair, glasses, and a backpack was startled while looking at his phone. He stammered that his name was Kim In-wook. In reality, this was Siwoo in disguise. He gave a mysterious smile, the magic necklace on his neck glowing faintly, hiding his true identity. The scene shifted back an hour near the Mount Jumasan area. A black car was moving through the night. Inside the car, Siwoo sat in the passenger seat, and the driver was a middle-aged man who appeared to be a member of the church. Siwoo looked outside and asked if this was where the dungeon was. The driver confirmed that the information was correct. This operation was called Undercover. Siwoo's mission was to wear the necklace charmed with Kang Kie's illusion spell and join the Sealhwa Guild's dungeon raid as a porter. Specifically, Siwoo would infiltrate the D-rank Mud Golem dungeon in Gyumi City that the Sealhwa Guild had won the bid for, disguised as a porter and carrying out his assigned task. Returning to the conversation in the car, Siwoo exclaimed that without team leader Kim, he never could have thought of this undercover campaign. He was also surprised to learn that Kang Kie could use illusion magic, and the man beside him said he was very happy to have helped. Team leader Kim warned that in his disguised state, Siwoo just needed to be careful with the Sealhwa Guild's awakeners, as they might detect a small amount of magic energy in the necklace. Siwoo replied that he understood. In a humorous cutscene, team leader Kim asked if Siwoo's new identity was an awakener, because if so, he would be registered. Siwoo replied that he wasn't, it was his younger brother's identity. As it turned out, Siwoo had borrowed his younger brother's identity, Kim In-wook. His brother seemed very willing to let him use it. Siwoo silently apologized to In-wook, as stealing an identity was a crime anyway. Back in the car, team leader Kim warned that the treatment of temporary workers like porters would be much worse than Siwoo imagined. The working environment hadn't changed at all, whether before or after the dimensions opened. People doing this job were mostly players with weak combat abilities or ordinary people in urgent need of money. They often had to endure verbal abuse and mistreatment, exploiting legal loopholes. Team leader Kim also revealed that the Sealhwa Guild had issues with temporary labor reported in the press before. Siwoo smirked, thinking to himself that it was no wonder he was accepted as a porter right away without an interview. Siwoo stepped out of the car and said goodbye to team leader Kim. In response, team leader Kim wished Siwoo success in achieving his goal without any incidents. Siwoo confidently thought to himself that the incident wouldn't happen to him but to those people, referring to those in the Sealhwa Guild. A blank frame marked the transition in the story's timeline. The story returned to the present moment, when Siwoo had arrived at the rendezvous point for the porters. A man from the Sealhwa Guild approached and asked Siwoo if he was the new porter and asked for his name for verification. Siwoo, playing the part of a shy person, stuttered his fake name, Kim In-wook, while the necklace continued to emit a faint magic light. The guild member swiped on his phone to confirm Kim In-wook's identity on the list. After confirmation, he pointed toward an area and told the porters to wait there and staff would come to supervise later. Siwoo obeyed obediently. In the designated area, another group of porters sat waiting. They looked experienced and quite tough. Siwoo observed quietly, preparing to join them. As Siwoo approached, he immediately felt the knife-like gazes examining him. He thought to himself that it seemed even those in the same situation were full of suspicion toward each other before a guild supervisor appeared. A supervisor from the Sealhwa Guild arrived holding a detector. He confirmed the number of porters today was 7, fewer than expected. The supervisor introduced himself and announced that he would measure the magic energy of each person to eliminate spies, asking for everyone's cooperation. He began the checking process, thrusting the detector at each person in the porter group. After scanning, the results showed that in the group there were 3 ordinary people, 3 F-rank awakeners and 1 D-rank awakener, who was the supervisor. The supervisor announced that the first area would be cleared in 10 minutes, and the porters would be deployed immediately afterward. He warned that if they didn't meet the quota, they would have their daily wages deducted. The threat made the other porters startled and worried. Someone in the porter group cursed angrily because they hadn't been informed about the wage deduction. Siwoo observed the atmosphere becoming increasingly hostile. He told himself that since he had already borrowed In-wook's identity, he should just pretend to be an innocent young porter. Just then, another porter with blonde hair and an arrogant attitude approached, asking Siwoo if he was also just an ordinary person. Siwoo had just replied, "Yeah, so what?" when the blonde guy puffed out his chest and asked back provocatively, "Huh, what did you say?" Siwoo thought to himself, "Crap, I'm trying to act innocent here," and gave an awkward, forced smile. Siwoo's attitude drove the blonde guy crazy. He cursed and swung a fist at him. The thug's fist stopped abruptly right in front of Siwoo. He maintained a calm expression, having silently used his strength to block the punch. To hide his identity, Siwoo pretended to tremble in fear. The blonde guy threatened him, saying that Siwoo was right to be afraid for daring to be rude to him. In that moment, Siwoo's eyes behind his glasses flashed with a golden light, revealing his hidden strength. The blonde guy stood frozen, sweat pouring down, unable to understand why he couldn't hit his opponent. To save face, the blonde guy sneered, making a disparaging remark that ordinary pests were always like that. He pointed and told Siwoo to go to Mr. Park for instructions. The blonde guy also arrogantly added that when entering the dungeon, the porters would have to carry all of their luggage too. Siwoo listened in silence, hand on his forehead, looking tired. Siwoo's face turned cold. He was contemplating what had just happened. Siwoo pondered, thinking that not everyone weak was a good person. This was true in both Eden and Earth. He thought humans cannot be simply categorized as the strong being evil and the weak being good. But that doesn't mean we need to look at everything in the world pessimistically. Siwoo thought if there were bastards like that hungry leech just now, then there were also people who showed kindness. A kind, elderly man approached and asked Siwoo if he was all right. He handed Siwoo a water bottle and said he must have had a hard time climbing the mountain. After Siwoo thanked him, the man advised him not to take the other guy's words to heart because everyone is tense before entering the dungeon. He also reassured him that the D-rank dungeon wouldn't have much to carry. The man introduced himself as Park Young-soo. Siwoo, as Kim In-wook, responded with a firm handshake. Through the handshake, Siwoo felt his belief in Lemon. He wondered if this was fate. Siwoo smiled and said he was truly happy to meet him, Young-soo. Afterward, all the porters were led to the dungeon entrance, a purple spatial crack radiating ghostly energy. As soon as Siwoo entered the dungeon, a system window appeared, informing him that he had completed the mission condition. Enter the Mud Golem dungeon. Another notification continued to appear, indicating that the next mission had been updated. The hidden quest The door that cannot be closed appeared. Most of the details were hidden, but there was a new condition, find and enter a mysterious. Siwoo looked at the mission window and thought it was highly suspicious. He deduced that the system definitely had a clear purpose in leading him here, especially after the conversation with Madam Emma. The fact that he didn't feel anything special made him feel even more in danger. Siwoo decided to continue pretending to be a porter and sneak off afterward. Infiltrating a dungeon of a guild belonging to the Jeongak Alliance could cause controversy, but he would deal with that later. Right then, the supervisor clapped his hands and urged everyone to gather quickly. He announced the first round of conquest was over and asked the porters to collect the mud golem cores and the lowest grade magic stones. He also warned them not to take extra actions, hinting at hiding the magic stones. Siwoo picked up a golem core and noticed it was quite heavy. He estimated a fist-sized core like this must weigh about 10 kg. Siwoo thought to himself that this job must be very difficult for an ordinary person. He also pretended to struggle, saying that it was horribly heavy. Another porter was panting, sweating profusely from having to carry the heavy load. Siwoo's eyes glanced over, showing observation and reflection. Siwoo continued to pretend to tremble because of the weight. The blonde guy looked at him with a scrutinizing, annoyed gaze. The blonde guy mocked, "Not easy at all, is it, In-wook?" Just then, Park Young-soo came over and advised Siwoo to be careful with his back, because golem cores were much heavier than they looked. He advised him to split it into 2 trips with a reasonable amount. He continued to advise Siwoo not to be greedy and to stay as safe as possible. For people like them, the body is their most precious asset. He promised to come back to help after he finished his work. Siwoo was touched by his kindness. He thought that Park Young-soo didn't need to take such good care of him. He was a good man and also a believer in Lemon. Seeing him, his faith in humanity flared up again. Siwoo silently blessed Park Young-soo. A sparkling light appeared on him as he turned away. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard as someone stomped hard on the ground right next to Siwoo. It was the blonde guy. He shouted, asking Siwoo where he thought he was slacking off. The blonde guy called Siwoo a rude brat and said he would teach him a lesson. He ordered Siwoo to pick things up and follow him. Continuing from the previous chapter, Siwoo, acting as a new porter, was on a secret mission in a dungeon. He intentionally let his bag fall to the ground, pretending to be a clumsy rookie. Immediately, a blonde man who appeared to be a strict senior noticed him. He irritably shouted, asking where the rookie was slacking off. He turned to scold Siwoo, calling him an arrogant brat and ordering him to pick things up and follow him. This was Yun Tae-hwan, a guy who specialized in bullying newcomers. A kind, elderly man named Park rushed over to intervene. He explained to Yun Tae-hwan that Siwoo was new and still had much to learn, hoping he would overlook it. However, Yun Tae-hwan had no intention of stopping. He brushed Mr. Park aside and declared he would teach this rookie a lesson himself. Yun Tihun turned to growl at Mr. Park, mocking that an ordinary person without power couldn't teach anyone anything. He also recalled bullying newcomers in the guild, showing this was a regular habit. Not only talking, Yun Tihun also grabbed Mr. Park by the collar to threaten him, making him scream in fear. He warned Mr. Park that because they knew each other, he had held back but not to push it. Mr. Park could only stutter in fear. At the moment of tension, a man in a vest who looked like a supervisor walked over and asked what the noise was about. Immediately, Yun Tihun changed 180 degrees. He hurriedly let go of Mr. Park, smiling obsequiously at the supervisor, explaining he was just teaching the newcomer a few things. Siwoo watched Yun Tihun's act in silence. He thought to himself that this guy's voice was truly sycophantic, and a shameless flatterer like that would sooner or later face retribution. The supervisor reminded Yun Tihun that they were short-staffed today and told him not to cause any more trouble before leaving. Yun Tihun continued to play the part of a hardworking employee, saying this was his 7th time as a porter for the Sialhua Guild. When the supervisor was gone, Yun Tihun returned with a smug expression, a cryptic smirk on his lips. He bragged arrogantly to Mr. Park and Siwoo that he was very close to the supervisor. He warned Mr. Park to do his job well if he didn't want to have his wages deducted like last time, then called Siwoo over. Mr. Park looked at Siwoo worriedly while Siwoo just listened silently, calculating. Mr. Park wondered if that guy was really close to the guild members. Siwoo gently placed a hand on Mr. Park's shoulder, reassuring him that everything was fine. He smiled and thanked Mr. Park for his concern, adding that he would take this opportunity to learn the job properly, continuing to play the part of an obedient rookie. Saying so, Siwoo leaned down to grab the strap of the massive luggage bag that Yun Tihun had forced him to carry. Yun Tihun looked surprised. With a light gesture, Siwoo lifted the bag easily and threw it over his shoulder. Yun Tihun couldn't help but be astonished, wondering if that bag didn't weigh over 100 kg. He asked worriedly if Siwoo's back was okay. Siwoo replied happily that he was very strong because he exercised regularly. He even eagerly urged Senior Yun Tihun, "Let's go, let's get trained." Yun Tihun was awkward, not knowing how to react. Both of them walked deeper into the dungeon, a desolate and rocky area. When they reached a place out of sight, Siwoo thought that they were far enough from the others. Yun Tihun started to worry, stammering and suggesting they begin training the rookie right here. Siwoo turned, gave a mysterious smile and called out, "Senior." His gentle, innocent look seemed to have disappeared, replaced by a meaningful gaze. He approached, put his arm around Yun Tihun's shoulder intimately and began to praise his close relationship with the supervisor. Faced with this sudden change, Yun Tihun began to break into a cold sweat, feeling that something was wrong. Still not realizing the change in Siwoo's attitude, Yun Tihun continued to brag. He said this was his 7th raid with the Sialhua Guild and that he knew most of the hunters here, boasting that he would soon become an official porter. He acted superior, saying it would take at least an hour to get to the next work area, enough time for some training. He also put on airs, saying Siwoo looked quick-witted, so he would give him a few pointers. Siwoo just smirked, replying sarcastically, "Is that so? Sounds interesting." Then he suddenly asked, "By the way, Senior, you really are a two-faced snake, aren't you?" Yun Tihun still didn't understand what was going on. He even nodded smugly and admitted, "Yeah, I can be pretty two-faced." Only when Siwoo spread his arms wide with a cryptic smile did Yun Tihun realize something was wrong. He stammered, "Wah, what?" Siwoo slowly took off his glasses, his smile becoming more chilling. He said, "Phew, I thought I was going to die of frustration, Senior." Blue sparks began to flicker around Siwoo. He declared, "Well, shall we start the real training session now?" The facade of a weak rookie had been completely stripped away. A massive bolt of lightning surged straight toward Yun Tihun. His agonizing scream echoed throughout the desolate area. The scene shifted to another part of the dungeon, where a purple space portal was opening amidst ancient ruins. Inside the portal was a different space, a street lined with buildings of classical architecture. A woman with blue hair stood alone in a vast hall, holding a scepter, surrounded by mysterious currents of energy. This was Han Sialhua, the representative of the Sialhua Guild. She was checking her phone, sensing that something strange was happening. She contemplated her purpose for coming here. She had bid on this D-rank dungeon to film content for her Medub channel, hoping to silence complaints about her just posting mundane vlogs. Plus, this mud-stone golem dungeon seemed profitable. However, a vague sense of unease suddenly washed over her. Sialhua couldn't understand why an S-rank hunter like herself felt lost and anxious in a lowly D-rank dungeon. Just then, her subordinate Yujin rushed over, reporting that they had lost contact with the scouting party ahead. Hearing the news, Xiaohua immediately judged that this wasn't a standard communication issue. Something had definitely happened to the scouting team. She became even more certain of her assessment as she sensed a surge of dark energy approaching. Xiaohua's gaze sharpened, she was ready to fight. Without a moment's hesitation, she channeled her power, creating a blizzard and shouting, "Who's there?" A powerful explosion of freezing energy swept through the area, freezing everything in its path. Sharp pillars of ice erupted from the ground. However, a mysterious black shadow seemed completely unaffected by her attack. Xiaohua was astonished to see that the surroundings had been frozen, yet that grotesque thing remained perfectly fine. She wondered if this was a type of matter capable of absorbing magic, something that shouldn't exist in a D-rank dungeon. She concluded, something is wrong with this dungeon. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Xiaohua ordered Yujin to contact the Bingmyeong Order, an organization specializing in dealing with recent bizarre incidents. Yujin hesitated, but Xiaohua barked at him, forcing him to make the call immediately. Startled by her commander's shout, Yujin scrambled to obey while a furious Xiaohua swung her scepter, unable to understand why her subordinate was wavering in such an emergency. No sooner had she spoken than Xiaohua felt something else go wrong. Her gaze became alert. While Yujin was running to carry out the order, Xiaohua suddenly called him back. Yujin turned around, bewildered, not understanding why she had changed her mind. Suddenly, a powerful blast of icy energy erupted from Xiaohua. It seemed she had lost control of her power. The system announced that the Ice Prison Level 19 skill had been activated. Yujin shouted her name in panic as he saw Xiaohua enveloped in a massive sphere of ice. Yujin tried pounding on the ice, calling out to Xiaohua in desperation, but to no avail. Inside the ice sphere, Xiaohua's eyes turned lifeless, showing she was no longer conscious. Her eyes suddenly glowed with a strange blue light. She was being controlled by some outside force, stammering her own name, Xiao, HWA. Immediately after, she let out a piercing scream as waves of dark energy and ice burst forth from her body. A massive sphere of energy with a hexagonal structure engulfed the entire area, signaling that a horrifying event was about to occur. A system notification window appeared in bright red text. Warning, a critical error has occurred in this dungeon. Danger Code 1, Invasion from Another World. Dungeon entrance forcefully SCALED. The system continued, explaining that there was no way out until the source of the danger was eliminated and an unknown path had opened somewhere in the dungeon. The final notification confirmed, "You cannot leave this dungeon." Xiaohua was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a warning message before. The situation had far exceeded all expectations. Suddenly, the dungeon ceiling began to shake and collapse. Xiaohua looked up in surprise, seemingly freed from the state of being controlled. Looking at the devastation she had caused herself, she muttered, "I made a mistake. I only intended to destroy it a little bit." At the same time, the collapse brought Siwoo and Yun Tihun right in front of Xiaohua. Siwoo immediately slipped back into his role, loudly blamming, "It's all your fault, senior." Yun Tihun, after being trained a moment ago, was now terrified to his core, only able to clasp his hands and apologize profusely to Siwoo. Xiaohua was completely bewildered. In the midst of an alien invasion and a sealed dungeon, where on earth did these two porters come from and what the hell were they doing? Siwoo continued his act, kicking Yun Tihun, who was lying on the ground, and scolding, "You can't even guide properly. Is this training session a joke? Keep your head down." Tihun just obeyed meekly. Siwoo turned to Xiaohua, who was still frozen in place, and said, "Ah." He broke into a bright smile, held up a finger, and said airily, "Oh, don't mind us and keep doing what you were doing. We're just porters, we'll stay quiet and leave soon." Han Xiaohua, an S-rank hunter facing an invasion from another world and a sealed dungeon, could only stand in stunned silence, wondering, what are these things? A sudden, critical error warning appeared in the dungeon. The gate was forcibly sealed due to an intrusion from another world, leaving Han Spulhua caught completely off guard. The system continuously signaled that exit was impossible until the source of the danger was eliminated. An unknown passage had opened somewhere in the dungeon, and now no one could leave this place. Han Xiaohua was utterly panicked. This was the first time she had ever seen a warning message like this. What the hell was going on in her dungeon? Immediately afterward, a loud noise rang out, shaking the entire dungeon as if something had just been shattered. Han Xiaohua started, looking toward the source of the sound, where an explosion of blue light had just occurred. Amidst the dust and smoke, a voice spoke up, admitting they had made a mistake by only intending to break it a little but hadn't expected it to turn out like this. From within the dust, Kim Siwoo appeared with an annoyed expression, blaming the senior who had accompanied him. And then, Siwoo began his act. He loudly scolded his senior for not providing proper guidance, even threatening to shove his head into the ground like before. The senior could only fearfully stutter an apology. Seeing Xiaohua watching, Siwoo changed his attitude 180 degrees. He smiled and said they were just porters, telling her not to worry as they would quietly leave soon. Xiaohua was incredibly confused and guarded. Where did these people even come from? Siwoo continued his play. He criticized the senior's posture and scolded him severely. The senior could only apologize profusely and promise to do better. Meanwhile, Siwoo thought to himself, he had only intended to break a bit of the wall where he felt magic, never expecting it to collapse entirely. Team leader Kim had warned him to be careful with Xiaohua, yet he had run into her immediately. Xiaohua realized the situation. Her bad luck was truly no joke. Well, deal with it as it comes. Siwoo glanced at Xiaohua with a meaningful expression, praising the good relationship she had with her guild members. Immediately following that statement was an image of a member of Xiaohua's guild being completely frozen. Siwoo laughed, saying it looked like they were playing freeze tag. He even acted nostalgic, saying he used to play this game with his younger sister often. Siwoo looked toward Xiaohua, shattered the ice block and provoked her. Haha, you're fierce. Want to play freeze tag with me too? Xiaohua was furious. She pointed her staff at him and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you running amok in our guild's dungeon?" Siwoo kept his smiling face, continuing to play the role of a porter named Kim In-wook, and introduced the senior trembling on the ground as an example of listening that she should learn from. Having had enough of the nonsense, Xiaohua raised her staff, preparing to attack. Seeing this, Siwoo feigned concern and said, "Hey, guild leader, instead of worrying about me, you should probably worry about your friend frozen behind you." Siwoo finished his sentence, his eyes challenging as Xiaohua was casting a spell. Suddenly, a scream echoed out when a man in black broke free from the ice block holding him. It was one of the search team members, but now he had been corrupted. Behind him, an entire army of similarly transformed people was advancing. Another member screamed in terror upon realizing the entire search team had turned into monsters. Faced with the urgent situation, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. She flew up, unleashing ice spears aimed directly at her own corrupted teammates. However, the corrupted members remained unscathed. They advanced toward her, their mouths incessantly calling Xiaohua's name and demanding she become their prophet. Spulwa was stunned. Her ice magic, the power she had always been proud of, was completely useless against these creatures. Amidst the chaos, Siwoo's senior ran away in a panic, screaming about demons and monsters begging to be saved. Behind him, Siwoo stood still, continuing his act. Ignoring the screams, the corrupted crowd continued their grotesque calls, inviting Xiaohua to join their great rhetoric. Xiaohua gritted her teeth and cursed. The situation had spun completely out of her control. She screamed in anger, "You idiots, wake up! What did you eat in this dungeon?" and unleashed a large-scale freezing attack. Their response was a roar about the glory of serving an ancient being. Witnessing that, Siwoo offered a sarcastic remark, saying Xiaohua didn't show any mercy to her own members either. Xiaohua exploded in anger, turning to shout, "Are you just going to stand there and make sarcastic comments? Want to get hit?" Siwoo continued to provoke her, saying that she spoke very eloquently on YouTube, but her true face was completely different, the polar opposite of how another guild leader protected their members with all their heart. However, his eyes suddenly turned serious. Although he had experienced this once, the opponent this time was truly tough. He analyzed that this was a type of gloomy and unpleasant holy power. It forcibly created fanatics by exploiting the rotten desires attracted by magic power. Siwoo thought to himself he had tried his best to hide his identity to complete the mission. But as expected, dealing with divine beings from another world without holy power was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was exhausted. Her ice staff began to show cracks. She no longer had any strength left. In desperation, Xiaohua turned to Siwoo, actively proposing, "You need my help, don't you? I am Han Xiaohua, the guild leader of the Xiaohua Guild." She set a condition. "After this, publicly declare that you were the one who asked for cooperation first." She wanted to save face for her guild. Xiaohua cursed silently. This bastard, did he know about the weird things in this dungeon from the very start? Siwoo denied it, saying he only came to complete a mission, and it just happened that the Xiaohua Guild won the bid for this dungeon, so he infiltrated it. He dismissed it, saying it didn't matter now. Xiaohua replied sternly, "If I don't help you, you won't be able to leave this dungeon anyway." She gritted her teeth, helplessness and anger evident on her face. Finally, Xiaohua looked Siwoo straight in the eye, dropping the pretense. "Help me, Kim Siwoo, drop that pathetic mask." Siwoo was a bit surprised, but Seolhwa had exposed everything. She knew he was the only irregular in South Korea and the only person in the world who could use holy power. Exposed, Siwoo smiled and admitted it. He said he was about to die of frustration from having to keep up the act. And then, a stream of energy began to emanate from Siwoo's hand. In the blink of an eye, Siwoo transformed. He donned his Pope's attire, glowing with brilliant divine aura. He smiled and asked, "Shall we seriously go hunt your believers?" Han Seolhwa was completely stunned by Siwoo's transformation. She couldn't believe her eyes, her face flushed with astonishment and perhaps admiration. This was the power that could turn the tide. However, right after that, the shock turned into an inexplicable anger. In the heat of the moment, she yelled at Siwoo, "Why didn't you put this transformation scene in the intro video on YouTube? Are you stupid?" Siwoo could only blush and reply that he was embarrassed, so he didn't include it. Before Sewa could act, Spulwa was completely overwhelmed. The monsters shrieked, reaching out with distorted arms toward her. Surrounded, Seolhwa screamed, "Get away!" in desperation, but the only response she got were calls to join and praise a mysterious entity. Threads of evil blue energy bound her, causing Seolhwa to let out a cry of pain. But at that very moment, Kim Siwoo in his Pope form appeared. He blocked the streams of energy that were about to devour Seolhwa. The monsters paused, their empty eyes staring at the one who had just interrupted. Siwoo's appearance confused them. They wondered if this was another god. Siwoo stood in front of Seolhwa, protecting her from the attack. Siwoo grabbed the energy threads, mocking them. "Did some mediocre god blind your eyes and cover your ears? I am not a god, I am the Pope." Saying so, he unleashed his holy power. Streams of holy lightning passed through the energy threads, attacking the monsters directly. Kim Siwoo's face shone with determination, the holy power in his hands growing stronger by the moment. An explosion of holy power erupted, blue lightning bolts engulfing the entire crowd of corrupted beings. Immediately, all the corrupted members fell to the floor, motionless. Seolhwa sat on the ground, exhausted but safe. Siwoo said that her members would wake up soon and didn't forget to remind her to remember her promise. Seeing Siwoo intended to leave alone, Seolhwa hurriedly called him back, saying she wanted to come along. She had to see with her own eyes who was responsible for what happened to her subordinates. On the way, Siwoo blurted out that he had heard rumors she abused her members and porters, but it didn't seem as bad as the rumors said. Seolhwa asked in surprise, "I did that?" She dismissed it indifferently, saying anti-fans are everywhere, and told him to think whatever he wanted. Siwoo thought to himself, indeed the mindset of a top meduber, cool. Siwoo pondered his will to eradicate evil's system had not activated for Han Seolhwa. That meant she wasn't classified as evil. He guessed that even within the Jeonggak alliance there were many different types of people. Meanwhile, Seolhwa used her staff to smash a remaining monster. Seolhwa impatiently urged Siwoo to hurry before it was too late. He thought to himself again, this girl also has a quite unique personality. Both stood amidst the rubble, surrounded by bodies that had been purified, preparing to venture deeper into the dungeon. They encountered another group which lunged at them again. Seolhwa swung her staff, screaming for them to stay back. Siwoo was astonished to realize that Senior Yoon, who was in his act, had also been brainwashed into a fanatic instantly. Siwoo said that since these weird things appeared from the direction her search team came back from, they should follow that path. Both ran up a staircase, heading toward a large door that appeared to be the source of the corruption. Before them was a giant door, covered in dark slime and blue energy lines constantly spreading, clearly indicating it was the source of the corruption. Standing before the door, Siwoo remarked that it looked too obvious to be a boss room, as if it were inviting them in. Seolhwa tried using her magic, but it had no effect. She realized this wasn't a door that could be opened by magic and wondered how to open it now. Just then, a system notification appeared before Siwoo. The contents of the quest, The door that cannot be closed, had been updated. The new quest required him to destroy this door that cannot be closed. It was a gateway connecting to another world where corrupted holy power was trying to invade. It was the work of a divine being from another world reaching out. The reward for this quest remained a mystery. Following up on the events of the previous chapter, Kim Siwoo was running while telling his comrade that the search team had encountered weird things in the direction they had come from, so they should head that way. Siwoo, along with a blue-haired girl with long braided hair, his new comrade, quickly moved forward. Their target was a strange, large door covered in black material and blue energy lines. A close-up of the strange door showed blue energy lines spreading and twitching repeatedly, as if trying to break something. When they reached the door, they stopped. While the blue-haired girl remained cautious, Siwoo recognized it immediately. This was clearly a boss room. The blue-haired girl tried touching the door and realized the magic energy here didn't work. It seemed this door couldn't be opened by magic. She wondered how to open it now. Seeing this, Siwoo said if magic didn't work, there was only one other way. Saying so, he channeled his power into his hand and a stream of blue energy began to gather. Siwoo threw a punch toward the door. The strength of the punch created a giant vortex of energy. Siwoo's punch directly shattered the door, creating a huge explosion that sent debris flying everywhere. After destroying the door, Siwoo wondered if the quest could really be resolved this easily. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl appeared astonished, not expecting them to actually open the door so violently. Immediately afterward, a system notification appeared. It announced that they had entered the final room, the dungeon's boss room, and an unknown energy was enveloping the room. Stepping inside, Siwoo immediately noticed something in the center of the room. He walked closer to get a better look. Seeing the scene inside clearly, Siwoo couldn't help but be surprised. His face showed clear astonishment at what he was seeing. Before them was a chaotic scene. The dungeon's boss, Golmide, had been broken into pieces. Blue energy threads were emitting from a crystal at the center. The blue-haired girl realized the Golmide boss had been torn to pieces, while Siwoo was focusing on the strange object in the center. He wondered what that was. The object in the center was a strange spatial gate looking like a distorted cosmic mirror. The blue-haired girl said that among all the monsters they had seen, none had been like this. The girl remarked that it looked truly terrifying, and she couldn't believe such trash could contain holy power. Hearing that, Siwoo suddenly realized, could this be the door that cannot be closed mentioned in the quest? A mission notification board appeared, updating the contents of the door that cannot be closed quest. This door connected to another world and rotten holy power was trying to consume their world. The completion condition was to destroy the door. A dark aura enveloped both of them. Words like empty, erode, control, dominate began to appear, signaling a mental influence. The blue-haired girl suddenly clutched her head. She felt voices echoing inside her brain. Siwoo turned to ask if she was alright. He had told her not to follow him, but the girl snapped back, saying this was not the time for that. The blue-haired girl grimaced in pain, feeling as if someone was speaking directly into her brain. Siwoo explained that the thing was claiming to be a god and it seemed like it was granting her a divine revelation. The girl was stunned, not believing that the thing was a god. Siwoo explained it was rotten holy power, a god from another dimension. He didn't understand why all these entities were targeting Earth like this. The appearance of such a deviant and disgusting god made Siwoo uncomfortable. He felt as if his revered goddess Lemon was being insulted. In Siwoo's mind, the image of goddess Lemon appeared. Unlike those rotten gods, Lemon always tried to make the world a little better, warmer, and happier. Just then, the strange gate began to activate. Dark energy tentacles reached out from inside, preparing to attack. The gate widened, releasing a massive stream of dark energy, creating a vortex that shattered the surrounding space. The dark energy tentacles lunged straight at Siwoo and his comrade, carrying a terrifying destructive power. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl screamed for them not to go outside. She quickly used her magic, creating an ice sphere. Immediately, a giant ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the path of the dark tentacles. Siwoo was quite impressed by the girl's power. She said they couldn't let those horrible things escape and she was lucky to be here. The girl explained that her ice magic specialized in defense and it seemed she had found her role. Now, dealing with that horrific door was up to Siwoo, an anomaly. Siwoo agreed, realizing that the system had surely called him to this dungeon for a reason. Siwoo walked confidently toward the gate, ready to face the challenge. He didn't show any fear before the dark power. As Siwoo approached, the dark tentacles immediately reached out to attack but were blocked by an energy circle around his feet. Siwoo hovered in midair, enveloped by a pure blue energy stream, completely unaffected by the dark tentacles around him. With a determined expression, Siwoo prepared to release his full power to purify the gate. A giant blue energy network was created by Siwoo, spreading throughout the room, completely overwhelming the dark aura. Witnessing this, the blue-haired girl was astonished. She felt a strange sensation, a source of distorted energy rather than ordinary magic power. The girl realized she was struggling just to maintain the ice wall and stand firm, while Siwoo looked completely unaffected. She couldn't understand what boundaries an anomaly like Siwoo had crossed to obtain such terrifying power. Standing before the gate, Siwoo confirmed this was indeed the door that cannot be closed. It wasn't a suspicious mirror, but a gate connecting to another dimension. Siwoo realized this was the real final boss. At the same time, a system notification appeared, The causality of the current location has been severely distorted due to the erosion from another world. The system requires you to readjust the causality of this area. Siwoo sneered, sarcastically saying the system seemed to have become more tolerant when it came to issues of other worlds. He was only called by the system when needed. A detailed information board about the door that cannot be closed appeared. It was classified as an unknown rank holy relic with Earth as the source dimension. The description mentioned that someone was watching them through this gate. This information stunned Siwoo. He couldn't believe what he had just read. Siwoo was shocked. This door originated from Earth? That's impossible because Earth had only just had its holy power restrictions lifted. He stared at the hideous door, unable to believe it was a holy relic from Earth itself. A truth too hard to accept. The shock quickly turned into rage. Siwoo's gaze turned cold. He realized an entity was observing him and prepared to confront it. Suddenly, from inside the gate, a giant eye slowly opened. Siwoo couldn't help but wonder what that was. That eye stared at Siwoo, a ghostly and powerful gaze as if it could see through everything. Siwoo looked at the eye and he understood everything. He knew what he had to do next. Siwoo declared that this gate would have to return to where it belonged. And that place was Earth, Siwoo's home, displayed through the reflection in the giant eye. Dark hands from the gate reached out again, trying to grab Siwoo. Siwoo was surrounded and violently attacked by the dark hands. The giant eye continued to watch Siwoo while he was attacked by dark forces. The eye moved closer, as if wanting to get a better look at the one daring to challenge it. Siwoo shouted in anger, asking where it thought it was appearing. He called it a pervert, a peeper who only knew how to stand and watch. Saying so, he used his power to resist. However, the eye's power was too great, causing Siwoo to be injured and cough up blood. Despite his injury, Siwoo smirked. A system notification appeared, indicating that the second function of the max-level passive skill, Divine Invulnerability, had been activated. His body would reject other types of holy power. Siwoo said that the Pope is the first apostle of the Lemon Order, and he must maintain his purity. He did this for his goddess. Lightning bolts flashed in his eyes, displaying determination and power. Siwoo told the monster that even if it didn't look like it, he was a romantic. Then, he unleashed a powerful stream of holy lightning. Siwoo's holy lightning enveloped the eye and the dark tentacles, purifying them powerfully. The eye let out a cry of pain as it was shattered into pieces by Siwoo's power. The gate and the eye were completely destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. As the pieces fell, a voice spoke, "I will remember you." This voice seemed to belong to someone else. Siwoo landed on the ground, surrounded by the shattered remains of the portal that had just been destroyed. He stood up, injured but victorious, as a system notification window appeared before him. The quest, The Door That Cannot Be Closed, was completed, and the conditions for the main quest, The Appearance, were updated. Siwoo received a writhing fragment as a reward, and the causality of the area returned to normal. The system announced a special reward, Temporary Incarnation of a Deity. The designated deity was his patron Lemon, with a time limit of 180 seconds. The system announced, Patron deity Lemon is manifesting. With the quest complete, a brilliant system notification popped up, officially announcing the incarnation of the supreme goddess Lemon. Amidst a blinding stream of light, Lemon appeared with an ethereal beauty, her deep blue eyes seeming to contain all the stars in the heavens. Han Xiaowu was stunned, unable to believe her eyes at this divine presence. "Pope, what is happening?" she gasped in amazement. Kim Siwoo felt a warmth enveloping his body. A familiar, gentle feeling he had longed for so long. In the space of the dungeon, which was gradually stabilizing, the two stood facing each other, the young Pope and the deity he worshipped. Lemon smiled gently. "It's been a long time, Siwoo. I've missed you dearly." Siwoo smiled back, feeling his heart lighten as he finally saw that face again. Her gaze held a profound sense of care, peering deep into his very soul. Lemon looked with heartache at the bleeding wounds on Siwoo's hands. It had been a long time since she had seen him so badly hurt. She gently touched him, and a flow of pure divine power began to heal every scar of battle. Siwoo stood still, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Looking at his own hands, Siwoo remembered 10 years ago when injuries were an everyday occurrence. He smiled to himself, thinking he could have recovered on his own. "Did you rush here because you were worried?" Lemon asked, her eyes never leaving him. Of course, Siwoo. Her words made Siwoo pause for a moment, as the sincere concern of a deity was always something special to him. The atmosphere lightened when Siwoo pouted slightly, teasing, "If you were worried, why wouldn't you show yourself even once?" Lemon could only clasp her hands in an adorable apology. Returning to a serious tone, Siwoo requested an explanation for her long silence. It was time he knew the truth. Lemon explained that there were things she had to handle personally, responsibilities that only a supreme deity could bear. She revealed that Siwoo had just closed a dimensional gate, through which a divine entity from another world had been trying to cross over. Dimensional erosion was occurring in many places, giving those who didn't belong to this world an opportunity to invade. Most worryingly, they might have snuck through the very path Lemon had created to bring Siwoo here, an unforeseen consequence of the connection between them. Siwoo worriedly asked if that path could be closed completely, but Lemon's answer weighed heavy on his heart. If I do that, the connection between us will also vanish. This spatial disturbance wasn't just affecting the present but would happen more frequently in the future, threatening the safety of Earth. Siwoo fell into deep thought. Could the demons flooding into Earth also be a side effect of the bond between him and Lemon? A sense of guilt began to rise within him. Lemon quickly reassured him, asserting that this was a problem for the whole world, not Siwoo's personal fault, so he didn't need to feel guilty. The fact that she could manifest and Siwoo could use divine power on Earth were both within the permissible scope of causality, but the price paid was the stability of the dimensions. The appearance of monsters, the awakened hunters, and the countless opening dungeons were not coincidences, but signs of a terrifying upheaval to come. As dimensional cracks widened, the secrets of the entities calling themselves old gods began to emerge, starting with their true origins. Lemon revealed a shocking truth: those otherworldly entities were actually creatures that originated from Earth itself, and they were doing everything in their power to return to their old home. Since ancient times, when divine power flowed abundantly, they had once been the deities ruling this land. But after a mysterious event, the presence of divinity completely vanished from Earth. Buried in the cruel oblivion of time, no one remembered them, but they had never truly vanished. In the dimension of their exile, they were silently restoring their forms. They had waited silently for centuries, seeking the one opportunity to return to the mortal realm. A giant eye watched the world from the darkness, signaling an immeasurable danger. Those who knew about these entities called them by a terrifying name: old gods, the ancient deities who had been forgotten. They were gods from an era before levels were defined, when even laws or causality could not reach them. They existed as the very embodiment of primordial chaos. The grotesque mirror Siwoo had just destroyed was likely a relic left behind by the old gods, with strange green threads surrounding it like tentacles trying to cling to reality. Even so, their rank was still deity level. Lemon mused in warning, "Perhaps you haven't reached that level yet, Siwoo." She was worried for his current strength against such overwhelming enemies. Siwoo stood silently. He finally understood the true identity of those standing behind it all. Old gods, the name carried the weight of 1,000 mountains. Lemon bowed her head apologetically. "Siwoo, I am sorry I couldn't help you much." Her face was filled with sadness under the ethereal halo. "We've met like this, but the time is too short to say a proper hello." She expressed regret as the moment of her manifestation began to fade. Siwoo simply replied gently, "It's okay." The fact that the system allowed Lemon to appear, even for a fleeting moment, must have carried a deep significance. Her majestic and magnificent presence enveloped the dark dungeon space. Lemon smiled gently one last time before fading away, a smile that contained absolute trust in her pope. "I will always be watching over you, Siwoo." Her promise echoed through the air as her divine silhouette began to dim amidst flickering streams of light. "Thank you, see you next time, Lemon." Siwoo looked up, his eyes filled with infinite gratitude. Lemon's silhouette vanished completely, leaving Siwoo standing alone among the ruined stone pillars of the dungeon. The space returned to its usual stillness and coldness. Siwoo pondered the reality. Lemon was not the supreme deity of Earth, and her power was limited to the scope of Eden. This only highlighted the hurdles she had to overcome to help him. He secretly understood that Lemon had to put forth great effort just to allow him to use divine power in this world, a favor that went far beyond the laws of normal causality. For now, the amount of information about the old gods she had provided was more than enough. The remaining mysteries were ones he would have to find the answers to himself. Siwoo's gaze revealed the determination of a guide. Siwoo looked down at the pile of rubble from the entity he had just destroyed, where a strange light was blinking, catching his attention. He bent down to pick up a small glass vial containing a bizarre entity wriggling inside. This was the system quest reward. The item was named Writhing Fragment, with a current growth rate of 0%, something that seemed useless right now but potentially held unfathomable power for the future. After clearing up, Siwoo headed toward the unconscious Han Xiaohua. "You've worked hard, Han Xiaohua, to face an entity of a different rank without understanding what was happening." he sighed sympathetically. Well, for now, let's just find a way out of this gloomy dungeon. Siwoo braced himself, preparing to carry Han Xiaohua out amidst the ruins, where the remnants of the fierce battle still lingered everywhere. The sunset light covered the forest outside the dungeon. Groaning sounds began to rise as the hunters gradually woke from their stupor. Park Yongsoo's team was crawling up, everyone stunned and failing to understand what had just happened. The psychic shockwave just now had truly been beyond their capacity to bear. From the cave entrance, Siwoo slowly walked out, still carrying an unconscious Han Xiaohua on his back. "Representative!" Yongsoo exclaimed upon seeing the familiar figure appear. Everyone rushed over to help support Han Xiaohua. Siwoo calmly explained that she was only exhausted from using too much magic power and would be fine with rest and recovery potions. Yongsoo, still bewildered, called out the fake name, "In-wook, where have you been all this time?" Siwoo smiled and greeted him back, breathing a sigh of relief to see that his uncle figure was safe. With a cheerful expression, he boasted that he had gone all the way to the boss room and done big things as a porter, even carrying the guild master out. Behind his back, a faint halo was glowing. However, Yongsoo started trembling when he recognized the solemn priest attire on Siwoo's person. At that moment, Siwoo decided not to hide it any longer. "My name isn't Kim In-wook, it's Kim Siwoo." "Oh my god, P-Pope!" Yongsoo panicked and fell to his knees in reverence. Siwoo quickly stopped him, promising to invite him to the temple soon to apologize for hiding his identity all this time. The joy of reuniting hadn't lasted long before strange footsteps were heard. "Do not enter," a stern voice rang out, blocking the entrance to the dungeon. Siwoo turned, his eyes narrowing as he realized the less-than-friendly presence of those who had just arrived. Yongsoo was also full of anxiety. It was a group of people dressed in white cloaks, completely covering their faces. The Bingmyeong sect, the name made the atmosphere intensely tense. The scene shifted to a distant place where the blood-red sunset was staining the entire sky, signaling the impending omen. On the balcony of a luxurious mansion, a young woman stood quietly watching the sunset. In the darkness, a mystical voice rang out, calling her "my good child." She turned with a sharp gaze, seemingly calculating something of great importance. The dark entity asked what she was thinking. "Kim Siwoo, I'm thinking about him." The answer was short but filled with a special interest for the Pope. The deity's voice was full of contempt. "He is just a con man, not worth you worrying about so much." The sun sank behind her back. At this moment, the dark deity revealed the true conspiracy. "When we return to where we belong, he will vanish like a mayfly. For now, he is just a hunting dog for us to utilize to eliminate traitors." "And what about after the hunt is over?" the woman asked back, her eyes not leaving the horizon that was sinking into darkness. "We will devour all of that prey." A cold-blooded declaration echoed amidst the wind blowing across the balcony. A massive trap was gradually closing around Siwoo. The woman smiled faintly. The deity continued to remark that Siwoo had grown stronger than before, and he was gradually coming closer to the terrifying truth of this world. "The full moon will wane again, my child. We only need to wait silently." The view of the sea at night appeared, full of mystery and threat. Amidst the dark claws wrapping around her, the woman bowed respectfully. "Everything is proceeding exactly as you wish. I will obey, my deity." The chapter closed with an atmosphere full of conspiracy and mystery. Steady footsteps echoed in the stillness of the forest. The strangers were gradually approaching with a stance that was not friendly in the slightest. These were the members of the Bingmyeong sect. In their pristine white robes and hoods, they radiated a mysterious pressure that made anyone wary. At the dungeon entrance that had just been cleared, Kim Siwoo stood facing this group. The atmosphere was thick with tension, like a bomb waiting for a fuse. Kim Siwoo spoke coldly, immediately identifying the other side as people from the Bingmyeong sect. He knew well that these people never appeared without an ulterior motive. The Bingmyeong side appeared completely indifferent. They claimed they were there at the formal request of the Xiaohua Guild. The leader challenged Siwoo in return, not understanding why the Pope of the Lemon Order was interfering here, when the rights to mine this dungeon belonged to the Xiaohua Guild. Their true objective was revealed. It was the mysterious item Siwoo had just collected. They wanted him to hand it over with the excuse that the item had great significance to their cult. But Siwoo wasn't the type to be bullied. With a defiant smile, he delivered a short answer: "I don't want to." At that moment, Han Xiaohua appeared and clarified everything. She asserted that she was the one who had begged for help from Pope Kim Siwoo, not the Bingmyeong sect. Han Xiaohua's appearance completely changed the situation. She did not hesitate to criticize the delay of the Bingmyeong sect while Kim Siwoo was the one who had saved everyone. The Bingmyeong priest started to lose patience. He used the alliance relationship between the two sides to apply pressure, threatening that Seolhwa's actions would fracture the trust they had shared for so long. But Han Seolhwa was even more decisive than that. She declared loudly, "The Seolhwa Guild is officially withdrawing from the Jeonggak coalition," a decision that shocked everyone present. Even Kim Siwoo was stunned by this bold action. He didn't expect the young lady to play so big as to cut all ties with the old coalition just to stand on his side. Shock spread everywhere. Both Siwoo and the Bingmyeong priest were speechless at the extreme turn of events by the Seolhwa Guild lady. Siwoo tried to advise her to calm down because this was a decision that would greatly affect the future. But Han Seolhwa was already sick and tired of that exploitative coalition. Seeing the two arguing, the Bingmyeong priest mocked that they looked like they got along very well. This sarcasm only served to increase the discomfort in the atmosphere. But then, a special character stepped out from the crowd, a woman in pristine white robes, radiating a pressure completely different from the rest. She slowly took off her hood, revealing her true appearance. Every small movement radiated an authority that made people hold their breath and watch. She was a girl with long gray hair and magical red eyes. Her appearance was like a deity descending to the mortal world. She smiled and welcomed Kim Siwoo. Though her words seemed polite, there was an overwhelming power hidden within that could stifle any weak soul. Kim Siwoo immediately realized the abnormality. The instincts of a pope showed him a massive surge of holy power churning inside that small girl. In his heart, Siwoo was stunned, determining this power source was equivalent to the waves of energy he had once sensed from the old gods, an existence far beyond the usual rules. Without a doubt, this was the supreme leader of the Bingmyeong sect. Her red eyes seemed to look straight through to the depths of Siwoo's soul. She began to manifest her power, causing reality around them to shatter and warp under the impact of a massive ancient energy source. Amidst the mysterious black smoke, she called Siwoo an irregular, someone breaking the balance of the universe. The real world receded, making way for a conceptual space where the darkest secrets were about to be exposed. The leader of the Bingmyeong order held a strange black piece of matter in her hand. She explained that almost everything had been wiped out and this was all that remained after the recent event. Standing amidst the conceptual space, vast like a galaxy, she looked straight at Kim Siwoo and asked if he knew anything about that door. The door that an entity from another dimension had tried to cross. A giant eye appeared in the void, symbolizing powerful entities. She asserted that such a door was not so easily closed unless the one who closed it possessed power far surpassing the entity trying to cross it. Kim Siwoo looked at the system panel displaying an image of Earth. She explained the system, the thing guiding the awakened and managing the world's balance through trials, costs, and rewards. In that magical virtual space, she emphasized that Siwoo's use of force to destroy that door had created an unexpected variable. Kim Siwoo appeared brilliantly amidst the stars. She called him an irregular, an anomaly among anomalies, an entity who had exceeded standard limits even though he himself didn't seem to realize it. Siwoo showed no interest. He cut short that nonsense and demanded she get straight to the main point. He didn't want to waste time on these distant philosophies. Her red eyes flashed with mystery. She made an unexpected proposal. "Will you cooperate with us?" A white, vacant eye appeared in the deep darkness, creating a chilling atmosphere. She declared proudly, "Our God craves you." Facing the invitation from a mystical entity, Siwoo only smirked sarcastically. To him, this proposal was truly ridiculous and meaningless. She looked at the piece of matter in her hand, remarking that Siwoo's holy power was clearly abnormal. She raised a question about faith and the choices of the gods. Kim Siwoo narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as if trying to pierce through the opponent's heart. He decided to ask straight to the point. "In the end, what do your god and all of you truly want?" Siwoo's question rang out firmly amidst the conceptual space. A close-up of the Bingmyeong leader's red eyes. She replied that their wish was to return the entities to where they truly belonged, and they considered it the most natural thing in the world. Under the red, falling leaves, she continued her philosophy about how lowly beings were simply swept away by the great flow, and that she herself was just a person following the will of the gods. Kim Siwoo remained silent for a moment, his face revealing coldness and determination. He declared that this conversation ended here because they had no common ground. The reason he gave was simple yet firm, because our goddess loves and has mercy on lowly beings. a perspective completely opposite to the coldness of Bingmyeong. Siwoo decisively turned his back, ordering the Bingmyeong order to get lost and saying it was best they sat still and didn't cause any more trouble. Even though he refused, she remained indifferent, saying that if Siwoo wanted to know about the purifiers, they were always willing to help. Siwoo didn't change his attitude. He realized they craved a new order, something he could never accept. She smiled, a cryptic smile, as she asserted that they couldn't live with those who only sought endless chaos. The conflict in philosophy had reached its peak. Kim Siwoo sighed in frustration at this troublesome three-way conflict. To him, it seemed they were all just as annoying. Beneath the brilliant sunset sky intermingled with dry trees, a question echoed in Siwoo's mind. Why can't we just let everyone live peacefully as they are? Leaving the conceptual space full of philosophy, the scene suddenly shifted back to the magnificent office of the Lemon Order. Here, Han Seolhwa was directly facing Siwoo to make a landmark decision, making the already tense atmosphere even more unpredictable. Kim Siwoo slammed the table in anger, seemingly unable to believe his ears at her crazy proposal. He barked at her, asking if she considered the Lemon Order a bus stop that she would dare to demand to change routes her guild to his side so unreasonably. Kim Siwoo was frozen at Han Seolhwa's decisiveness. He still couldn't believe this girl would dare to propose joining his side so abruptly. The shocking truth was revealed. Han Seolhwa said she had watched the lecture videos of the Lemon Order on Siwoo's Medube channel. This confession only made him let out "huh" in confusion. In Seolhwa's mind, the image of the goddess Lemon appeared full of compassion and warmth. She believed the flood of light she felt in the dungeon was the power of the goddess, and she wanted to follow that guidance. Seolhwa angrily asked Siwoo back if there was anything wrong with that or if he had lied about something on Medube. Her intensity left Siwoo completely on the back foot. Just then, Seongha, Siwoo's close subordinate, appeared with a teasing look on her face. She seemed very excited about having another beauty join the church. Seongha expressed her agreement that Seolhwa was both a smart and beautiful girl. Siwoo sighed, telling her to go drink below the holy tree so he could be rid of the debt. Seongha jumped in surprise when the secret of the whiskey bottle buried below the holy tree was exposed by Siwoo. While she was panicking, Siwoo tried to return to the main conversation with Seolhwa. Han Seolhwa officially made the proposal. The Seolhwa Guild currently had nowhere else to go and wanted to join the side of the Lemon Order, a decision of life-and-death importance for her entire guild. Siwoo interlaced his fingers and pondered. He asserted that the Lemon Order didn't have anything called a faction. He wondered if she was doing this because she felt indebted after being saved by him. Seolhwa looked straight into his eyes, telling Siwoo not to be so naive. She knew exactly how big his power and influence were growing. Previous allies appeared in his mind one by one, from Player K and the Dakibai Guild to the Management Bureau. A powerful force was accidentally being formed around Siwoo. Seolhwa pointed out that all these groups gathering around Siwoo were the clearest proof of a faction that was growing, whether he admitted it or not. As the representative of a guild, Seolhwa wanted to leave the sinking ship Jeongak as soon as possible. She believed that standing on Siwoo's side was the wisest choice since the moment she received his help. Siwoo observed her silently. Seolhwa hurriedly clarified that this wasn't his responsibility, hoping he wouldn't misunderstand her purpose. Although Seolhwa's words and actions seemed harsh toward her subordinates, Siwoo remembered how she had sacrificed herself to prevent the dungeon collapse and the sincere worry the subordinates had for her. He smiled, realizing the good nature of this girl. Siwoo teased that perhaps she was sheer than he thought. Seongha chimed in to praise Seolhwa as cute, making her snap and demand that he stop making that unpleasant face. Seolhwa blushed furiously at the teasing of the pair, Siwoo and Seongha. The office space was filled with laughter and humor, completely opposite to the tension from moments ago. The scene shifted to a star-filled night sky. A luxurious private jet was tearing through the night, flying toward some place. Inside the cabin filled with amenities, a mysterious man was relaxing on a sofa, radiating the air of someone holding power in his hands. The assistant entered to report that the leader of the Bingmyeong Order had approached the Pope of the Lemon Order. The man seemed quite surprised because this wasn't in the original plan. The sound of red wine being poured into a clear crystal glass. It seemed that that meeting was also an unexpected event for the Bingmyeong Order side itself. The man lifted his wine glass, his eyes narrowing in calculation. He believed that after that meeting, Siwoo must have learned many more truths about this world. Smirking enigmatically, he said that the work in South Korea had ended. "We will meet again soon," The declaration was like a harbinger for the storms to come for Siwoo. Suddenly, a series of brilliant purple spatial rifts appeared, surrounding the private jet amidst the night sky. A new spatial disaster or the interference of mystical forces? A dramatic cliffhanger closed the chapter here. On a beautiful morning at the headquarters of the Lemon Order, a voice rang out, starting an important event. Key members were present. A man in an elegant suit, CEO Choi Seojin, declared that the meeting could begin now that everyone had arrived. Sitting at the head of the table, Pope Kim Siwoo solemnly declared, "The first meeting of the Lemon Alliance officially begins." Player K, a man with a rugged look and sunglasses, asked straight to the point, wondering why Siwoo had summoned everyone there. He answered his own question, guessing that the purpose was to introduce a new ally. This remark made Han Seolhwa, the girl with blue hair, startle slightly. At Siwoo's invitation, Han Seolhwa stood up to introduce herself. She was the representative of the Seolhwa Guild, and the reason she joined was that she had felt the warm light of Goddess Lemon. The atmosphere suddenly became comically devout. Priest Leo and the red-haired girl beside him clasped their hands together, beginning a faith-sharing session with the intense belief that the goddess would welcome them. Han Seolhwa, with a proud expression and a clear voice, declared that she had definitively left the Jeongak Alliance to come here. Her blunt statement left Leo and his companions stunned. This reaction didn't seem much like a typical faith-sharing session. Leo turned to gently point out that what she just said sounded a bit strange. In response, Kim Siwoo just smiled, seemingly quite amused by her bluntness. Player K seemed very interested. He said he had always wondered how long someone as sharp as Han Seolhwa would stay in the old alliance. She replied that she never had any intention of staying there anyway. Han Seolhwa sighed, explaining that while her guild had influence as content creators, it lacked real combat power. CEO Choi Seojin nodded in agreement. He affirmed that the soft power Han Seolhwa possessed would be an incredibly huge asset, as she was the face of the entire former Jeongak Alliance. He emphasized that the biggest name from the opposing camp joining the ranks of the Lemon Church carried massive symbolic significance that no one could ignore. Praise was heaped upon Pope Kim Siwoo. Clearly, this was an incredibly smart strategic move by him. And this was her trump card. Han Seolhwa gave a thumbs up, declaring confidently, "I have 9 million subscribers." The screen displayed the MetTube channel of the Seolhwa Guild with an unbelievable number, 9.47 million followers. A massive media power. Even Kim Siwoo was stunned. He muttered 9 million people, unable to believe the influence they had just acquired. Immediately, Han Seolhwa switched to work mode. With the experience of a top content creator, she pointed and demanded with authority that there had to be a transformation scene in the Lemon Church's intro video on MetTube. She eagerly demanded they find an editor to train personally. CEO Choi Seojin, standing behind, was just as excited, admitting he had wanted to suggest that for a long time. Their media power was about to be unleashed. The media power of the new alliance was summarized. Han Seolhwa's Seolhwa Guild with 9 million subscribers and Choi Minsu's channel, also known as Player K, with 6 million. CEO Choi Seojin smiled, adding the 4 million subscribers of the Lemon Church, giving them the influence of 19 million people in their hands. A staggering number. Kim Siwoo winked mischievously. He thought to himself that with this success, Inwook would surely be drooling with envy. On the table were the voting ballots, all of them in favor. Kim Siwoo tapped his hand lightly, declaring the decision had been unanimously approved. He turned to officially welcome Han Seolhwa to the alliance. She stood there, radiating a strong aura in her new outfit. Having completed the first item, Siwoo moved on to the second reason for the meeting. He held up 2 fingers, announcing the 2 hostile forces, the Bingmyeong cult and the Purifiers. Priest Leo confirmed the information. Although these 2 groups seemed similar, they were clearly holding each other back. Siwoo affirmed that their goals might be unclear, but their methods of operation were completely different. The Bingmyeong cult was believed to be linked to ancient gods, entities known as distorted gods. An image of a dark cult appeared, mysterious and terrifying. Meanwhile, the Purifiers were a group attempting to harness the power of demons and demon kings. Siwoo concluded that both were incredibly troublesome enemies. The atmosphere grew tense. Siwoo reminded Choi Minsu, Han Seolhwa, and CEO Choi Seojin that they themselves had experienced the danger when ordinary dungeons suddenly mutated due to the interference of these 2 factions. He sat there, his gaze cold, summarizing the 2 main threats they were about to face: the Bingmyeong cult and the Purifiers. A strange thing was that both of these factions were trying to persuade rather than confront the Lemon Church while being hostile toward each other. The biggest question remained, what were their true goals? The red-haired girl spoke up, affirming one clear fact: regardless of their goals, they would never bring peace to Earth. They were real threats. Siwoo provided direction. He proposed establishing a communication network so members could support each other during dungeon runs while also working together to build strength to defeat the enemy. Choi Min-soo reassured the Pope, affirming that the alliance's infrastructure was now on par with the former Jeongak alliance. Hearing this, Siwoo nodded in relief. Kim Siwoo smiled, declaring the meeting concluded. He said today's meeting was primarily to introduce everyone, and now they were free to go. Immediately after, the red-haired girl quickly became friendly with the new member, happily inviting the pretty girl to tour the temple. Han Seolhwa seemed shy and didn't like being called that. As everyone began to disperse, Choi Min-soo suddenly called CEO Choi Seojin back. At this moment, Kim Siwoo held out a small box containing a holy bracelet. He told Seojin that they needed to talk privately to finalize the distribution of these items. Choi Seojin replied that he was also planning to discuss these bracelets. A more important piece of news was revealed. He had received a response from Yusian Group. He confirmed that they could commercialize and establish a supply chain for holy water and holy stone bracelets. The response was so good that they had even proposed an exclusive distribution contract. He even had to stop his younger brother, who was so excited he wanted to meet the Pope immediately. As it turned out, this distribution company was a subsidiary of Yusian Group, and the main representative was CEO Choi Seojin's younger brother. This power dynamic left Kim Siwoo smiling in satisfaction. This business story had even been reported to the executive meeting of Yusian Group. Interestingly, Choi Seojin's father, the group's chairman, had personally expressed interest. The group was considering investment projects into infrastructure for the Lemon Church. This news left Choi Min-soo stunned. He realized that Choi Seojin's father was none other than Chairman Choi Gil-young of Yusian Group, the powerful man ranked 5th in the business world. Siwoo was completely shocked. Seojin laughed aloud, boasting that after many years of being considered the unfilial son, he had finally caught a big fish, leading his father to praise him and consider his filial duties fulfilled for a lifetime. With direct instructions from the chairman, Seojin confidently affirmed that an investment on a completely different scale was about to be poured in. He believed the Pope would soon receive contact. Hearing the word investment, Kim Siwoo's eyes lit up with a sinister smile. He thought to himself, an investment from the group chairman? Fantastic! This expression was completely inappropriate for a clergyman. Both realized the Lemon Church was growing too fast, to the point where Lunar alone couldn't manage the business side. Siwoo guessed that if it were Goddess Lemon, she would say the same. In his imagination, Goddess Lemon appeared, saying that Siwoo was busy hunting enemies and couldn't possibly carry the burden of managing a church on such a strong growth trajectory. She also teased him, stating bluntly that Siwoo had never been trained in management in Eden. This statement seemed to awaken him. Back in reality, Siwoo pondered. He realized that after all, they still needed more personnel to take on the work. Siwoo turned to Choi Min-soo, asking him for a favor. He wanted Min-soo to carry out a secret mission. Min-soo looked curious. Siwoo smiled cryptically, saying this was something that would make even Min-soo drool with desire. He was confident Min-soo would like it. After the meeting, Siwoo stepped out, holding a small glass jar containing a strange object in his hand. The system displayed information. It was a wiggling fragment, an unidentified item. The description stated that this was a fragment from a door that could not be closed, and it detected an unfamiliar divine wavelength. The current growth rate was 0%. When it reached 100%, he would be able to continue the main quest. Siwoo muttered he needed to grow this fragment to unlock the main quest, and it was certainly related to the ancient gods. He realized there were no other missions to pursue at the moment. Perhaps the system needed time to update. This meant that cultivating this fragment was much more important than he had thought. He stared at the wiggling object inside. The problem was how to make it grow. The system board just coldly displayed a 0% growth rate without a single hint about the necessary conditions. Siwoo tried another way. He concentrated holy power into his palm, creating a blue, burning flame, hoping it could trigger the fragment. However, the only response he got was silence. The fragment in the jar didn't show any reaction. The experiment failed. Not giving up, Siwoo decided to go big. The system board appeared. Activate skill, Holy Hymn max level. A massive stream of holy power shot up into the sky. Leo, Han Seolhwa, and Luna were touring when they looked up in horror. A giant column of holy power descended from the sky, creating a sight both magnificent and terrifying. All three screamed in shock, completely stunned by the unimaginable power their pope had just unleashed. The light column struck the ground. Siwoo muttered, "Did this method not work either?" From afar, Luna shouted loudly, calling him by his real name, Seongha, and questioning if he was planning to destroy the entire temple. Siwoo turned back, casually replying that his holy power couldn't harm the temple. He even teased Luna, saying that her temperament alone was enough to collapse the temple. He acted as if nothing had happened, saying he was just testing a few things, but in his head he was incredibly annoyed. Damn it, what on earth do I have to do to make it grow? Siwoo began to deduce. After all, this was a reward item linked to the system. The quest board appeared, confirming the wiggling fragment was a reward to start a new quest. He arrived at the conclusion. If it is bound by the system, its growth rate must definitely be designed according to the system's intent. Just then, a system warning unexpectedly popped up. He had too many holy points and was required to spend them through the shop. Current number, 45,000 points. Siwoo smiled with delight. He realized he had plenty of time and decided to follow the instructions, spend all these holy points. He opened the system shop and examined the level 1 sanctification workshop, a facility that allowed the creation of holy objects using holy stones. The scene shifted to a conversation with Luna and Han Seolhwa. Siwoo said they were about to sell a lot of items and suggested gathering priests specializing in sanctification. Luna immediately pointed out the problem: they didn't have suitable personnel to train the recruits. She sighed, saying she really missed that person. Siwoo just smiled confidently, affirming he had already anticipated and prepared for it. Returning to the system interface, Siwoo decided to start with the sanctification workshop. He pressed the agree button, spending 5,000 points to upgrade this facility. The sanctification workshop was upgraded to level 2. The efficiency of creating holy objects and converting holy stones increased. But most importantly, from level 2 onward, the workshop needed a designated manager. Immediately, the sanctification workshop building radiated a brilliant light, signaling the upgrade was complete. Siwoo and Luna stood watching the results. He gave a sly smile, imagining a future where they maximized capital from corporations. Luna just sighed, uttering a remark, "Seongha is truly a villain." Siwoo turned to tease Luna, asking if she didn't also like having more resources to run things. Luna grumbled, muttering about a pope behaving like a mobile game CEO encouraging players to top up. But just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. The growth rate of the wiggling fragment had increased by 3%. Inside the jar, the fragment began to wriggle. The system announced that the ancient fragment quest was fulfilling its activation conditions. A new mystery had just begun. A peaceful morning, completely contrasting with the earth-shattering battles that had just passed. After a series of exhausting days, Pope Kim Siwoo finally had a day off, and he just wanted to lay limp on the sofa. He thought to himself, "I've lived way too hard lately. From subduing Yamada no Arachi, playing a porter to sneak into a dungeon, and dealing with an invasion of a suspicious god. Siwoo had worked harder than anyone else even when he was in Eden, so he thought Earth was a place where he could rest." Just then, his younger brother In-wook entered and was surprised because he hadn't seen his brother at home for a long time. When In-wook asked if he wasn't going to work, Siwoo put on a powerful older brother persona, announcing he was off today and demanding his brother bring him snacks immediately. In-wook could only keep silent before this abnormal brother of his. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out and his youngest sister Seon rushed down the stairs. Unlike In-wook, Seon was incredibly happy to see her brother. Siwoo happily played with his sister, admitting he had been very busy lately. He gently asked her about her life and the new school she had just transferred to. Seon naively replied that children were the same everywhere, but perhaps because they were from wealthy families, the kids at the new school seemed a bit immature. Her answer made Siwoo immediately turn serious. He instructed Seon that if anyone bullied her, she had to tell him immediately. However, Seon acted surprisingly mature. She said that because her brother was an irregular, she had to be careful not to become a burden to him and the Ryman church. Siwoo was surprised, not understanding where his sister had learned such adult words. Just then, a kitten's playful paw pressed on the remote control. The TV turned on to the 8 p.m. news. Seon explained that because her brother appeared on TV often, she usually watched the news with the cat, Bixial. The news broadcast began with an announcement that it would go over the issues heating up in South Korea. The first topic was the National Awakening Alliance, a force once suspected of wanting to monopolize all awakeners in South Korea, but recently there were rumors it was about to dissolve. The news continued to update on the incident of the Daeho Guild master attacking Pope Kim Si-woo, and now rumors were swirling that the Seolhwa Guild was preparing to join the Rymen Church. The whole family watched together. The news also mentioned the Global Awakener Forum about to take place in the US and President Seo's visit to the Lost Lands. The two words Lost Lands on the news made Si-woo pause. He muttered the phrase, his gaze deep in thought. The news continued with an image of a map indicating that this was the land bordering China. Ever since the gates opened, it remained a mysterious area that South Korea at the time didn't have enough strength to enter and investigate. In-wook added, explaining that online forums were buzzing about the president pushing for a march north, as the place was believed to have massive reserves of magic stones and underground resources. The news on TV also reflected political chaos, as the opposition criticized the president for unilaterally funneling benefits to a specific religion. Si-woo lay on the floor, only finding it all quite interesting. Brilliant sunlight shone into the room, signaling a peaceful afternoon. Si-woo sat leisurely on a chair, enjoying a rare moment of free time. He told himself that he was about to get busy again, so he had to take this chance to rest and stop thinking about work. He closed his eyes, a contented smile on his lips. But the peace was quickly broken by a thought. Si-woo suddenly remembered the wiggling fragment and wondered what to do with it. He took out the jar containing the fragment and was stunned. A system window appeared, informing him that the growth rate had reached 3%. Si-woo's exclamation of surprise startled both In-wook and Seon. Both rushed over in a panic to ask what happened, while Si-woo still couldn't take his eyes off the jar. Si-woo hurriedly reassured his siblings that it was nothing. In-wook grumbled humorously, while Seon just let out a sigh of relief that her brother was still okay. He went outside to clear his thoughts, trying to piece together the events. He recalled the growth rate was definitely 0% until he fired the divine spear. An image of the cathedral appeared in Si-woo's mind. A terrifying hypothesis flashed. Could it be that it grows as the church's influence grows stronger? If so, that meant the system itself wanted the church's power to grow. His face hardened at this speculation. And what was the purpose of this? To prepare for some major upheaval or even an impending war. The more he explored, the more Si-woo realized he knew nothing about the system's true purpose. He sat back down on the chair, still holding the mysterious jar. He sighed, comforting himself that it had always been like that in Eden. Everything was always an unknown. But then he quickly regained his spirit. At least he had power now, not empty-handed like before. He decided to let things be and just go with the flow. The story shifted abruptly. In Gimpo City, a D-rank raid gate suddenly appeared right in the middle of a residential playground. The gate emitted a strange blue light, attracting the attention of the authorities and a man who appeared to be a commander. A subordinate approached the man, Chairman Choi Seo-jin, wondering why the boss had to personally come to a D-rank gate. Seo-jin replied that Pope Kim himself had personally requested an item in the gate owned by their guild. Choi Seo-jin smirked. He said that the Pope had emphasized this was very important, and he guessed that just having regular guild members wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The gate was being created in the area. The guild members immediately reported, "Boss, something's happening." A massive stream of energy was pouring out of the gate, but strangely it didn't look like normal magic power. Choi Seo-jin only gasped, as expected. He gritted his teeth, his heart pounding. This was the thing Pope Kim said he would like. It had been a long time since he had felt this excitement. He immediately ordered everyone to stand back, as they would be no match for whatever was about to emerge. He declared he would be the first to welcome this guest. Although terrified by the energy pressure, the guild members obeyed instantly. The gate flared with a blinding light, and then a steady foot stepped out from the light. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another system notification appeared. Interdimensional contract completed perfectly. Because an appropriate price had been paid, causality allowed the intervention of main god Ryman from the Eden dimension. At the same time, at the church's training ground, Si-woo received the notification. He nodded in satisfaction, muttering that Chairman Choi Seo-jin was doing a great job. In the distance, there was a chant of slogans. Luna was commanding the training session. She shouted loudly, demanding the priests shout even louder. She bellowed the slogan of today's training: "The best therapy method is smashing the enemy's head first." The priests and holy knights had to carry heavy rocks while forcing themselves to yell that strange slogan. Luna explained her philosophy. Divine power on the battlefield isn't just for medical healing, but also a support force for recovery by destroying the enemy. Siwoo stood watching with an amused smile. He shouted loudly, "Do you understand?" and received a loud, enthusiastic yes from the trainees in unison. He turned to tease Luna, asking if she was preparing for a holy war. Luna happily replied that all of this was learned from him and physical training was the foundation of everything. Luna also confidently bragged that he shouldn't worry because Priest Leo was recovering everyone just in time. But Siwoo looked at Leo, who was exhausted from casting spells, and thought to himself, "I think Leo is the one who needs recovery more." Siwoo and Luna looked at each other and laughed slyly. Luna said she really liked the unyielding spirit of the clergyman. Down below, Leo could only cry silently, "Please let me go home." Luna proudly reported that the first batch of trainees would soon be ready for real combat raids. Siwoo could only laugh, admitting this training program was even more intense than he had imagined. She said she would soon personally lead them into gates. Seeing Siwoo surprised that they had matured so quickly, Luna just nodded in confirmation, then immediately asked about what he had promised. "So, how is that going, Your Holiness?" Luna explained that if she started leading the trainees on real-world missions, there would be a gap in church management. Just as she was about to propose a solution, an excited voice rang out from afar, calling out loudly, "Hey, Pope Kim." It was Choi Seo-jin. He ran over, covered in dirt and scratches, and happily reported, "We finally brought him here." Siwoo was surprised, wondering to himself, him. Following behind Seo-jin was an elderly man with a majestic demeanor. He stepped forward and praised Seo-jin for his hard work. The president of Diho just laughed heartily, saying it had been a long time since he'd had such a refreshing fight. The mysterious guest remarked that it was fortunate that the fastest opening gate belonged to the Diho Guild. Hearing this, Luna, standing next to Siwoo, couldn't help but be stunned, stammering, "No way." The shock was so great that Luna even dropped her hat. Father Leo, standing behind them, also stood agape in astonishment. Finally, the man with silver-white hair and an extraordinary aura revealed himself. He looked straight at Siwoo and respectfully called out, "Master." Siwoo recognized him immediately. He recalled that if Archbishop Bayer was the face of the church in Eden, then this man was the one behind the scenes, managing all internal affairs from administration to logistics. Outwardly, he looked gentle and mild-mannered, but his nickname was the complete opposite. After people witnessed him personally executing demons and heretics while wearing his white vestments, they had given him a terrifying nickname, the White Terror. His true identity was Lafart Sant, the Vicar General of the Vatican and the head of the Holy Council of the Ryman Church. And now, Lafart Sant, the legendary White Terror of Eden, was slowly kneeling before Siwoo. He identified himself as the first apostle of Ryman and chairman of the Council of Archbishops, and had come to request an audience with the Pope, the one who guides all believers under the heavens. Because he frequently executed demons and heretics himself in his white vestments, people had given him a frightening nickname, the White Terror. That person was Lafart Sant, the first apostle of Ryman and chairman of the Council of Archbishops. He knelt down and respectfully asked for an audience with the Pope. Standing before him was Kim Siwoo, the young Pope. He smiled and welcomed Archbishop Lafart to Earth. In a luxurious room, Lafart expressed how moved he was to meet the Pope again in his home country. Lafart took a sip of tea, praising its excellent flavor. Siwoo thought to himself that Lafart really was Leo's master, even his way of speaking was identical. Siwoo replied happily, saying he was also very pleased to see him because the church was in desperate need of an administrator. Behind them, the other members could only tremble. The scene shifted to an explanation. The fact was that the Ryman Church was growing too fast and had fallen into a severe shortage of management talent. Therefore, after checking his remaining divine points, Siwoo had opened his status window and sent a request to summon Archbishop Lafart Sant. Through the system window, Lafart was urgently transported to a D-rank gate in Gyeonggi Province, as a gift for Choi Gil-young, who had been craving a fiery battle. After the match, Choi Gil-young was panting but looked completely satisfied. He muttered that it had been a long time since he had such a satisfying fight, as Archbishop Leo had been too busy lately. As for Lafart, he also acknowledged that Earth had a formidable warrior and considered this a very interesting welcome. Choi Gil-young was bewildered, never expecting administrative work to be a life-or-death battle. Siwoo just smiled and replied that he had only talked about administrative work but never said the man didn't know how to fight. Siwoo explained further that Archbishop Lafart was Leo's master, and there were rumors that he was even stronger than Leo in his prime. Like master, like student indeed. Hearing this, Choi Gil-young wondered why Archbishop Leo's face had gone pale. Contrary to everyone else's excitement, Leo was shivering and sweating profusely. Siwoo replied concisely, saying he had PTSD and reminded Leo not to show that look in front of his master. Luna spoke up, affirming that she was still maintaining her usual politeness. Siwoo just smiled while looking at both of them. Lafert suddenly remembered and relayed greetings from Archbishop Bayer. Siwoo sighed, thinking that with Leo, Luna, and now Lafert all on Earth, Bayer must be having a very hard time leading the church all by himself. Siwoo inquired about the situation in Eden. Lafert reported that although there were a few suspicious moves, generally, there were no major issues. The countries on the continent were also reconstructing after the war, so it was a bit noisy, but that was all. Hearing this, Siwoo felt relieved. After reporting, Lafert glanced sideways, a stern and unreadable expression appearing on his face. Thinking the matter was settled, Siwoo suddenly changed the subject, saying that when he first arrived, he had taken a stroll around the church. His expression was a bit mischievous, intending to steer the conversation elsewhere. Immediately, a voice rang out declaring there were a few issues that needed to be discussed thoroughly with the Pope. Hearing this, the three of them, Leo, Luna, and Choi Gil-young, went pale while Siwoo was left speechless. Without a second of hesitation, all three scrambled to find an excuse to slip away. Luna and Choi Gil-young waved, saying they would go look around and wait outside, wishing the two of them a good time. Siwoo panicked and tried to call them back, but the door slammed shut. Left alone, he heard Lafert's voice inviting him to sit down. With no way to escape, Siwoo reluctantly sat down in the chair opposite Lafert, and a gloomy aura enveloped him. Lafert slammed a thick stack of documents onto the table, declaring that he had discovered not just one or two issues on his way here and that they had to start discussing the most urgent ones. With eyes burning with fire, Lafert announced that Siwoo had better not plan on going to sleep tonight. Facing the nightmare of paperwork, Siwoo could only scream in despair. A piercing scream echoed throughout the church grounds, signaling the start of a long night. Night fell and the crickets chirped. Many hours had passed. Finally, Siwoo, exhausted, slumped his face onto the desk full of papers. But Lafert, still full of energy, sternly reminded him, "Your Holiness, you are not allowed to lie down yet." Lafert began his lecture, criticizing Siwoo's sloppy management, why he had only gathered the documents and left the trainees for Leo and Luna to handle on their own. Siwoo pressed his face against the desk, tears welling up in his eyes, silently lamenting that his ears were about to bleed after being nagged for 6 straight hours. Lafert seemed amused by the Earth idiom, ears bleeding. Siwoo was amazed, not understanding how he could learn to use a laptop so quickly, and guessed it was thanks to the blessing of learning. Lafert explained that the most urgent task was to reorganize the church. Since His Holiness could not handle everything by himself, a support system was needed. He assessed that because the level of civilization between Eden and Earth differed, a different type of organization than the one in Eden would be required. At this moment, Siwoo flashed a cunning smile. He thought to himself, although he felt guilty about summoning someone who should have been resting, that was exactly why he had called Lafert. Lafert laughed, remarking that Siwoo had become much more honest since returning to his own world. He happily declared he would be willing to serve. Siwoo blushed bright red for accidentally speaking his thoughts out loud. Lafert said that his duty since before Siwoo came to Eden was to constantly learn to make the church prosperous. That was likely the reason Goddess Ryman had bestowed upon him the blessing of learning. He appeared incredibly excited, thinking that this place had extremely advanced technology. Learning new things made his old heart beat with excitement again. Lafert closed his eyes, sincerely expressing his gratitude for Goddess Ryman's grace for sending him here. He felt truly blessed. Seeing Lafert's contented expression, Siwoo also smiled in relief. His plan to find someone to carry the workload had been a complete success. Lafert recounted that when he entered the church, he had seen a giant wall erected behind the temple. It made him think that Earth had also had to endure hardships equivalent to Eden when the space portals opened. Siwoo explained that is the Ark, the Mithril Wall, the final ruin of Ground Zero. He revealed his plan to dismantle it soon, as Mithril was a precious resource. Lafert agreed, suggesting they should tear down walls that were no longer needed to cultivate new strength. He affirmed that Earth was as lucky as Eden because His Holiness had returned. Lafert declared he would consider this his final mission and would wholeheartedly support His Holiness's will. Siwoo simply replied with sincere gratitude. Siwoo's eyes flashed, seemingly calculating something deep and profound. Returning to his office, Siwoo took out a small vial. Inside was a mysterious fragment that was glowing. He checked the system window. The growth rate of the fragment had reached 8%. Siwoo muttered, his suspicion was confirmed. The growth rate of this fragment was clearly related to the reorganization and the strengthening of the church. He stared at the vial, wondering what would happen on the day this growth rate reached 100%. Siwoo decided that now that he had Lafart, he had to thoroughly reorganize the church. Just then, a notification popped up on the screen. VIP invitation to the Third World Awakened Forum. The notification described him as the anomaly who opened Korea's Renaissance era and the pinnacle of holy-type players. It seemed this invitation had arrived later than usual. The scene shifted to a month later. As the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, the arc, the giant wall, began to collapse. Piece by piece, the wall crumbled. The final arc of the Ryman Church had been completely dismantled. This event immediately became a hot news topic worldwide. Images of the magnificent Ryman Temple under the white snow were broadcast everywhere. A news report quoted Pope Kim Siwoo's statement, "Now is the time for us to leave the Ark and face a new world." The Ryman Church had made history once again. Their live broadcast hit a record of 3 million global viewers. A flurry of news exploded. Police increased security, corporate tycoons were present, and Yusian Group announced a record investment in holy stone mining. Amidst that scene, Siwoo stated solemnly, "The benevolent goddess Ryman will reach out her arms to embrace everyone." And so, a new era officially began. Amidst the falling petals and snowflakes, Siwoo looked quietly ahead, his eyes filled with hope for a brighter future. The crowd of reporters jostled, cameras flashing incessantly. They shouted, asking for a statement from His Holiness. One reporter whispered, "It's the goddess." Siwoo looked up at the sky where the petals and snowflakes blended. He said, "It seems the goddess has left us a gift." This event was praised across all newspapers as the December miracle, or spring in December, a symbol of rebirth. And then another month passed. Winter had truly blanketed everything. At the church, two people were diligently sweeping the snow-covered path. A hand clenched tightly, signaling the arrival of an important figure. Siwoo stood in the snowy weather, smiling to greet a large man with long silver hair. "Long time no see, Aiden. It's already winter, you look well." Aiden replied confidently, "Of course." Then he asked, "My friend, have you prepared everything?" His question signaled that a grand plan was being set in motion.